I saw it. I don't see it. I see it, and I'm not even buying. I'm not even close to Brody, but he's just fucking funny, man. I wouldn't be like one of those guys that, oh, look at this guy can do a great money on this. Listen, I'm talking what he does on Periscope, he just, this is what kills me sometimes. You don't want to be that guy. Fuck me, what is he doing? Sweets, he goes to baseball games. Plays the drums for no reason. He's in the middle of traffic, just beating the shit out of his steering wheel with drumsticks. I never smoked dope. I was a fat fuck in the morning, talking shit in the bush. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a boy. Where's the cats? I don't have a boy. I can't smoke in the house. If I can smoke in the house, I'd have cats in there every day. I'd have pure fucking entertainment. I know. You believe in Jesus. I remember I was reading Doug Stanhope's new book, okay? And I remember all the crazy shit we did around fucking Hollywood. I mean, everything from Doug, there was this guy, Blackjack something, okay, that Doug would just be annoyed by, like so fucking annoyed. And I'd be over there and we'd be playing Scrabble or something, or just fucking, just be, I'd bring over coffee, we'd fucking go over jokes and shit. And Blackjack would just show up because he knew where Doug was, and Doug had his door, the screen door open on the Curson apartment. And every time he'd come in, Doug would just nonchalantly slide a videotape of outdoor anal fucking gangbang. Okay, this girl had 2 dicks. Okay, all these cums and shit in there. Oh my god, it was horrible. It was like a blizzard. You could turn it upside down, like, all right, and while mouth was a game, okay, all right, just gurgling, cums, it's disgusting. All right, a fucking fly would fucking came in, all right, and that fly was there on the inside of her asshole when the next dick came in, and you could see it going in and out with the fly in the puddle of gums on the end of that guy's dick. All right, and we'd just be drinking our coffee, and Doug would tell me whatever you do, don't look over there, don't look nothing. All right, I don't care what he asks you. 98. Yes, so I did it in January. Coco. Okay. I'm here a year before you. Yeah, a year. But bro, okay, you gotta understand. All right. We were all disciples. We were all disciples. All disciples. Everybody who's really been on the road fucking knows Doug Stanhope is fucking the best rock in the day. So when I get here, he's a big shot. He's got a guy from Vegas that was a nuts. You only know that one time? Like, he was just a retard. He wasn't a little body. That's a big fat guy, right? Yeah. He died. God rest his soul. He was a dunce, but he was a fucking dunce. He was like, so I get there with the broad. I'm living on the couch or something. Yeah. Oh, yeah. From fucking the TV show. God damn it, what was that show? Head of the Class. God damn, with the girl with Tyson. Yeah. Yeah. She's fucking hot. Gotta give it to her. That fucking redhead was and Dougie was deep into that. Okay, he was like all in. All the time. Dougie was the fucking best. He knew I didn't have a pot to piss. And he would always like, hey man, I can talk to you. Alright, you're a fucking comic. Let's go over to coaching horses. Alright. And we just go walk over to the coaching horses. And it was a Bud Light and a Miller Lite for Douglas. And just have a beer. And it was, I remember one night we were at the coaching horses and this guy beside us was talking on this shit about faggots, we've got to kill all the faggots. Goddamn fucking motherfucking faggots. Right? And Doug goes, fuck yeah. And Doug's amping him up, okay, and getting him with this. And then Doug fucking grabs my hand and makes out with me, okay, at the fucking bar. All right, and this guy's, oh my god, what the fuck? All right, Doug goes, all right, another beer and a shot. It was weird maniacs. Nobody's like that now.
That's why I had the car, but the battery was dead. So I sold the car, put the seat back.
What up, baby? I'm doing well. How are you? I'm well. Thank you. How are you?
All I need was a suicide. Yeah, that guy, that fucking. Oh my god.
Is that why you had so many tickets?
There was sometimes the car would start, sometimes towards the end there was a mystery car.
I remember that table was just so fucking funny. Because we were on the road with Douglas, okay? And I remember we were sleeping in his Oldsmobile Cutlass, okay? And we were fucking rigged booze, and he was doing the porno fucking closer with the beer all over it. So it just smelled like fucking stale beer, cigarettes, alright? And it's in Houston in like April. And so when that fucking sun comes up, it's 110, okay? That's when we both fucking woke up out of our fucking stupor, sweating like pigs. And Doug goes, Rabbi, can I just butt fuck your titty or something like that? Alright? It's really wet. Get out of here, you fucking creep. But that's how it was. He was just fucking bananas. He was bananas. He banged Pope. That's amazing. Okay, that's deadly.
You know, seeing him opened up my mind. Seeing guys, I'll tell you that he's got me on stage. I was a host in the room the first time Doug came to the stage. Just like something.
Wow. And by the way, hold on, man. You got to give him his dues, because the guy who came in second place with Dougie won the San Francisco Comedy Competition was Dane Cook. Okay? And Dane was a motherfucker on stage. You think he's something now? Holy fuck, that kid lit it up. And, I mean, every time Stanley goes, I've seen Mencia get him like that, seen Chappelle get him like that, Sam Kinison get him like that. But fucking, I'm telling you, man, the kid's dead, dude. Okay, Dane Cook and Dougie still beat him. And it was murder.
It was something that Lee was completely different. That time, VH1 had comedy on Sundays.
Yeah,
TV had comedy shows. Even at the Improv was out. The three shows were in comics like Jimmy Kimmel, Letterman, Carson, all that stuff. So you had all this comedy. This is the first 2 times I saw stand up. Just racing type line. I thought he was funny. How funny he got. That time I saw him. It really funny. I didn't go back to stage. I don't know if I can be that good. That means that good or something really that's where he's going. Do you think it's like work or do you think some people just want to I think there's both. I think there's Doug, he was seasoned in certain things, personality that Brian was great, Carl was great, Bill Hicks. Bill Hicks, oh, yeah, please. Yeah, by 96, I love Hicks and Anderson. And Nixon, Hicks was great for me. And listen to his stuff. He was a real preacher towards the end. Yeah. And that's what I was one particular thing. And even doesn't really matter. Once I saw Stan, it took me 3 days. We had 2 days to decide what I job. I gotta go for this one hard. I gotta be that guy. I gotta be that loose. I gotta be that free. I gotta be that dangerous. I have to be that, out there. If not, I'm gonna be like the rest of the fucking things. That's why when we came here, we was getting banned from the improv until everyone to the festival with the bird victim. We had to let it move or some shit. You know, he fucked the chicken in Bill Maher's bed and he had to write an apology. It was non-stop. They had never met anything like that at that time. He just walked into the improv. And the improv, you know, they're not the comedies, they're gangsters. They're writers and they, you know, oh my God, they're witty. Yeah, they're witty and shit. He walked in there and changed it. There were rumors that he was walking people on Sunday nights and walking the improv and shit already. That's what, you know, he fucking real. And he made on his fucking terms. He went to war with 20,000 club owners. 20,000 of them on his terms. Yeah, he got his balls shaved on stage. Oh my God, the chick never recovered. The chick who shaved his balls, she ended up getting raped with the magician cats. Just she lost it just for me. We're not laughing about her getting raped. No. If you know this girl, it's a fucking nightmare. It's a nightmare. It was like the 30th. Just a kiss again, something. All right. He hasn't stopped. He always, whenever we back on the road with him, you know, it's kind of always like this for comedians. Sometimes they stay in bad hotels. Like, right, they stay in bad hotels every night and they actually sell stores hotel bags for merch. So I know, he went to a Periscope one day and he was like, he signed something. And when he went to the merch, he sold the hotel Bibles. And they love him, man. His fans love him. He's the real deal. He's the real deal, man. On his head. You really have to appreciate that. Especially when you're here and you see all this bullshit. You see people pull up with a nice car and the big jeans and the agent winner and the whole thing. I stand as a fucking manager that 2 weeks ago was an assistant manager at Burger King. And he just met him. Nah, he's good, dude. What's his name? Taylor? No, I don't know which one is that. You never know with them. The one time the guy had rolling papers and videos. He just met him. No, this is a different dude. He's professional. Yeah. It cracks me up. This guy's actually got Doug fucking organized and fucking handled. It's incredible. The guy is great. Bust his ass. He literally came in, he got Doug all settled in, and fucking
Found out the ticket counts exactly. Fucking went and did merge, checked in 4 hours before, came back, made sure Doug was all right, had a suit pressed for him, ready to fucking rock and roll. That's where man, the guy's in good hands. He doesn't drink. If you gotta go anywhere, he doesn't drink. He always makes sure your food's fucking awesome, everything's safe. It's a fucking, he's the queen, okay? He's the fucking wolf, okay, of the Doug fucking circus, okay? This guy's wrangling up. I mean, he used to leave bitches in his wake and women booing, okay? And then boom, he just popped up like once every 3 weeks or some shit. Yeah, bro. Because he looked like a nice guy. That's what made it so deadly. Well, how's it ruin the show? It's over. It's over. It's fucking over. It's over. Everybody's done. How did Doug stand? Yeah, it was deadly. You gotta be honest with you. We slept late, trying to leave. You had an extra coffee, you really don't. Yeah, you got to put gas in it because you know that was a total scam, right? Was it? Yeah, total scam. That's the only way you get comedians to put gas in his car. Yeah. No, the fucking needle one. Okay, you just tell everybody put it together. No, it's broken. It's broken. I'm telling you. It was a total scam. No, it was a fucking doing. Well, that's on you. That motherfucker was on the I go in there, up to $10. It's one of those deals that you would say, it was the same. It was the Ozone bill.
I'm Jenna Fisher, and I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together, and we're best friends. And now we're doing the ultimate Office rewatch podcast just for you. Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and find some stories that only 2 people who care can tell you. For the Office ladies. Welcome to The Office ladies. Today we're talking about the episode. And if you're listening with your kids, we're going to try to keep it clean, folks. If you want to pre-screen this one. Subject matter. I know they had to walk a line when they were writing and making this episode, and we're going to walk a line today talking about it. Angela, I see you're eating a Pop-Tart. Yes, I am. It's a brown sugar Pop-Tart. Brown sugar. I didn't know cinnamon and brown sugar and brown icing on it. I think it's a cinnamon brown sugar Pop-Tart. Am I right, guys? Yes, it's a cinnamon brown sugar Pop-Tart. This has been a sticking point in my friendship with Angela for a long time, which is that she can eat things like Pop-Tarts, donuts, pancakes. This is a bad time for me to tell you. I also had 2 months rocking that. All right, guys. Today is Sexual Harassment Season 2, Episode 2. This was written by BJ Novak and directed by Ken Kwapis. You've probably heard those names before. I want to point out in my first fast fact that BJ Novak wrote Diversity Day and Ken Kwapis directed it. So they already had a little bit of a great back. Yes, they are paired together again. I guess Greg assigned BJ the script of Sexual Harassment because of the good job he had done on Diversity Day. Yes. Oh, well, and then Ken was asked to direct it. I think it makes sense. Ken Kwapis is such a gentleman. BJ is so smart. He's able to walk that line so well. I think this was the perfect coupling. I do too. Bring this episode to life. Here's a quick summary for this episode. When an upper-level male manager is let go because of sexual harassment, corporate requires everyone in the company to undergo sexual harassment training. Michael's corporate friend Todd Packer comes into the office and starts harassing everyone.
Nah, I think I busted it, man. I think you
Later, we would have our own seminars.
But at least you didn't, push and turn down my back. Okay, that was always forget. I appreciate it.
And other episodes, we're like, oh, look at this again. Oh, yeah, I should have a check. Okay, good. And also, after reading the script, the network originally wanted to air sexual harassment as our season premiere of season 2. Probably good that we eased into that one. It is, because this brings me to my second fast fact, which is that this episode originally aired with a warning. It did? Yes, which is very unusual for network television. Oh, I didn't know that. It aired with a warning for the episode that said this episode contains adult content and subject matter. Yeah, and you know why?
Yeah.
All right, parents, this is where you're going to want to start, maybe mute us, earmuffs on the kids. It all came down to word filters. Yes, with Phyllis. The scene with Phyllis at the end when Steve says something like, now I'm just afraid I'll get a boner. The network wanted to change it to, I'm afraid I'll get a swing. And BJ and Ray swirl. Yeah, they say it's like, let's make it a swing. Yeah. And BJ fought to keep boner in the episode. The warning was their way of having a compromise. We were surprised that Clitoris made it in the episode. I mean, there's a whole runner. Right? You're Pam's supposed to kiss a bowl of doll. There's, to me, many red flags here. A lot of stuff happening. But they got stuck on boner. They got stuck on boner. Sorry. There's too many, that's what she said. So this episode, okay, so there could be a drinking game for this episode. Wow. I don't sure. Okay. But even with the warning, there was one network in Kentucky that refused to air this episode.
Oh, this is
wow. Sorry, Kentucky, we got pulled off the air. You can watch it on Netflix right now. Kentucky. That is so funny to me because the word boner, sorry to go back there, it's so funny. Phyllis's reaction to the word boner. Yes, it wouldn't be the same if it was swing. It wouldn't be the same. And for me, what made that moment funny was Phyllis. Her look to Michael when he said it was hilarious. So, okay, moving on. We can talk more about that scene later in the episode. I have a lot to say about that scene. Oh gosh, more? Okay. My third fast fact is that we get to meet Todd Packer, finally! Todd Packer in the flesh comes into the office, played by Dave Keckner. Okay, so I've known Dave Keckner, oh my gosh, maybe 16 years? I've known him a really long time. We met back at Improv Olympic. He had taken Second City in Chicago, and he knew Steve from Second City and Nancy, Steve's wife, Nancy. I called Dave last night, and I was like, Dave, we're going to do sexual harassment. He's like, well, do you have people come in the building? I was like, we do, Dave. Can you come in tomorrow? He's like, nah, I'm working. And then I said, oh, Dave, can I record our conversation? He's like, yeah, sure. Tell me when you're ready. You guys, it's great. Yes, it's great. So I did the swipe up on my iPhone. Okay, your flashlight is? Sure. Underneath, like, by your flashlight. I know my phone. Okay, there's a little record button. Okay, so I hit the record button. Yeah, let's do this. I'm feeling like this isn't going where we're hoping. Okay, Dave and I talked for half an hour. Yeah. I have 30 minutes, okay, of me filming my screen. Yeah, with no sound. Okay. It's a record button. How was I supposed to know it doesn't record sound? I don't know where to begin with this one. Angela, 100 years old. Well, it's just that it's sort of like when my mom wrote me my first email. Yep. She called me on the phone and said, why haven't you responded to my email that I sent you? Yep. And I said, well, I never got your email. What email address did you send it to? And she said, I sent it to you. I sent it to Jenna. And I said, I don't understand. And she said, I opened the email box and it said to, and I wrote Jenna. She just sent an email to Jenna. That is very similar to what you've done here with the record button on your phone. A little bit. Come on, a little bit. Wait a minute. It's kind of. Anyway, whatever, guys. The long story short here is, Dave, thank you so much for talking to me last night for half an hour. And I wrote down everything we talked about because You do have a gazillion note cards today. I had to move seats because she has so many note cards. I have so many note cards. I have lots of little fun tidbits from Dave, but I'll save those as we go. Okay, that's great. Something I'd like to expand on is what you were saying about Steve Carell starting at Second City in Chicago. I think a lot of people don't realize the long journey that a lot of us took before we landed on all this. And in particular, Steve Carell, he was doing comedy in Chicago or Second City for a very, very long time. And then he and his wife Nancy, they moved to New York City because she had an audition for Saturday Night Live, and she got it. She did. Her and Dave were on Saturday Night Live together. So they had and Steve was really excited. He's actually
this is
anchor man together.
So the windows open.
Just and then during the kids, Anchorman was amazing, the chemistry there was amazing, but it makes sense because they had been schlepping through Chicago to New York to LA together doing comedy. You're so wrong. And you were in those circles, Angela. I never got into that. I never did the comedy improv. I did not know years ago at improv in Los Angeles, West. And he was part of a phenomenal
fuck let me on fire. I'm sitting home like somebody. There's the guy fucking smoking and shit. I brought her home. The cops don't come. Nobody does American popular.
What a show. It was great. So when we were in improv, these guys were the best. I was working in the light room. I was in charge of culture. And here I am, like, you're like the person covering the curtain.
I was right across the hall and the fire fucking did come by.
Theater, like, I'm like,
I asked everybody, I go, oh, that fucking bum, probably somebody just driving to that fucking alley, flicked it out, fuck him. Get that dirty bum the fuck out of our house.
And they were like, what? And then afterwards,
I was smart my blanket. So
it's the next choice. And Dave comes up to me and says,
Oh my God.
I had a plan. Got it. Set the timer. Set a timer. I set a timer. Yes, I didn't want to get it wrong. So anyway, I'm not
It was
like
maroon on my side.
I just had their house. Okay, I did not put lights. Just no. And then it went to 45 minutes. And then it was just an hour. I don't know. I froze. They're probably just out there just flailing on stage. It was getting awkward. And Dave walks backstage and someone had left, I don't know, a spare tire to like a truck or a Jeep. It was enormous. So Dave gets this giant tire and he rolls it across the stage to his audience. And he's like, that's our show, you guys. And I was like, oh crap. Wait, when the tire went across the stage, did you finally go to black? I did. Okay, so you got his thing. I got it, Dave, the tire. I got it. And I went backstage and I was like, guys. And we all started cracking up and they still talk about it. They still talk about the tire. Anyway, I just love those guys so much. And believe it or not, I did call lights for them a few more times. And I got their official person. But that is how I met Dave Turner. Didn't Greg Daniels go to a few of those shows? I mean, maybe not Dave's in particular, but I don't know. Greg loved supporting like small improv theaters, and a lot of improvisers tuned up on her show. So I know Ray Wilson would make fun of me, but I'd be like, oh, actors showing up. I did a Sunday show with them. Yes, Ray. Well, Ray and I went to classically trained theater act. Oh, don't we know it? Oh, don't we know it? I heard quite a bit about it. All right, before things take a turn here, maybe we should go to a break. Yeah, let's go to a break. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three. Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it, and guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie. I made it! Yes, it's so good! White cheddar, and then I mashed potatoes. I know it very well. It's a family favorite. Well, you know Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it. And I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I've never made one before. It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet. Fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladies free and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life. One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. You know, around New Year's, we all reflect on people post are making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year. Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change? New Year, new me, that kind of thing. Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right. And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths. I like that. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props. Oh, thanks. It's pretty good. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated. I started doing the same thing. You know what?
all your shit out because they wasn't
Like, I don't want to drink too much water because I'll have to pee. And then I find myself so dehydrated, so I use this. Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients. It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you go run down, or after a long night out, or even on really long flights. Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout. That's 20% off your first order when you shop Liquid Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. And we're back talking about the sexual harassment episode. Here we go. Buckle in, everyone. As I say, in rewatching this episode, Angela, I was very uncomfortable. Yeah, I was more squirmy during this than Diversity Day. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know, they're both equally squirmy for me. But then I was squirmy during Hot Girl. I think that I had forgotten how really cringy and uncomfortable the show can get sometimes. Oh, we pushed it. We pushed it to the line and then went over the line. How did this show get on the air? I mean, I know this particular episode got on with authority, but in general, what was going on? I don't know. I mean, you know, I go overseas and I grew up with a lot of British television, and they definitely pushed the line. And I think the show was in the spirit of the BBC version. And I don't know. I think like some of the cringy moments that you end up laughing. I don't know. I love it. I know that Kevin Riley, who was at NBC at the time, was a huge champion for our show. I really credit him with us sticking around. He believed in us, and there were a lot of people there who didn't get it and who didn't think that this was a good idea. No, it's true. He fought for us, and when we finally won an Emmy for Best Comedy Ensemble, we all went backstage for photos, and the guys, the cast, picked up Kevin Riley up in the air, and that's the photo that was in the LA Times, because we all knew that he put his neck on the line for us. And I mean, I'll always be grateful to Kevin for that. The episode begins with Michael walking up to Jim's desk to see if he has received his hilarious email forward. Michael has a talking head where he declares himself the king of forwards. And he says that's how I like to do business. Yeah. I have a funny story about a behind the scenes moment that happened on set while we were filming a big group scene in the bullpen talking about these email forwards. And was I there? You were there. Everyone was there. Everyone was there. Kelly was there, still with us. When was the episode Kelly becomes Mindy? Exactly. That's what we need to look for. No, so this is an episode that John Krasinski and I will never forget because he about fell out of his chair. At 9 minutes, 16 seconds, we're talking about the email forwards, and Michael's really upset that they wanted to stop doing this. And I say, I hate them. You send me these filthy emails and you say, forward them to 10 people or you'll have bad luck. Right? That's my line. So we had been working on this scene for a while, and then we went to lunch and we came back. Oh, that's always so hard to pick up a scene. Yes. Lunch in between. Yes. And I think it was like around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone's real off at that time. Everyone's a little tired. People are a little bit more punchy. Yeah. And we're in a big group scene. So here's the thing you should know about me. I was born in Louisiana. My family's from Texas and Louisiana. I have a really, really hard time saying a vowel in front of an L. And 2 times in my career on The Office, they almost dropped a line because I could not say it. One time they actually did. I'll save that story for later. It was between Andy Bernard and myself. I couldn't say the line. I just kept sounding like such a hillbilly that they just dropped the line. But this line, I said, I hate them. You send me these filthy emails. And John about fell out of his chair. He went, the South has arrived. And I was like, what? I didn't even hear it. He was like, Angela. And like 8 of you turned and looked at me, and at the same time, you were like, you said filthy. And I said, how do you say it? And you were like, filthy. And I had to really concentrate. Filthy. Because I automatically want to say filthy. But somewhere there's footage of me saying, you send me these filthy emails. And John lost it. You and John had a great relationship on the show. You guys were big brother, kid sister. And it was so sweet. I loved your banter, and I loved just, I don't know, you guys were really cute. You would tease one another. I don't know, he felt like my big brother, even though he's like younger than me. Yeah, like he did. He felt like my big brother that I teased. And he loved it when I slipped into Southern drawl. He'd be like, oh, hello. He loved it. So next up, Todd Packer comes in the office, and boy, does Dave Keckner own a room when he enters that room. Yes, Dave told me last night on the phone, he said, Todd Packer just comes in and blows up your world, and then boom, leaves. No consequences. Mic drop, see you later. And then he's out. I have a little tidbit about Dave. Oh, tell me. Okay, so Dave told me he actually auditioned for Michael Scott. Oh, yes. He had known Greg Daniels for years. He had done a pilot for one of Greg's writers on King of the Hill. Yeah, so he knew Greg for a long time. And they brought him in for Michael Scott. And he said, Ange, I was obsessed with the BBC version. And all I had in my head was Ricky Gervais. I couldn't do it any other way. So he was doing a little bit of an impersonation of Ricky. Yes, and I think a lot of people did that came in, and Steve had not seen it, and I think that really helped him kind of make his own person. Yeah, but he told me when they brought him in for Todd Packer, he was so excited because yes, it was based on Finchie, right, in the BBC version. Oh yeah, so in the BBC version, David Brent has a friend named Chris Finch, and they call him Finchie, and he is the Todd Packer of the British show. Basically, it's just this one-sided best friendship, and if you can believe, Chris Finch is worse than Todd Packer. If you watch the British show, you think it can get worse than Todd Packer. If you're looking for that, check out the British version. Exactly. Dave said that he was so excited to come in for Todd Packer because they were just like, do whatever. And he just was like, oh, I got this. Him and Steve had just done Anchorman, as we talked about, so he knew it was just going to be playtime. I asked Dave, I was like, what is something you remember about that first day as Todd Packer? And he said, I remember the writing. I remember reading that script and thinking how fantastic it was. And I thought, when you have writing this good, anything is possible. I can go anywhere because what I have is so solid. And I said, did you improvise into that? He said, honestly, I can't remember because I remember thinking the writing was so good. He said, if you see things that feel spontaneous, he said, the physicality of Todd Packer is him. Yeah. You know, like all the stuff he does about Michael, the physical stuff, that's just Dave bringing life to Todd Packer. He really was just blown away by how good the writing was. I remember when he came in, I was legitimately shocked and stunned. Why? Well, our show had been very quiet. Oh, right. He's just a burst of energy. He was so loud. And so a lot of my reactions to him are real. They're like, what? Why are you shouting? What is it? Because I get a lot. This is so loud. Because I'm so funny. Sure. I asked Dave, because Michael has a line where he says that Todd Packer is his BFF, best friend forever. I saw that. And I said, Dave, how is he best friends with Todd Packer? He said something I thought was so sweet, actually, and just insightful into Michael. He said, Angela, he said, Michael is so innocent and naive. He's almost childlike. He doesn't get a lot of what Todd Packer is. And how it's such a good observation. Yeah, he's like a little brother looking up to someone. Yeah. And maybe somewhere down the road, he'll see how inappropriate, but he's just in this childlike enamored phase. Oh, I love that, Dave Kevner. Okay, now it's time to talk about that famous gym talking head with the phrase, what has two thumbs and hates Todd Packer? This guy. All right, that joke of like, what has two thumbs and likes blank? And also, the very famous line from this episode, that's what she said. Those are not original jokes. We did not make those up. BJ Novak did not write them. BJ said those are things that he just heard in college as a college student, and he kind of dusted them off and brought them back to this episode. And then they took off. I mean, especially that's what she said. I mean, well, that makes sense because Todd Packer is sort of like a bratty frat guy, right? Yes. And that's what she said had actually been on SNL. Chevy Chase had a bit where he said it. It was in Wayne's World, but the origin of that joke is a British joke. But the phrase isn't that's what she said. What is it? The phrase is, as the actress said to the bishop. That just rolls off the tongue. Yes. But it dwindled in popularity. It was kind of no longer in use until Ricky Gervais brought it back. He used to start saying it. He used to say, as the actress said to the bishop. But it never quite was the same as that's what she said. Okay, this is a really off topic, but you know I'm gonna have a she shed for myself. I'm making a home office. Oh, I do. It's all you talk about. I know. I'm like constantly online and on Pinterest looking at little sheds that I can make into a home office, and I've started the process. But I posted a photo of me with the shed, and a fan wrote in, "Please call your shed your that's what she shed." Oh, you have to. I know. Someone start needle pointing a pillow right now. Oh, please. I'll do it. I like to needle point. Will you needle point me? That's what she shed. Okay, that's what she said. Okay. Oh, 100%. Here's another cultural reference from this episode. When Ryan takes Todd Packer down to the parking lot to drive him somewhere because of his DUIs, he has a WL hung. Oh, yes. Right? Yes, I have this on a card. Of course, Todd Packer wants everyone to think that's well hung. But Ryan says, oh, are you a big fan of William Hung? Do the millennials out there know who William Hung is? Do they get this joke? I wondered, because this was a very, topical of at the time kind of joke. Yes. So William Hung was an old American Idol reference. He was a contestant, and he gave this horrible yet very committed rendition of Ricky Martin's She Bangs. Yes, season 3. And the judges could barely hold it together. Bless his heart. It was so pure, so honest. He was like an engineering student. His secret passion life was to sing. Well, this was before social media, and yet this went quote unquote viral. This video of him auditioning, and he became a huge sensation. He went on tour. Yeah, he had a version of a TED Talk about success. But you can still find it because I watched it last night. I did too. William Hung. I had to look it up because when I watched this episode, it brought up the memory of that. Also, can we just mention that Todd Packer drives a red convertible Corvette? I mean, buddy. Yeah, I think it was supposed to be a Mustang and they couldn't get one, and so it got changed to a Corvette. Well, it's perfect. It is pretty perfect. Also in this episode, we learned that Pam's mom is coming into the office, and little Pam just keeps sneaking looks at the door. I know. It's so cute. Pam loves her mom. This is going to seem like I'm being snarky to Pam's mom. Hear me out. Okay, well, I'm already feeling defensive. Okay. Pam loves her mom. Pam's mom says, oh, is this your area? I'm like, what, has she never been to the office in 3 years? 3 years she's been working at Dunder Mifflin. Your mom's never stopped by. It's making me sad. Okay. I'm just saying. I just had a moment. I'm like, why is she so surprised to see Pam's desk? Wow. You are angry. That's a really good point. I mean, she lives in town. I have a bunch of time code things too. Oh, time code us, Angela. Okay, at 5 minutes 15 seconds, you guys, there is a fantastic shot of Michael's desk when he's talking to Toby, and I'll tell you what all you see on his desk. You see a mini billiards table. You see like the silver ball clacky thingy. Yes. Whoever wants that on their desk? No. What is that for? I've always, what's probably some kind of Zen thing. I guess. Jenna, you see his Dundee. Oh, yes, there's a great shot of his Dundee, and then what looks like it's a green magic 8-ball. And in the scene, at the top of the scene, Michael is holding a giant pencil in his hand. Oh, yeah. I mean, this guy loves the Spencer's gifts. He loves the Spencer's. It's his favorite store. But can you imagine Toby wants to have a serious conversation with him, and Michael is holding an oversized pencil throughout the conversation? Yes. So that I thought was just a great screen grab if you want to see all the things on Michael's desk. Okay, and what's next? I have another Dave Kettner story. Oh, great. Is this another one of the stories you didn't record on your phone last night? Yes, Jenna, it is. All right, thank you very much. Let's hear it. When Dave got the call that they wanted him to come in for Todd Packer, guess where he was? Where? He was in Canada filming Snakes on a Plane. No. Oh my gosh. It made me laugh. He was like, yeah, I got the call. I was filming Snakes on a Plane. Well, I do know that they had to really manipulate the schedule in order to make it work with him. Yeah, because he was filming Snakes on a Plane. Yeah, we got it for one day. We had to film all of the Todd Packer stuff in one day. So we could then go back to Canada and be in Snakes on a Plane. One of my favorite scenes in this episode, Angela, yes, is when, I have two, they both involve Toby. Oh, yeah? Okay, the first is when Toby reveals he has to do a review of the sexual harassment policy. One thing I noticed was, I felt like Toby was super excited that he was going to get to run something for a change, and that Michael had no choice. And I just watched the scene a couple times, and I felt like I could see this little like happy glint in Paul's eye as he was explaining to Michael that he was going to do this, period. But I also noticed that Toby's presentation happens in the bullpen. Yes, it does not happen in the conference room. And if I remember correctly, it is because we decided that Michael would allow him to have his presentation, but not in the conference room, not in his space, under no circumstances. Maybe I just made that up in my own head. Maybe it's true. The other thing that was interesting to me that we've never seen before is Toby does a talking head in front of the vending machine in the break room. Oh, and that is not where our talking heads ever are. They're always in the conference room. Toby is clearly, ever since he got thrown out of the conference room, has not been invited back into the conference room. I watched the deleted scenes for this, and there is a runner of Michael talking heads where he's just talking about how much he hates Toby in different ways. Oh my gosh. It's so good. I have to say, for anybody out there who is wishing there was more Office, or wishing you could watch more of The Office, you actually can. It is the deleted scenes. I have been enjoying them so much. So really, look for them, because just these runner of talking heads from Michael were wonderful. Yeah, I saw some that were pretty amazing, and I wonder out there if the webisodes are available. Oh yeah, you guys won an Emmy Award for your webisodes. I remember that, for the accountants. Yeah, I really want some more Pop-Tart. I have it sitting next to me, but I'm afraid it's going to be really loud. We can take a Pop-Tart break if you need to. Angela, you want us to take a break so you can have some Pop-Tart? Is this how you talk to your kids? Maybe you want to have some Pop-Tart? Yes, I want to have Pop-Tart. All right, guys, we're going to take a break so Angela can have more of her Pop-Tart. Tell me, can you hear me eating this Pop-Tart for a second? Yeah, it's gross. Oh, why? It's not gross. It's a Pop-Tart. No one wants to listen to someone chew and swallow. That is maybe something she said. All right, we're going to break. Welcome back, everybody. All right, this is totally off topic, but in preparing for this episode, I like to go back and look at some of the old photos that I have, and sort of it helps me remember things. Yeah. You know, as you know, I'm a hoarder. I have multiple bins of photos. I found pictures, Jenna, from my first red carpet. It was with you. Oh, I was your plus one. I will never forget this. You know what it was called? Yeah. Pause for style. Not pause button, guys. Pause, like a dog, like a PAWS. Pause for style. Yes, it was a runway show where celebrities walked a catwalk with their dogs, and the dogs were wearing the fashion. So the celebrities were wearing whatever they showed up in, and the dogs were dressed in outfits. It was kind of a hot mess. And the money went to the Humane Society. That's why we went. Yes. You were invited. I was invited to bring my dog, Wesley. And Angela, this was your first red carpet. We talked in the Dundies episode about how I walked the red carpet for 40-year-old virgin. And I somehow just didn't do it. You skipped it. I don't think it was intentional. I think I just didn't know. I think I just went inside and got my popcorn. But for Pause for Style, you did walk the red carpet. Yeah, I wanted to pick the biggest event possible for my first red carpet. For your coming out. I said, it's almost like my character. Do you know how many photographers there are? 2. Angela over here. Angela over here. It was like art, like recreating art or whatever I'm saying. Life intimidating, or no. I'm tired. I just spit out my coffee because you said life intimidating art. I am tired, you guys. I am so tired. Art imitating life. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Not life intimidating art. Oh, good Lord. Anyway, so here we are in Pause for Style. The big name was Paula Abdul with her 2 or 3 dogs she had, like 3 little dogs in outfits. I remember meeting her out by the red carpet. I remember Wesley and her dogs. They all smelled each other as they do. She was very nice, very nice. I have great photos from this night. I can only imagine. I did my own hair and makeup. This is before I discovered a flat iron. So it's just frizzy, guys. It's just frizzy, down and straight. I bought a tank top at Target. Yeah. And I bought one at the Gap. And I layered them. I layered my tank tops. They're both turquoise. Why did I layer 2 turquoise tank tops? I don't know. And then I bought some white jeans at Target. And this is what I wore. Now, I'm going to say something. You always really do look good in turquoise, Angela. Thank you. It's a great color on you, so I think in that way you styled yourself well. Thank you. I think you can tell because you texted.
There's like, oh my God, there's you get the exhale, right? And then you really take it in, and then you get it drunk if it hasn't already. The panic that you can't do those jokes no more because people are gonna see all that shit coming. You're not the type, because Joey's a real comedian. He won't allow himself. He'll beat himself up to dig deeper and go real. Okay, and that's what this is gonna do. It's gonna act as a catalyst to spur his writing. And in a fucking year, he'll have an hour and a half. That's how it is. But for like the next month, it's gonna be a little bit better. And good. Let it breathe. Yeah. Because I know the whole fucking thing.
And I came down to this and joined you. Definitely love exactly
So you're ready with a whole nother special? Look.
I had a mind this time for the special. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're at that point. I'm not worried about that. I'm gonna take this week off and then start next Tuesday, right? And then go to Vegas, take a week off, go to Boston, and I'm still going to have. I'll get some more material together for these tours until you start to have like Janet Jackson. Janet Jackson starts a tour, she lip syncs. She got no car, you can start to move and sing at the same time. So you start at 90% fucking lip sync. By the end of the tour, you're down to 10% lip sync because you're fucking cardio. You don't need somebody singing behind the same shit. That's how I'm gonna try. I'm in no rush. Most of the tours before there's a lot of things people always saying you think you're in a rush.
No. Not at our level. I mean, it's like, I did my special. I was 11 years in. My first special. No, 12 years in. And so when I hit, I knew what I was doing. I've been headlining all over the South for years. I had an hour and a half ready to rock.
You had that night and the next night. You come tonight, come on. You're going to see two different fucking nights. No experience takes that. This experience is you make anything better. Whether you keep getting it, you keep taking yourself, keep pushing yourself better. You just go out there and bang it because you forgot to sit down. Supposed to start at fucking 9. Start at fucking 10:30. So you're out there doing every spot. It's really amazing.
I did not hold that move to get you a little bit more time. This basically be your last.
I've seen Ari to Ali Wong. I've seen momentum build over fucking night like nothing. So stand up is weird. I can't imagine being there. I can't imagine
Yeah, you're not doing bong hits with your friends, drinking coffee.
Yeah, it's all different. It's all different. It's all different. So people can't adjust to that either. It's time to people holidays prepared. 6 8. I was always all the keep them right. So behind you fucking bullshit. They're gonna hit your bullshit. That's it. There's a ton of bullshit that comes from keep your friends that agent tells you that you'll be brilliant. We love it. You're up there eating dog shit. Like that poor kid for this show. Or you found it. Singing the fucking song.
I wish one of them Lost Boys would come and rip his fucking head off.
What do you do? They're like kids' age.
Somebody's lying at that kid.
Well, that's tremendous. We'll get me on this show right now. Let me call him 2 minutes. Well, I can call him something. Let me come on today's show and say something. Tell him to send us a demo. They sent us a demo of that fucking song. Without looking at the kid. He shows up with 2 broads, dressed up like fucking Dracula. Yeah, dressed up like fucking white Dracula.
What about that? What about audition for that role?
For what?
Did you look at what was about his girlfriend?
Those poor girls didn't know what they did. Trust me.
Oh my god.
Those
Yeah,
girls don't
thank
shoot
you.
themselves. Those girls are just the hair color of their liquid side or napkin. They fucking switch those two fucking.
Dude, my generation had those chicks those chicks were so fucking hot, okay? It was a good song, good
Son of a
singing.
bitch. She knew. Wow.
Why to disturb your family? Put your hope in God, for I will yet praise him, my Savior and my God. The world and all the temporary distractions in it, it can teach you your attention, no doubt. Stories or rooms or now, and all can shift your emotions back to yourself, causing confusion, maybe loss of direction, you're feeling around. And this is when you could submit totally and take to God. Proverbs 3, 5, and 6 says, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your path straight. If your confidence in the things of the world is what I want, you get turned around, you don't know which way's up. God will. That is God's hope. True hope never comes from God. Hope comes from the complete trust in God and the promises of God. Romans 16:13 says, for the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace as you trust in him. Life situations will around fill you in different directions all the time. You feel like you're being hurt. But always remember, greater is he who is living inside you than he is in the world. The NCSB has taken over the investigation into an Alaska airline airplane incident in Portland, Oregon. Investigators will try to figure out what caused the section of the Boeing 737 MAX airplane to break off mid-flight, causing an emergency landing.
We believe from looking at radar data that the door is around Barnes Road near I-217 in the Cedar Hills neighborhood.
NCSB Chair Jonathan Kennedy says all Boeing 737 MAX airplanes will be inspected before they can go back to service. 6 people, including a child, have been hurt in a car crash in Colorado. 2 car crashes occurred yesterday afternoon on North Woodman Avenue, just north of Washington Street. 2 of the victims were French. Sam Caldwell of Colorado County works as hunter the sheriff's department to share helpful tips with the public. Officials say scammers easily get information through social media profiles and smart to avoid personal information online. The day you should be alert if anyone's calls claiming to be from law enforcement and seeking personal information or payment. The service is never done through the phone. All transactions are done in person or through the mail. The Biden administration has pledged $1 billion for people in the annually. The 1.5-mile tunnel that connects the Metro's Pay Line to the Florida SoFi Stadium and the soon-to-be completed arena for the Olympics. The public share for the project is up to $2 billion. The other estimate from local, state, and federal government sources. Officials say they hope to find the best tunnel will help leverage the ability to raise the necessary money to cover the cost of the construction, operating costs, and maintenance. The people needed projected to complete the operation of before the Olympics in 2028 and will carry 11,000 people an hour. Heat weather, certified. The first tornado of 2024 in the U.S. has been reported in Texas. The National Weather Service in Houston confirms the 80-mile-an-hour tornado landed near Lake Jackson on Friday, uprooting trees, knocking down power lines, and causing damage to 21 homes. The twister was underground for only a few minutes, and no one was hurt. Well, we get from the 5 in Irvine. 5 northbound on Stone Silver North Road. Traffic got the 2 lane lanes blocked, involving an overturned vehicle. Inbound on the 405 East southbound Elizabeth Boulevard. At the crossing, the officer there. No attempts to repeat that anyone involved in the West Boulevard, except for the state of the Atlanta Black. Although a camera captured speed on the 10 east and 6 of 15, involving an overturned vehicle from the Atlanta Kroger. Here are following this one, we're back in Pizza Kroger. This is Jacob Amaro. If you've been in a department store, and it's so for 24 days. Central weather forecast wind advisory in effect for 75 to students. High cloudy this morning and some sun later on. The highs are 60 today and most LA has 3 to 50s, mid 50s in the valley. Up the 30s and 40s is one of those areas that once was really sunny and 30 miles an hour. It's jumping up to 45 miles an hour today. But it's clear tonight, the lows around 40, and we've got sunshine for Monday. High temperatures in lower 60s in metro LA, low 20s, upper 50s, and low 60s in the valley, highs of 40s in the AD. Now 51 in Anaheim, it's 57 degrees in Laguna Beach. Even local, live from the Campfire 24-hour newsroom, I'm Sandy West.
There are many things to learn about raising, from control, from ranking, and family time. But also can uncover many secrets, from center to our God and extremely understand. Community loved ones are home, stuck, or anxious this winter, have this can help. Check out our free mental health information at calhelps.org today.
But we're too smart to get together. We learn about the value of local influencers, the uncertainty of it. And Allison Griffith, head of marketing at Big Time.
Your economy is fluctuating, and taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of the tough environment is really important. We have mental health solutions across the country, and they understand what's going on in those very unique communities. And it's such a broad brush that is local, connected, and for us to be able to touch customers at a local scale but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As a leading news audio company, iHeartMedia is marketing Texas Chill, the national creator, entry level, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your podcast. To grow and market, go to iHeartResults.com.
Operation Hope seems at the forefront of communication today, committed to ensuring that everyone has the opportunity to realize their financial aspirations. Our mission, uplift those who are behind, transform communities, and ensure financial freedom is available to everyone. Our financial purpose is in the communities we serve, and our $10 corporate peace of mind team operates for financial wellness and stability tailored to individual needs. Becoming a job is more than just earning a paycheck, it's a lifeline. Visit operationhope.org to learn more and get involved.
Traveling for the holidays? TrueTalk has you covered because they just added international roaming to over 30 countries. That's right, whether you're making calls from the Vatican or on the beach in the Bahamas, you're covered. From the steps of Buckingham Palace or your villa in Santorini, you can dial away and have the best part. There's no waiting fee. TrueTalk still saves the average family almost $1,000 a year with plans starting at just $20 a month. And they put you on America's most dependable 5G network, so the coverage is second to none. That's right, you see. Switch to TrueTalk, a veteran-owned wireless company with simply the best U.S. customer service team. Now with international roaming to over 30 countries. From your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the keyword save now to make the switch. And you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Again, dial pound 250 and say save now to start saving on wireless now. This is Money Moves in the right direction. Money Moves of the Week. Sunday to Wednesday. With the money with Jay Elder on KFI. The ViralRabbi Show. Your holy host, happy to be with you this Sunday night. Yes, stay tuned to Power right here in North Texas. I'm talking about $2.39 online. Yes, tonight. I'm quick to be bold and brave and to go through with your theology questions and motivation questions. Please respond to your phone. Dial 800-520-1034. That's 800-520-1034 today. Okay, let's do the Jesus Christ show. There's no one Jesus. It's not you. And there's no purpose. Good. Looking at the specific ocean out in the beautiful day here in your kingdom. It's really great. Yeah, it's just, I'm looking through Matthew, and I remember scriptures daily, you know, learn many, I would say hours daily, and I learn through your word and the Old Testament how to really, in the imagination, the image to really to be with you, to tell everything came about and fulfilling in you, it's just such an amazing thing, these scriptures and how they really change our lives, and it's just something. But here in Matthew 11, and it's, I'm pleased and asked this before, it starts with John being, Jesus speaking to John in 11, and it talks about a man dressed in soft clothing, behold those who were soft clothing, and then he goes on down to 14, and it says, and if you take a step with even that is Elijah. Now this is after he says that the kingdom suffers violence and the cost of it is violence, and then he says a step with even is Elijah. And I'm just wondering how much, if I've missed stuff over the years, if we talk scriptures to confess reincarnation. I know I don't see it given to many other scriptures where the physical body, you know, is a damning flesh, but is this really just spiritual, you know, the spirit of Elijah comes through John and so much of that spirit when on the other side the full human flesh really be a death. So I'm just curious about that. Okay, a couple of things. First, the full verse that you're referring to, and if you care to accept that he himself is Elijah who was to come, or is to come, because he was waiting with him. So that's a clarifier that resonates with that. If you cross-reference that with Luke 1:17, in Luke 1:17, there's a bit of a clarification that is important to kind of interpret this way. So, 1:17. Yeah. Okay, so in 1:17, you read this, and it is he who would go as a forerunner before him in the spirit and power of Elijah, to turn the hearts of the fathers. So the comparison, though, is not about the physical, but about the spiritual. And in Matthew prophecy that was coming forth with Elijah and Baptist. Now, here's the potential that it's not reincarnation. What do you know about Elijah? Well, he was, let's see, he died? No, he didn't. Exactly. So there is no reincarnation. Reincarnation means reinflesh, or so the flesh is not gone. So there's no way that reincarnation. Plus, Scripture has over and over again, it has claimed that there isn't any reincarnation. It says it's appointed for man to die once, and then judgment is reserved. And then in Corinthians, Paul says the absence in body is present for the Lord. So, there's no place here. If I would have been understood, there would have been more examples of that, and it really is not. And I mean to speak down with you, but I mean, I didn't want it to be, or, you know, I was hoping, I just, because I already think I really knew that it was a shift. That's exactly the way you should study Scripture. That's what your questions, not about people like you said, taking information or trying to squeeze it out from you. You're just letting us breathe and speak naturally. And in that case, it's very easy to look at that and think that it is at least leaning towards reincarnation. But once you start letting it, unfold a little bit and explain itself, you start to see that there's maybe a reincarnation. That's a great question. I love the fact that you're thinking through those things and process things, because a lot of people just kind of stare at Scripture, and when we're actually studying it and then look at it, look and see what it has to say, I think it's very powerful to me. So please be useful investigating Scripture for self-protection things. I love that question. He is definitely the Jesus Christ guy. And Jesus, I see how easy it is. Yeah, I'm in that situation where in some cases down back, and I just living with youth, and sometimes I get an answer, and I panic sometimes. Okay? I've been living with kids for over a year now, and we've had our times where we talk a little bit and we don't talk. And, we just seen each other here a couple weeks ago, and we spent some time together. And she told me she loved me, and I felt that I loved her. And I feel like God had put me in a place to be with her in the beginning. And now that we're not really talking very much anymore, and I try to communicate with her, but she doesn't communicate back to me. And I don't know what to do. I mean, I pray to God, and I ask him, hey, if you, tell me the truth that she's not getting my messages all the time, and things get crazy during the day, I'm at work, and if I talk to her, I never hear nothing back from her. Okay. And I just don't know what to do. Well, let's put the emotions on it and look at this a little more into it. You go to grocery store to shop, right? Yeah, okay. So you walk up and you go to check out at the counter, and you're in line, and the typical situation you say, traditionally you say, what do you do? And you go to another example. If she put out a comment, of course, that she is non-communicative, and has apparently no desire to just keep out what they want and avoid what they don't. Very basic. And if she's avoiding you or not connecting with you, you need to move on. You know, truth, should you investment emotionally and all of those things, but that's the reality of the situation. And if there's a misunderstanding, trust me, she will speak you out. But it sounds like there's some issues with the relationship to you. That's not how a normal relationship is. Yeah, I understand that. And I went over my past, with other relationships, and I'm just, trying to figure out and other things, should I really move on? Should I just, why wouldn't you move on? What are you hoping to gain by leaving? And that's what I haven't been able to figure out yet and move on. It's really kind of emotional waiting that takes place in some relationships. And every turn, every emotion, everything about the relationship says to be wrong. If people come to you with emotional waiting. So it doesn't connect anything. But the thing about relationships is you won't ever have something else going on if you really emotionally in another relationship. So there's nothing there. What you're describing is the relationship that people have with technical or computer, not emotional, real human connection. You have somebody who's avoiding you all the time, and if somebody wants to get a hold of you, they're going to hold of you. The thing about the lady that you saw earlier about, it's ridiculous. Who's going to, would that stop you? You didn't hear from somebody and you really wanted to be connected with them? Look at you. You're not hearing from her. You're still trying to connect with her. You're going to the degree of calling a radio program to get connected. That's because you care. If she cares, she'd be doing it. But she doesn't seem to care, or there's something in her life that is distracting her, that is more important at this point, and that's not your problem. Your issue is you, and obviously you perform a plan, but to do the best you can do, and to focus on yourself and getting yourself to a place of health, so that you can be ready for somebody to come into your life who's ready to be there with you. Not somebody who's looking for excuses not to be with you. That doesn't make sense. Doesn't help you at all. Okay. So I would cut ties. And I would So on the way, if there's a bear there, it'll show it to you in its own time. Don't force it or poke at it. And go do your thing. People are like, really what you want. Do what I appreciate that. I hope so. And I know it's not fun to hear, but I care about you. I want you to be healthy and you to sometimes walk away from things. Right. And feelings all the time are there. People talk about, well, Lord, I want to be afraid, I want to be afraid. You are. You just don't want to answer. So worry about yourself and do things that you enjoy. And you will come across people that enjoy those things too. You'll have similarities with, and that's how you connect. You find somebody that you're going to connect with. But if somebody is kind of that off and on, it's not worth it. It's a waste of time. And the worst part of it, the very worst part of it, is that every time you invest in somebody that's not good for you, or is not connecting with you, or sharing insights, tips, followers with you, you're keeping yourself from being with somebody that can do that for you. So, so if you experience things, you aren't going to get killed. Yesterday, I really experienced it. Those people telling me the child doesn't think it's not happening because maybe the child might be really good or or something else. And if you force people to do things, you don't allow them to naturally find the things that they like. So if you try and stay, if you force yourself to try and stay with that relationship, or one that's being exclusively non-existent, then you're not available for a good one. And that's the worst part of it. You have to get over that hump and know that you're of value, you provide value to your human, not just and trust that it will change.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeart Media can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach multi-format ads targeted ads in analytics. Or we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively. Across radio, video, podcasting, and social. We have the same iHeart Media can work for you. From the sound Pound 260 and say keywords, get your phone. Pound 250 and say get your phone. Most people have no idea there's an invisible guard in their own protection. Your phone, your heartbeat is at risk. This invisible threat is housekeeping. From FBI crime stores, grand court, con artists with a house, it can be a vacation, a rental property, or the home someone is living in right now. They try to get into this house, into their name by obtaining a report, using the fake ID, expiring the paperwork with proper authority. Now they are now. Once this step is complete, they take out loans using your own blood. They can even sell you. Protect your home from this invisible guard. Check in your home title right now at hometitlelocks.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO and they will send you a complete title stamp on your home title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLocks.com. Do it today. HomeTitleLocks.com. Traveling for the holidays? Pure Talk has you covered. With the Pure international roaming to over 30 countries. That's right. Whether you're making calls from the Vatican or on the beach in the Bahamas, you're covered. From Czech to Buckingham Palace or your villa in Santorini, you can dial away. And here's the best part. There's no waiting time. Pure Talk still saves the average family almost $1,000 a year with plans starting at just $20 a month. And we put you on America's most dependable 5G network, so the coverage is second to none. That's what I can see. Switch to Pure Talk, a veteran-owned wireless company with simply the best U.S. customer service team. Now with international roaming to over 30 countries. From your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the keyword "save now" to make the switch.
And yes, there's an additional 50% off your first month. Again, dial pound 250 and pay 7 minutes for first payment on wireless now.
Take about 15 minutes at an early phone call and now take it for the contract for greatest quick phone and call every reminder about home, family, friends, and gadgets. Time for your devices. This often reassigns this time. Taking free from Stereo Site. Did you know the investigators in Mountain City, Tennessee, have exactly the evidence they needed to take 4 murderers to trial? Listen to a greatest true crime service ever told on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Thanks for listening.
Here's video you can find where the very smart play about suspect is also later involving a criminal case. The government has ignored the suspect's priority in the police. One of the crimes involving class is the nuclear right server and evidence in San Diego. And a bus driver in Mississippi on the southwest reaction of the boat ride was also believed that it might be due to the beach and might possibly be a homeless offender. More about that could be disputed after 2 seconds. Thank you for taking the time. You think about people. Anyway, Brian, get ready to die. Wow. Okay? And you know, just try to make that 4 minutes, but it's totally done. So I'll tell you about the next slide. So I can understand that coming out of life, doing good. After all, it's real easy because let's say I get through this now. I get through that right? The feeling of love and compassion and everything. And there's a basket note, the pearly gates with the book. It's got my name on it. And it's got some things in it. And I'm saying, I'm the same for that. You know, we talked about it. But here, there's another one. Look at that. It's something good here. So we just kind of did a present store, and he brings out the good with the bag, and he says, okay, well, I'm going to listen to this. We get enough good things. He's done that. Now this is where I have the question. I get through the gate, now what happens? You give me a room, so I get a place to sleep, so I get a meal, like I did at the bathroom, you know? What happens at this point? If I get somebody that finds me something, shows me around, and says, hey, here's what we're going to do. You're going to get the worst dishes because I just did that. You know, and what exactly happens once you're through the pearly gate? And there's people you look at, although pictures, of course, guys, the description is more of a Hollywood description than it is biblical one. To begin with, it's not really doing like with the tales of justice, correct? About good and bad. Otherwise, you're comparing yourself against food. And that's not what heaven is. It's not about comparing yourself against food, it's comparing yourself against God. That's what it's doing in this book. But as far as what heaven's like, there's no other description. Of course, you have to drive and talk about certain heavenly things, the revelation, the God, goodness gracious. These things are man's way of trying to describe something that there's no way to describe. However, as far as the specifics that you're talking about, the interesting thing about heaven is that it's not a place of no more. Like it talks about there's no more tears, no more pain, no more sorrow. There's no necessity to eat, but it doesn't mean that you can't eat in heaven. It just wouldn't be out of necessity. There's no necessity to sleep. There's no necessity for those things. Those are good
I'm going to say something. You always really do look good in turquoise, Angela. Thank you. It's a great color on you, so I think in that way you styled yourself well. Thank you. I think you can tell, because you texted me the photo of you on the red carpet, I think you can tell that, how can I say this, that you've never done a red carpet. I mean, you look a little bit stiff. How can I say this? I love like how delicately you're trying to put this. Jenna, it's like, you know how if you stand and you put your hands on your hip? Yeah. What if you decided to stand but do your legs like spread way too far apart? Yeah. And then instead of putting your hands on your hip, and you're 5'1", guys, you're 5'1", you decide to put them on your mid-thigh? Yeah, kind of like above. Almost like you're doing a squat. Yeah. Like, and then you smile to camera. That's what I did. That's what she did. Yeah, that's what I did. Why did I stand like that? Listen, you guys, we didn't know anything about red carpets. We didn't have anyone advising us. Well, do you remember, Angela, after this event, we
saw the pictures and we decided we needed to get better at this.
Yeah.
And and then do you remember that I had read somewhere that the reason that Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen always look so cute on the red carpet is because they say the word prune while the photographers are taking their photograph. The idea is that it makes you look like really like pouty and sexy.
Mm-hmm.
So we decided at our next red carpet that we were going to say prune the whole time. So it was like prune.
They're the worst photos of me like that exist.
I
look constipated. It was such a horrible idea.
I thought I looked angry.
I look like I need to poop. That's what I just look miserable.
Oh my gosh, Angela, I think back on all of our bright ideas.
I think it's fair to say these are all your ideas.
Why did you go along with them?
I don't know. You're very persuasive. I don't know. I just was like, okay, I'll walk up and pretend to fake laugh as I walk up to people. Okay, I'll say prune. Okay.
All right, we should get back to this episode.
Okay, let's do it. Oh, I have a tidbit.
Great, what's your tidbit?
I think I see John Krasinski about to break at 16 minutes, 1 second. So Michael cannot say that's what she said anymore.
Yes, he comes out of his office, he makes a grand announcement. He's retiring from comedy.
Yes. And he's not going to say, Jim is like, not even that's what she said. He's like, nope.
I remember filming this scene.
I remember filming this too. And Steve, as Michael, when he breaks, and he goes, that's what she said. His laugh is so huge and giddy and contagious.
Yes.
And he's so happy and pleased with himself that we literally almost started to all laugh ourselves. And you catch it in John for just a second.
Really?
Yeah. Do you want to see?
Well, also, as Steve is leaving and he's being pushed back into his office by Jan and the lawyer, he blows a kiss.
He's so happy. But look at John's face at 16 minutes, 1 second. Sam,
right.
Can you pull that up?
That's what she said. Yes. Wow, that is really hard. You really think you can go all day long? Well, you always left me satisfied and smiling. So. That's what she said.
Look at John. Do you see how he puts his hand in front of his face?
For sure.
Do when he was starting to laugh.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. And that is just Steve, because he is a master. He is such a master at like any kind of like big emotional moment.
We've talked about how it's really hard to fake laugh.
Yeah.
It's harder than fake crying.
Oh, for
Steve
sure.
is one of the best at the fake laugh.
For sure.
So we skipped something that I definitely want to go back to.
Okay, what?
When Michael crashes Toby's presentation and he walks in with the blow-up doll.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember the days and days of those guys trying to figure out which blow-up doll should be the blow-up doll?
Oh, yeah.
This is so it was like, should she have on an outfit? Should she be wearing underwear? Should she be wearing a bikini? They had a variety of blow-up dolls. This is a weird thing about working on a television show or in a movie or anything, are the really just very matter-of-fact discussions about odd things. I remember seeing our props master and Greg and I think it must have been BJ and Ken Quapis, but like there was a group of people looking at different blow-up dolls and having a very matter-of-fact discussion about what is funniest.
There was one that had a more open mouth.
I remember that one. That was it. We nixed that one.
That one was so off-putting.
Yeah.
But the other thing too is we'd walk on set and backstage we would have like props and things. And I remember walking past like 5 blow-up dolls every morning. For like a week. It's like, what is our life?
And then Michael has a lot of comedy with that blow-up doll. I love that part when we're jumping around here, but when Pam's mom does finally come in and Michael walks out of his office and like chucks it out the door in like a grandiose statement.
Yeah.
But also in the scene with Jan, it's hiding up on top of his credenza. And Jim has this talking head with the blow-up doll. So the blow-up doll got a lot of play in this episode. It's very important that we picked the right one.
Yeah.
A bit of a character.
The blow-up doll was going to be featured and those conversations were warranted.
Okay, something else I want to mention, unrelated to the blow-up doll. When Michael takes over the sexual harassment seminar, there is a great deleted scene where Michael goes on this runner. Did you see it? Where he says it's about him and Pam, and I remember shooting the scene and I couldn't get through it.
Not the bathtub thing.
No, not the bathtub thing. This was a different runner where Michael says, all right, take for example, Pam and I are dating. And I say that would never happen. He goes, no, it's happening. Pam and I are dating. And I'm like, I'm engaged. He's like, Roy died. And I'm like, even still. And he's like, then I would kill you. He's the now Roy and Pam are both dead. Look at what sexual harassment seminar got.
I did see that.
A very funny
I
thing.
actually did see that in a montage. That is hilarious.
Yes. And then just Michael just like really pushing this like hypothetical situation where he and Pam are dating. And that comes up every once in a while. Every once in a while, there's a little thing where Pam has to deal with Michael's hypothetical that there's a rule where maybe they're dating.
There was clearly a time he had a crush on you.
I guess so.
And he finally just gave up.
And what about in that same scene, Phyllis's line where she asks if you have to disclose one night stands?
They talk about you have to just report a relationship to HR. And she goes, all relationships, even a one night stand?
Yes. What is she talking about? A previous one night stand or a future one night stand?
I don't know, but
What is she thinking?
John's look to camera as Jim when she says that is so gold. That is
good.
classic Jim look to camera.
Let's talk about my other favorite Toby scene.
What's that?
At the end of Toby's seminar, he says, if you have any questions, you can come speak to me. And Dwight goes to him and they have that big long conversation.
Yes.
Where Dwight is basically asking about female anatomy and sex.
Yeah, it starts around 12 minutes. I have it on a card.
A lot of people asked about that scene. Was it scripted? Was it improvised? So when Dwight asks, where is the clitoris? That is where the scene was supposed to end. So everything after that, those were all Rain's improvisations. And they shot that scene for about 2 hours.
They shot it for so long. And also, Paul, as Toby, was improvising as well.
Yes.
And I thought he had such a great line when he was like, well, we're both more comfortable. He has this great line. And I wrote, who is Dwight asking the advice for?
Right?
Is this the beginning of Dwight and Angela?
I wondered the same thing. And people pointed this out. Dwight seems very comfortable around women and hot girl. He doesn't seem to have any of these hang-ups necessarily. And then now suddenly in this episode, he's revealing maybe the truth, which is that he doesn't know so many things about women.
Well, I also think that he might actually have a woman, finally, who might be interested in doing those things with him, perhaps, and he's realized he doesn't have the skill set for it.
I think that's what it is. Oh, Angela, what? This is the first episode where we finally see the real outside of the Dunder Mifflin that we will come to know and love.
Oh, when Michael goes down to get jokes?
Yes, when he goes down to meet the warehouse guys. Well, you see it, we see the parking lot.
Yeah.
When Ryan takes Todd Packer down, but then you really see him come down through the lobby and outside and around the corner, and he's talking to all the warehouse guys. I thought that was so cool.
I did too. I thought it was great.
So the point of that scene, because I was texting with BJ about this, the point of that scene was that Michael would go down to ask for jokes, and then the guys in the warehouse would actually start sexually harassing Michael. Right, so that's the point. They start commenting on his appearance and his pants and
his lack of package.
Yes, and all that sort of stuff. And yet somehow this does not land on Michael. He learns nothing from being the recipient of harassment. He's just frustrated they didn't give him a good joke he could use. But then later, all those same warehouse guys are called up to the conference room and they have to watch a sexual harassment training video. But did you notice it's all those guys and Kevin?
Yes. Well,
why Kevin?
Here's what I think. I think Kevin is kind of like that teenage kid who, if there's any chance he might see someone in a bra, maybe side boob.
Oh, he's in that.
He's in that. He's the one that does the MILF joke about your mom. Like, he's kind of like, I feel like the kid who is like excited to maybe see anything go down.
Well, I think that sexual harassment video is Amazing. We shot that. That's not a real sexual harassment video. Joel wrote in and asked, did the actors in the sexual harassment video know they were auditioning for a sitcom, or did they think it was just an educational video?
That's an awesome
That is an awesome question. They knew that they were going to appear on The Office, but they were told to pretend like they were making a real educational video.
They did a phenomenal job. Those guest actors were amazing.
They were amazing. And we shot that in the actual writers' offices.
All right, I found it hilarious that when Michael is in the scene with Jan and the corporate lawyer, I feel like this is the first time Michael realizes that he's upper management.
Oh, and he's so proud.
He's so proud.
He's so proud of himself because he's hired James P. Albini, the guy from the bus stop, to be his lawyer. I love that scene. I actually think it's a really great scene to watch if you want to like nerd out on the camera work and the way that the camera helps tell the story on The Office, because that whole entrance of Michael's lawyer, the way Michael's lawyer looks directly at camera and gives a little plug for his business is pretty great. But the camera work in that scene is really incredible. Also, in that scene, Toby, where he's sitting, he's not been invited to sit sort of in the circle. Yeah, he's off against the wall. It's a great scene to watch. Just watch Toby.
And Toby
the whole scene. It's pretty delicious.
And Toby has a great snarky moment in that scene because, you know, Jan's like, Michael, are you going to have to watch the video again? And he's like, I watched the video. And Toby goes, he talked through most of it.
Yes.
Toby throwing him under the bus.
So now we finally have to talk about the scene where Michael stands up to Todd Packer, otherwise known as the boner scene.
The boner scene.
Todd Packer is making this joke about someone attending a nymphomaniacs convention.
Yeah, and all the gals are like perfect 10s except for this one gal.
And he points to Phyllis.
And then Kevin says, I like Phyllis.
And then
Phyllis
looks really sad.
Oh, so sad. And
so hurt.
So hurt. And it's awkward. First of all, do we need a joke about a nymphomaniac convention?
Exactly.
Todd Packer, thank you very much.
And Michael sees that Phyllis is hurt and he says that was inappropriate. He says something, but then Todd Packer challenges him and he's like, I mean, Kevin, you should not say those things about Phyllis. And then he goes on this whole speech about how Phyllis is great and how he loves Phyllis. She's like a grandmother to them.
And she says, I mean, Michael, we're the same age. We went to high school together.
I love that. And that fact comes back to haunt Michael all the time. She is constantly reminding him in the series that they went to high school together. It's a really sweet scene. And he hugs Phyllis. And then he says the only thing he's afraid of is getting a boner.
A boner. And then Phyllis's face, her reaction is what made it for me. It made that whole scene.
It really did. It really did. And I think that there was this way where, I don't know, do you think Michael's redeemed in that moment a little bit? Because he stands up for his group a little bit?
He does. I think it's definitely the first time he has stood up to Todd Packer. And you can tell because when you see Todd Packer's face, he's like, oh man, they really got to you. And Michael's like, no, I got to them, like whatever that means. But I think it's the first time he stood up to him. And even though it's a very small way, I think it's that moment, once again, where this is our writers trying to give Michael a little bit of a growth moment.
Hey, what do you think about the word I like more?
Angela, this is... You just referred to the boner scene as the scene where the writers give Michael a little bit of a growth moment.
Oh, no.
That's perfect. That's perfect. Okay, now let's talk about the scene with Pam's mom. We said a little bit about this earlier. Angela, you expressed your disgust that this is her first visit.
Okay, I just am saying, like, where have you been, Mom? That's all.
I get it, but there is more to say here.
Yeah.
So first of all, Pam's mom was played by Shannon Cochran, and a lot of people wrote in and said, what the heck is up with Pam's mom? Why is she played by one person in this episode and then another person later on in the show? I will tell you, we wanted Shannon Cochran to come back. We cast her as Pam's mom. We intended for her to always play Pam's mom, but then we didn't need Pam's mom for a really long time. Shannon got a theater contract. She was a touring theater actress with, Rain. Her and I had a lot to discuss.
Oh, look at you, yes.
Theater pedigree.
Fancy theater people.
That's right. And she wasn't available. And so we had to recast her for those later episodes. And it was a really weird thing because the integrity of our show was so important to us. There was this rule for a very long time that we couldn't do any stunt casting.
Yeah.
I don't know if people know what that means.
Yeah, explain it.
Yeah, so stunt casting means when you bring on a guest star and they're a big name guest star. Now, of course, obviously, in later years, we broke this rule. Will Ferrell, Kathy Bates, James Spader,
Idris Elba.
Yes, exactly.
Timothy Oliphant.
On and on.
Yeah.
But for a long time, we had this rule against stunt casting, and this kind of fell into that. Like, once somebody was established to play a character, they were that person or they didn't come back. The reason we broke the rule with Pam's mom and recasting is because the writers came up with a storyline that Michael would date Pam's mom. Do you remember that?
How could I forget
Right, I know, and Pam ends up slapping Michael, but this storyline idea was just too good to pass up. So they decided to recast, and I hope that helps people with the whole two moms question. So I want to talk a little bit about the scene when Pam's mom finally arrives and you see Roy enter.
Oh my God, and his outfit with his hair slicked down.
His sweater, and he does that little dance to charm Pam's mom. So I'm going to let you in on a little bit more of my actor prep here.
And he asked her what music she wants.
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
Well, you know, I had my Pam document, and I was always asking myself questions about Pam that I thought were a mystery, and I would answer
Wait,
them.
I need to clarify for everyone. Jenna's Pam document wasn't given to her by Greg Daniels or any writers or producers. This was a document that Jenna made herself for her character.
These are the kinds of things you learn in theater school, Angela.
You can suck it.
These are the things we're encouraged to
I
do.
took some theater. I took theater classes.
You know, just trained theater actors
I took classes
encouraged.
at HP Studios in New York City
Okay.
with Carol Rosenfeld, who was a protege of Uta Hagen. Thank you very much.
All right. That's the pedigree.
Thank you.
All right.
I got a blessing. Oh.
Well, in my document, I had asked myself the question, how did Pam and Roy end up together anyway? So I've answered sort of why I think they're still together, but how did they end up together? They seem so mismatched to me. Here was my backstory. Pam's family owned an appliance shop in downtown Scranton, like in the town square. And Roy, in high school, got a job working at the appliance store. And he was a great worker. He was very charming, as in the Roy you just saw here in the sweater. And so that was how their worlds collided. Because Pam was probably this little nerdy art student in high school, so I couldn't figure out how did she meet Roy.
Who was probably a jock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this was how. He was very charming, and he asked her out, and they started dating. But because he worked there, like, the families became very enmeshed. They would barbecue together. So this is why and how she kind of can't get out of this relationship, even though now it's clear it's a mismatch. It's because the families are so conjoined.
And do you think that Pam decided not to work at the appliance store and go out, branch out, and then Roy followed her to the warehouse?
Oh my gosh, Angela, I don't know, but I feel like I'm going to go back and put that in my document right now.
Because here's Pam, like, okay, I'm not going to work at the family business. I need some space. I need to figure out who I am.
Yes.
And then Roy's like, hey, I got a job at that warehouse. We'll be able to see each other every day.
Oh my gosh.
I find it interesting that Pam eats in the break room with Jim and not in the warehouse with Roy. Now, we see Roy sometimes eat there.
Yeah, they don't eat lunch together, do
Not
they?
very often.
Mm. And then Pam's mom has the moment in this episode where she whispers, which one is Jim? And you see John Krasinski's face. He's all pleased that he knows now that Pam, and by the way, in Casino Night, we know Pam calls her mom on the phone to, share about what happened in the parking lot.
Well, I just love the moment, and John played it so well, where he sees his opportunity to introduce himself to Pam's mom, and he gets up the courage and he walks over right as Roy walks in, and he just quickly takes like a piece of candy and goes back to his desk. And that kind of broke my heart for him. Lastly, from Dave Keckner, who plays Todd Packer, he said, Ange, please let everyone know I am nothing like Todd Packer in real life.
Oh, and it's true, everyone.
I know.
Dave is just a sweet, sweet, sweetheart. Father of 5.
I know. And he goes, I just wish you and Jenna all the best. This is such a great idea. I just love it as a fan of the show.
It's got to be hard to believe that he is not like Todd Packer for some people. To imagine that if you met him, he is just the warmest, nicest, wonderful gentleman.
I know. Yeah, I think sometimes you get known as this character, but he's nothing like that. I'm nothing like Angela Martin.
This is true.
You're a little bit like Pam.
I am.
All right, guys, that was sexual harassment.
That was sexual harassment. We did it. Next week is Office Olympics with special guest director Paul Feig.
He is the best dressed man in show business.
For sure.
Go to his Instagram. It is delightful.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer.
And our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of the show and our bonus episodes candy bag, go to StitcherPremium.com.
For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello, everybody.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome to Season 2, Episode 3, Office Olympics.
Woohoo!
Guys, if I sound grouchy today, it's because I'm in hour 4 of a cleanse. I've never done one before. I think they're stupid. I don't know why I'm doing it. Angela, what are your thoughts on my cleanse?
It's a bad idea.
Why am I doing it?
I don't know. Whatever. I don't want a bunch of people writing in to us being like, you guys, cleanses are good for you. But you know what? I just think they sound like a big pain in the ass.
Here's the thing. I was running out of the house this morning. I was late. I didn't have time to make my usual breakfast of scrambled eggs and sliced strawberries. I eat that every morning. I love it. Didn't have time. But I remembered that about 8 months ago, I ordered this 5-day cleanse at the advice of one of my friends.
Who's like healthy or something?
Super healthy, looks amazing, skin is amazing. And I thought, well, maybe today's the day. Maybe this is a sign. So I just grabbed day 1 of the cleanse. It's like a little pre-packaged. You know, I had a nut bar for breakfast.
She looks like she's going into outer space, you guys. She has a great box. You've got it looks like
everything's freeze-dried.
Compressed food in this little foil package.
I've already, I guess, cheated. I hate that. I hate that I'm shaming myself over this thing already, but I'm having coffee. You're not supposed to have coffee on the cleanse. You're supposed to have tea. It's not even caffeinated tea. What am I supposed to do with that?
What is wrong with these people?
That's what I'm saying. And I already decided I think I'm going to eat a full meal for dinner. I don't know.
Well, I won't tell you what I brought for lunch.
What? Pasta?
I brought pasta.
Oh my God. I have
Marinara.
freeze-dried soup to eat.
I know. You're going into outer space. You're eating your packets.
Why am I even saying I'm doing a cleanse when I've already planned to eat dinner tonight? I'm kind of doing a cleanse.
I hate to bring
What am I doing?
You're not doing a cleanse. You were rushing and you grabbed your NASA packets because you bought them and you feel bad that you bought them.
That is
and they've been
it.
sitting there.
Yes.
And also what I'm learning about you, Jenna, I already knew this about you, but boy, am I learning it now being your business partner, is that if your routine gets thrown, you love routine, it sends you into this spiral where all of a sudden you're like if you're like, oh, I didn't get my scrambled eggs and my strawberries. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to move to Arizona. What?
It's so true. I'm so thrown that I start to make really wackadoo decisions.
Yeah, you make some big swings. Okay.
Right. Well, let's see how it goes today.
Yeah, on that note.
This episode, as I said, is Office Olympics, written by Mike Schur and directed by Paul Feig.
Yay!
Let me give a summary. In this episode, Michael has to leave the office for the day to sign papers on his new condo. He's becoming a homeowner, everyone. Dwight goes with him, leaving Jim in charge, who decides to use the day to stage Office Olympics with the employees. Fast fact number 1. Office Olympics was inspired by the King of the Hill Office Olympics. Yes, the writers on Greg's show, King of the Hill, created a real Office Olympics, and that is what inspired our episode.
Actually, Jenna, it wasn't the writers that invented the Office Olympics for King of the Hill. It was Tim Croston, Greg's assistant.
Oh,
Tim Croston was Greg Daniels' assistant. Tim is also a longtime friend of mine. I've known him for years. And Tim and 2 other assistants are who set up the whole Office Olympics at King of the Hill. The writers, yes, participated, Gina.
okay.
They participated. But it was, Tim was the mastermind. He was the self-appointed commissioner.
Oh,
Yes. And
he was the Jim.
he was the Jim. And I talked to him last night. We traded text messages. And Tim, sorry if I woke you up at 11 o'clock at night in North Carolina. But thank you for responding. They had a whole opening ceremonies. They had a torch. They had shirts for different teams. Yeah, they marched through the hallways. They had like a banner each team carried. They had a full opening ceremonies. And you know the doves that you see at the end for our closing ceremonies?
Yes.
They had that. They had doves that went across. They had several games that they had to play. It took a day and a half. This Office Olympics.
What were they not doing during
I
this
know,
day and a half?
I know. Well, Tim said that we wasted a full day and a half on this, and I won the award for wasting the most office time. So he said, so overall, I'm very proud of my time on King of the Hill. He said some of the games they had were mini golf through the office,
Okay.
kerplunk, which was like this game, I guess, where they had like sticks like in like a tube, and you drop marbles down, and you had to twist it. I don't know, and then it went kerplunk. Tim's favorite game that they had though was Guess the Elevator, and that made it into our episode.
Yes.
So someone went down to the lobby and then came up, and you had to guess which elevator they came out. So he said that was his personal favorite. They also had a Twinkie eating contest, and Paul Lieberstein came in second.
Go Paul.
Because Paul was working on King of the Hill at the time as well. But he said they really got into it. They went all out. And he said one of the things that blew him away was Chuck Mangione. He is a famous musician, composer, Jenna. He actually played a recurring character on King of the Hill as himself, as the celebrity spokesperson for the Megalomar.
Yes.
And he flew himself out on his own time to play. He plays the flugelhorn and the trumpet to play at the opening ceremonies, because he, in fact, actually played at the Olympics in Lake Placid, New York.
This is crazy. How many years did they do this? Do we know? This was an annual thing, right?
I don't know that. I think, I mean, from what Tim texted me, they definitely went full out one year. I don't know if they can sustain this, because I think they did waste a lot of time not working. And here's a random piece of trivia for you. I did a voice on King of the Hill. I had one line in the Megalomart where I said, "We don't sell super squirters no more on account of their bankers." So there's my connection there. Can you believe that? They really went all out on King of the Hill for their Office Olympics, and that was the inspiration for Office Olympics on The Office.
I love all of that information. That was amazing. Also, this episode ended up inspiring offices around the country to do their own Office Olympics. I mean, this got even bigger than just our TV show.
Tim, you really started something. Thank you for that legacy, and thank you for letting me text you till almost midnight last night your time.
Fast fact number 2, writer Mike Schur makes a cameo appearance in this episode,
Oh yeah.
appearing in a photograph as Dwight's Amish cousin Mose.
Mose was actually based on a character in the UPN show Amish in the City. It came out July 2004. Jenna, I went down the rabbit hole last night and I watched the pilot episode
Of Amish in the City?
because I wanted to see what the character Mose. There is a guy named Mose. First of all, the premise for the show is crazy. They take 5 Amish teens who are on their Rumspringa.
Yeah.
They can go and live in the world for a year.
In the non-Amish world.
Right, and then they decide if they want to actually take the Amish way of life, right? So they take 5 Amish teens and they put them in a house in Los Angeles, like right off Ventura Boulevard, overlooking the city, and they put 5 mainstream American teenagers. And now I think just taking 5 Amish kids to Los Angeles is enough. You got to throw in, there's a guy from Boston who's like, all I want to do is like get laid and party, woo! And you're going to put him with Mose, who like brought his wooden puzzles that he made himself. I mean, there's a whole scene where he's like, do you like puzzles? And the Boston guy's like, nah, I don't like them. And he's like, oh, that's pretty much all I brought.
Oh my gosh.
This, okay, sorry.
Your explanation of Amish in the City is making me want to watch Amish in the City.
I'm very invested in Mose. I feel like I'm gonna have to go back because I'm like, what happened to Mose and his puzzles? How's he doing?
Well, I guess the writers were obsessed with Amish in the City as well. And the entire first season of The Office, they would all talk about it. And so finally, when we got to season 2, that was their way of honoring their love of Amish in the City. It's like this character of Mose that Mike Schur, I think he thought he was just appearing in a photograph. Little did he know he would go on to play this character for 9 years.
For 9 years, and then probably would have been in the spinoff, The Farm, had it happened.
True.
He would still be playing Mose.
Of course. We also introduced another recurring character in this episode. It is the realtor.
Yes, Carol Stills.
Carol Stills, played by Nancy Carell, Steve Carell's wife.
Who is hilarious.
Nancy is hilarious, and we will talk more about her scenes with Steve as we get into this episode. Fast fact number 3, this was our first time working with director Paul Feig, who is undoubtedly one of our favorite directors.
Paul is so brilliant, and what I love is he's kind. He's just a delightful person to be around.
We've talked a little bit about how he and his wife Lori would host our viewing parties, but this was our first time working with him, and I'll never forget when he walked on set because he was wearing a full suit and tie.
Oh, he is so dapper.
Which he wore every day.
Every day he wore a suit.
A lot of them were like vintage suits, so they were also super cool. They weren't stuffy. I mean, they were like super hip.
No, he and his wife Lori are like, they're like a smart looking couple.
Yeah, they look like people who read the New Yorker, don't they? Like they're super smart. They can read the long articles because his articles are super long.
They're really smart, and their house I remember was like decorated, like so lovely. Like they had art.
Yes,
art. But they're not stuffy people. You know what I mean? They're incredibly
not flashy.
Yeah, not flashy. They're just really nice people. And Paul was one of my absolute favorite characters we've ever had.
You are in love with his Instagram.
I am. His
She is
Instagram.
obsessed with his Instagram.
I love his Instagram. It makes me want to travel and dress nice and have a cocktail.
Yes, this is true. Paul Feig, before this, had worked on Freaks and Geeks, which I was a huge fan of. And actually, Freaks and Geeks is the very first television show I ever auditioned for.
I wondered if you auditioned for that. That seemed like right in your wheelhouse.
I did not audition for one of the regular characters. The show had already happened, but I went in for a guest appearance. I think just 3 lines. And this was because Allison Jones, who cast The Office, also cast Freaks and Geeks. This started my relationship with Allison Jones. I went in, I auditioned for Freaks and Geeks. I did not get the role.
It's all right, lady. That's all right. It happens sometimes.
She called me back later for a TV show called Undeclared that was produced by Jen Apatow, and I did get that part. Just 1 line. And then, 5 years later, she called me to audition for this piece. Wow. That was all Allison Jones. But I almost worked with Paul Feig on Freaks and Geeks, but it didn't happen. But it was meant to be. Our paths would cross little tiny. And they did. But Paul also directed Bridesmaids.
Oh,
one of my all-time favorite movies.
So funny. I remember going to that premiere because we were so excited to support Paul and to support Ellie, and the whole cast was just phenomenal. And I was so happy for him. And Paul is the type of guy, the minute he sees you, this huge smile comes across his face and he gives you a big hug, and he's just such a giving person of himself, and I was so happy to support him and so happy that it ended up being such a huge hit.
I want to call your attention to Paul Feig's many books that are amazing. Okay, he wrote Kick Me, which is, I guess it's like his autobiography.
For the first chapter of his life.
Yes,
Because I
about
really
his
feel like,
adolescence.
yeah, I really feel like he could write a whole bunch more.
But he's so funny. The book is amazing. And then he also wrote this book called Super Stud, or How I Became a 24-year-old Virgin. It's also amazing. So you guys really, if you want to dive deep on Paul Feig, I recommend these books. Guess what we did? We called Paul Feig for this episode.
Who is singing?
What has this place done to me? It's turned me into you.
It's turning you into me, and you're about to make some crazy life choices. Should we go to a bar right now?
No, God, no. We should not. It's horrible. It's 11 a.m. also.
Probably defeats the purpose of your cleanse.
Guys, we called Paul Feig and we interviewed him about Office Olympics. We even included some of your questions. So after the break, we're going to talk to Paul Feig.
We're going to ask him some questions. He's going to tell us about Office Olympics. I can't wait.
All right, stay tuned. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so
I
good.
hear about this
White
fucking
cheddar,
shepherd's pie.
fine
Do you like
mashed
shepherd's
potato.
pie?
I
love
know it
shepherd's
very
pie.
well. It's
Really?
a family favorite.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner.
What is it?
So this was my turn, and I made this,
Mhm.
and he loved it.
Really?
And I was so happy.
Yeah.
I was like, I made a
Yeah,
shepherd's pie. I've never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated. Yeah, I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee.
Then you have to
And then I
pee,
find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for
Really?
hikes.
Yeah,
Here's
okay.
what it is.
Well,
You get a little
this shows you
packet and you
the
put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3
I
times the
wonder if there's a
electrolytes
sort
of
of
a
urine
leading
blood.
sports drink plus 8 vitamins
big
and
bucket
nutrients.
awesome.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long
Ours
night
on
out,
Unbeatable.
hint, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your
No
first order when
spam.
you go to
Oh, guys.
liquidiv.com and
You're
use
gonna
code
get
OfficeLadies at
More
checkout.
than anyone's ever
That's
spammed
20% off your
anyone in
first order
history.
when you
Man.
shop Better
Like,
Hydration today using
There
promo
was
code OfficeLadies
before
at
you're all the fucking
liquidiv.com.
Rothschild and after. You're gonna get so much spam.
All right,
You're
we
gonna
are back
cry.
and we're going to be talking to Paul Feig. Sam, dial him up.
Hello.
Hi, Paul.
I'm good. How are you?
Are you somewhere fancy, Paul?
No, I'm in New York, actually.
Yeah, but are you somewhere fancy?
Well, my part of it, man. I'm very nice.
Thank you so much for doing this, Paul. It really means a lot.
Oh my God, I'm so excited. I'm so happy that you guys are doing this, and I wish I could be in the studio with you. It would be so much even more fun.
Well, you're always welcome to come back. We've got 200 episodes to talk about, and you directed a great deal of
Oh,
them.
good. Excellent. I'll talk on all of them.
We'll hit you up for that. We actually reached out to some fans to talk to you today, and there were people who had so many questions.
Yeah, so we're going to include some of their questions with our questions.
Very good. I'm excited.
Well, to get started, Paul, how did you get involved with The Office?
It was my great agent at the time, Renee Kurtz, who was steering me towards it. I honestly was offered several years before the chance to develop the office, the British office, into a series, and I was like, oh, forget it. There's no way you can do it. It's too scary, because it's such a great series. So I just didn't even take the bait. But then when Greg did it, I was really amazed by that. And actually, the funny thing is, I was making a pilot at the same time that Greg did the pilot for The Office. And I remember we were both working at like some studio, and he was editing there. And I remember him coming over to us, to Rodney Rothman and I, who was the pilot of it. He said, "Hey, come in here. I got to play you a couple of different options for the opening theme song for this show that I just directed."
What the fuck is that?
So he played us a couple of different versions, including the one that's the now infamous piano one. So I was definitely there right in the very beginning. When the show got picked up, my agent called me, Renee, and she was just like, they'd like to direct an episode, and so I watched the first 6 that you guys had done, and thought they were so hilarious. As soon as I done Diversity Day, I was just like, in the end, that was so great. I came to that first table read. I don't remember, they did kind of a bunch of episodes all of them at once, and I remember you guys were reading the Dundies and all that, and then we read off of them. So I was in.
Did you get to pick Office Olympics from that table read, or was it assigned to you?
Yeah, that was the one that was assigned to me. Because I remember having a moment going like, oh, I want to do the Dundies. That seems really fun. But then I just saw the potential of the Office Olympics. It was just going to be such a blast. I mean, it was just such a fun thing to kind of put together. I remember just what an interesting feeling it was on the set for that. Because I mean, if you remember, that was sort of, aside from the Olympics part of it, that was the episode that kind of started to turn everything, because that's where Steve's character started to become slightly more sympathetic. And I don't know if you remember or not, that kind of got found on the set. Remember, we were doing the whole thing where you guys were presenting Michael with the medal, and Steve just made this decision to kind of start crying.
Yeah.
Getting all choked up. And I remember just going like, oh my God, that's so great, like keep going with that. And that was, I think that was kind of the turning point where his character took that left turn from Ricky Gervais's character and became more sort of the lovable, misfit, trying too hard for her to like it.
But also, Paul, I remember in that filming of that scene that you directed all of us to be genuine. And you can see it on our faces that we are genuinely clapping for Michael. We're not mocking him. It was this collective moment with everyone in the office enjoying supporting one another. It was really sweet. Hey, Office Ladies listeners.
Hello there. Happy holidays.
We want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. It makes me tear up every time I watch it.
I cried when Steve did that. Yeah.
No, and it really gets me too. And because I think, what it was? It was just Steve's performance was so sincere that it felt, if we were kind of being snarky or laughing at him, that it made you guys such villains to do that. But it wasn't anybody's really instinct to do that. So I just kind of encourage you to go along with what you
were already doing, which is we were all really being effective with Steve.
Yeah. It still gets me. Well, we have a fan question for you. Reed wrote in and said, Reed says, when filming a mockumentary, do you storyboard or do you have a shot?
Neither. What you do is you basically kind of go through the script, and I would walk around with Kelly, our AD, the day before, whatever, and we just basically kind of go, okay, where would we put the cameras in the scene so that we would be cross-shooting it, and the cameras could avoid seeing each other, but where the documentary crew would actually be. And so you've always just got to go, okay, for me, it's like I always wanted to have depth behind us, so I never wanted to shoot the balls whenever I had to avoid it. And so just got to go, okay, they would be, one would be over here by this desk, and then on the opposite side, the map would be over there, and Brandon would be on the other side. And really, that was kind of it. Then you'd also go like, okay, this is going to be a spy shot where you guys don't know you're on camera, we're shooting through, the blinds or through a crack in the door. And then that was kind of it. Then we would just get there and just play out the scene. For me, it's the greatest way to do TV comedy because just every time we shot the scene, we had the full scene. And so it just allowed us to just play and go like, okay, this time, try this, it just the fact that Greg and everybody let us play around so much with these great scripts that we already had. And then we had the confidence to shoot that stuff in. Because I've worked on other shows where the cast was really brilliant and kind of improvising or tagging something or just kind of taking a little left turn in the middle of the scene. But the showrunner just wouldn't put it in because they were so in love with the scripts that they just wouldn't use it. But, the shining example of that was when we did the next episode, the Halloween episode, where we had that thing where we found out where Rain was doing, playing the Emperor, talking to Michael and kind of goading him. And we just found that funny angle that just looked like the Emperor from Star Wars, where you just kind of see his face. And we just, him just talking, and that went on and on. But Greg, I think, jettisoned some other kind of storyline just so we could keep that scene long. It was just so fun. That takes a lot of confidence and sort of, self-confidence really on the part of the showrunners to let those moments play out like that.
I love that. Me too. I love hearing everything that went into how it ended up on screen. We were just acting. We did all this planning. I know. You put all this thought into it.
Without you, we are nothing. Without you, we are nothing.
I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about picking the condo location in this episode, because it's almost like another character. It features so prominently. What was the criteria for picking the condo?
You wanted something that had enough flow to it and openness that you weren't going to be stuck in little rooms, with just basically walls as your background. And so what I really liked about it is it had that kitchen that went through to the back patio. So, we were in the kitchen shooting Michael kind of having his breakdown, which is still possibly, I think, the hardest thing I've ever laughed on a set.
Yes.
Once Steve was having a thing where he's having the breakdown, he kind of puts his hand on the stove and picks up the thing that goes outside.
Because is this supposed to come off? And he walks out with it.
I mean, that is like that's the genius of Steve. I live with those all the time. And every time we do take, you do something different.
Did we use that same condo in Dinner Party? Did we manage to keep that same place? It looked familiar. It looked very familiar to me, didn't it? To you? Like, I thought it was the condo. Yeah, that's amazing.
Well, what was fun about that is being able to go in and turn it into Jan's place.
Yeah.
And that was. I mean, I don't want to jump episodes, but I mean, for Dinner Party, that was the most fun of like, how do we see how Jan's woman's touch went in with kimonos on the wall.
Oh my gosh, Paul, you have to come back. You have to come in. We will have so much fun with that.
I was talking to Mike Schur about this episode. He was the writer of this episode, and he shared with us your choice of using a wide-angle lens when filming Steve for this episode. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, it was just, we really wanted him to feel lost in this thing because, I did so much about him being overwhelmed. Yeah, I had a very similar experience when I first met Lori, my wife, and we were going to move in together, and she found this place And I came over here to the guys. I was going to look at it about it. Little did I know she kind of had the realtor there and everything. And like, I had to sign the papers to pull the trigger. So suddenly I went from being like kind of weird, lonely bachelor to like committing to moving in front of all these people. And I just kind of freaked out. And I just remember that feeling of like suddenly the house felt very like abstract and like you're in a horror movie. you're having a panic attack. And so I wanted Steve to kind of feel that being, in that house of like, it's almost like, if there's an old movie, not Obsession, but something where this woman's going crazy in the house. Kind of funny to give it that.
Oh my gosh, I love that story. Lori, you go, Lori.
I'm telling you, I know. Look at that. We were celebrating our 25-year anniversary wedding anniversary, so it worked.
Well, we got a lot of questions also about the yogurt lids. This was maybe the thing people are most curious about, these yogurt lids.
Oh my gosh, they went crazy about the yogurt lids.
Mel wanted to know how many medals were made. Casey wants to know, were any other items considered for medals before landing on yogurt lids? Literally any information you can give us about these yogurt lids.
Anything about yogurt lids.
People want to know.
Wow, because I remember that so distinctly, just because I remember thinking it was not at all what I thought we were going to make the medal. And I remember Phil Cross coming up with those, and I remember him rigging that up with the paper clips and the chain and hanging that out there. And I had moments of going like, I don't know if this is substantial enough because they're so light, but then thinking, so this is kind of brilliant. And so going with it, I have some weird memory, and I don't know if it's accurate or not, of like a cottage cheese.
Oh, so it would be larger.
Like and bigger. Yes, but I think we might have said they were too big, and also I think they didn't stay on the paper. So, but that's just a kind of a hazy memory.
Steve Gordon asked, this is just kind of a fun question, which one of the freaks and geeks could work in the office?
I think it'd have to be Lindsay. I think inappropriately navigate that maelstrom.
I hear that. I think that is the right choice.
I think that is correct. And then, okay, Paul, we have to bring up, because Jenna and I love this about you so much, that you wear a suit every day with a tie, and that our crew loved it so much. On Friday, a lot of times on a set, the crew will wear Hawaiian shirts. It's Friday, but when you would work, they would all wear a tie on Friday. And so we were wondering, when did your origin of the daily suit start?
It was after Freaks and Geeks, because I'll flash all the way back just briefly. When I was a kid, I used to wear suits and ties. I loved that. I was kind of like starting like 8 years old. I got my mom to buy me my first 3-piece suit, and I wore it. Oh, my dad was so mad. He was like, "You're going to grow out of it in 6 months." And he was right, but over the 6 months I had walking around in a suit. So it was always in me, but then when I got to my 20s and I became a stand-up comedian, I used to wear a suit on stage, and then I realized I wanted to be more, relatable to the audience. So I started wearing like jeans and bowling shirts and that kind of thing. And then when I did Freaks and Geeks, even though I didn't dress this way in high school, I started dressing just like kind of t-shirts and jeans, because I was trying to get in the head of like the freaks and stuff. And so grew my hair really long. If you pictures of me from then, my hair was super long, like down to my shoulder. And but then it was after Freaks and Geeks was done, and I was going out and pitching new shows, taking meetings, that I was in the meeting, and there's all the executives would be in suits and ties, and I was there in like jeans and a t-shirt, and I just didn't like it. I felt like really identifiable, sort of like the prey, if you will, in that room. And so I remember going like, well, screw this, I'm going to go back to what I used to do and wear suits and ties. I kind of thought I was an idiot for doing it, but I just remember going like, I like the power structure better of me in a suit, like as an adult, and just decided from that point on, I was like, I'm just going to wear a suit and tie all the time because I enjoy it, and that makes me feel like an adult, and also makes me feel in charge, and I look better in a suit.
Well, and Paul, without your suit, I wouldn't have my favorite hashtag you do, which is drunkfunkle on your Instagram.
Thank you.
I live for it, Paul. I love your Instagram so much. I want everyone to go follow Paul Feig. And also, Paul, I'm so excited about Last Christmas. I am so excited to see it. I can't wait. And you know, I love Game of Thrones. So of course, Jenna doesn't watch Game of Thrones. It drives me crazy. So Emilia Clarke's in it.
I'm still an Emilia Clarke fan,
Yes.
even though I didn't watch Game of Thrones. So this is very exciting to me because I get to see her in not Game of Thrones.
Yes, exactly. And then of course, like Emma Thompson, I cannot get enough of that woman. I just live for her. So, and Henry Golding and all of it. I can't wait to see it. I love holiday movies so much. So everybody go see Last Christmas.
Yay! You'll love it. You'll laugh, you'll cry, and it's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
Oh, I can't wait. I cannot wait to see it.
Paul, thank you so much for taking the time to do this.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. It's so much fun. I'm so glad you guys are doing this because the show was so special to me. I mean, honestly, I have to pinch myself that I've got to be involved and be involved with so many episodes and so many other bigger ones too. And it will just always be one of my proudest moments. With you guys, it's just one of my great shows. It's just such a wonderful cast to work with. Every day was really fun to come in. Just every take was fun and different. I just couldn't have had a better time. So thank you for that. I love you guys very much.
Oh, thank you, Paul. Okay, guys, we're back, and now we are going to break down Office Olympics. That was so nice. That was so great. All right, let's get into this episode scene by scene. We start with Michael's talking head. He explains that he has come in early, and we learn that Ryan had to come in early to bring Michael a sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit. Ryan is so pissed. Angela, I noticed a little bit of Ryan sass.
Yeah, Ryan had some sass.
Can I get Ryan sass from you?
Yeah.
Do you have a card that says Ryan sass?
I don't, because the only person that bumps me with sass is Pam.
I knew it was targeted. I knew your sass was not universal. I knew it was personal. See? I just proved it. I also remember that Steve had to eat all of those egg and cheese biscuits, and he had a bucket under his desk because he would spit them out, because remember, he had just gotten in this amazing shape. And I feel like season 1 Steve might have enjoyed eating all of those, but season 2 Steve was like, I'm not doing that to my body anymore.
Also, though, I mean, listen, here's the thing. When you have to eat that much food, like the same food over and over, maybe 30 takes of that food, it turns on you.
It does.
You don't need that sausage egg biscuit turning on you. It's true. I spit it out.
All right, so then there's another scene that has the thing that I love so much, which is when we start on Michael speaking to camera and we widen to reveal Dwight lurking over his shoulder.
It is one of your favorite talking heads.
And this is when Michael reveals he is buying a condo.
Big day.
A home.
Yeah, big day for him.
And then we swoop into the main office, and did you notice this, Angela? The photo on Jim's desk?
I have 2 note cards about these opening shots in the bullpen. At a minute and 48 seconds, do you know what Jim's screensaver is?
What?
It's a deserted island in the middle of the ocean. I think that's a little foreshadowing to the fire, which is coming next. That desert island. At a minute 51, John's desk, right next to his computer. There's a photo of him holding a baby.
Do you know who that is?
It's his nephew.
It's his nephew.
Oh, so when we had to personalize our desk, that's one of the things John brought in.
He was so proud to be an uncle.
I know,
He was so excited to put that picture on his desk. Then we go to the scene where Jim and Pam are throwing Dwight's cup. This is when Pam has to revive Jim because sometimes he dies of boredom. I remember shooting that. That was really fun. John and I got really into seeing if we really could throw stuff in the cup. Like, sometimes that happens where it's in the scene, but then in real life you actually relate to it. That was a moment.
Well, I have a little something from that scene. At 2 minutes, 4 seconds, boom! The boom drops in the scene. The boom operator. Yeah, we got a little bit of boom, and they left it in because, as you know, it was a mockumentary, so when that happened, they let it stay. They wouldn't let it ruin a take, but there's a boom in that scene.
What about Dwight's Mozart Butch Cassidy talking head? This, to me, is such a sign of Mike Schur's writing. I think if you go back and look at every amazing Dwight talking head. Most of them are wearing my Mike shirt. Mike is brilliant. He is brilliant and he's smart. And I mean, I feel like I would wear a t-shirt that says Mozart and Butch Cassidy. You're going to get a mullet in your head thanks to Butch Cassidy if you mess with Mozart. Everybody, I'm not messing with Mozart. No. Again, Michael's list of magazines. He lists off all his magazines. He asked Pam if she has forwarded, Cracked, and American Way magazine to his new condo. I just want to point that out. His magazines are Small Businessman, Maxim, American Way, Cracked, and then the Fine Arts Aficionado. Yeah, the one he made up. Yeah, the fake magazine. We also get to see Michael's car in this episode for the first time. Is it for the first time? I think it is. Well, I have a pretty big note card before we get to the Sebring. Oh, well, at what minutes? Don't know. I don't write down minutes. That's your thing. It's weird. I like a good list, but you're really obsessed with these minutes. You know what? You and your cleanse can suck it, Fisher. All right, my background people who love background stuff. At 4 minutes, 52 seconds, Jim is talking to Oscar, and Oscar's desk faces the partition that is between Angela and Kevin. Okay, and on that partition is a Post-it note. It's a drawing that Oscar drew, and after this episode, he gave it to me, and I still have it. So here's what is it? Okay, so Oscar is a very good drawer. He's very good, and he would make these doodles, and I kept a lot of them. And he often would draw Kevin, Angela, and Oscar, our characters, doing crazy things. I have a drawing of one where we're on a moped. Oh, I've seen that one. That's so cute. Okay, so this Post-it note is a drawing he did. It's one of my personal favorites. It is Angela as a dominatrix. She is getting a shoulder ride from Kevin. Okay, she has a whip in her hand, like she's cracking the whip, and on all fours, being drugged behind them, is Oscar by a leash. Wow. Yes, that is what's on the Post-it note on his partition. And it cracks me up, like the detail that he drew our costumes, our dominatrix costumes. He has like a spike collar on. He definitely would do all these drawings of the accounting department, and my character was always invoking pain in some way. But it is one of my favorite things I own is this Post-it note that he drew, and it's there on the partition. At 4 minutes, 52 seconds, I about fell off my couch. I was so excited. But then after that, he gave it to you after this episode, and you would never see it again on the show. It just lived there for this episode. It lived there. He drew it clearly that day and stuck it up there. Yeah. And I now have it. Oh, I love that. And then also at 4 minutes, 52 seconds, because we were allowed to personalize our guests, right? There's a photo that Oscar brought in of himself and his dog in a frame. Oh. Yeah. So here you go. I want to talk a little bit about Michael's car. Okay, he has the Sebring convertible. I think this is the first time we really see the car. It's certainly the first time we drive in the car. It is the first time it's featured. And BJ told me that they picked this car very carefully. They felt like it was the flashiest car Michael could afford on his salary. It's a convertible. Yes, and he's very, very proud of it. And when Michael and Dwight leave the office and they're shooting that scene, Randall Einhorn, our director of photography and also our main camera operator, was shoved in the back seat in order to get those shots. Randall is a big guy, and that is not a big back seat. No, he told me that his knees were up by his ears. He was contorted in this weird position. I traded some messages with him, and he said, though, that whenever they had to get in the most painful position, they usually got the best shot. So he was like, you knew you were getting a great shot if you were hurting. And I also, the back window of the Sebring broke in this episode. And Randall has been blamed for this on the internet. Really? Yes, the internet says that Randall broke the window and it had to be replaced. It cost almost $900 to replace. I know, because, we rented these cars. Right. We didn't buy them. I asked Randall about it, and he said, actually, the window did break. He said, this I thought was interesting. He said he thinks it's because they left a camera battery pack on the back shelf, and then when they put the convertible top down, it crunched it. But who's they, Randall? Who is they?
Would that be film crew?
Would that be you?
Camera?
So he said they, but yes, it did break in that scene and we had to then release it.
Okay, so I have a little story about the Sebring. I have a time code. Now we're jumping ahead, but since you're talking about it, I'm going to bring it up, Jenna. Is that all right?
I'll allow it.
Oh, Lord. At 16 minutes, 39 seconds, there is proof of what the actual outside temperature was. Because there is a full-on camera shot of the dashboard in the Sebring. It says that they are going east and that it is 91 degrees.
Yes, because we shot this in the middle of summer.
In the middle of summer, we had to have coats on and pretend to be cold. But there you have it. It was 91 degrees.
Okay, Angela, I have a question about Hateball.
Oh, I have a note card about Hateball.
All right. Your hair
Yes.
in Hateball.
Yes.
Will you please talk about the braid headband thing?
I have been wanting to. Okay, so at 5 minutes, 42 seconds, there is a great shot of me through the partition because obviously I hate what they're doing. So if they say Hateball and they cut to me and I'm frowning, you see the classic headband braid that was created by our hairdresser, Kim Ferry. She did my hair every day on the show. She actually is an amazing braider. She can do any kind of braid, and all of my intricate braids and hairstyles of Angela Martin were by Kim Ferry. So she called this the headband braid, and what she would have me do is that she would flat iron my hair straight.
Okay.
She would have me flip my head over, and then she would start at one side of my ear and do this like inverted braid over the top of my head, ending at the other side of my ear, leaving the back of my hair straight. So it would only braid like basically like a headband that went over like the top of my head.
Did it hurt?
It did not hurt, but I did have to sit with my head kind of contorted
In order to get the
in order
style.
to get it. But it was like one of our favorite things. Greg Daniels loved it. The first time he saw it, he was like, oh my God, yes, this is Angela Martin. And it went on to be featured in a lot of episodes. And we even did a behind the scenes for NBC.com because so many people asked if that was my real hair. It was my real hair, flipped upside down, inverted braid, and it made it look like a headband.
The headband braid did not hurt. Like you would far prefer this over a bun.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just like having part of your hair braided, but it wasn't tight or pulling at the back of my head.
To me, that is classic Angela.
Yeah, the headband braid.
Yes.
And speaking of hair,
Yes.
at 6 minutes, 15 seconds, you go in the back of the office because they're playing Dunderball,
Yes.
and you see that Kelly still has an updo,
Still an updo with Kelly.
but it's a little bit looser. There's like a little piece kind of dangling in the back. It's like a loose braid. It's starting to come down, Jenna.
You know what? I think, and I'm going to predict because we have not watched all the episodes. We really are watching them in order. I think her hair comes down in Casino Night. I think it's the first time her hair comes down. I'm going to predict it. So let's see if I'm right. Let's see if you're right to rewatch because I know her hair is down in Casino Night. I remember.
The fun is getting looser.
Look at this athleticism.
Heading there, folks.
This is really what I want. What you ever want to focus.
Hair
This
down,
athleticism.
the closer Jim and Pam get to kissing.
What? That is, you
Makes
know
no
what?
sense.
You know what that correlation is? What? A cleanse correlation.
Oh no, that's cleanse logic for you
That's
guys.
cleanse logic.
Let us talk about Michael's condo, please.
Yes.
He gets to his condo, and like we said in our fast facts, the realtor is played by Nancy Carell. So our casting director, Allison Jones, pitched Nancy for this role. She thought Nancy would be perfect. I emailed with Allison, and she said that she had always been a huge fan of Nancy's. And she was looking from day one on our show to find a place for her, and she thought this was perfect. She loved being able to pit Nancy and Steve against one another in this way. Mike Schur told me that Steve was positively giddy when Nancy was on set. He was just giggly and delighted that they're so cute together, and we know they're so cute together.
Yeah, she is hilarious and so smart. But Steve, you want to meet a man that loves you the way Steve loves Nancy, for sure. Because he's just delighted by her. I love when Michael starts to spiral out because he realizes, and Dwight is not helping. Dwight's like, you're going to be 75.
You're basically buying a coffin.
Yeah. If I bought a coffin, I'd buy one where I couldn't hear the other dead people. But Michael, as he's spiraling, has this line that I love where he's like, I was promised hot people. Where are all the hot people? Like, what, in this condo development? You were promised hot people. But Nancy's reaction to that is really what makes it.
Angela, you have a 3-star card about the condo.
Well, it's at 6 minutes 58 seconds. It's not so much about the condo, but it's what information we find out at the condo, which is that Dwight has a 60-acre beet farm.
Yes, this is the first mention of his beet farm.
Yes, and you mentioned that we see a photo of Moe's, but this is when we learned that Dwight is a landowner. He has a working beet farm.
Yes, and this brings up a fan question, Angela. Stan wrote, in this episode, Dwight says that his parents left him a 60-acre beet farm, but in the farm in season 9, Aunt Sally leaves the farm to all 3 kids if they move back into it. Jenna, did this discrepancy happen because you stole the show Bible? Stan, I have the show Bible right here. I'm referring to page 31 of the show Bible. And it says that in Office Olympics, Dwight says he has a 60-acre working beet farm left to him by his grandfather.
And also, Stan, if you want to go to 6 minutes 58 seconds, Dwight has a talking head to camera where he says, my grandparents left me a 60-acre beet farm.
Yeah, so Stan, I do have to say this still does bring up the question of why in season 9 do we say that it's his Aunt Sally who has the beet farm?
I don't know. I need to revisit season 9 because I know an Aunt Shirley because she slapped me and called me a kitchen witch.
Yeah.
But I don't know who Aunt Sally is.
Well, he has a number of relatives.
Oh, I know.
You guys, I do want to say that to find this reference in the show Bible, I had to read something like 5 pages of facts about Dwight Schrute. And I think that if they only published the Dwight Schrute section of the show Bible, it would do very well. Every single one of these bullet points is gold.
Just pick one random one and read it to us.
All right.
From the show Bible, the chapter is Dwight.
Thinks wolves are a major threat to office workers.
Thinks wolves are a major threat.
Yeah, season 3, episode 20. He says that. He has a bomb shelter. It costs him $1,200. He performed his own circumcision.
No!
He can sneeze with his eyes open. These are amazing. He thinks Triceratops is the lamest dinosaur.
I kind of want you to make.
I mean, I could go on and on.
Yeah.
Uses deer penis as an aphrodisiac.
Oh God, poor Angela Martin.
Appears to be a fan of wrestling.
Just fix it.
Not
Just for appearances.
This one made me laugh out loud. His farm is non-organic.
He uses pesticides?
I guess so. In some episode, he must brag about the fact that his farm is non-organic. He has $30,000 buried very deeply and under someone, and he doesn't want to dig past them to get it. Guys, I mean, I really.
The Dwight.
We can do a whole episode where I just read you Dwight Schrute from the show Bible.
That is amazing. But yes, 6 minutes, 58 seconds. Huge information, which is that Dwight owns a 60-acre beet farm.
This is one of my favorite things that they came up with for a character on our show because we are just going to continue to mine gold from this fact forever.
Forever. I have a little card here. At 8 minutes, 36 seconds, there are the opening ceremonies.
Yes.
There's a banner. There's the lighting of a candle. I wanted to share a little behind-the-scenes story for you guys. So whenever we had a lit candle, we had to, by law, have a safety meeting.
Yeah.
And I used to crack up because I would think about shows that had car chases and explosives and things. And on our show, we had a safety meeting about a candle being lit. And our second AD, Kelly Cantley, would go, safety meeting! We will have a lit candle!
Yes. That is real fire, everyone, on the set. Please be aware of your sleeves and elbows around the candle.
A lit candle, everyone. Okay, safety meeting adjourned.
And it's funny because I would go on to do shows or projects where we would have safety meetings and they would be said with sort of that same bravado, but they would really be like, everyone pay attention. A car will be exploding at 2 o'clock. Yeah. So please keep your distance. Do not go toward the car after it has exploded as it will be hot.
But on our show, it was, we will have one candle. It will be lit with a lighter.
Oh, very long lighter.
A very
too.
long lighter to protect John's hands. Safety meeting.
I want to say in that same scene with the opening ceremonies, I really drew the sign that says Games of the First Dunder Mifflin Olympiad.
You drew that?
I drew it.
Did you color it in?
Yes.
You made the sign.
Yes.
What the hell? Really?
I made it. Those are my bubble letters. I drew it. I also put together a lot of the yogurt lid things. I did it as part of
Your method acting?
no, it's not part of my method acting. They gave me some paper clips and yogurt lids, and they had some shots of me putting together the medals at my desk. We never used it, but I did do it. And then I also made that sign myself.
Now, did they want you to make that sign? Or did you volunteer in your method acting ways?
You know, I feel like Phil Shea came up to me and said, "Do you want to make the sign since Pam made it?" And I said, "Sure."
There were times where they would ask me, you know, Angela, your character's going to hand this piece of paper. Do you want to write out all the things so it's in your handwriting? And we always did. We always would sort of do that kind of thing.
I liked that detail. Continuing our conversation about the Office Olympics, we should talk about the game Flonkerton.
Yes, we should.
I got a lot of questions. People asked, was Flonkerton scripted or improv? It was a written line, but I was told to deliver it like I was making it up on the spot.
Yes, that was scripted.
A lot of people also asked who came up with the term Flonkerton. It was Mike Schur. Well, Mike said it was either him or Greg Daniels, but he is personally obsessed with the FL sound, the flow. Yeah, the flow sound. He thinks it's very funny. He said that is also how Toby got his last name, Flenderson, that Mike was responsible for that. So he's pretty sure he can claim having written Flonkerton. I remember Phyllis had so much fun doing that scene.
She had so much fun.
Phyllis loves getting to play basketball, play Flonkerton.
Play games. She wants
Yeah.
to be a participant.
She
She
does.
was very excited. I felt like, Jenna, I have 2 note cards here that I felt like we should outline a little bit of the games.
Let's do
Okay.
it.
First of all, there are the games that people played that weren't part of the Office Olympics, but were the inspiration for Jim. He
Yeah.
was going around to everyone's like sort of desk area. So Pam, of course, threw things into Dwight's coffee cup. There was hate ball and accounting. There was Dunderball and human resources. Stanley said he plays work hard so his kids can go to college. And then Angela Martin says she plays Pam Pong.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's some Angela sass.
that is some serious Angela sass. I have a question for you about Pam Pong.
Okay.
Is this the first time that an office coworker has called out the Jim Pam crush?
Yes.
Right? That's the first time someone's like, "Oh, I see what's happening. You're not fooling anyone."
Yes. Yeah. And Pam is super self-conscious about it for the rest of the episode.
Yeah. So, and then of course we have Angela at 16 minutes 20 seconds. She's keeping score. She comes
That's
over.
the only game she's playing that
That's
day.
the only game she's playing. But then the actual games that Jim makes up, Jim and Pam, right? They
Yeah.
make these up are number 1, Flonkerton. Phyllis being the winner of that.
Yeah.
Number 2, how many M&Ms can you put in your mouth? Kevin was the only participant. 3, guess the elevator.
Inspired by the Real Office Olympics.
And Ryan won that. And then the final game that we see is this whole coffee mug relay between Oscar and Toby, and it disrupts when Michael and Dwight come in the office, and we never see the outcome of that.
Well, we kind of do. I think Toby's coffee is spilling at the end.
So
I'm giving it to Oscar.
You're giving it to Oscar? Okay. But you have 2 medals hanging on your desk at 17 minutes, 32 seconds. You have a gold and a silver.
Yeah.
So I wonder what Pam won for.
I don't know. You're saying I don't deserve my medals, Angel?
No, Cleanse, I'm not. I'm just merely being a fan saying I wonder what other games we didn't get to see.
Yeah. Well, obviously something where Pam won a
Oh
gold
my
medal.
God, Sass.
Just want to say.
Okay.
All right, Angela.
Maybe she won a gold medal at Pam Pong.
I-
Oh.
Oh.
Thank you.
I do have a fan question. Karen asked, did you get to take home the medals? Yes, and I still have mine. I have a yogurt lid medal in my home office, and it is hanging on my Dundee.
And from this episode, I have the drawing Oscar did of Angela as a dominatrix pulling Kevin and Oscar around in costume.
We kept all kinds of stuff in the show.
We did. We're a little bit of hoarders, guys. Someday we joke that we're going to do a book and put them all somewhere where we can share them.
I think we should.
I think we should
We should go through our bins and we should share all this memorabilia and our tons of photos. I mean, we have so many.
So many. And I also want to do it.
Finally get on that, please, Angela. Can we do that?
Yes.
You guys would want that, right? You would want a book of this stuff. Do people want that?
Like a scrapbook.
A scrapbook.
Like our sort of BFF scrapbook.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we should because I want to do it before I lose this stuff, okay? Because I'm worried. I'm worried about my shed. Lastly, guys, I cannot not talk about the scene at 20 minutes 53 seconds. It's the closing ceremonies, and
we talked a little bit about this,
Paul,
and I agree.
Steve did such an amazing performance where, as Michael, he tears up. He's made this huge life choice to buy a condo. He's feeling this love and support from his office family that he doesn't get from his family, probably, right? Yeah. The office family is his family. And he's absolutely emotional. And when we filmed it, we did not know that Steve was going to make that choice to get emotional. And so we're all looking at him, and he started to tear up. And I, as Angela Martin as myself, started to tear up.
Yeah.
It was so moving, just sort of his honest portrayal of this person. And Steve is just amazing.
Yeah, when that happened in the first take that happened in, Paul then said to us, this is the direction of this scene.
Yeah.
This is how we're going to do it. So everyone just be proud of Michael. Just play it real.
Play it real. It was hard for me because I feel like Angela Martin did not want to participate in Office Olympics, probably thought this was a waste of time. Also probably doesn't have really a lot of warm feelings towards Michael. But for me as Angela Kinsey, watching my friend Steve do this performance, it was so hard not to get emotional and sort of know the fine line that was me reacting and Angela Martin, how she would react.
I teared up when we showed this. I tear up every time I watch it. I also watched this episode 3 times in preparation for this podcast, and I cried every time.
Yeah. Isabel, when she watched it with me, she said, "Mommy, he's crying." I said, I know. It was a big moment in his life. These are the things I love about this show.
Same. Guys, that's Office Olympics.
That is Office Olympics.
Join us next week for The Fire. Yes, you're going to hear all about how Angela was almost carried away by a giant bug.
And I might have hit John Krasinski.
You did hit John Krasinski. All right, we'll see you next week. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer.
And our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of the show and our bonus episodes Candy Bag, go to StitcherPremium.com.
For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
A Merry Christmas, a Happy Holiday, and let you know that we are off this week and next.
Yeah, guys, we want to hang out with our families, get in some fun time with the kiddos, and we hope you're having a great time with your family as well.
I am going to attempt to make my very first panettone. Do you know what panettone is, Angela?
Jenna, I don't know what that is. So you had mentioned it, so I Googled it, and it looks like a very fancy bread.
Yes, it is a spiced holiday bread. It has dried fruit in it. It takes about 2 days to make.
Okay.
So a year ago on Christmas, I went to my friend Lindsay's house, and she served a panettone.
Didn't you say Lindsay, though, is always in a ball gown, but always has amazing food? This is a very put together person.
Yes, she's the person who recommended that cleanse that I went on. She also serves amazing holiday bread. She's my goals, basically.
Yeah.
And This started me on my bread making journey. It's my 1-year anniversary of making homemade bread. Even my bread making teacher, Bonnie O'Hara, told me she will not make panettone because it's too difficult. She said she made it once and she'll never make it again. But I am determined. I'm going to take it on. I'm going to make a panettone this year.
So for the holidays, this is like our kids' wish list. They want to see Star Wars. Okay, we're going to go see Star Wars. I'm going to go to an escape room.
Oh, they're so fun, Angela.
Is it scary?
No. Well, you have to pick the right one.
I don't want to scare it. This is like with our kids.
They have some that are special for kids.
Okay.
I'll send you a link.
Will you?
Yes.
Okay, so they really want to do an escape room. And then Jenna, I'm glad you're sitting down because I'm going to make bread.
What?
Okay,
You're going to make bread?
I'm going to make bread because, so our family came out at Thanksgiving. Josh's sister makes this rosemary bread from scratch. It's so good, and she showed me how to do it. But as you know, I don't have a ton of patience with any kind of baking or crafting, and this takes like 2 days, and I don't.
You're making a 2-day bread.
Making a 2-day bread.
And I'm making a 2-day bread.
Lady, and we didn't even plan it.
We didn't. That's best friendship right there. Guys, we'll be back on January 8th with the fire. But if you can't get enough Office Ladies, head over to Stitcher Premium for our candy bag episode. So this is where we answer more of your questions and we discuss all the things that you think we missed in our original podcast, which apparently is a lot.
Oh yeah, we get like people writing in. But we're actually loving it because we're finding that it's opening up a whole new conversation for us. So go check out our candy bag because we really sort of dive into your questions.
This week we answer some general fan questions and we play you the rest of our call with Office Prop Master Phil Shea.
For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
And we will also have a special New Year's treat for you, so watch out for that in this feed. Merry Christmas! Happy holidays!
Happy holidays! Hey there, Happy New Year's! We are off this week, but we wanted to pop on over and wish you a happy New Year.
We have a special treat for you. Creed Bratton was recently in the studio recording the upcoming Halloween episode with us, and we asked Creed what his craziest New Year's was, and here is what he had to say.
Probably the time I took psychedelics and thought I would fly.
Oh my God.
And I was at a house and I started walking out off the porch.
What year was this? What year?
I can't remember. I
60s?
wouldn't have it that good of a time.
Right.
And I remember some people grabbing my hand and saying, Creed, there's no floor. I looked down, oh yeah, that's right.
Oh my gosh.
So Angela, I am not sure, is that a story about Creed or Creed? Because I feel like it could apply to either.
I think this is when the line blurs. I think that's why he would say things on set and we would like totally believe him and be like, guys, I'm just messing with you. And then the next time he would say something and we'd be like, haha, and he goes, no, that really happened. I dropped acid with like the Doors.
Yes.
I was touring with them. I was like, what? But Creed did say to me, you guys, after that interview, he called me just the other day and he was like, hey, Pumpkin, be sure and tell the kids not to do drugs. that was the 60s. You know what I mean? I do yoga now. I'm clean living. I was like, okay, Creed.
Oh man, having Creed in the studio was so much fun. You guys, he stayed with us for the whole episode. I really can't wait for you guys to hear it. It's the Halloween episode. It will be out January 15th.
It's one of my favorite episodes we've done on the podcast.
Me too.
For sure.
Thank you so much for going on this journey with us. We can't wait for next year's episodes and guests. Next week, we are back with The Fire.
Oh, The Fire's going to be a fun one. And if you're interested in more Office Ladies content while we're off, head on over to Stitcher Premium and listen to our candy bag episodes, which I am loving doing.
Me too. And there is a new one out today on Stitcher Premium.
That's right. And for a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
We'll see you guys next week.
Okay. We'll see you next year.
It's January 1st right now.
Oh, we'll see you in a few days.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds. because the home with Duncan is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies. Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
We have some news about Angela's note cards.
Well, I ran out of note cards last night.
She ran out of note cards, everyone.
Because that's how many note cards I've been using on this podcast. So I started writing on photo paper.
Oh, I see that. You kind of cut some photo paper into the size of the card.
Who do you think I am? I didn't cut it.
Oh, that's for a 4x6 photo.
I think I was up late last night.
Oh my gosh, they're glossy.
On one side, and I wrote on the matte side. Because I wrote on the glossy side and I got Sharpie all over me. Anyways, very exciting, guys. I have to go buy some note cards today. I have to go to like Staples or somewhere.
Staples was Dunder Mifflin's competitor.
Yes.
Yeah. And we got a lot of fans write in and tell us about all of the Staples merchandise that they see scattered around our set.
Yeah, somebody got really like in a tizzy about it. Do you remember?
Oh, yes. Very upset about some Staples thumbtacks on Pam's desk, I guess. What is she doing? All right, today, everyone, we are going to talk about The Fire. Season 2, Episode 3, written by BJ Novak and directed by Ken Kwapis.
Yes.
Here is my first fast fact. It's very short. This is the third episode from the team of BJ Novak and Ken Kwapis. They teamed up on Diversity Day, they teamed up on sexual harassment, and now here they are again, The Fire. Finally tackling some rather non-controversial topics.
Yes. Wait, do I look like I'm looking at you oddly? Do I look weird looking at you?
What?
Well, I'm wearing my readers so I can see my note cards.
Okay.
But I can't see you that well, and I wonder, because you look blurry, do I look weird looking at you, or do I look normal?
You aren't blinking a lot, but besides that, you look normal.
Oh, you guys, I got readers. Okay, sorry.
Just put them down at the end of your nose. You have to do that thing where you look over the top of them at me, like that.
Okay.
Now she's got it, guys.
Okay.
That was it on the first fast fact. I mean, I said it was short. That was it.
I think that's a great fast fact. BJ and Ken made a phenomenal team and created some really, really great episodes.
You know what? They're never going to team up again.
Wow.
That's it. This is it, guys.
Why would you do that?
Third and final.
Oh, you were like, they were so great. And
yeah.
Never again.
And then never again. Here is fast fact number 2. This was the first episode we shot when we came back from our season 1 hiatus.
Yeah.
It was The Fire. And I have a fan question. Ladamania, I hope I said that right. Ladamania asks, what was the atmosphere like on set? What were some of the biggest changes you noticed between filming season 1 and season 2? I thought that was a good question.
It was a good question.
The biggest difference was that we were no longer shooting in a real office in Culver City. We were now finally at our home on the sound stages, deep in the San Fernando Valley, off of Satakoy Street. So a lot of TV shows are shot on these big studio lots.
Like, you know, if you come to LA and you get like a tour of Paramount Studios or Universal, that is not where we work.
That's not where we worked. Those studio lots, they have little, like,
cafeterias.
Yeah.
Gift shops.
What do you call those places? Gyms.
A gym. I don't know.
Wait, I don't go often, so I'm
Clearly.
not quite sure what they're called.
Like, what are those things?
What are those places with the muscles and the heavy things?
And you walk in place for a long time.
A gym. Yes. They have gyms, and the Warner Brothers has its own preschool for the people who work there. Yeah, you can bring your kids and they go to preschool on the lot. There are all these bells and whistles when you work on a lot. We did not. We worked in this very industrial area, and on a dead-end street. There was definitely no coffee shop. There was no gym.
There was definitely no gym. We were across from a train track.
Yep.
And was that like a junkyard?
Yeah, it was like a car scrap towing yard. And so we would see people in the mornings, very angry, come to claim their towed car. And if they didn't come, they would sell them for scrap.
There was like usually a line that just really ticked off people. And then on my commute, I remember like right before I would turn left to go on our street, I would sit at this red light and there was a mortuary like
Yeah.
Be cremated.
Yeah, that was my morning commute.
It was very industrial.
The crazy thing is that during the break, before we came back to shoot, I got a guest job on that 7 Days show.
Oh, and they were fancy.
Fancy doesn't even begin to describe it.
Really? Give me the dish.
All right. So they were on a lot. They had a coffee shop that served Starbucks coffee.
Wow.
Yeah, they had a gym. They had a cafeteria.
Wait, a cafeteria like with a tray? You want it down like a buffet?
Yes, you would have loved it.
Like a Vegas buffet?
Like a Vegas
I love a buffet.
It was very fancy. That's what I'm telling you.
What was your character?
I played this character, Stacy Wanamaker, and I was a wedding planner, and I was there to plan the wedding of Wilma Valderrama and Mila Kunis. They came and consulted me, and I only worked with the two of them. All of my scenes were just with the two of them. Here's the thing, that entire cast was so famous. Ashton Kutcher.
Yeah.
He was married to Demi Moore at the time.
No.
Yeah. Wilma Valderrama was dating Lindsay Lohan at the time. Right? Topher Grace. All these guys are there. And they're all talking about their very famous lives. And I'm just listening to stories about Lindsay Lohan. They're talking about it like it's their life. It's their life. And I wanted to be like, you guys, I'm just like a regular person and I'm hearing a lot of this. But I have never repeated what I heard because I believe that there is a code of silence when you're on a set.
This is true because I'm looking at her right now like, what the heck,
Yeah.
lady? You held out.
I don't repeat what I hear on sets. I believe it's actually
Not even to your BFF.
Not
So,
even to
you
my
know what?
BFF.
I'm applauding you.
Hey, thank you.
I don't know that I can say the same. I
Oh,
think I would tell you,
well,
you're the vault if someone tells you something.
just if I overhear stuff like that, I just think that's an actor space. Those people should be able to come to work and talk about their lives and not worry about being in the tabloids. I just think that's important.
I think that's important too, but I think you can tell your best friend.
Okay, maybe
I wouldn't
so.
call it tabloid, but I'd maybe say to you, okay, so guess what? Lindsay Lohan.
Well,
But you know what? Bless her heart.
okay. But I'll also say these guys were huge stars and they were so nice. At the end of their taping, they went out into the audience for probably almost an hour and signed autographs. Like they had been on the air for something like 7 years at this point.
That's really nice. That's
Yeah.
classy.
And I just thought, I thought they were a really classy group.
I actually met Wilmer a while back. I do a charity in Kansas for Children's Mercy Hospital. I love it so much. And really the people that started it are Eric Stone Street and Jason Sudeikis, Paul Rudd, Rob Riggle, who was on an episode of The Office
Yes.
later on Booze Cruise, and Dave Keckner. They're all local Kansas City boys, and they support Children's Mercy Hospital, which is amazing because Children's Mercy Hospital takes all kids. You don't have to have insurance. They take you no matter what.
That's amazing.
It's amazing. They do a few celebrity things to raise money, and they had a celebrity wiffle ball game. And
Is it wiffle ball?
it's
Like
wiffle ball.
wolf like a dog? These wiffle ball.
Is it
Wiffle.
wiffle ball? Oh
Wiffle ball.
God, I've been calling it wiffle ball for a long time.
Ange.
Maybe that's why people don't know what I'm talking about. I said wiffle. It's not wiffle ball.
It's spelled with an I.
How
W-I-F-F-L-E.
often are you writing wiffle ball?
Wiffle ball.
Oh, good God. Okay, so we're playing whistle ball in Kansas City to raise money for Children's Mercy Hospital. And I was on Rob Riggle's team, and he was like, Kinsey, you cannot strike out. Jason Sudeikis is pitching. He's going to throw a lot of wacky stuff at you because it's a wiffle ball. And he was like, you can't strike out. I was like, okay, Riggle. There was like a whole stadium full of people. Like we played on the practice field for the Kansas City Royals.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's
a bunch of
amazing.
people. And so Wilmer had a bat before me.
Okay.
And he swung as hard as he could on that wiffle ball. And he struck out. It was like air. And I was like, oh no. But then I thought, I can't do worse than that. So I was up next to bat and I hit it to third and I got on first and I was really happy. And Riggle was like, yes, Kenzie! But Wilmer was really nice. This is my point.
Your Wilmer Valderrama story is that
He struck out.
he is a horrible wiffle ball player.
He's not horrible.
And you outshined him. I just want to break down. That's a summary of what you just said.
Well, basically, I'm pretty sure Jason Sudeikis did not throw him a very nice pitch.
Well, now you're just throwing Jason Sudeikis under the bus.
No, I'm not. Wait,
You are.
I am giving him a compliment. He clearly was throwing some zingers.
And that is why Wilmer couldn't hit the wiffle ball.
Yes, Jenna.
Okay, well, I do want to say, in all seriousness, Angela, I really admire what you do with that charity every year, and I just think Children's Mercy Hospital is a really special place.
Thanks so much, Jenna. It's really such a special event every year, and I'm so thankful that Rob Riggle and those guys invite me to participate because it's really meant a lot to me.
Yeah, but maybe this coming year you should call it by its proper name. Wiffle ball.
You know what? I'm going to make a shirt that says, I'm here to play wiffle ball. Okay, where are we?
We are on fast fact number 3.
Okay.
I'm moving us along.
Please.
Fast fact number 3, when we shot this episode, it was mid-July 2005, and it was 100 degrees outside in the parking lot of that episode.
So hot. Do you know my ears sunburned?
No.
Yes, my little ears sunburned. I had this French braid, right? So my ears were fully exposed and we didn't put sunscreen on them. And there are a few time codes I can give you where you see my ears look like these little pink elf ears.
We also are dressed like it is cold out because this aired in fall in Scranton, but we shot it in the dead of summer in Los Angeles.
Oh yeah, it was triple digits.
Yeah, it was crazy. So before we go to break, I just wanted to take a moment and say something kind of serious.
Yeah.
I want to dedicate this episode to one of our young fans who passed away recently. Her name was Lauren. She was 10 years old, and I was speaking with her mother. The office was a really big source of comfort to their family.
Yeah.
And continues to be a source of comfort to their family, and that's something that's really meaningful to Angela and I, and it's not lost on us that this is the case for a lot of people. And so I just wanted to share with you that Lauren's favorite episodes were Lecture Circuit because of Kelly's birthday, and she also loved Michael's birthday.
Well, Jenna shared with me a little bit of Lauren's mom's story, and I was crying because I listened to the message you left as a mom, and I know it really impacted you as well. And we do meet people throughout the course of just living our lives here that share with us what the office has meant to them and what it's gotten them through. And you guys, it is with our whole hearts that we tell you that means a lot to us.
Yeah, we're honored to be part of something that brings comfort to people in times of need. We really are. So thank you so much, everybody, for watching the show and for listening to us. And we'll be back after this break. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all 3.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jenna and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
Around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make change. That really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint, hint.
hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier Sugar-Free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. All right, Jenna, I think you forgot something.
I forgot the summary.
Yeah, I think you need to tell us the summary.
All right, here's a summary of the fire. Everyone in the office has to evacuate after the fire alarm suddenly goes off. And while in the parking lot, the employees play games like Desert Island and Who Would You Do? Michael learns that Ryan the temp wants to run his own business, and he starts to mentor him until he learns that Ryan is going to business school and knows more than he does. The attention that Michael is paying to Ryan makes Dwight very jealous, and we all want to know, how did the fire start?
Yeah, who started the fire?
The episode begins with a famous Pam line. Dunder Mifflin, this is Pam.
Oh, yes!
Who's calling? Who's calling, everybody? It's Katie.
Oh, yeah.
Jim, Pam has to transfer Katie.
So, Jenna, I have written here, what does that say?
Pam sass.
There is some serious Pam sass in this episode, and it comes right out of the gate when you say, you can just give her your extension.
Yeah.
Oh, so much sass. You are ticked off that Katie is calling.
I mean, just give her your direct line. Why do I have to answer?
No, why do I have to take your messages?
Deal with that.
I'm not your secretary. Wait, I know this is backing us up a little bit, but right at 14 seconds, there is something that brought such a big smile to my face. There is a yellow duck stuffed animal laying under Jim's computer screen. Yes. And you guys, in seasons later, you know, my daughter was born season 5, and she would come to the set all the time, and she would come on set to my desk area. She was obsessed with that little yellow duck, and she would grab it and squeeze it and be like, quack, quack, quack. And then they got a monkey she would squeeze that would be like, wah, wah. I'm sure it drove everyone crazy, but she would go around set, little tiny Isabel looking for the duck and the monkey. So
I'll never forget that.
I have pictures of her holding that duck on set. Okay, back to the Pam sass. She's ticked off at Katie, and here we go.
The next scene is Michael and Ryan in Michael's office. Michael has to do Ryan's evaluation, which turns in to Michael teaching him about business.
He has 10 things he's going to tell him.
Yeah,
but he can only think of one, and he's going to get back to him.
He's going to tell him the rest later in the day.
I have a little screen grab moment, guys. At 3 minutes 6 seconds, we've talked about this before. I have, that there is a green magic 8-ball on his desk. There's a great shot of it on Michael's desk. It's got a $sign on it. It's not actually the number 8. It's a $sign. And so,
this must be some sort of other product. Not a magic 8-ball. Like a special, money magic 8-ball.
Yeah. And I, looked online for it last night.
You could find it?
I could not find it.
I just grabbed my phone to Google it.
I know. So I looked up, but yes, he's got a green magic 8-ball that's got the $sign on it. So if anyone knows anything about that, I want you to email me.
Yeah, please. OfficeLadies@earwolf.com.
Yeah, so if you have a green magic 8-ball with a $sign on it, I want to know.
Angela wants to know, please.
And I want to know what it says when you shake it and look at it.
That's what she said.
That's what she said. I know. Listen, I thought your first line out of the gate, you could just give her your extension. That's what she said.
That's a little bit. That's a little bit. All right. Next up, the fire alarm goes off.
Yes.
Both Dwight and Angela start yelling and instructing people. Dwight, everything. He grabs the water bottle. He punches the extinguisher. He grabs Kelly. How did Mindy get through that?
I don't know, but she has a bun.
Still. When will her hair come
when will she
down?
not have a bun?
Angela, what was that scene like when you were shooting that?
It was so much
How much of
fun.
that was improv?
I mean, that scene was scripted, and there were beats we had to hit to get everyone out of the room, and people were reacting off of our cues. My lines were scripted. I think some of like Rain's stuff was improvised because I have lines. Clearly, my character has taken some class being a safety officer because my lines are: "Do not panic. Arms at your side. Find your safety partner." And his are like, "No, panicking is warranted. You should be panicking."
How excited was your character when the fire alarm went off? Like, your character is one of those people who's so prepared.
Who were the two most excited people?
When the fire alarm went off.
Dwight and Angela.
So when we get down into the parking lot, I noticed something. This is another episode where Jim takes charge, just like Office Olympics. He's the fun guy. He's the guy who's going to keep everything going. And I thought it was interesting that in real life, John was kind of that guy on our set who did that.
He would entertain us when we were like stuck somewhere on location or in the conference room.
Definitely in the conference room. Whenever we had conference room scenes and it was hour 5 and we were in a slump, John would rally us.
John would. He would like do bits and like he would get us laughing. And
yeah. So I thought that was a way that he is sort of like his character.
Yes, a little bit. Yeah. Okay, I have some time codes really quickly.
Go for it.
First of all, we skip past this, but at 3 minutes 34 seconds, Meredith has peak workout weights on her desk. What is Meredith doing? Like arm lifts over there? What's she doing? Also, there's a bright red book that looks like a Bible. I'm positive it's not. It's probably some kind of fake accounting book, but it looks like a Bible. And then at 5 minutes 20 seconds, I have to bring this up. We all walk out of the building, right?
Okay.
I was wearing my own giant chunky loafers that I had bought at Payless for the pilot. So for the first like 2 seasons, I had 2 pairs of shoes basically. I had my chunky Payless loafers and my sash shoes.
How did you decide which ones to wear each day? Did you get to pick or did they pick for you?
They would send them out, I think.
Okay.
But knowing me, I just wore whatever I wanted.
Yeah, so we've been over that.
I did get fancier shoes season 3, everybody. This is very important, Jenna.
Go.
This is the episode of the crappy phone. Oh yeah. First of all, 2 people walk out of the building on their phones. Do you know who they are?
Who?
Oscar and Devin. Both are on calls. Oscar's on a call the whole time. Like Dwight and Angela are herding everyone out. He stays on the phone outside, and it looks like a really old flip phone. This is when the show is really dated, is if you look at these phones. Same with Devin. Devin has on like these slick sunglasses.
Oh yeah, those real skinny sunglasses.
He was so smart. I would have loved some sunglasses. And he has a cell phone. And then in the later part of the episode, which I'll wait for, 2 more cell phones make an appearance by 2 other castmates, and they are both equally really old.
I feel like something that really dated the show as well are some of the Desert Island movies.
Okay.
Desert Island movies was a big thing that came up. Should we talk about them?
We should, but I have this card, but now I feel really stupid reading it, because of my waffle ball moment.
You've changed it again. You were calling it waffle ball, like
Waffle.
dog. It's wiffle ball.
Wiffle. Okay.
You just called it waffle.
Well, because I was trying to get it right and I got it wrong again. I went from wiffle ball. Also, I'm Southern, so I think I just said wiffle ball. You want to play wiffle ball? I sort of made an ass of myself with the whole wiffle ball moment. So this is not going to help. But I have this written on a note card ready.
All right. You have it written on a photo card.
Yeah, because I ran out of note card. Desert Island. WTF.
What does that mean?
At 6:40, John, as Jim says, Desert Island. It's deserted island. What would you take on a deserted island? It's deserted island. Come on, Sam in the booth. It's deserted island. What would you take on a deserted island? Are you nodding?
Yeah, desert island.
That didn't make sense to me. It's a deserted island.
You're so right.
Thank you.
Desert island.
Oh my God, am I redeemed for wiffle ball?
Is it desert or deserted island?
Why?
It's deserted.
Yes, thank you. So he's like, okay, desert island. I'm like, well, why do I want to go to some arid desert island with other people? No, it's a deserted island, like Castaway.
Right. You're so right, Angela.
Thank you.
I have a fan question about, should we call it desert island or deserted island? I don't even know now. Hayden asked, did any of Pam's desert island movies match your personal favorite movies? Pam's movies were Fargo, Edward Scissorhands, Dazed and Confused, Breakfast Club, and Princess Bride.
And then you had your ultimate all-time favorite that you never got to say.
That Jim wouldn't let me say, and a ton of people wrote in and said, what is Pam's favorite movie? I don't know. It wasn't in the script. And I texted BJ and I said, did you have a favorite movie? And he said, no, it was never written. We'll never know.
Right.
I'm so sorry. I tried. I even said to BJ, do you want to just make one up now? Just like give us an answer? And he felt that for the integrity of the show, he could not do that.
BJ's so honorable.
I know. So we will never know her favorite movie. And then as for me, okay, I do like Fargo.
Yes.
But who wants to watch that over and over again on an island?
I don't want to see that leg go into the wood chipper over and over
Over
again.
and over. To me, when I'm thinking about what movies do I take on an island, I'm thinking, what can I stand to watch repeatedly?
Yes, and I love Fargo, but I don't know that I could watch it over and over and over.
Yes, and I would say maybe Princess Bride. I've seen that over and over and over again.
I do love Princess
and that
Bride.
holds up, but still, my list would be different.
Which you have your list?
I did. I made my list.
I have my list too. Let me futz through my paperwork, Jenna.
All right.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, you go.
Okay, my list would be The Edge. Do you know that movie? It stars Anthony Hopkins and Alec Baldwin.
Is this the one with the bear?
Yes.
Oh, God.
It's a survival movie. I watch it every year. It's so good. It's written by David Mamet. It has one of my favorite lines, what one man has done, another can do. That gets me through tough times.
Okay.
I think to myself, well, someone else has probably done it. I can do it too.
I love that message gets to you. I cannot believe in all the years we've been friends, I did not know that you watch The Edge every year as like some motivational thing. I also didn't know you had gossip from, that 70s show. So I don't know what's happening.
Gosh, there's a lot of things you don't know about me.
I guess so. You're a mystery.
All right. I also felt like if I brought The Edge, there might be some like survival techniques that I could learn while on the island.
This is very you.
That could help me get off.
That is very you.
So I just thought it would be instructional and entertaining.
Okay.
All right.
That is Dwight. Are you Dwight?
A little bit. Okay, then I would also bring The Three Amigos.
Oh, that's a great one.
I love that. Tootsie.
Oh, I love Tootsie.
Terms of Endearment.
Oh, I love Terms of Endearment, which was written by Larry McMurtry, who's from my hometown of Archer City, Texas.
It's so good. All the performances in that. Deborah Winger made me want to be an actress. Okay, and then my final movie that I'm going to say, I'm a little on the fence about, but I'm going to say it. Okay, Parasite. What? The Korean film. Here's the thing. I just saw it, and I really want to see it again. So, I just loved it. I thought it was beautiful and amazing and just so good.
Okay, I need to see it. I need to see it. I haven't seen it. I don't know why I cited it, except that it sounds stressful to me. You already have The Edge on your list, which also sounds stressful.
But I've got comedies.
Okay.
I've got a good cry with Terms of Endearment.
Okay.
And I've got some survival, then Three Amigos.
Okay. Jenna asked me if I would make my list, and I want you guys all to know the minute I read that from her, she texted me. I did an enormous eye roll.
I knew you'd be stressed. You don't like to make.
I don't like.
You don't like to categorize.
I don't like lists, so I did it, but I didn't like doing it. I love Meet the Parents.
Yeah.
It has an all-time great line too, Jenna, that gets me through things.
What is it?
I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me?
They're so similar. The things that get us through things are so incredibly similar. It's weird.
I love Pride and Prejudice, the one with Keira Knightley. I watch it over and over.
Yes.
I've seen it so many times. I love it. It's also beautiful. I love it. I love Out of Africa with Meryl Streep
and Robert Redford.
Robert Redford.
He's swoony.
He's swoony. But I grew up overseas, and when I came stateside, I said goodbye to people that I'd never see again. And I watched this movie as a kid, and when she had to say goodbye to everyone in Africa, like I was bawling. I love The Matrix.
Oh, that's a good one.
There is no spoon. That gets me through too, Jenna. I don't know, guys. I love The Empire Strikes Back. And then, like a wild card, I love Shakespeare in Love. I also loved Elizabeth I with Kate Blanchett. I did write a term paper on Anne Boleyn, so I kind of love anything to do with like that time period, the age of, the golden age.
I did not know that about you.
Yes.
I knew that you watched Pride and Prejudice a lot, and I remember because you texted me the first time you showed it to Isabel.
Oh, yeah.
So I remember that was a big moment. But I did not know that you had such. Do you watch The Crown?
Jenna, how do you not know this about me? You clearly never watch my Insta stories.
Oh, no.
Yes, I watched The Crown. I can't believe it's taking so long for it to come back, and I can't wait. And it's finally here.
Olivia Colman.
Also, I almost put on here none of these movies, just Downton Abbey. Because I watched Downton Abbey. I'm already like going, I've made it through twice.
I have another fan question.
Okay.
This is from Michael. Are episodes like this one, where a good portion of the story is outdoors, a pain to shoot because of the need for daylight? Does it make for longer shoots?
No, I thought the heat made it really hard because I felt really bad for the guys. They were in wool blazers and pants. They were so hot.
And by the way, we're complaining, but we had camera operators who were on their feet all day with a giant camera on their shoulder.
Yeah.
And then boom operators who were out in the hot sun.
It was
holding
just
a
hot.
boom above their head.
It was a hot day to work outside.
It was, but my legs and hips were really sore after standing on that concrete for 2 days. I'll never forget that.
Says the 75-year-old.
That's right. I needed some of those SAS shoes.
Oh, yeah.
So we talked about the movies that we would all take to the deserted island.
Yes.
And Angela, then there's that part with the books, and I love your line.
Bible.
The Bible.
A purpose-driven life, and then say, what's your third book? Say it to me.
What's your third book?
No.
But then also, I love that you say you would take the Da Vinci Code so you can burn the Da Vinci Code.
All right.
What a great piece of dialogue.
Such a great piece of dialogue. And people ask me, what are lines that people quote back to you? Like you get Dunder Mifflin, this is Pam. I was at a concert for U2, a U2 concert, and there was a group of like young guys in the section next to me, and there was like a whole like banister between us, right?
Yeah.
And they leaned over this railing and they yelled, "We take the Da Vinci Code because we burn the Da Vinci Code!" Like that. Like I was like, "Hey, fellas." So I actually get that line quoted to me.
I also love Stanley's face during Dwight's description of the book he would bring.
Yeah.
That he would bring a book and then he would hollow out the book and put a bunch of stuff in
A
it.
book that would actually be really helpful.
Yes.
It's actually a good book to bring. He's going to hollow it out.
Exactly.
I have a question.
Yeah.
At 6 minutes, 54 seconds, all of these people are in the parking lot. There's a ton of people
Yeah.
that you don't know, and I have a theory about who I think they are. Who do you think they are?
Well, I'm assuming they're the other people who work in the building because Dunder Mifflin isn't the only business.
Right. I think they're Advanced Refrigeration.
Oh,
That's
Yeah.
what I thought they were.
we know that business is there. I can't remember some of the other businesses that were in there. There's an episode later on where we have they have the meeting of the five.
Oh, yeah, the 5 business heads.
Yes. But I can't remember what the other businesses are right now. I would need to prepare that. And I would when we discuss that episode.
Oh, well, is that sass to me? That I
No.
brought something up that you're not prepared for?
No, that wasn't sad. That was just I'm just speaking. Why would I speak? Do you think it's sass?
Hold on.
I don't understand.
I don't know. You guys listening, some of my favorite lines are when Jenna is just like being Jenna sass instead of Pam sass, where she's like, I am giving you a compliment.
Oh no, you need to know something.
You may speak. You may tell that story now.
After we record these podcasts, we edit these podcasts all together with our engineer Sam and our producer Cody. We sit in a room and we go over the podcast and we have to listen to ourselves back. And we have honed in on a few lines that now you give me trouble for. Apparently, in an episode, I say, I am giving you a compliment. And now the 3 of them,
We say it all the time. I am giving you a compliment. You may speak now.
I did not ever say you may speak now.
You may tell that story now.
Oh no.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Oh no. All right, I have a fan question. Catherine asked, did anyone actually list their favorite books or was it all scripted to fit your characters? There are actually a lot of questions like this. Were the movies scripted? Were any of them our real movies? All scripted.
All scripted. I actually was talking to Kate Flannery last night on the phone, and I asked her if any of her movies for her DVDs for the Deserted Island, thank you, were her own. And she said no, they were all scripted. And I asked her because Meredith says My Big Fat Greek Wedding, and in real life, Kate Flannery and Nia Vardalos, who wrote that movie and stars in it, are very, very good friends. So I thought maybe she had improvised that, but nope, they were all scripted.
Oh wow. That was some good little trivia there, Angela.
Well said.
That was good trivia.
Angela,
I'm giving you a compliment.
Angela, you had decent trivia.
I have always loved Rain's reaction to the firefighters.
Yes.
When he punches the air, I remember it on the day. I remember it fondly every time I watch it. And there was a fan question. Both Andrea and Thomas, two different people, not together, asked, did you guys recruit an actual fire department for this episode? The answer is yes.
Yes, we did. And their uniforms are the Scranton uniforms, so that they wanted them to look like Scranton firefighters, but they were, in fact, an actual firehouse here in Los Angeles.
From what I understand, our wardrobe department reached out to the Scranton Fire Department and they sent in photos of their uniforms so they could recreate them.
Yeah.
This is very cool. All right, guys, I think we should take a break and then we will be back and then we will finish talking about the episode.
See, this is what she does. Do you hear it? But you know what, you guys? You get to have a break now. I am giving you permission to have a break.
I am giving you a break.
Okay, we're back from break, and I do want to tell you guys that our days where we come in and edit are some of my favorite days because Jenna and I just crack up, and it kind of reminds me of how we were on set.
I agree.
We just listen to each other and we're like, oh my god, is that what I sound like?
It is not
That's
easy to
amazing.
listen to yourself for long periods of time
With
though.
your best friend.
It's made me very self-conscious.
Oh wait, Sam is waving at
Sam
us.
is waving.
What?
Maniacally waving.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hi,
So it looks
Sam.
like you both have stumbled upon a pretty big internet debate on whether or not it's desert or deserted island.
Oh, tell us more.
It actually looks like both are correct because both stem from the same Latin word, which means abandoned or deserted.
Okay.
Both are technically correct.
Okay, fine, but I also feel affirmed that it's a big debate.
Yeah. I think it's one of those cases where everyone's right.
Yes, it's not a wiffle ball moment.
No, it's not. It is not.
But maybe
No one agrees on that.
Well, maybe in parts of Texas you play wiffle ball. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, let's get back to the episode. A big part of this episode happens between Michael and Ryan. So there's almost two storylines. There's the Michael-Ryan storyline and Dwight being jealous, and then there's the group of us who are all just trying to keep ourselves occupied in the parking lot. So during those scenes with Michael and Ryan in the car, all of us were just standing in the background for hours and hours. Your ears are getting sunburned. And do you remember that bug?
Jenna, you know I remember that bug. You know I screamed and ruined a take because of that bug.
So guys, there was this bug.
I looked it up online.
It was as big as a bird.
I said it was as big as a Buick. It was bright green, and I looked it up. They're called green June beetles.
Yeah, look it up because this thing is huge, and it kept buzzing around us in the background, and we would have to pretend like it wasn't there because we didn't want to be flailing in the background and ruin all the shots that, you know, Steve and BJ were working so hard on in the back of that car.
Yes, there was a tree not too far from us, that little tree.
Yeah.
And the dude was hanging out in that tree, but every once in a while he would buzz by, and then literally though you could hear it. It sounded like a hummingbird or like some like toy like flying device, like.
And it would come and land on Angela's head in particular. It really liked Angela.
I think. Well, here's the thing. You asked what we did between our break, right?
Yeah.
You went and worked on that 70s show and have gossip you don't want to tell us. I was, you know, very much on a budget. I went back to working at the improv theater I was working at. I needed to, when we were going back to work, I needed to get my hair dyed because my hair, I'm like a sort of a dirty blonde, right? A dishwater blonde. And I decided to dye my hair myself to save the money because it's really expensive.
Yeah.
So I went to the drugstore and I got a home kit. And so actually I remember people wrote in on the comments section at IMDb, which you should never look at. They wrote in and said, what happened? Why is her hair so bleach blonde? My hair is so blonde, and I think that dang bug thought I was a flower. I dyed my hair myself. Look at it. It's like, I think I burnt my scalp.
Well, John Krasinski started then doing this bit, where he was pretending to be the bug, picking you up and carrying you away from all of us. And we'd be like, bye, Angela.
And I'd be like, but he would like do this, but he's so tall, first of all. He would like do his arms like, and then like attach to my shoulders and then like
carry you away
and like drop me off. But here's the thing, guys, I do not like people scaring me.
We've discussed this.
I like swat or hit. I also don't like anything near my ears. My ears were already sunburned.
Yeah.
And this thing would buzz by my ears and I would shriek and flail about. And I think I did ruin the take.
And then I remember that John, as a joke, decided to come up right next to your ear and pretend to be the bug.
Make the buzz noise.
And you were so startled, you hit him in the face.
I hit him as hard as I could. I didn't know I was going to be hitting John.
No, you had your thing. You had your reaction. So a lot was going on in the background.
I have a question because at 16 minutes, 12 seconds, you guys, Roy is waving about, like David Denman is waving his hand back and forth, and he kind of jumps up and down, and I couldn't help but wonder if it was the bug.
That's amazing. I have to talk about the talking head where we learn that Michael lost all of his money in a pyramid scheme.
Oh.
And he says it was okay because it taught him more than he could have learned in business school.
Yes.
It was just, I have nothing to say about it except for that I thought it was a great talking
I know. Well, Michael has a line in this episode for me that is just one of those lines that sums up Michael. Michael is in Ryan's car in the backseat with Ryan. Ryan feels totally uncomfortable the majority of this episode. But Michael says to Ryan, I became a salesman because of people. I love making friends. And I think he probably was a good salesman, but he's horrible in management because he doesn't get to, like, you know, butter up strangers.
Well, we see him be a great salesman in future episodes, so he was very good at that, and then got promoted to manager, and now I think he's lonely. My next fan question has to do with the scene where Dwight is pouting in his car.
Oh, yes, let's do that because I have a card about that.
Great. So Lucy asked, how many takes did it take for the scene where you and John are helping Dwight with his emotions when he's listening to REM in his car? Rain seems to almost break at the end of that scene. Are you and John's reactions authentic or scripted? Well, it took a lot of takes. I'll say that. We spent a lot of time on that scene. I'm sorry, you were probably in the background with the bug on that one, Angela.
I was probably fending for my life back there. Me and Roy, apparently.
And yes, I think Rain is almost breaking.
I think Rain is almost breaking at the end, but I actually wrote this, and I know my jam people out there are not going to be happy, but I said at 14:22 seconds, I thought Jim and Pam were being mean to Dwight.
I agree.
When I
watched this episode, I didn't like us.
I didn't like you guys there either. In fact, Jim suggested he quits.
Yeah.
You know?
I didn't like it.
And
I
then
didn't
you
care
guys
for it.
laugh as you walk away. And here's the thing. I don't mind when you do pranks in the office because Dwight is so ridiculous and he takes himself way too seriously. But in this episode, his feelings had been hurt, and he was feeling sad and kind of rejected.
Yeah.
And I thought you guys were doing, like, jokes at his expense, and I didn't like it.
Me either. I thought we crossed a line.
Yep.
You know, something that I like about our show is that we were whole characters, and as people in your whole life, you probably aren't great every moment,
Well,
right?
you have moments you're not proud of that you were like, you know what, I could have been better in that moment.
Yes, and I thought Jim and Pam could have been better in that moment.
Yeah.
I was disappointed in them. Camille also asked, a couple of episodes ago you mentioned that the cars we see your characters drive are sometimes your actual cars. Is the car that Dwight listens to
Everybody Hurts?
Yes. Is that Rain's actual car? No. That was a Dwight car.
Yes.
Bought that just for Dwight. And also, Michael Sebring, they rented that just for Michael.
That's right. And we only used our cars in some of those few first episodes. And really after that, I think we got a bigger budget.
Yes. And Pam had a Kia, I think, for a while. And they rented that. So they rented all these cars for us. What about the warehouse guys breaking bottles?
Yes.
In the background.
I have that on a card. So the warehouse guys look like they're smashing beer bottles. And you know what? It actually even annoys Roy, which is Roy's motivation to come over to you and be like, gosh, you know, those warehouse guys. Like, he actually almost seemed vulnerable to me in that moment. He didn't want to hang out with them.
And I thought it was sort of weird that he was like, can I hang out with you guys?
Yeah.
Can you hang out with your own girlfriend? I think you can. Fiance. Look, see?
I know. I actually kind of liked seeing Roy like that. I liked seeing him, but then he so quickly is a turd again.
Well, I guess you did like seeing him, Angela, because during the game, Who Would You Do? He says, Angela.
I didn't say Roy.
No, but there was a fan question under construction. Who would Angela's character do? Angela, would it have been Dwight or Roy?
It would have been a toss-up. I would have liked to see them fight over me and be titillated. And then I would have picked the winner.
Well, all of the women say Jim except for Pam. Pam says Oscar or Toby. Now, she's obviously saying this because she doesn't want to admit Jim. But in a later season, she does say she always thought Toby was cute. So maybe
If Toby had heard that, he would have maybe fainted.
yeah.
And then the whole time, poor Kevin, is like standing right behind them. Meredith just sort of smiles, like with this crazy eye look, and nods her head at every single name.
No, I did not.
Yes, but did you notice that when they said who would you do, both Oscar and Kevin said Pam
Oh,
at the same time? Oscar says Pam.
a lot of desire for Pam.
And then, of course, everyone is saying who they would do. Jim says Kevin, and it's kind of playful and lighthearted. But then Michael says, I would love to have sex with Ryan. And everyone's like, Michael, you just took a turn.
Yeah, that's not. When you put it that way, when you're playing these games, it's like no. You don't say I would have sex with Toby. Like no.
You try, yeah.
It's just who would you do?
Who would you
Who would you do?
I have some time codes, Jenna, that I want to get to before we come to the end of the episode. I know this takes us way back, but 11 minutes, 20 seconds. Michael has a talking head by the building, and if you watch it, you will see that Steve is squinting so badly. But you guys, when I watched that, I started laughing because I remember it was so bright out because it was so hot that we were all squinting. Like, it was actually hard.
Devin with his sunglasses.
Except Devin with his, like, super slick sunglasses. But just watching Steve trying to keep his eyes open was so cracking me up. Also, at 14 minutes, 54 seconds, who is that dude sitting on the curb across the street? He's by, like, a blue hatchback. He's just sitting on the curb watching us. Who's that guy?
He's probably from one of the local businesses.
I think so. I think he probably works at, like, you know, the train yard.
They used to try to shut down the street when our cameras would swing that way. They would shut down the sidewalk or ask people not to walk, but we can't legally make you not.
Also, those guys at the junkyard could give zero F's about it.
They were just like, he was having lunch. He's like, I'm gonna sit here and watch what you're doing.
These people swat bugs. Starting at 17 minutes, like 30 seconds, Michael can't find his phone, right?
Oh yeah, and
so
Dwight runs back into the building.
Runs back in. We're like, Dwight, but Ryan the temp is like, what if I call it? You know, right? And he pulls out his phone, and there's this awkward exchange that, like, Michael's like, I gave you my number. And he clearly didn't put it in his phone. But his phone is ridiculously old. And then Michael starts ringing in his pocket. And do you know the song is playing?
Yeah. Mambo number 5.
Mambo number 5. And
our writers were obsessed with that song.
Obsessed with it. And then that was like a really old flip phone. So you guys, just a lot of old technology in this episode.
Well, this just goes to show you, these were the phones of the time. Yeah, I upgraded to a BlackBerry.
Yes, we had
sometime at the end of season 2.
And that was the other thing.
And I was thrilled that I could answer an email from my BlackBerry, but I still couldn't do any, like, web browsing.
Also, this episode, I think, shows the time it's in, because if you had a group of people like this outside, there would not be only Oscar and Devin on a phone. Everybody would have their phones out.
Oh yeah,
that's what it would be now. Isn't that interesting?
That's really interesting.
And this episode wouldn't work.
It wouldn't work because we wouldn't be forced to interact with one another. We would all just sit on our phones.
Guys, we gotta get off the phone sometimes.
This is a good point.
And also, remember Phyllis, our burlesque dancer?
Yes.
At 19 minutes, 3 seconds, guess who starts doing a little shimmy, a little dance to Dwight's song. But you know what this song is, because guess who started the fire?
Ryan started the fire.
Yep.
His cheese pita. What is a cheese pita?
I feel like I've had one.
It's a pita with just cheese in it?
Kind of. It kind of reminds me of like a pizza pocket.
Like a Hot Pocket?
A Hot Pocket.
Okay. I thought it was a weird thing to a cheese pita. I don't know. All right.
I wonder if the writers ate them in the writers' room.
They must have.
Right?
I have a fan question. The name of the person is one of those Marvel nerds. So one of those Marvel nerds asked,
okay.
Yeah, did Ryan started the fire get stuck in your heads throughout filming this episode? Yes. 4 days later. And every time I watch the episode, it gets stuck in my head for a whole rest of the day. So yes. Now I need to address something that I have some strong feelings about with this episode.
Okay.
We addressed one of my strong feelings, which is where I thought that Jim and Pam, we both agreed they behaved poorly with Dwight. Okay, now I have to say
I'm really wondering if this is going to be I'm hiding my last card from you. I have one card left.
And I have one sheet of paper left.
Okay,
Here it is. Katie arrives. She says that her desert island movies are Legally Blonde.
That's all she gets out.
Yes. And Jim cuts her off. And remember earlier,
Meredith had said it.
And Pam said, I really like that movie, and Jim gave her trouble about it. And then she takes it back.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, which by the way, I don't like that. I don't like it that Pam took it back, that she changed herself.
Yeah, she edited.
She edited herself to look good in front of Jim. That bums me out. I don't like how Pam then snarkily laughs at Katie
when she says it.
I don't like it. I thought it was catty. I thought it was competitive. And I know that she's jealous of Katie, but Pam likes Legally Blonde.
And why can't she just say that to Jim?
I know, she doesn't stand up for herself, and then she shames Katie for it because she's trying to look cool for Jim, and I think it's a flaw. I do, and I like it because I think it shows Pam being human and complex, but it does make me cringe.
I remember dating a guy in college. Oh my God, he loved the show Bassmasters. Guys, I don't give a crap about. Sorry. Here's the thing. I appreciate that you want to get out in nature. I don't need to watch you fish. No offense to the Bassmaster people, but I would watch hours of Bassmaster with this guy in college because I liked him. And I'm like,
no,
oh
I
my
think
God.
that's different.
Well,
I dated a guy.
Herself. I think Pam, not Jenna, edited herself for Jim because she likes him. But what I don't like is that it was at the expense of Meredith. Jim judged Meredith's picks, and then he judged you, and then I judged Katie.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the sort of behavior that I didn't like. I dated a lot of people where I took on their interests because I like them. I think that's love, you know. I think, you know, I will get up in the middle of the night and watch the World Cup with my husband because he loves it. You know, I think that's cool. But anyway, after all of this happens, Pam kisses Roy in front of Jim.
You want to see what I wrote?
What?
First of all, I said at 19 minutes 52 seconds, we have some serious Pam sass happening. She laughs when Katie also says Legally Blonde, and then she says, what an adorable car, which is basically Pam's moment of, looks like someone took the slow train to Philly. This is Pam's moment. Like, she is being so snarky.
I know.
And then I put, and then Pam smooches Roy in front of everyone. Tacky.
Oh, you wrote tacky because I wrote, okay, I would do that.
Tacky.
I wouldn't throw like someone else's opinions under the bus and change all my way I think to impress a man. But I would try to make him jealous by kissing someone else.
Well,
that I would do.
I said tacky.
And I want to say 2 fans wrote in about this as well. Macy said, can we all agree that in this episode, Jim is completely wrong about Legally Blonde? It's a great movie. Everyone was right to pick it. And Chubby Bookworm said, why is Jim so opposed to a movie about a girl who is strong enough to go for what she wants and along the way finds herself and encourages others and upbuilds them and is capable and inspiring? I agree. I think Legally Blonde is a great movie. It has a positive message. Jim is wrong.
You heard it here, Reese Witherspoon.
Reese Witherspoon, in case you were worried that the movie didn't land. It landed. We loved it. And everyone, that is the fire.
I want to leave you with this final moment. When Rain as Dwight sings the song in the conference room, he's holding up the charred cheese pita, whatever. You can tell when Rain gets through the whole thing, he's so happy. I want to know. I want to text Rain and ask him how many takes did he have to do. Because when he hits that final, Ryan started the fire, he's like alive. Because I think it probably took a few takes to get it.
I bet you're probably right. All right, next week, everybody, we are going to be talking about Halloween. It's special guest.
Yes, my neighbor and the delightful Creed Bratton.
So be sure to join us for that, and we'll see you soon. Okay, bye.
Over.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer.
And our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of the show and our bonus episodes Candy Bag, go to StitcherPremium.com.
For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies.
I love it.
Creed is here.
Creed is here. Creed is here.
Creed is in the house.
Yeah. This is so amazing. Creed's going to be with us for the whole episode, guys.
Okay, Creed, you are our first in-house visitor, right? I mean, we've had people call in, but you're our first in-house guest.
I'm the first one. I might have a bathroom break or something. You know, people can hold me in and out.
We can provide you with a
good.
bathroom
That'd be good.
We can
I'm
take
old.
bathroom
I'm
break.
old school. Well, I'm old, so that's part of it.
I need everybody to know that I've already teared up twice since Creed has been here. You've said two touching, well, first of all, just seeing you,
Oh.
almost burst into tears, but then you've said like 5 amazing things that have touched my heart
Well, as soon
already.
as I get together, it's just go back on the scene.
I know.
Creed lives down the street from me.
Yes.
I think everybody who knows me knows this.
Don't give my address.
I won't. Creed's address is. His hidden key is. Yes, we are neighbors, and it's one of the joys of my life that we're neighbors. I love that you're right around the corner. I love that we have.
We see each other walking.
We see each other
hiking
walking.
down the street. We do.
Yeah, you were walking. Was it your daughter's dog? Your son's
My
dog?
son's little Yorkie, yeah.
Little Yorkie, and I hear, "Hey, pumpkin!" And I turn around, it's Creed. And we've also maybe had some adult beverage in red
We
solo
may
cups.
have. We may have.
We like to do a little bit of what we call the sauce trail and walk around having a glass of wine.
And watching documentaries.
Oh yeah, Creed loves anything where like animals go crazy, like Planet Earth.
Yes, all that stuff.
All right, well, we are really excited to have you here. We are discussing the Halloween episode.
Yes.
Right.
Season 2, episode 5. This was written by Greg Daniels and directed by Paul Feig, and it is the first episode that Creed speaks.
Well, I actually
Remember?
Diversity Day. I had
I
lines
told
with
her.
with Phyllis.
Yes, I
They
told her.
paid me afterwards. First AD, the girl that called me after first AD.
Yeah.
First season. She thought it was one of the cast. So she came over here and she said, "Now you and Phyllis just start talking." Phyllis said, "Wait," I said, "Never mind." Okay. Never mind.
Phyllis was gonna out you.
Phyllis was gonna out me. So never mind, it's fine. And so I started talking about sacrificing the goats or something,
course you did.
trying to tell her
Wait,
what was on her head.
Your improv was sacrificing goats.
Yes.
Fantastic.
So you can hear me in the background. And later they said, "Wait a minute, Creed's talking in the background." And I said, "Oh shoot, how did that happen?"
Yeah, how'd that happen, Creed?
So they paid me on the side. We can't. I said, "No, it's fine. It's fine." And then not off camera. Then also the voice for the ride.
Yes.
For the mining
For
ride.
the mining ride.
You were
I think
so
they
funny.
paid attention to that.
Yeah, you were so funny as the voice of the mining ride.
Yeah.
And Isabel was watching that episode with me. And she said, "Mom, I know that voice. I know that voice." I was like, "Wait, oh my gosh." She was like, "I think it's Creed."
She?
Oh, yeah.
Concerning she.
I didn't catch it. And then I looked it up and I'm like, Isabel, we do know that voice. It's Creed.
Yeah. But anyway, this is the first time where I actually had some serious lines. It was 6.5 pages of the kids and actually the script down and said, "Okay, here it is. This is your moment."
Wow.
And I had memorized it forwards and backwards and set a timer, recorder, and I sublimated to it. And then we go off and play the lines and go sleep. I had it backwards and no joke. I had it
Wow.
backwards. I knew this was the group. this is the place. My intuition said this is it. And then, of course, we walked in the office, and Greg came in and said, by the way, we made changes, of course, to the lines. We reversed them around and added some stuff. Okay, Steve? Yeah, fine.
Because they used to do that to us
All the time.
Oh, we would come in and you just get new pages and then shoot the scene 5 minutes later.
Yeah, they would hand you the pages, and sometimes we took the pages we would fly.
Right off the copier.
Right off the copier.
And we dropped them, so we go,
Yeah, ow. Now change your lines that you have learned, and you've been having a tape recorder play at 3 a.m. to you.
You remember the backdrop right off of where my desk and Kate's desk was?
Yes.
You can sneak around the back, get to the green room from behind it.
Yeah.
That's set up like that. I walked back like that. I told you this is once we started with Steve, it was like in the back. And there was some improvisation. It's because I was just there.
Well, you knocked it out of the park, Creed.
Yeah.
Well, great. You started out as a musician.
Yep.
And a very long, successful career as a musician. How did you even end up on the show in the first place as our stand-in / background
person? I was working on Burning Man. And Ken Kwok was king. So they'd been using me for this little hints. If you ever watch old Burning Man, you'll see me all the time in the background. Mugging up.
I really want to see that.
I want to go
I'm
back.
always in the background doing some stupid stuff, and they didn't allow me because I made Bernie laugh. I made him laugh. And so Ken was talking about this guy's money. He heard Joe Moore the first year I was on the grassroots. He went to Central Eva for some albums for me to sign because he could be closer to stuff. We started talking about music. Then I found out that he was doing Office American Workplace, and I'm a big fan of innovation. So he gave me his number. I never ever called him. I called him he said, "This is feels like it's."
And Ken would not have given you his number. I feel like he was so discerning.
Oh my God!
If he didn't mean call me.
Yeah. So he did, and so he talked to Greg, and then I talked to Ken later. And so I talked to Greg. I told him we're very interesting, funny guy. He said, well, what we'll do, this is his words, Greg's words, we'll put him in the background and see if he works in the mix. And that first time, that was it, working in the mix. That's all I need to hear. That's why I took liberties, just kind of like pretending that I was part of the group, and that paid off. Yes.
Oh, I love that.
Oh, that is cool.
Awesome. What's this?
Should we do a summary? Jenna, do you have one?
Yes. So in this episode, Halloween, Michael is told that he must fire someone during the month of October due to cutbacks at Dunder Mifflin. But in true Michael fashion, he waits until the very last day of October, which also happens to be Halloween. He also has no idea who to fire. He has not made a decision. He spends the entire episode trying to figure out what to do while the rest of us are dressed in our costumes for the Halloween party.
I love that. I love the juxtaposition that someone's going to get fired while wearing a ridiculous costume.
Yes.
They're going to have to go home fired in that outfit.
Well, I have a fast fact about this episode. Fast fact number 1. Greg Daniels wrote this episode, and he told me that the inspiration for this episode was that he had always wanted to do a story about someone being fired, but from the point of view of the boss rather than the employee. He felt like we always see stories of people being fired and how they're wrestling with having been fired, but he was like, we never see what it does to the boss. That's the genius of Greg Daniels right there.
Absolutely.
Well, the problem that this plot presented for Greg was that he was going to have to fire someone on the show. He was going to have to pick a Dunder Mifflin employee to be part of the plot.
Yes.
Well, he couldn't fire any of the series' regular characters because we all had contracts, and he didn't want to fire any of the supporting cast, even though at this point you guys still did not have your full-time contracts,
No,
right?
we didn't become series regulars till Blue's Cruise. So listen, we were all on the chopping block.
Were you a little worried?
Well, maybe.
Well, Greg didn't have any intention of losing them. He didn't want to lose anyone in the warehouse. But he also told me he didn't want to hire someone new that you've never seen on the show just to fire them. He felt like those stakes would feel very manufactured. So he turned to our two background actors, Creed and Devin, and he was like, well, these guys are very well established on the show at this point, and this is where I'd like to know what happened, because I know the end of this story, which is that Greg found out that Devin had a theater contract coming up, that he was going to go on tour, right, with a play. And so
That's what Devin said.
Yeah.
At the time, though, they told us, one of you guys have to go.
Oh, man.
And we don't know yet. We're just going to do that. We're going to shoot you both and we'll see how it works out.
Oh my God. Wait, they're going to shoot the scene two ways?
They know that we're going to shoot the thing because they could have gone back and changed it on the show.
Oh, because Michael could have said, you know what? I said
Yeah.
it was Creed and it's Creed. You can't change my mind.
But it was going to be one of us. They said it was going to be one of us. And I remember being a little nervous.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Devin and I were friends.
Well, sure.
And by the way, you know, on the finale, jumping ahead a lot. I don't know if I'm going to jump ahead.
You can.
When Greg brought me to the office to find out what I wanted to do for the trade character, I said, well, one thing I'd like to do is sing the song. But I song, I also think we should have Devin. And but I we get together something.
Yeah.
I was really nervous because I felt bad that I might have to go, but also that Devin too. So mixed blessings and all that stuff.
All right, fast fact number 2. This is the first time we see Pam's hair down. Instead of her usual half up, half down hair clip.
That to me is so important.
Oh, well then Creed, Creed, you're going to love some of my note cards if that's important. Buckle in.
But this was a huge deal. Kim Ferry, our hairstylist, and me, and Greg, and Paul Feig, we all had a meeting about Pam's hair, and if we could let her hair down. And it was, it must have been 30 minutes. We talked about it. There was a lot of concern that she might look too pretty with her hair down, and I can't remember how we got permission. Kim was delighted. Kim had been putting my hair in a hair clip now for like 12 episodes or something. She was so thrilled to be able to scrunch it,
do something different.
Anything different. And it was kind of a big deal. So
well, they were playing both beauties all the time.
That's right. Did everyone hear that?
Did you fight?
Creed says they played down our beauty.
And it's true. Toward the end, did you guys lobby? Come on, let us show.
I remember really wanting lip gloss.
Yeah, something.
So what's funny to me is that was a 30-minute meeting about your hair. Meanwhile, I go to hair and makeup and they put on full, enormous, purple fake eyelashes on me. If you look at me as this cat, I have big purple eyelashes. They were so huge, I had a hard time, even navigating them. When I watched the episode, I looked a little sleepy. I think it's because I couldn't open my eyes. No meeting. They just I was like, are you sure? They just put them on me. And then one of the writers walked up to me, I can't remember who, and was like, do you have purple? Really Mindy? She's like, purple lashes on? She might have been jealous. Yeah.
She would want those purple lashes.
No one said anything. Why is Angela Martin putting on purple fake eyelashes?
Everyone was too busy meeting about my hair.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, fast fact number 3. Creed, I don't know if you remember this. Angela, I think maybe you do. The week we shot the Halloween episode, Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant visited one day. I know this because I have a photograph with them in my cat outfit, and Jim is 3-hole punch Jim, but you can't really see the holes because he's got his arm around someone. So it's a whole picture of our producers and Ricky and Steven and me and John, and I am the only person wearing a costume. I like to imagine that they came to see me in a play where I played a cat or
Your
something.
one-act play?
Because we look like we're standing like backstage.
You're the cats, yeah.
You're the only one in a costume.
Yeah, this is how I know this because I only have 2 pictures of myself with Ricky and Steven, and one of them is me in a cat costume.
I remember that they were there because I was still my ears still hurt from that night. Ricky, your face, the laugh.
That's such a good impression.
He laughed at everything.
He was
He laughed at
so
types of
good-natured.
coffee.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, he's the sweetest man. And just a joy.
All right, those are my fast facts. That's our summary. Maybe we should. Do we need that bathroom break? Let's do a bathroom break.
Let's do a bathroom
I
break.
could use one.
By the way, I just want to say I just love these fast facts.
Oh, well then if you
Oh,
love the
great,
fast
thank
facts,
you.
get ready for the note cards.
Great.
Oh, I can't wait. It's still my throbbing heart.
Okay. It sounded a little weird when you said it like
Started
that.
to be weird, and then I drifted away.
Okay.
All right.
Go to the bathroom.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all 3.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it. And I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
1 breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect. People really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint, hint.
hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. All right, let's get into some note cards. Can we?
Yes.
All right.
Let's get into the episode.
Let's do it. I have a note card from the cold open.
Oh, what is the cold open of this?
Okay, so
episode?
the cold open is you say that Jan called. He's like, yes, and Michael has to go in because he knows he has to fire someone.
Right.
And so he calls Jan, and her assistant Sherry answers the phone.
Yes.
And Sherry has so much good sass. She's like, okay, well, who are you going to fire? He goes, well, I'm not really sure. And she's like, we just need the name.
Jan needs the name.
Jan needs the name. And then he's like, who would you fire? And she's like, just give me the name. And then he thinks he's hung up. And he's like, fire you. And she was still here, right?
He's like, I wish I could fire Sherry.
I mean, I want to know who Sherry is. Who is Sherry?
Yes, I thought the same thing. So the first thing I did, I went to IMDb, Internet Movie Database.
I did too.
I looked up this episode, uncredited.
Uncredited. Who is Sherry?
Who is Sherry? I reached out to Dave Rogers. He was the editor for this episode.
You guys, he knows everything about The Office.
He didn't.
That is saying something because he is like
He knows
the walking
everything.
Bible of the show.
He's an encyclopedic member.
No one knows.
Listen to what Dave did. Dave reached out to Allison Jones, our casting director, who went to her storage facility,
Oh my Lord.
found the contracts for this episode, looked it up.
Wow.
Allison, thank you.
Oh my gosh, Allison, you're like an episode of The Pelican Brief. An
It is.
episode.
This is
a movie.
CSI The Office.
You're like CSI The Office.
It is Lisa Malone.
Okay.
And by the way, this was shot on September 13th, 2005.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, Lisa, you were fantastic
You
as
killed
Sherry.
it. You killed it as Sherry.
Oh, man. And Allison, thank you. Thank you for being our CSI The Office.
I want to go back, Angela, because I have a note that precedes your note card.
Is it at 5 seconds?
Is it the shot of Devin and Creed at their
The
desks?
establishing shot.
Yeah.
Yes.
I noticed it too. The second shot of this episode is Creed and Devin at their desks. I have to imagine this was not an accident, that they wanted to drive home Devin and Creed, since we know
It was
that one of you.
well
Yeah.
placed.
Yes.
Yeah. It's Phyllis putting on makeup and then it goes to Devin getting her desk.
Well, the scene with Michael and Pam. Do you guys remember how he's wearing the second head?
Yes.
Yes.
And Pam goes in his office and he tells her that he needs to fire someone, and then he sort of implies maybe it could be her.
Oh, I have 2 cards from this scene.
And so Pam decides to quickly start flattering him
She pivots hard.
about his costume, and then she just gets out of the room as quickly as possible. I could not get through that scene. Listen, Steve is funny enough on his own, but Steve with that extra Steve on his shoulder, it was too much, and it wobbled in a sort of
He
weird
was
way.
wobbling it on
He loved
purpose.
it. He loved wobbling that.
He loved it.
Anytime.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. That was a great. That's what she said. Come on.
He loves wobbling things.
He loved wobbling that thing.
Oh, that's what she said.
Hey.
We got it back.
Got it.
Got it back. Creed, what did I write? It's 3 minutes 12 seconds.
Oh my God, Pam is diabolical. Her turn to flattery when she realizes Michael would fire her.
Diabolical.
I'm seeing a real devious streak in Pam.
I want to comment, if I may,
Please.
the brilliance of Steve Carell, the pain and the anguish in his face when he's trying to fire someone. Just seeing him, he's just dying. He's absolutely dying. He's not acting. He's fucking, to me, he looked like a man who's suffering from something.
And you know,
Death.
it's interesting you bring that up, Creed, because we've talked a lot about how Michael wants to be popular, he wants to be friends with people, he wants to be the life of the party, but I think this episode goes beyond that. That it isn't just that he knows that it's going to be, he's going to not be well liked by the person he fires. I think it really, like, I think it touches on something. He really doesn't want to hurt someone else.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
So it's deeper than that, just unpopularity.
I was moved by it.
Same.
I mean, yeah.
I get more pictures at Halloween of Pam as a cat and Jim as 3-Hole Punch. I think that is the most popular Halloween costume that I get sent to me.
I get myself, well, Angela Martin in an Argyle sweater, like with a turtleneck and a headband holding a stuffed animal cat next to some guy in a mustard shirt with a tie and his hair parted down the middle. What about you, Creed?
I get the Joker.
The Joker.
The Joker.
Oh.
And then when Ryan, damn it, Creed, him checks you.
Oh.
No, that's a later episode.
Later,
Yeah,
so
that
I
way
go
you guys
flying.
are both
But she
dressed in the same costume.
knocks you over.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I howl.
that's a recurring thing.
Angela, I want to talk to you about your costume.
Please.
Okay, Michael comes over to accounting. You're dressed as a cat. There's 3 cats. Phyllis is a cat. I'm a cat. You're a cat.
Yes, actually, we can do really quickly the rundown of costumes. Kelly is Dorothy. Phyllis, Pam, and Angela are cats. Dwight is a Sith Lord. Kevin is the Dunder Mifflin superhero. Creed is a vampire. Oscar is a lady.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's a character lady or just a lady.
I think he's a lady.
He's just a lady. Jim is 3-hole punch Jim. Stanley, no costume. Ryan the Temp, no costume. Of course, Michael was 2 minutes.
And Devin was a tramp.
And Devin was a hobo. Yes.
Yeah. Angela, why does your cat only have 2 lines for whiskers and not 3?
Jenna, I don't know. Why does my cat have purple fake eyelashes?
Why does your cat have weird cat ears? I mean, I just want to say that as the resident cat lady of the office, I think you have the worst cat costume.
Why do I have a fuzzy white skirt?
Why?
With a giant tail that was almost impossible to sit in. It was so, and the skirt didn't quite fit me, and it kept like heading south. I had to keep like grabbing it and yanking it up.
It almost ruined the whole episode. That
I think now there was such a big meeting about your hair that my cat costume was just like, just put this on her.
But you ended up wearing that costume like 2 more times.
For years.
And it's the worst one. It really is. I have a vague memory, a very, very vague memory of being in makeup and having them discuss how they were going to differentiate the 3 different cats. And it was decided that Phyllis and I would have 3 whiskers on each cheek, and you would only have 2.
My cat was maimed.
I feel like that happened. I don't know if we can ask Laverne. Laverne was our makeup artist. I don't know. But I mean, right? I just think you
you
had.
were smaller than you deserved to.
they decided to give me less. I have to, while
It's
we're
a height
talking,
reference.
yeah. While we're talking about this scene in accounting, I have to point out that we don't often, our camera guys didn't often do like a full character slow pan, you know? And they do such a hilarious one. They start at Kevin's feet and they go all the way to his head while he's smiling to get him in full red leotard
With the socks on this
and like,
bulging in wrong areas.
oh my gosh.
It's great. It's great.
There's a great slow pan of Kevin.
We should say we loved dressing up in these Halloween costumes because our outfits normally were pretty boilerplate. It was almost like we wore uniforms in a way.
And our wardrobe people loved, the wardrobe crew loved getting to dress us because it's just a great turtleneck.
Angela, give us a note card.
All right, at 5 minutes, 23 seconds. This is a runner. This is a reference to a runner, but this is a really big deal.
What?
Kelly has braided like pigtails. Oh, her hair is down.
Her hair is
Her
down.
hair is down.
Oh,
It's not in a
I
bun.
remember.
Mindy had a bun for like the whole first season, and then about, I guess,
It was like a twist, a French twist, I think.
I mean, her character really changes her look. And then she starts having her hair down. She gets a little sassy. But this has been a big thing. We've been wondering when they change her hair. This is the beginning.
I don't think this counts because it's a Halloween costume.
What?
Yeah. I'm sorry to say.
I agree. I'm happy to say I'm with you.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know if I like you here, Creed. All of a sudden, I have someone
Oh, well.
to veto. She gets one. Oh, fart. Well, I got pretty excited because her hair was down.
Well, but it was a costume. It was every day and the character thing.
That's what I'm saying.
Am I talking to Jenna or Creed? I don't know anymore. All right.
You know the scene where Pam and Jim set up a resume for Dwight to get a job someplace else? I have a fan question about that. RCJH asked, what were you typing on the computer when you and Jim were working on Dwight's resume? I was typing what we were saying.
Of course you were, Jenna. Of course you were. Because you're so method.
I was very method.
You're like, I am a responsible
You would type out your lines?
Yeah.
While you were doing it?
Because Jim would say, like, I would say, what should we say here? And then he would say what we should say, and I would type it. And here's the thing. I'm very proud of my typing skills.
Oh, we know.
Yeah.
Creed, do we know or do we know? I
We
mean,
really know.
you
Now
guys-
I'm back on your side, Angela.
thank you,
Oh,
Creed.
This how it feels?
Yes, this.
Feels
Yeah,
good.
we
You
know.
walk in this thing with your fingers. You consider we'd be talking about stuff in the dresser. Your fingers would be there like your tiny.
Oh, now that is not true.
It's too much. Too much.
Tone it down. And then you would tell us about your typing speed and your level of accuracy.
Well, you should know I was typing for actual lights
Well, I
because
think
I
that's pretty
could.
great though.
Because she could, and I can, and I will.
And you're fast too.
That's
She's
right.
very fast.
Michael's scene with Dwight, when he calls Dwight into his office and he tells Dwight that he has to fire someone, and Dwight starts naming all the people he should fire. But then Michael implies maybe it should be Dwight. And then Michael's second head starts talking to Dwight. Do you remember Steve and Rain laughing during that scene? Because I do. I remember they could not get through that scene. I'm sitting out at reception in the background, and they were cracking themselves up in there.
Rain was literally doubling over.
Yeah.
He was like kind of leaning forward, and he would just kind of collapse into himself. He was laughing so hard.
There must be deleted scenes of that scene.
Oh man, I would
I
love
would
to
love
see
to see
those.
that.
Yeah.
That is fun to see.
Well, Paul Feig called in when we did Office Olympics, and he said one of the things he loved about directing episodes of our shows is that you could really find a shot that was cool, and you would have the support of Greg to just kind of go with it. And he sort of found that shot where Dwight, as the Sith Lord, has his like hood kind of like, it looks like it's straight out of the movie, you know?
Yes.
And they just loved
But
that.
shot from the side, right?
Yeah, shot from the side, and they sort of just found that and went with it. And Greg was totally supportive of it. Paul was talking about like how fun that was to have that creative freedom and find those little nuggets, and it's so cool looking.
We had a lot of shots like that. They're just cookie cutter and stereotype sitcom. Just interesting shots.
Yeah,
You know,
Camera.
and something that we haven't talked about on the show yet is the idea of actor marks. So usually on a television show, so that they can get these shots, they put a little piece of tape on the ground, and if you, for example, if Jim had to walk up to Pam's desk, there would be a little mark on the ground, and he would have to stand exactly on that mark. And it's really hard to do. I mean, do you guys find it hard to do? I feel like I'm always looking down for the tape, and then I get to my spot and I look up. It's like a hard thing to manage. Well, on our show, we did not have that. They would just let us wander. They would say, just walk up in this general area and the camera will find you.
Yeah.
It was so loosey-goosey. So amazing.
Didn't you say you were in a band called Lucy Goosey?
I was in a band called Lucy Goosey.
What?
I was in a band.
You were not.
With Peter White. We used to play with Al Stewart. In Macon, still does. We had a band, Dave Camp on sax, and we played the rap parties at the beach house. And the house, Lucy Goosey, played up there. They were dancing out there.
Oh
Lucy
my
Goosey.
gosh.
Yeah.
We just need you to just sit here and tell us about all your
Creed, you have
stories.
literally the most interesting life. I have a fan question
I'm a
for you.
fascinating character.
You are.
And humble.
This is a fan question from Todd Myers, and
Yes.
this feels like a good place to ask it. Who is the biggest rock star you ever partied with during your touring days?
Oh.
It maybe doesn't have to be the biggest. It could just what's the most interesting.
Yeah.
I lived for a while at the campus in the States. And Linda Ronstadt there. Jackson Brown. There were a lot of people playing at this place. We lived there and they were very interested in the history of the States. And Butch Trucks from All Brothers was there one night. Butch came over.
Wait. I'm so sorry. You all live together?
No, we lived in the States in little bungalows. You could rent these bungalows in the campus in the States. Now it's been fixed up. It's right next to the Veterans Foreign War place, I think. Right on Highland Boulevard, right off the freeways right there.
And like a lot of artists.
A lot of artists were there. So Butch Trucks from All Brothers came over one night. Brett and Jesse Ed Davis, which is good John Lennon, came over one night and we jammed for hours and hours. There was a lot of heavyweight guitar players. remember Butch wanted me to go back to Alabama. The police cowboy that never happened.
Creed, your life is amazing. Jenna, I don't know that we would think you enough to hang out there. We would not.
Well, I have a card right here.
Tell me.
7 minutes, 44 seconds. Creed, we have some PPC rivalry.
Oh, I got it down.
Pam versus Angela.
Angela Sass?
Angela Sass, but also same category. Same category.
What?
I get this. So my character says,
Look at some lettuce.
brought brownies? What did you bring? And you're like, I brought brownies. I'm like,
That's
but I brought cookies. Same category.
Yeah.
Same category. You should have brought something savory. You know,
Is that
Angela.
what you
had
say
it.
in the thing? Same category?
I say same category.
I don't remember that.
Well, I mean, I feel like there's a backstory missing here. Did you assign me something other than
I'm
brownies?
sure
So
I
you-
did.
That's your implication.
Yes.
You're implying that I went rogue and brought brownies
You
instead of
clearly
chips and
did.
dip.
I clearly at some
Don't
point
you
planning-
say, where's the chips and dip or
Yes.
something?
I clearly at some party planning committee meeting said, all right, I will make sugar cookies. Why don't you bring the dip and chips? And then you show up with these freaking brownies. How dare you? Wait, Sam, can we see that? Those aren't chips and dip. No, I think that is. What? I'm just trying to figure out why you're sabotaging things. I make cookies. Same category.
All right, after watching that clip, I will admit I think Pam did go a little rogue. Clearly, you assigned me chips and dip.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, same category.
yeah, same category.
All right, I needed to hear that because I think, Jenna, if it was your house and you were having a party, you would like you would be like, hey, come on.
Yeah. All right. Guys, I think we should go to a break and then we'll come back and finish the episode.
All right.
Creed, how are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful.
Oh my God, I love having you here.
I do too. And we are back with my delightful neighbor and an office favorite, Creed.
Yes. Creed, we're going to make you come back on this podcast all the time. I hope you're ready.
Yeah. You know what? We could carpool. I could swing by and pick you up. You're like, oh my God, Angela, lurking. These office ladies.
Look at this
You
move,
guys,
yo.
do you remember
This
the
is
scene
sick.
where she gets a phone call from a potential employer for Dwight, and he does cut impression? It's really good. John does a very good job.
Hey,
8
hey, hey.
minutes, 34 seconds.
Oh, you've got the time code. Guys, is this when we find out that Michael's middle name is Gary?
Oh, is this the first time it's said?
Because he says Michael G. Scott, Michael Gary Scott. I don't know.
I don't
Because
know.
later it was when we had the scene where we showed the boy. You know, love thing. That's later, right?
Yeah.
That was Gary. That might be.
I'm putting it out there. Our fans will know.
Yeah.
Our fans will let us know for sure. I loved the scene. I just thought that John crushed it as Michael Scott. And it also had the Jim and Pam there.
The first air high five.
Yes.
I'm getting Creed's getting misty eyed.
I literally, when I saw it, I think I audibly said out loud to no one, "Oh."
Yeah, super cute.
Okay, so I have a question about the air high five.
Say it.
So I was trying to do the air high five with my daughter Isabel. Now, granted, she's 11, I'm 48. Maybe our timing's off. We couldn't get it.
It's difficult.
You guys did it perfectly.
Yeah. And you know what? We kind of did it perfectly the first time. It was meant to be. That speaks to our chemistry, I believe. So shortly after this momentous air high five, very sadly, Pam tells Jim he should go for the job at Cumberland Mills. But the job is in Maryland, and he is so hurt.
This happens a lot with you guys.
Yeah.
Looking going off to do a job in recurring theme, right?
It is because he's, later he's going to go
Yeah,
off to
yeah.
the other branch.
And then later to New York, that stuff with the
Well,
sports thing, right?
yeah.
That kept happening.
And then you go to art camp or school.
Art camp? I went to a university. Thank you very much. Art camp.
Plaster of Paris making place.
Jeez.
But yes, they constantly are being pushed together, pulled apart, right?
Yeah, they are always. Yeah,
It's
always.
true. But sometimes just through a comment, we're seeing in this second season, in each episode, there seems to be a really sweet moment with Jim and Pam, and then a moment where someone gets their feelings hurt a little bit.
So many feelings.
So many feelings. But then at the end, Jim admits that if it weren't for Pam, he would take the job at Cumberland Mills because the pay is twice as much, it's a better job, yada yada. So why is he staying? He just basically admitted why he stays in this job. Yes.
What was the one where he admitted that crabs were his favorite?
Maryland.
Was that Maryland? That was
Yeah.
that was the crab.
Yeah.
That was the crab thing.
Yeah.
Soft shell crab
Soft-shell
are
crabs.
apparently one of his favorites.
Yes.
Who knew? Well, he eats that tuna sandwich every day for lunch, so he is a seafood fan.
So he just stinks all the time.
I guess
Jim
so.
kind of
And you could have called him crab.
crabby.
Jim eats tuna sandwiches and Pam eats sour cream and onion chips.
They're a match made.
Wow.
And I eat mung beans.
Wow, what is there? The smells of this office.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh dear. All right. So finally, Michael asks for Jim's help, and he wants to do some role play where he tries to fire someone, and that is just a delicious scene.
Oh,
Did you enjoy that one?
how did John get through it? Is
I
what I
don't
want to know. When like Steve with Michael is like, why are you doing this?
I'm gonna kill myself. And he's like, wait, is this you as you, or who are you right now?
What is happening?
John has to check in. And this brings us to your big secret, please.
Oh,
This
here
is
we
it.
are.
After that scene, he calls you in and tell us, break it down for us. What was it like to sit in that chair and now you're going to launch into 5 pages with Steve Carell?
Right.
I
right.
mean, I've never had 5 pages with Steve Carell, or 6.5. He said 6.5.
6.5 originally. They may have cut it down, but it took a long, hours.
Yeah.
to get through it.
And I mean, I never had more than a few lines with him one-on-one. So yeah, let's hear about it.
Well, first of all, there was a scene where I slowly take out the teeth. So I said, "Wait, Kurt."
Are these some of your notes that you wrote in your script? Or attention?
This is just some storytelling, Jenna.
I'm
Storytelling.
into the story, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
go.
exactly.
So you march in.
So I march in, and then I remember I sit back like this, with my legs crossed. I don't have my arms crossed.
You're the hardest person to fire ever.
No, really. No, I'm very happy here. I said, great, I got fired somebody. And it's, well, then fire Kevin. You know, he's horrible at his job. You know, I'm so much better at my job. I'm doing the creative voice. And I just thought. And we just kept doing it over. It's so great. It's like you all done seen it's so hard to get through a scene.
Yeah.
Working with Steve.
Yeah.
He's a very giving person, you know, and when you're in scenes with him, he's so eager for you to get the laugh. He doesn't, some actors, guys out there, they want to get the laugh. They want that moment.
Yeah.
Steve is so eager to share it, and really just what makes the scene work is what he focuses on.
But Dave Rogers later said he made him laugh. No, you're doing a good job. Good for you.
I love that.
Waiting my finger up, and all that stuff was just off the top of
Yeah,
my head. You know?
when I rewatched it, I was like, oh, that is Creed. That is classic. That is just creepy and Creed.
Yeah, that is actually.
Yeah. Because I feel like you've left me voicemails where you're like, hey, pumpkin, I can do it.
I was just stuttering.
But you were doing a bit.
I was doing a bit, yeah. No, but still, I look at that with fond memories. And I thank Steve so much. So gracious as an actor.
So after that scene, Michael does fire Devin
Right.
in a much shorter scene. Devin gets so angry, he announces to the office, if anyone wants to join me at Poor Richard's Bar. Poor Richard's Bar, is this the first mention of Poor Richard's Bar?
Well, he says he gives him a chili. She says,
Yeah, Michael gives him a Chili's coupon.
Which is
coupon,
a nice nod back to the Dundies.
Yes.
He rips it up.
He rips it up, yeah.
But because we end up mentioning Poor Richard's Bar over and over again, and we go there eventually, but have we mentioned it yet? Oh, in the basketball episode. I think Daryl suggests that we all get drinks at Poor Richard's.
Okay, in that scene though, where Devin invites everyone to Poor Richard's, there's 3 people he does not invite.
Oh, yeah, you're right. He lists a bunch of names.
It's very personal. It's
Who
personal.
does he not invite?
Who are they?
He does not invite Michael.
Of
He
course.
does not invite Dwight. He does not invite Angela.
He doesn't invite you?
Why?
No.
There's nothing. They just
I
made
don't
it an arbitrary. It's an arbitrary.
Why not you?
I'm sure I've been, bitchy to him at some point. He didn't,
Aw.
I'm sure.
Or maybe he just knew you wouldn't go.
Maybe so.
Well-
I crush up.
Oh, come on.
So he leaves and he smashes a pumpkin.
There we go.
On Michael's car.
Pumpkin.
And when we go downstairs, we see Hank, the security guy, at the security desk, who was played by Hugh Dane.
God rest.
Yes, who
yes.
passed away a couple of years ago.
He was so nice.
Yeah.
Just a sweetheart. It's so great as Hank. His delivery was always perfect.
Is this the first time we see Hank at the security desk?
I think so.
Has to.
You guys leave, for to go to the dojo.
Yeah, I don't think we saw him
You
yet.
don't see him. No.
Well, it's brilliant because there he is, and he's sitting there, and it's another example of introducing a character in an episode where they don't speak, but they will eventually.
Yeah.
They will come back. He did that with so many people. He did that with Craig in the warehouse and the Alliance. You just see him in the background watching Dwight pop out of the box. Creed, of course, you were in the background forever. And then now Hugh Dane in the background as the security officer.
Just so thoughtful. And this thing that I love about our show, and we've talked about Creed, is that Greg had the audience just start in the middle. He doesn't explain things to you. You discover it as you go. It's not spoon-fed information. Yes, I love that. Well, I don't think we can end this episode without talking about Michael's list of former costumes.
Oh, please list them.
Okay, he's really, really bummed the camera crew wasn't there the Halloween before when he was Janet Jackson's boo. Very topical. He's really bummed you guys missed it when he was Monica Lewinsky's dress. Yeah, twice. And then he was Monica Lewinsky the year before.
Yes.
And then before that, he was O.J. Simpson. So
Where does he pick these?
very topical.
Yeah.
Great costumes that he was really sad the camera crew missed. I know you're going to want to talk about the very end with Michael and the trick-or-treaters because it's just such a touching moment.
I cry
Yeah.
every time I
I
watch
did
it.
too. I did too.
Every time.
I was loving the show, and then when I got to that episode, I was just killed it. Oh my God.
Yes. At the end of the episode, Michael goes home and you see him sitting alone, very lonely on the couch. And then the doorbell rings and there are trick-or-treaters at the door. And there was a big debate on set about how exactly this scene should play out, about whether or not the kids should be nice to Michael or if they should be annoyed by Michael, how Michael should be with the kids, should he be off-putting, should he be kind. And the writers and producers they also discussed if he should be happy or sad while handing out the candy. And they decided that they were going to start on that spy shot of Michael looking sad and lonely, all alone on Halloween night. But when he gets to the door, I'm going to cry saying it. He lights up. He makes his silly jokes. The kids laugh. The kids love him.
They love it.
And it ends on him making a connection. I just think it is the most kind and heartbreaking, wonderful scene. I think it's moments like this that make The Office so special. We just spend an entire episode kind of laughing at Michael Scott or finding him annoying, but then in the end, he just breaks your heart with his
Take them all.
vulnerability.
Don't they drop them? Don't worry. Take them all. Take
Yeah,
them all.
take them all. Take them all. And
It's
they
all
love him.
yours. Yeah.
And
That's the first time we saw him just so loving. But really, don't you think so? That moment, we saw his heart. We saw his heart.
Yeah.
Come out.
Well, and you
Tore
now
me up.
tore me up, and you have to think that Michael's being a great dad.
yeah,
He's a great dad.
And I wish we could see that. That's the one thing when we talk about a reunion. Obviously, we don't want to tread on hallowed ground that is the office, and we don't want to mess with anything that everyone loves so much. But boy, I would love to see where some of these people are, and I would love to see Michael as a dad.
Yes.
Do you agree that when you watch that scene, I think more than any other scene I can recall, I see Steve.
Yes.
That is
No,
Steve
absolutely,
handing out
absolutely.
candy.
Absolutely. Yes.
That's the kind of just kind-hearted gentleman that he is. And I think that's part of the reason too why it hits you that hard, because we see our friend. That's true. The kind person he is that gets to shine through, which often is Michael Scott does not.
No,
That's true.
Well, I have one little final piece of trivia. All right. In the credits at the end, as it rolls, over the Deedle-D logo, which Deedle-D is Greg's company, his daughter Haley actually drew the picture that says Deedle-D when she was little. You hear, and it's the only time it ever happens, Dwight's voice say, "Quiet, you." Oh, really?
Yeah.
Angela!
Do we know why that happened?
I think they loved it. They pulled it from earlier in the episode when Dwight is the Sith Lord.
Is that the only time that
It's the only time there's dialogue over Deedle-D.
Wow.
Oh,
That's kind of cool, right? Yeah. Quiet, you.
We did it, guys. We did it.
That was the Halloween episode, Creed.
thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. But before you go, will you tell us what are you up to now? What are you doing? You have an album and you're touring.
I'm touring. I was in Europe, UK, and Scandinavia. Month tour. Shows seven shows. Okay. Great. I'm off to Australia, New Zealand.
And then you did the whole East Coast
Then
because I was texting with you.
I
You were like,
did the East Coast and had a great tour there.
yeah.
And the fans, and I want to thank all the Office fans for supporting my character. It truly means a lot. I have my second child.
Well,
And by the way, I have a surprise.
what?
I brought, which I think may be the same from my playlist snippet. Can you like?
Yes.
Please.
Of the album. Can we do this in there? Can I play it right now for you?
And you guys, before he plays the song, I just want to encourage you. If Creed is coming to a town near you, go see his show. It is fantastic. And apparently, he also makes fun of me during it.
Quite a bit.
And we are trying to figure out one of your locations where I can come on stage and give it to you right back.
Where can people find the schedule?
CreedRat.com.
We love you, Creed. All right, let's hear it.
Here we go. And the ride.
I like it. Puppy's a baby.
All right, that's that song. There it is, gang. What do you think?
Well, Angela's sobbing.
I started crying. The song is so beautiful, Creed, but also, and I totally am emotional, but oh my God, am I so emotional? Well, you know what? Do you ever have just like a wave hit you where you're like, you're in a special moment? Yeah.
Yes.
And it just hit me.
Well,
I'm
I
like,
want to today.
Yeah.
Really special.
it just felt really special and like something I'll always remember. Facing my best friend, who is now my boss lady business partner, is so proud of us and this journey we've taken together. And then I just love you. You're like
Well, now I'm
family. And
Well, I basically when I last album I did, I had a song called "Where Do You Know," And one of the first people I ever played for was your house. She started crying.
I started crying.
I knew I had a winner then.
Well, Creed, some of my favorite memories on the set were at lunchtime when you would play guitar and Ed would play banjo.
Yeah.
Ed's trailer was next to mine. You'd go in his trailer and the two of you would play through my lunch.
You guys would call you come over and
Yeah.
and listen.
We'd come over and hang out.
Yeah.
For years, my alarm clock is banjo music because it would make me think of you guys. And sometimes, especially when I was pregnant, if we had a little break, I might take a cat nap and I'd wake up to banjo music. And it was like so pleasing that I made my alarm clock banjo because I thought, oh, maybe I won't wake up grumpy.
And I played.
Oh, yeah. You guys were great together. Well, thank you again.
Thank you so much for having me.
Creed, can we end with a final fan question?
Yes.
This is from Tim Blair. Tim asked, do you have a favorite Creed line from the
Which question, Pam?
Yes.
Gosh, I don't know. It could probably someone making soup, someone making. But I think actually, I would have to be.
I should try it on hot.
In the '60s, I made love to many women, often outdoors. But it's possible a man slipped in. There'd be no way of knowing.
Yes, lots from the booth. And that is how you end an episode, my friend.
Thank you,
Creed. Oh, everyone, please join us next week when we will be talking about the fight.
The fight.
Yeah.
We'll miss you, Creed. You have to come back.
Oh, I'd love to come back.
Okay.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Peter. And our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed. For ad-free versions of the show and our bonus episodes Candy Bag, StitcherPremium.com.
For a free 1 month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. We were just rocking out to our own intro.
We were actually dancing and miming the words.
Hello, everyone. Today, we are going to be talking about The Fight. Season 2, Episode 6, written by Gene Stupnitsky and Lee Eisenberg, known to us as Gene and Lee. They're a duo.
They're funny fellas.
This episode was directed by Ken Kwapis. We love Ken Kwapis.
We love Ken Kwapis.
I don't even know if it's possible for people to understand our love of Ken Kwapis. There are some directors that just are in our hearts. Ken Kwapis, Paul Feig, Charles McDougall. For yelling action
For a
at us.
different way, though. Like, Ken Kwapis is like a cozy blanket. Paul Feig, you want to hang out with all day.
And drink martinis.
Charles McDougall, you kind of want to get drunk in a pub with and yell at people.
It's so true. We'll talk about Charles McDougall when we get to him. We haven't really had a chance to talk about him, but that was a little preview. We have a special treat today. Our summary of this episode is going to be read by a fan.
Dun, dun, dun.
So here we go. Alexis is describing the fight.
Dwight becomes assistant to the sensei at his dojo and spends the day bragging and telling everyone how tough he is. Michael has a lot of papers to sign. Jim and Pam use the opportunity to trick Michael by saying they think Dwight is stronger than Michael is, so Michael agrees to duel Dwight at the dojo to prove his manliness and procrastinate doing his work.
I thought that was very good. That was really good. I feel like she covered it.
She was very concise.
I feel like maybe she wrote it down and read it, which is what I would do. So, Alexis, I'm with you.
You've made a friend.
That's right. All right, let's get into the fast facts for the fight. Fast fact number 1. This is the first episode from our new writing team of Gene and Lee. I emailed with Lee Eisenberg, okay, and he told me that before getting hired on The Office, Gene was a part-time nanny, and Lee was an assistant to a director. This was their first staff writing job. They were over the moon, and they were particularly excited about the free lunches. And
I can really relate to that.
I can too.
When I interned on Conan O'Brien, I got free food, and I was so excited.
Every time I got a job as an actor, when I was a struggling actor, I got excited about the free meals, the free food at work.
It's a big deal.
I kind of still get excited about it, I have to be honest. The
I mean,
snack tables.
I hate to break it to everyone at Earwolf, but I hit up that fruit bowl hard every morning when I come here.
Yeah.
Like apple, banana.
Earwolf has a basket of chips that's really good too. Yeah. When I worked in offices in real life, I used to get really excited to go in the break room and like someone would bring in some Danish or some muffins or cookies.
I don't know. If you're anything like me, I would eat ramen noodles because you can buy 9 for $1.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
You know, ramen noodles are really a great meal for like family meals with kids. You can spruce it up. You can saute some ground chicken and put a bunch of veggies in with the noodles.
You can also not cook them at all and crunch them up and put them in a salad instead of ramen.
This has turned into a different show.
Okay. That's like you can make a Chinese chicken salad. You can use ramen noodles as your crunchies.
Wow.
There you go.
Some more information from Lee about this being his first episode. He said they were terrified because remember we talked about how they break down the episodes as a group and then writers get assigned to write the episode. He said that since their episode was episode 6, they had very little in their outline. He said they had fleshed out the other episodes much more than this one, and he thought that they were being set up to fail. Like, yes, exactly. Because he was like, how do you give the staff writers with the least amount of experience
The least worked on outline.
Yes, exactly. He said after they turned in their script and they had to get their notes on their script, Greg had pneumonia and they had to go to Greg's house in order to get their notes. And he said the thing that really stood out to him was that he explained the idea of the Jim Pam subtext to Gene and Lee. They had written a really on-the-nose Jim Pam scene. And Greg said, sometimes just a look is enough. And he said it kind of blew their minds. And that Greg completely brought that idea to them. And in the episode, something I remember is when Pam is reading Jim's palm. That was a big deal. It was there was always this discussion, how can Jim and Pam physically touch without it being
Inappropriate.
right?
Well, lady, I think that was very intimate. I even looked up online about hand touching, and it is considered physical intimacy. That was some major flirting. That's a note card I have for later.
All right. Should we move on to fast fact number 2?
Let's do it.
All right. Fast fact number 2. Sensei Ira was played by Lance Kroll.
Is it Sansei or Sensei?
Oh my gosh.
Sensei Ira was played by Lance Kroll, who's a friend of mine. And I have 5 note cards on him because he and I talked on the phone yesterday.
Oh, you know that I was very starstruck by him.
Oh,
When he was on our episode.
I know. He even said, I think Jenna watched a lot of Joe Schmo.
Yes, that cracks me up that he said that. Because I did corner him at lunch one day, and I made him tell me everything about the Joe Schmo show. If you guys have not seen this, please go look it up. The Joe Schmo show was a fake reality show contest where everybody on the show were actors except for one person.
The Joe Schmo guy
Yes.
was a real person, and everyone around him was acting like they were in a reality show.
Yes, and they were locked in this house, and they had to do competitions and vote each other off at the end. By the way, Kristen Wiig is on that show with Lance.
A lot of great comedians and improvisers that I knew were on that show.
I auditioned for that. It was cast by Allison Jones, and I was devastated when I did not get it because I thought, what an amazing acting experience to like live in a house and have to play this character 24/7. And by the way, the show is brilliant. So yes, I am starstruck by Lance. I can't believe you know him. I can't believe I didn't know that you know him.
So I emailed him yesterday and I was like, Lance, we're going to be talking about the fight. Where are you? Can you hop on the phone? And he's like, I'm actually in Atlanta. He has moved to Atlanta and he set up his own production company because he's really talented. He's an actor, comedian, writer.
Yeah.
And he has a production company in Atlanta called Picture It Productions. How about that? You can check it out at pictureitproductions.com. All right, Lance. So we met so long ago, and I said, Lance, did we meet doing improv? I can't remember exactly how we met. And he remembered exactly, and it made me laugh so hard.
What?
Okay, so he was friends. We had mutual friends, and I went into an editing bay where a friend of ours worked, and they were helping me with my acting reel.
Okay.
And I said, Lance, was this before The Office? He said, no, Angela. It was like after the pilot, but you really didn't think the show was going to go. So you were trying to put some of your Office like scene with Kevin in accounting in your reel.
Should we say what a reel is?
Yes.
So just for people who don't know, like, you know, actors have a headshot and on the back is their resume and you give that at auditions, but you also would send a link to clips of various performances you had been on, and that's your acting reel. It helps you get jobs. So Angela, you were putting together your acting reel.
Right.
And this clips from The Office.
Clips. And this really dates me and our show because it was all on VHS.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
There was a guy actually editing.
Yes. And I had brought in like a box of all of my footage and they were putting together a montage of my scenes. And Lance said, Angela, it was so cute and charming because you turned to me and you said, hey, will you watch this? What do you think of my reel? And he said, Ange, it was every second you've ever been on screen. He said it was so long. And also, in some of it, you didn't even have dialogue. You just walked by.
That is hilarious.
There was like a commercial like I did for Chrysler where I walked by and I just went and like did thumbs up at someone. I was like, oh my gosh, Lance, it's so embarrassing. But that's the first time we met. So it was after the pilot when I thought The Office wasn't going to go and I was trying to figure out how to get more work.
That's very funny that then he ends up being on the show.
I know. And then he told me, he said, Ange, did you know I tested for the role of Jim? He tested for Jim.
What? So I must have done scenes with him.
He said you weren't in his group on his test day.
Okay.
He had a different group, and Bob Odenkirk was in his group for Michael Scott.
Oh, yes, that's right. I was in the Steve Carell test group. Well, you know something that's funny about Bob Odenkirk since you brought him up? I knew Bob Odenkirk when I was auditioning for The Office, and we were both called. I was called to do Pam, and he was called to do Michael. So we got together and practiced together.
Aw.
But then I wasn't in his test group, and I had thought, darn it, we worked a bunch of bits together. We were so excited to show them off. But he did this very funny audition where he brought in his guitar and he sang a song to Pam, and we had worked it all out. We were going to ask if we could do it if we were paired together, but we never were.
So Lance told me this great story that the day that he was screen testing, you know, he's in the lobby waiting. They were all kind of giddy that Bob Odenkirk was in their group. They were all really big fans of Bob's. And Bob walked over to Lance and was like, hey, you want to run lines with me? And Lance was like, sure. And he said it was really cool. And they like sort of went out in this lobby and ran lines like 3 or 4 times, like the scenes all the way through. He just thought it was a really cool moment. So Lance said when he read for Jim, he was like, you know, I really felt like I just tried too hard. And he said, then when he got called back, once the show was up and going, right, he read that he was like a martial arts guy. He was, oh my gosh. Lance's background is actually martial arts. He was in the martial arts community for 15 years. He has a 3rd-degree black belt in Taekwondo. He was the 6th in the nation in his like weight category
He
in
got his first
1992.
in all of
He
them.
trained junior Olympic gold medalists. Like
I
he
was
was.
the gold.
Did they know this about him?
I
I mean, I
think they didn't.
I don't know, but he said when he saw who the character was, he was like, oh my gosh. He said, I am not going to try to go for the joke at all. I'm just going to go in as if I'm like working with one of my students and teaching the class. And that's what he did. He put no pizzazz on it. He went in and played it really straight, and they loved it.
They always loved that. Those are the people they always cast, were the people who played it real. This leads me to my third fast fact, Angela. I know you might have more to say about Lance.
No, go.
But this is a fan question. Is anyone on the cast trained in martial arts? That's from Will. So yes, Lance and also Rainn Wilson studied karate his sophomore year in college and is a yellow belt.
I didn't know that.
Yes, and I asked Rainn if the writers knew that, and he said no. Isn't that what a weird coincidence that they wrote this whole karate-themed episode and Rainn is a yellow belt and Lance was a black belt?
Yes, that is so wild. Okay.
Do you have more Lance stuff? Because I interrupted your Lance cards with my fast fact.
He actually had a really funny thing that made me laugh. He said that when they got to the actual fight and the choreography of the fight, he said he was so surprised because there was no choreography. There was no stunt guy. He said literally it was like, okay guys, just two idiots try to hit each other.
This was very early on. We did not have a budget.
That's what I told him.
These kinds of
I
things.
told him, I said, Lance, this does not surprise me because they put Phil Shea, our prop guy, in a box for hours. Yeah, there was no like stunt person.
In the early years of The Office, I always felt like it was a show we were making in our garage for our neighborhood.
I always felt like it was a one-act play we were doing, like, in someone's garage.
As a kid, I used to do that. I used to put on plays in my garage, and the garage door was the curtain.
Yeah.
And I would, like, put chairs out on my driveway for the neighborhood kids to come see my show. It was like a puppet show or variety show. That's what The Office always felt like to me, just like a bunch of us making a show in our garage.
Yeah, so this won't be the last time you see Sensei Ira. He does come back in season 9 in the episode Junior Salesman.
He does?
Yes.
What does he do in that episode?
He was actually there to interview for a job.
Oh, I remember that. Oh, Dwight brings in a bunch of his old friends and weirdos to interview.
Like family members.
Yes.
Lance emailed me a great behind-the-scenes photo of him and the other people interviewing for jobs in the conference room. And he has his karate outfit on over a business suit, so his tie is like poking out. It's like so odd. But yeah, he was on season 1 and then on season 9, so he sort of had this great perspective of being on the bookends of the show.
What a very, very cool thing.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Lance, for taking time out of your schedule in Atlanta to chat me up, and we're going to call you again come Junior Salesman.
Yeah, I love it. All right, let's take a break and we'll be back to break down the fight.
Nobody's talking about that.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then lime mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint,
or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
And we are back. Hello. This episode begins with a prank. Jim pranks Dwight by putting his desk in the bathroom.
Oh, Dwight.
This was a good one.
This was a good prank.
I like this one. You have to look for Kevin in the background at the end when he leaves one of the stalls. He has a lit candle and a newspaper. And for all of you Office geeks, this was the moment that led to Kevin's line in Office Olympics about the bathroom candle smelling like cookies.
Also, remember that in the Dundies, he did win the Don't Go In There After Me award.
Yes, and we see why.
Also, though, guys, who is lighting candles inside the stall? Like he doesn't come out and light the candle. He exits the stall
with
holding a candle, a lit candle.
Yes. And that candle really did smell like cookies. I want to say that. Did you notice that there is another door by the urinal? Angela, where does it go?
We don't know. I like to think
What
maybe
is that door? Is it a utility
I
closet?
think that's what I think. I think there's like a mop in there or something. That's my guess.
Yeah, those bathrooms did not work.
Nope.
It was very deceiving. We would have people come visit us on the set, like guests, family members, and they would go in there thinking that they were real bathrooms, and they weren't.
No.
In the next scene, Dwight calls his sensei. Jim asks if he's talking to his mother. I love that. I think John is really good in that scene. And then there is his whole talking head about being the sensei, an assistant to the sensei. What is it?
So yeah, Dwight says he's the senpai, which is basically like the assistant to the sensei.
Yeah,
Although
not assistant sensei.
right, and then, but also actually it's not him. It's like the girl, remember? Because later in the episode, Sensei Ira is like, "There's my senpai." So we learn that it's actually not Dwight.
Oh my gosh, I missed that.
Yeah, the girl that walks through the scene,
Yeah.
is actually the senpai.
Oh, I totally missed that. All right, so next we have Pam's talking head. And this is when we find out that today is the day that Michael has to sign time cards, purchase order approvals, and expense reports, that they're all due at the end of the day. And this happens a couple times a year, and he always procrastinates wildly on these days. As a former secretary, I really relate to the dynamic between Pam and Michael in this episode. Because during one of my early secretarial jobs, I had a boss that would take so long to do his end of the month report that I would have to drive to the airport because the FedEx at the airport had the latest drop time. I'm saying LAX airport, which anyone who lives in Los Angeles, if I drive to LAX now, it's about a 2-hour drive. So I would have to drive to the airport for like the 7 p.m. It might have even been 9 p.m.
Also,
FedEx
there's
drop.
nowhere to park.
Nowhere to
And
park.
people are blowing whistles at you.
Yes.
Like, move out of the way. It's like
Yes.
chaos. I do love that Pam calls it the perfect storm.
I do too.
Also, though, Michael isn't having even to do any work. It's not like he's having to put together a report. All he has to do is sign them.
No,
It's
that's
so
right.
basic.
It's just his signature.
It could take him like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And he'd be done.
This is why I would get so mad at my boss who couldn't manage to get his report done, because I would think to myself, it's not new information, it's a boilerplate report that you have to do every month. It wasn't a special project that sneaked up on us.
Yeah.
Time management, dude. You can see
You're still
I'm
annoyed.
a little angry about it.
Well, if I had to drive to the airport to mail something, I'd be ticked off for a long time.
All right, so next up, in Michael's attempt to procrastinate, he tells Ryan to update the emergency contacts. So I enter that scene where Michael is telling Ryan to do the emergency contact list. I was so concentrated on not laughing at Steve, who was being so funny in that scene. It took everything I had. That when BJ would look at me and say the line, updating emergency contacts, I lost it. It became, in the scenes where you can't stop laughing and you have a trigger. Yeah, it was BJ turning to me and very sadly saying, updating emergency contacts. I think I only got through one scene, and I did it by not looking at BJ in the eye, like I stared at his forehead.
I spent 9 years looking at Steve Carell's forehead. Because if I made eye contact with Steve, I used to say he would just like suck out your soul. If you made eye contact with him through comedy, I could not lock eyes with him or I would start laughing. So I would look at his forehead. Every conference room scene,
I would have to do that, or look at someone's ear,
yes.
or their eyebrows.
Yeah, their neck.
Yeah, just not in the eyes.
Not in the eyes. Well, I thought that was a major Pam Sass moment. I think you have two really good Pam Sass moments in this episode, and one of them is where you just walk out while he's talking. And he's like, she just left it. Let's finish talking.
I was really channeling my real life experience working for that crazy guy. Michael gets Ryan's phone number in this episode.
Oh,
He's
man.
so delighted. He keeps calling him and doing voices. And Angela, flip phone.
Outdated phone is very featured in this episode. As is my favorite thing is when Steve as Michael Scott cracks himself up. It's like one of my favorite things.
Yes. We talked about this a little bit in the opening. Pam reading Jim's palm.
Yeah. That's a note card I'm going to reach for. 6 minutes, 11 seconds, you guys. Major Pam and Jim flirt happening. So touching someone's hand is actually like that, like how you were tracing his hand, is a sign of physical intimacy. Yeah,
I know.
So that was like, I was like, what is happening?
Did you notice on my computer?
Yeah, I saw it. That's like your decoy, though. That's your way in. Listen, these are two people who shouldn't be flirting, but so desperately want to be flirting, so they have to find ways around it. So listen out there, if you see someone at work who's like trying to read your palm,
they might have a crush on you.
They might have a crush on you.
But I thought it was really cool that the set deck people put the palm reading website on my computer.
Well, they had to justify why Pam was doing it.
Yeah.
So here she is, bored at front reception. She says, Jim, let me read your palm. Flirty flirt, sneaky flirt.
No. I see a note card that you have that is my next topic. Do you want to say it?
Well, wait. Do you like that this note card only has one word?
Yeah.
What's that word, Jenna?
Stacy.
6 minutes, 17 seconds. Oh my gosh, Brian, you would crack me up every time you said Stacy.
It's only one word, but it goes through like 4 octaves. And we used to, that was a bit on
We
the
would
set.
tease him. We'd be like, Stacy. At 6 minutes, 49 seconds, there's this whole scene with Jim and Dwight where they're talking, and Jim is talking to Dwight about humans versus robots.
Yeah.
All right. In the background, Phyllis is at her desk. Stanley is not.
Where's Stanley?
Where is Stanley? Stanley never leaves his desk.
He was never missing.
Never missing.
Ever.
He's actually one of the characters that is probably the most featured at his desk.
We used to joke about this. We would say, why do we all have to be at our desks in the background of all the scenes? Do none of us ever go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
Do we never leave to go downstairs?
Anything.
For a reason?
Yeah.
None of us left our desks, but in particular, Stanley was always at his desk. He had to sit in the background of everyone's talking heads.
He was always at his desk, but then you see as they pull back the camera that Stanley's at the file cabinet.
Oh.
But he never filed anything. To me, that was crazy. That's how I knew it was early on in the show, because after that, I think Leslie was probably like, yeah, no, I'm not filing.
I'm sitting down.
Sitting down. At 7 minutes, 40 seconds, Jenna, it's one of my favorite Pam Sass moments.
What is it?
Okay, so Michael has a piece of paper and he's just like practicing his signature.
Oh, yeah.
And Pam taps on the glass and goes, you can practice on the forms. I mean, that is some really good Pam Sass.
It's such a great relationship between Pam and Michael because she is his subordinate, yet also his parent.
Yes.
In many ways.
Oh, yeah.
She has to corral him, kind of like a sheepdog might corral the sheep.
Okay, at 8 minutes, 28 seconds. Oh man, this made me laugh so hard. We learned that Toby's emergency contact is still his ex-wife, even though her new last name is now Becker.
And he says, please don't put X.
Yeah, you don't need to put X. You don't need to put X. Okay, I have a screen grab I'm going to show you. I took it with my phone.
Oh.
At 9 minutes, 42 seconds, when Jim is saying, you know, a ton of 14-year-old girls to Michael, there is a brown object in the top left corner. At first I thought, oh, it's a boom. And I froze the frame. I don't know if it's a boom or like an elbow. I don't know what it is. I'm going to show you a picture of it.
All right, she's getting out her phone, folks.
Okay. All right, tell me what the heck this is. And guys, I want you to look at it because it is what?
We'll put this on officeladies.com.
Oh, okay. Now and then I zoomed in. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Now look at it close up. What is that? And it's only in that frame.
Is it Michael's shoulder or elbow or something?
No,
He's not there yet.
Michael is standing here. See his eye line? This is here. Michael's right here.
I don't know. It's a brown orb, everyone.
It's a brown orb, and I am perplexed. Okay,
we've presented a mystery with no solution.
No, that's part of my superpower. I'll notice things. I won't give you answers. We have to talk about what happens at 9 minutes, 48 seconds.
What happens?
We learned that Michael and Dwight spent New Year's Eve together.
Yes.
And that they rented, that even dates the show.
Yes.
They rented Armageddon.
Yes, and that Dwight cried at the end.
Yes.
Oh.
And I actually...
But it was because, why did Dwight cry at the end? It's such brilliant writing. It's because it wasn't just the movie, it was that it began to snow.
Yes, it began to snow.
At precisely the
and it was like the perfect moment. I actually saw Armageddon with my dad because my dad's a drilling engineer. And so he was like, oh, this has drilling engineers in it. And we went and saw it, and all like throughout the movie, anytime it was anything drilling related, my dad was like, nope, that's not how you do it. Never happened. That's not up to code. That never happened. I was like, okay, Dad. But I went down the rabbit hole last night, like I do sometimes. Like I went looking for the Joe Schmo show. I looked up Armageddon last night, and I found a few different synopsises of what the movie was about, and it's too good to not read, Jenna. It's so classic. 1998, Michael Bay. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
When an asteroid the size of Texas threatens to collide with Earth in under a month, by the way, NASA honcho Dan Truman, played by Billy Bob Thornton, determines the only way to stop it is to drill its surface and detonate a nuclear bomb inside the asteroid. This leads him to renowned driller Harry Stamper, played by Bruce Willis, who agrees to helm the dangerous space mission, provided he can bring along his own ragtag crew. Among them is Cocksure AJ, played by Ben Affleck, who Harry thinks isn't good enough for his daughter, Liv Tyler, until the mission is
Wow.
I mean, wow, come on.
So your dad was Bruce Willis.
My dad was Bruce Willis.
The driller, the drilling expert.
Yeah.
And he felt that everything Bruce Willis's character had to say was inaccurate.
Yeah, I would say the two movies my dad got really mouthy about were Armageddon and Twister.
Twister to a tornado movie.
Yeah, because we live in Tornado Alley, and like they were like driving up in this tornado, and like a truck flies in the air, like a giant semi truck flies in the air. Cows are flying in the air, and the guy goes, I think it's Bill Paxton goes, we've got some debris, and my dad goes, debris my ass. I don't know. Anyway. We have to discuss the fact that Pam wants French onion chips.
I love French onion chips.
Gross. Was that? What? I have a question for you. Was that your personal pick, or was that scripted?
I don't know, but I feel like it could have been my personal pick because a lot of times,
if you have to eat something, they ask you.
They do. They ask you if you have any food allergies. The props person will call you at home and say, "We're doing a dinner scene. Is there anything you can't eat?"
Yeah, I feel like Phil Shea would have been like, Jenna, what bag of chips would you want in case you have to open them up and eat them?
Yeah.
So you said French onion chips.
Yeah.
This means you wouldn't have been flirting with anyone the rest of the day because your breath would be disgusting.
Well, that's a good point. I didn't really think of that. I also like a barbecue chip.
I love a barbecue chip.
Can I tell you a little bit of information about the chips?
Yeah.
Okay. They are Hers chips, HERRS. And this is a local Pennsylvania company, the Hers chip. I'm flipping my papers because I was going to talk about this later.
Maybe you should have written down the note card.
Oh, I see.
No, I'm just saying. Look how easy it is for me to see my information.
A little bit of Angela sass, everyone. All right, here it is. I found it.
Okay.
The Hers chips are also what we put in our vending machine. So you can buy them in there. And I just think it's cool that we used local stuff to fill out the world. And it's kind of a cool story, the story of Hers chips. I went down a rabbit hole, Angela.
Well, listen, if I just read you the synopsis of Armageddon, you better tell me about Hers.
Guys, James Herr broke with his family's history of chicken farming. And in 1946, he bought a potato chip company. He was only 21 years old, and he bought it for $1,750. Yeah.
Wow.
And now it's a huge, successful company, and you can even go there and tour it.
You would love that.
You can tour the facility.
You love a factory tour.
You know I love a factory tour. Angela, we've been invited to tour the SAS factory in San Antonio.
They said they would send us some shoes.
I want them.
I know.
I want some
I'm
SAS
really
shoes.
excited about that. And then, I mean, listen, if we're talking factory tours, Jenna, I don't even know how to tell you this. You're going to be so jealous. But next week, I am going to the Tough Shed factory.
For your, that's what she said?
That's what she said. I'm going to the Tough Shed factory. I'm so excited.
You guys, this is a weird thing that happens to us. I went and bought some tile. I needed some tile because I was doing a renovation outside. And I went to this tile showroom. It's called Arto Tile in Los Angeles. And they geeked out and they recognized me and they gave me a factory tour. This is a really cool perk. Yes, if you like to see how things are made.
I love to see how things are made.
I do too.
I loved that show. How it's made.
How it's made.
It's so good.
I know. And so I've gone on quite a few factory tours as a result of my fame on the office.
You have. This is my first factory tour. Tough Shed's my first one, and I'm very excited, Jenna.
All right. I wish I could go with you. So something I have to talk about, Angela, before we go to break, is the scene at Michael and Jim's desk when Michael talks about being in the Damn Rascals. Yeah, his street gang. This is the same scene where they talk about Armageddon.
Yeah.
But when Dwight punches Michael in the stomach, he does the double punch, and Steve gets hit, and he's like, "Fuck." That was John's weak spot.
Yeah.
John would laugh so hard. And I think that's why in that scene there's not a single shot of John's face. If you watch it after he punches Michael in the stomach, you never see John's face because
Yes.
he couldn't get through that.
Couldn't get through that.
He loved whenever Steve couldn't get a word out.
Yeah, especially in pain. Like, yeah, there's a scene later we'll talk about, but you know, Kevin sits on Michael's lap when he's Santa.
Oh, yes.
And Steve let out like a painful moan, and I didn't think John was going to be able to get back from that.
So this reminds me of that bit that Steve did on the Dana Carvey show, The Nauseous Waiter.
It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
You guys have to look it up. Steve did it for us one time. We were in the conference room together, and this is John couldn't handle it. I thought John was going to die.
I thought John was going to die, but we were weeping. You know when you start laughing where all you do is shake and make no noise?
Yes.
Because Steve would do this thing. So the waiter, he's a waiter, but food makes him nauseous. So he would walk up to a table and have to give the specials of the day. So he'd be like, so ask me, Jenna, what are the specials of the day?
What are the specials of the day?
Well, we have broccoli, and like he would like start to puke as he listed off the specials.
Yes, he'd be like, we have a delicious chicken, cream sauce. Cream sauce.
It was so hilarious.
It's so good. We are not doing it justice.
We are not doing justice.
Oh my gosh! If Steve ever comes on our podcast,
do you think he would do that?
Yes, I think he would. Oh, Steve, come on and do Nauseous Waiter for us.
Yes.
We would make him do that. I love that. Angela, I think we should go to a break.
I think we should.
I would like to go eat some chips, maybe some sour cream chips from the basket.
Clearly, you just want to be the gift that keeps on giving.
Yes. All right. We'll see you in a second. We're back from break. Angela,
Yes.
I have a time code.
What?
Yeah. I have 3 time codes.
Jenna, I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. I almost wrote them on note cards and brought in 3 note cards, but I didn't want to infringe on your note card thing.
And first of all, I don't own note cards. I encourage you. I love it. Use it. I mean, Jenna, you don't own a list. I hate to break it to you. I might come in someday with a list. I think that's fantastic. What is your time code?
I was very excited. It's 11 minutes, 50 seconds, and it is the scene where Pam and Jim are walking to the kitchen. John is snapping his fingers like he's from West Side Story, and we got tons of questions about these finger snaps, which I think is why I felt compelled to write down the time code. The question was this scripted or improvised? I remember it as being improvised, and I remember being so tickled by it because I'm a huge movie musical fan. And I asked Lee Eisberg, and he thinks it was also improvised. He does not remember it.
I think it was improvised because it's just like John kind of playing around. Because earlier in the show, he had mentioned, like a jet. And Michael, I think, thinks he's a jet. He's like, you're a jet?
That was the name of your actual gang.
Yeah, so I think John is just playing off of that reference.
It was so fun. So then they go into the kitchen, and I have to say, this scene in the kitchen between Michael and Dwight when they face off might be one of my favorite scenes from the entire second season of The Office. In the kitchen, John and I almost started laughing about 1,000,000 times. And if you notice, if you look at Mindy, she is constantly turning her back to the scene and looking into the annex.
I could see you and John almost break. When I watched this, knowing you guys, I was like, they were about to lose it.
But seriously, watch Mindy through this because she cannot face the scene. It's amazing.
Well, when Rain like grabs her and it's like, all right, now from behind, you're like, wait, what?
Amazing.
I don't know how she got through that.
And there's all these great things in this. This is the misuse of common phrases like catch-22,
tit for tit.
That's your favorite.
My favorite. This is the second time he has said it.
Tit for tit. Also, 2 hits, me punching you and you hitting the floor. So good. It was just so good. This leads me into my second time code, Angela.
Okay.
13 minutes, 27 seconds.
Well, I have one at 13:25.
All right, what's yours? Let's see.
Well, this is at 13:25. You see who actually goes to the dojo because you see everyone pile into the elevator.
Yeah.
And it is Phyllis, Pam, Meredith, Oscar, Creed, Kevin, Jim, Michael, Dwight. And who does not go to the dojo? Angela, Stanley, Toby, Kelly, and Brian.
Is that true? So you did not go to? Did you not film that day when
I had the day off?
Oh my God!
Yeah, it was decadent.
Oh
decadent.
my goodness! So when I talk about being at the dojo, you're going to hear what you missed out on.
Yeah, I have no idea. And, you know, the thinking was that Angela and Stanley would not participate in this. This is like shenanigans. And they are literally there to do work and clock in and clock out.
Yes.
And so Angela and Stanley are really two of the big bah humbugs of the office. Toby and Kelly wouldn't go, or Ryan, because as you know and I know, they were writers and they needed to be in the writer's room, and this was an opportunity for them to get some work done.
Yes, it's so true. Well, when we all pile in the elevator, I don't know why I'm so tickled by it, but at 13 minutes and 27 seconds, just watch Kevin's face as the elevator doors close.
Okay.
It just makes me laugh.
All right.
He's got this little mischievous look on his face, like he's very excited to see what's going to happen. Totally like a little kid who got to leave school.
Oh, that's so cute.
I love it. All right, well, Angela, I'm going to tell you some stuff. The day that we shot at the dojo, it was really hot.
I was going to say, were you guys all hot and sweaty?
Yes, and the air conditioning in our trailers wasn't working.
Oh.
So remember on the Dundies when they had ants? This time they had no air conditioning and they're metal. So it was kind of like changing your clothes in a sauna, and we were just super sweaty, all of us, and gross. And I had to wear a sweater, because we'd established my beige sweater earlier in the office. And I remember thinking, oh my God, I am so sweaty and stinky, and John has to pick me up. This is a thing that I think people don't think about. You know, anytime I would have a scene where I would have to whisper at someone or you'd have to kiss, I would brush my teeth like 3 times and chew gum and eat a mint before. And anytime when you have to be close to someone, I would be very aware of my potential body odor.
Yeah. At least our show wasn't a show with a bunch of close talkers. Because, like, you watch an episode of, like, The Sopranos, they get in each other's faces. They're like, listen here! And they're, like, right up to each other's face. Like, at least we didn't have that.
That's true.
But when I watch those scenes, because we're actors and we know, I think, like, oh, my God, there's no way they don't know what they had for lunch. Because that is some close talking.
Well, when Jim lifts Pam up at the dojo
At 14 minutes, 11 seconds.
we got a lot of questions about this scene.
I have questions, so go.
Well, in Office Olympics, Angela has her bit about Pam Palms.
Yes.
And that's kind of the first time that Pam is made aware that someone else is aware.
People are noticing.
Yes. And now, in this scene, Meredith clocks the interaction between Pam and Jim, and that is what freaks out Pam.
Also, your shirt came up and you could see your belly. Now, I remember as your friend, that week, you saying to me, oh my gosh, people are gonna see my belly. Because it said, you know, your shirt kind of comes up.
Yeah.
You were nervous about it.
Yeah, that was a fan question. Anthony asked, was it meant for your shirt to pull up when Jim lifted you, or did it happen on accident and you went with it? It was in the script that my shirt would come up a little bit, and that was all to make it even more of a vulnerable thing for Pam, that she was literally exposed.
Yeah, something that you were really embarrassed about.
Yes, and wow, I wish my stomach looked like that today. I watched that scene. I was like, why was I not wearing midriff tops every day when I looked like that?
I know, I knew you were going to say that because I mean, listen, we've had babies and everything changes after that. And you look phenomenal today, Jenna. You look phenomenal then. But I remember our bellies before babies. I remember.
Well, I am kind of glad that it was scripted that you see my belly, because I've got it on film now that at one time in my life I had a cute little belly and belly button. So thank you, Gene and Lee, for that. At 13 minutes 56 seconds, that's my third time code, Angela, there is a poster in the background of this interaction between Jim and Pam. So we're all watching Jim and Pam, but in the background there is a poster on the wall, and it is one of my favorite things. It was like a favorite thing of all of us when we got to the dojo. This was a set decoration poster that Gene and Lee wrote, that set decoration had printed and put on the wall. It is the 10 rules of karate.
Okay.
All right, according to this dojo. And I'm going to read them to you.
Okay.
They're amazing. Number 1, obey your parents. Okay. Number 2, no junk food. Number 3, do your homework. Number 4, keep your room clean. Number 5, maintain an indomitable spirit. Number 6, don't fight with your siblings. 7, practice, practice, practice. 8, treat others the way you would like to be treated. 9, be loyal to your country. And 10, have fun. So Lee told me he still has this poster. He asked to have it. He said they spent way too long writing these rules.
I bet they spent like hours, like they did, like cracking themselves up.
It's amazing to me because I feel like it is this little detail that really hammers home that Dwight takes classes in a studio meant for children.
Do your homework.
These are kid-based rules.
Yeah.
And of course you see that. You see that he's in a class with a bunch of 11-year-olds, but I just think that is brilliant. Brilliant writing, that poster.
Okay, so that was their version of the rules of karate, right?
Yeah.
There's this thread on Reddit where people go back and forth. They were like, but Dwight says karate, and then there's taekwondo this, and there's this and this. So a little bit that the martial arts didn't quite line up in that dojo.
Yeah, I think that makes sense too. I mean, Dwight is not maybe studying a pure form of any one martial art.
Right. I have to talk about the fact that at 14 minutes, 11 seconds, I think that Pam is sending Jim mixed signals.
Of course she is.
And I totally judged her a little bit.
I know.
Because she was being really flirty.
Yeah.
And then when Meredith noticed, it wasn't until Meredith noticed
That's right.
that then she like pushed Jim away. And then the look on John's face, he does such a fantastic job of looking wounded and confused.
Yeah.
Not really, he was so happy, but now he's like, now what happened?
Yeah.
He did such a great job because Pam is sending him mixed signals.
She really is. But I mean, that's complicated, unrequited love for you.
I know.
What are you going to do? She's conflicted.
She's conflicted.
When Michael pins down Dwight at the dojo and is winning the fight, our director of photography, Randall Einhorn, who used to work on Survivor, so I want to say literally nothing surprises this man. He is a total pro. He never broke. He lost it. He lost it. He was laughing so hard that he had to take the camera off his shoulder and hold it out with his arm so that it wouldn't shake. He had tears like streaming down his face.
Now,
It's the hardest I've ever seen him laugh.
Yeah, that's saying something because he was like a statue. Him and Oscar Nunez never break.
Yeah.
I have a question for you. Lance, when I was speaking to him, said to his knowledge the fight was not choreographed and that he really believed that the stuff that Steve was doing to Rain as Dwight, like holding him down and trying to spit on him and all of that Steve improvised that.
I asked Lee about that. His memory is that they did bring in a stunt coordinator to work with them on set one day during a break.
Yeah, so Lance wouldn't have been there for that.
That's right. And so,
but that person did not go to the dojo.
Did not go to the dojo.
The day that you actually did it, they were not present.
And so on the day, he said they just, like Steve and Rain and Ken Pappas just came up with a bunch of stuff like the typewriter stuff. And just, he said, he doesn't remember how many takes they did, but it was a lot. But he said it was also really hot. And those guys got really tired doing fake fighting.
You can tell because they're winded when they're speaking to each other.
They are. It's true. Did you clock Phyllis's disposable camera in the scene where she's taking pictures and it's a disposable camera?
Don't you wish we had those pictures? Who
Yes,
has those?
someone must.
Yeah.
Phil Shea?
Phil Shea.
I don't know. All right, so after this humiliating defeat, we go back to the office and we see a scene from Michael's office that goes down into the parking lot and he tries to call Ryan on his cell phone. That was a different office than the usual Michael's office.
You totally, like, it's completely different.
Yes, so we had two Michael's offices. We had one Michael's office that was on our set, and it had just like a scrim backdrop behind the window that was kind of blurry, and it was just like an old-fashioned fake out the window kind of thing.
Yes.
But whenever we had to shoot a scene where Michael was actually looking out of his window into the parking lot, we would move over to the writers' offices.
And they literally would shoot in a writer's office.
Yes, and I was trying to remember, was it Mike Schur's office or Paul Lieberstein's office? One of the two of them worked in Michael's office, and it was loosely decorated as Michael's office. And then when it was time to shoot, they would get kicked out of their office, and set dressing would come in and zhuzh it up, and then they would have to use that to shoot, and they couldn't write in their office that day.
But the walls are like kind of a green color.
Yes, that was always true.
That don't match. Like, I was like, guys, the walls are not the same.
Well, it's funny too because all the other writers could decorate their offices.
Oh, Mindy's office was so decorated.
Oh, for sure, of course.
Yeah,
of course. But you could have like personal photos up and posters on the wall, but they couldn't do
it. It was Paul's.
I think it was Paul's as well. That's my memory.
If it wasn't Paul's, then Paul just really didn't make a lot of effort to decorate. Because
One of the two.
I remember his office being pretty bare.
So next up, Michael tells the rest of us to sign the forms. He's given up.
For sure. At the end of the show, the people who actually sign the reports are Toby, Stanley, Angela, and Neil.
And we were all grouped together at the reception desk, and I loved shooting that scene because everyone else had gone home for the day,
except for Dwight.
That's right.
He was at his desk.
But most of the office was gone, and that group of us, we were very rarely in little scenes together, just us. And I have very fond memories of shooting that.
Me too.
That was really, really fun.
I have one thing that is a time code that was right before the end there. At 17 minutes, 57 seconds, people are packing up for the day. Guess who's sitting across from Meredith?
Who?
Ryan.
Yeah, that was his desk.
But where was Creed?
Creed didn't really have a desk yet. I don't know.
When does Creed take over Ryan's desk? And when does Ryan move back to the annex?
These are good questions.
I know.
Did Ryan, well, eventually, remember we turned that closet in the hallway into Ryan's office, I feel like.
Yeah, for a little bit.
That desk was kind of the catch-all, right? I feel like I've seen Devin there, I've seen Ryan there, I've seen Creed there. When does it become Creed's desk?
Also in this episode, at the end, when people are filing out, we see an appearance of Luann.
Oh, there's Luann. Luann was one of our stand-ins / extras.
Who would normally sit in the annex. And
yes.
People always say, who is that? So Luann walks by.
That's right. I feel like the two things I want to tell you guys we're going to be dedicated to tracking in this rewatch is Mindy's hair and when does Creed get his desk. Okay, so just know that.
Someone out there probably already knows. They're going to write in and say, you guys, Creed sits there in episode.
Tell us. Solve this mystery. Okay, Michael takes Dwight into the conference room here at the end, and he says he's been testing him all day, and he promotes Dwight to assistant regional manager. He gets no announcement, no raise, and no new office, but Dwight is so happy. He whites out to them on all of his business cards. It's so pure and sweet.
I know. It's so sweet. Although Michael's like, it's not really a real thing, but it doesn't.
Dwight isn't hearing that part.
Care.
He doesn't hear any words except assistant regional manager. And then this leads us to the famous Michael talking headline. Would I rather be feared or loved? Easy.
It looks like we're gonna be two champions. Gonna have two belts, 2 Lombardi trophies.
I have seen that in shirts. I want people to be afraid of how much they love me. Good writers. Such good writing.
3.
And that was the fight.
That was the fight. So next week, we will be back with The Client. This is maybe my favorite season 2 episode. Although there's also the injury. I love the injury.
You
but
love the injury, Jenna.
know.
You wore a shirt like that you bought online of the injury.
I bought a shirt
Maybe as many as 5.
of a grilled foot.
Yeah, that you
For
would
a
wear.
long time.
You would wear it a lot. It was like one of your favorites.
She just did it
Many
for
as
you.
6.
Did I wear it too often?
No, it didn't, but it just made me laugh. There was a day that you
Many
showed
as
up
many
in
as
your
7. Dude, you know what? The one team that I would have put on here.
and I had
You're
a
really
shirt
one.
that was like an inside joke on
Right.
our show
Yeah,
of
7.
Creed as an action figure in Hong Kong.
And we realize we were really too big of fans.
We were like, what are we doing? We're just walking around in shirts from our show.
So next week we will be talking about not the injury, but
8 would
the
be
client.
best case
We'll see
scenario.
you then.
See you then. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies.
Really?
Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer.
And our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Ratton.
For ad-free versions of the show and our bonus
Probably.
episodes Candy Bag, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1 month
Maybe
trial of
9.
Stitcher Premium, use
Morse code office.
As many as 10?
Dying to hear because when I rewatched it, I was like, oh my gosh, I forgot how long you and Steve kissed. You really smooched quite a bit. David R. Carroll said, BJ Novak has been quoted as saying that the kiss between Michael and Jan was rehearsed and filmed many times.
I don't remember rehearsing it. I'm certain that when we rehearsed it, we certainly didn't kiss during the rehearsal.
No.
And actually, last night when I watched it, I was like, that was really sweet and like kind of awkwardly, just bumbly kiss that I.
We're looking for 8-time champions. We want to beat Tom Brady.
I thought it was a really great first kiss for the two of them.
Yeah. Do you remember any direction that Greg gave you during that scene?
I don't remember. I really think we did it like one time or two times. I don't even know what we didn't talk about. I remember it being really quick, and I actually think this is the take that you see on there is the first time we did it. So I feel like, and it just has all that. It has everything it needs in it. You know, it has the tension. It has the kind of like made that so wrong and wait a second, I want more of that.
Yeah.
kind of thing that Jan, I think, struggled with the entire relationship with Michael. So yeah, so I love that.
Well, that was really a spy shot. I know that Randall was crouched behind a car, and he had this idea of shooting through the car window to you.
That's right.
And I remember doing some scenes like that, and they always felt so real because you couldn't feel the camera, you know, a foot away from you. You really felt like you were out in a parking lot.
Exactly. You really do feel like you're in the middle of nowhere doing your own thing, having that private moment that we're all trying to strive for at all times as actors.
Well, Laura, there is a scene in the Chili's I thought you did such a phenomenal job in. It's at the end of the night.
8-time champion would be.
Drinks, you're over it. They're having beers and talking, and you're just sort of checked out. And then you realize that Michael is about to close the deal.
Pretty
You
amazing.
see what he's doing, and you perk up and you look at him with this smile on your face. And that was the moment for me that I realized why she even entertained being in a relationship with Michael. She saw that side of him.
Of which squad are you the most impressed?
He's
5 and
crushing
oldest?
it. And it totally made everything
Really?
make sense for me. Yeah, but you did a
Why?
great job.
It is a great moment, and
It's
Jan
like,
really rarely
my-
smiles in the show.
Yeah.
So much, I do so much scowling and kind of disapproving look, and so it's really nice to see her kind of have that big full expression of, you know, kind of enjoyment of, oh my God, this whole thing that, you know, that he's been doing all night that I thought was just a bunch of BS actually was, you know, there was a method to his madness, and I do love that, and I think that is the thing that leads to the kiss, is that he feels the, you know, he gets to have the moment of victory, and she has, you know, and she kind of is like, oh, there's more to this guy than I thought, you know, he's not just this idiot that I thought he was.
Laura, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us about this. Will you consider coming back for future episodes, perhaps?
Oh, sure. Well, when you get to the dinner
That
party,
is
we'll probably-
what I was gonna say.
It is like one of the best episodes ever, and you were so phenomenal in it. And Laura, what are you up to now? Can we give you a little shout out?
Oh, you're sweet. Well, I mean, I'm doing the 4th season of a series that I've been starring on for a while called Bold Type, and I just directed an episode for season 4, so I'm currently editing that episode. So that's exciting, and I love everybody to check that out. That's episode 12 of season 4, but they can watch the Bold Type season 1, 2, and 3 streaming on Hulu and on freeform.com now, and also season 4 begins airing on January 23rd on Freeform. So
Everyone go check out The Bold Type on Hulu and Freeform.
yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Well, you guys are sweet, and what an amazing thing we've been part of together with The Office and everything. It's really exciting, and I love that you guys are doing this for the fans and revisiting all this. It was really fun watching the episode last night.
All right. Well, great. We'll see you for dinner party, lady.
All right, I'll see you then.
Thanks,
Okay.
Laura.
All right,
Bye.
bye, you guys.
Angela, I think we should get into this episode. Let's start talking about the That's one.
Okay, can we talk about Michael and his jeans?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, this cold open made me laugh so hard. I just think it's really funny that when Michael is dancing around in his jeans, there's this tiny spy shot of Angela Martin's head. It's to the left of the potted plant while Michael is dancing on the end table, and she's just looking there snarky. But I'm so short, my head barely comes over the partition, and so there's the plant and then my head, just for like a split second at 18 seconds. And then back again when he's goofing off, I'm like judging him from the copier. So Angela Martin is just being placed in these little spaces in the background judging.
Well, I remember that I had to have a big wardrobe fitting of quote unquote casual clothes so that we could shoot these flashbacks to Casual Fridays. But Angela, are you just wearing your regular gray office wear?
I never participate in Casual Friday.
What's interesting to me is that this cold open implies that we have Casual Fridays at the office, but so far we've never shown a Casual Friday or referenced a Casual Friday, and I believe we never do again, even though we very often have episodes set on a Friday.
No, this is the one time. I said also there's some real great Pam sass in this cold open because what do you do at the end? You just chunk his jeans under the chunk them? Yes, you flip them over.
I know what I
and
mean.
you awesome.
Have you been saying chunk your whole life? It's chunk. You chunk. Wait, no. Have you been saying chunk for your whole life?
Chunk it or something.
Chunk it. Sam, it's a chuck, right? It's chuck.
It's 100% Chuck.
Stop it.
Another whiffle.
Oh my god.
Do you chunk your wiffle ball?
I chunk it. Chunk it real hard at someone. Oh my god, I'm taking my glasses off because I'm crying. I'm crying laughing so hard. I chunk it.
Don't chunk it.
Oh
man.
Lord.
Yeah, Pam chucks the jeans into the trash.
Well, there is some Pam sass there.
There is.
Also, how long in my life have I been saying things wrong? And now I'm just learning about it all on the podcast.
I don't know.
Oh, God. Okay.
Well, that is life intimidating art right there. Okay, so after the scene with the jeans, the show opens with Michael and Jan having a meeting. They're talking about how they're hoping to secure a very big account, Lackawanna County, the whole county. They will buy their paper from Dunder Mifflin. This is when Michael tells Jan he has changed the meeting from the Radisson, which he describes as too snooty, to Chili's, which he says is the new golf course where business happens.
Yes, I have that on the card. I thought it was so funny. The Radisson, too snooty.
Too snooty. Too snooty. Too stuffy.
I have 2 note cards from this scene that I have to bring up.
Oh, well, then go.
I mean, at a minute, 16 seconds. You guys, Jen has hot pink nail polish. She does. Yes. I think Angela Martin is judging her. I mean, you know, she judges her. But hot pink nail polish in the workplace, I'm just saying. And then a minute, 31 seconds, Jim has a talking head. He says that if we get this big Lackawanna account, we might not have to downsize. But didn't we just downsize?
Well, we let go of one person, but I think the bigger deal is that they're saying an entire branch is going to close. So it's either us or Stanford. It's going to have to close completely. So this would save us.
I got it.
This moves us into the scene in the kitchen where everyone is telling their worst first date stories. Oscar tells a story about how he went on a date and he found out the woman who background checked him.
The woman.
Yeah.
Yes, I have this on a note card. I'm like, Oscar is telling this like kind of horrible date scenario where he went on a date with a woman. So did the writers not know that they were going to make Oscar gay yet? Or is Oscar kind of covering in front of his coworkers?
Well, that backstory of being on a date with someone who'd done a background check on you, that was based on a real story of Paul Nickerson's dating life.
What?
Yeah, he said he went on to date the woman for a while, but that on their first date, she revealed that she had done like a real deep dive on him to make sure that he was on the up and up. I have a fan question. Both Sarah Clark and Kim asked, Who came up with Pam's worst first date story? Well, Pam's story of being left at a hockey game was not based on anyone's real story, but the writers went around the room and they just pitched worst first date stories. Where is the worst place that you could leave a date? That was their assignment one afternoon. That's a little insight into the writer's room, what it's like. They sit in there on a bunch of couches and they eat snacks. They eat a lot of snacks up there, they really do. We would go steal their snacks.
We would steal their snacks, but they also do sit at a table with computers as well.
Well, they do, but sometimes when they pitch these ideas, it's really fun to go in there because they'll say, okay, what is the worst place to leave a date? And then they just go around there and just shout it out. It's like so fun in a writer's room because I feel like when they do that kind of stuff, it's almost like playing a game of Pictionary or something.
Yeah.
In your living room. So they said that they had a lot of alternates, but this was their favorite. They liked the idea.
I wish we could know what their alternates were.
I know. This is the one that ended up in the script. But I think it's perfect. First of all, that he took her to a minor league hockey game on their first date. Second, that he brought his brother. And then third, that they left her there.
Yeah.
And then that it was Roy.
Yeah. It totally supports the backstory you made up that he bought Sea-Doos with the money you were going to pay for wedding.
Yeah, with his brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I loved it. I thought it was perfect. At 3 minutes, 35 seconds, in the background, there is a mail cart, like a rolling mail cart.
Oh, yeah, it's there a lot.
No one ever pushes it. No one ever delivers.
No, sometimes we've had people push that cart, I think. I feel like Oscar has done something with that cart.
Really?
I don't know, guys.
We don't have a designated mail person, though, that like comes around with their mail.
We don't have a mail room.
We don't.
I feel like Pam handles all the mail.
Well, then she just pushes the cart to the back of the
Well, I never pushed the cart. But maybe anyone out there comment us, let us know.
Who pushes the cart?
At 3 minutes, 54 seconds, you can see 3 photos on my desk.
Yes, look, I have one of them.
Oh! Jenna, there's a photo of your sister and her husband taped to your desk. Yes, that's right.
Yes.
And my sister's husband's name is Dwight.
Isn't that crazy? Now, the writers didn't know that. That was just all like by chance.
Yes, here's a little bit of interesting trivia. My father's name is Jim. My brother-in-law's name is Dwight. And my niece's name is Susie.
Well, and they named the character actresses.
Yes,
That the other two were already happening.
Yeah.
But that one was all you.
My niece Cece was born about a week before we filmed the episode where Pam and Jim have their baby. And I asked if we could name their baby Susie after me.
I think that's so cute. All right, ladies, should we take a break?
I think we should. I see you've pared down your note cards
I'm
here.
paring down my note cards. I've collected myself. I'm no longer laughing at you when you just simply look at me.
Thank you. Thank you for admitting that all I'm doing is looking at you.
But the expression was really
Why?
funny.
Now you just did it again. You
Okay.
just implied that there's some way I'm looking at you. This is your thing.
I'm going to take a sneaky photo of your face.
Don't you dare.
Lady, you do. I have to do the impression. Ready? This is my impression. You be me. Look down at your whatever you're doing. Ready? And those are my best friends. Nothing? You have nothing? Angela, this is like a podcast. You're supposed to talk. That's my impression. But did you see my face?
Barely. Those are my fast facts.
And those are my fast facts.
Your turn. Okay, we are back. Michael and Jan are getting ready to leave to go to Chili's for their big meeting. And did you notice in the parking lot, Michael says Chili's is just a couple blocks away. They should just drive together. However, the closest Chili's is actually about 30 minutes away in Wilkes-Barre at the Wyoming Valley Mall.
Somebody did a little bit of a deep dive.
I remember this. I remember when we were shooting it that we discovered that there isn't really a Chili's this way. You have to go outside to get there. And it wasn't a big deal when we did the Dundies. But here, Michael does say it's this way, but it's not.
And then he goes on to say, you don't know Scranton at all. Which is it's like, well, maybe you don't know it.
What was it like for all the people in Scranton to see this episode and be like, wait, what? Where's the Chili's?
Well, they probably had the same moment when they saw a palm tree or two every once in a while. They'd be like, wait, what's a poetry doing in there.
I also want to say, I looked it up. There still isn't a Chili's in Scranton. Chili's? Missed opportunity here? You guys want to go ahead and put a Chili's in Scranton already?
Chili's, maybe you should call us because Jenna has business plans for you.
We will cut the ribbon.
Oh, we would cut the ribbon.
Cut the ribbon.
I've never done that. That'd be fun.
I know. I've always wanted to do that where you put giant scissors.
Don't chunk them though.
I won't chunk them, Angela. I will not chunk them at anyone. So they walk inside the Chili's to one of my all-time favorite scenes.
Yes, I bet it's this. I'm
Yeah.
looking at my note card.
It is. Is Gould dead? No Gould.
When she says no gold, when Steve's face is Michael, when he whips around, there's no gold. Like, it is, you see everything in him go electric.
Yes, is Gould dead? Do you want to talk about it? You're okay?
We're in a TV. Like, we're in a meeting.
And then he has to give that look to camera.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Oh man, Steve is so good in that scene.
Oh, we have the same thing written down now.
What?
I just peeked at your note card. The waitress, Megan.
You hold your paper up so I can't see it, but my note cards are right here in front of you.
That's your business.
5 minutes, 47 seconds. Megan, may we have an awesome blossom, please?
I think this is a great detail. Now, I don't know if this was in the script. I don't know if Steve improvised that, but I love that Michael remembers the waitress by name. I absolutely believe that the character of Michael would remember every waiter or waitress by name.
I think that
Every
Michael,
flight attendant.
yes, I was going to say, I think Michael knows the name of every person he has to interact with.
Yes.
And it's his pleasure to get to know their name. And I love that he knows the waitress is Megan.
It is a great, great detail. 6 minutes, 19 seconds. Michael calls Pam on the phone back at the office to get him to read her a bunch of jokes from these joke books in his office. I got a lot of questions about this. People wanting to know the punchline for that joke about the lighthouse that Pam starts, and Michael's like, no,
Not that one.
There is no punchline to the joke. It was not in the book. Those jokes, quote unquote, were scripted, and they just wrote the beginning of the jokes.
Oh, I love it.
There were no endings.
I bet the writers have a lot of fun with that. Just writing the first line of a joke. If
Yeah.
they know they don't have to worry about the payoff, that would have been fun.
Well, and I had the challenge of having to memorize the line, but look like I was reading from the book that I was not reading from.
Oh yeah, that's tricky.
It was a little tricky. After this, Pam finds threat level 9 script, where he is action star, Michael Scar. And at 7 minutes, 18 seconds, Jim finds drawings of the threat level midnight poster within the script. And we had a fan question from Becca Ramirez. She asked, who made the drawings in the script of Threat Level Midnight? Do you know?
I don't. Great question.
Greg Daniels.
Did he really?
He made the drawings himself.
Oh my gosh, I could see him sort of sitting on the side quickly drawing them.
So he sketched them out, and then he gave them to, I guess it would be Phil Shea.
Yeah.
And Phil hired an artist, but this was the example. Like Greg kind of sketched it out to say, here's my idea of what the poster, this is what the drawing should look like. And Greg said the artist came back and the drawings were so good that he thought maybe his kind of crappier drawing was more realistic.
Yeah, that Michael would do that.
Yeah, so he kept his own drawing in. I think it's just perfect.
Okay, well, two things. Number one, here's the actual joke that Michael did.
At the Chili's.
At the Chili's, here's the actual joke. Well, I'm an astronaut, so I drive the Saturn. The second guy says, I'm a pimp, so I drive a cheap Escort. The third guy says, I got you both keyed. I'm a proctologist, so I drive a brown robe.
Yeah.
And that's the line that like makes Christian, the client, just roll over laughing. How about it's 7 minutes, 36 seconds. They're all eating this awesome blossom with no drinks, not even waters. Megan, where's their waters?
Again.
I mean, those are kind of salty. You need your water.
You do. Oh, I have a fan question.
Okay.
So a lot of people asked if this was the same Chili's where we shot Dundee's.
Yes.
All right. I did some research. So we got a lot of conflicting information on this one when I went to research it. First of all, the internet says it was not the same Chili's, yet they have no citation for why. That's right. So I asked Phil Shea. He said he thought it was the same one, but he said it was close to our set. but the original Dundee's one was not the store set. Then I asked Greg. He said he couldn't remember, but he knows it was an empty Black Angus. So, I don't know.
So I actually asked Tim this as well. I said, Tim, can you tell me a little bit about where you filmed? Because we're trying to figure out if it was where we filmed the Dundees. And he said, well, I can tell you this. It was like this really gross, out of business restaurant in a kind of sketchy area.
So maybe it was the same.
I know.
That makes me think it was the same.
And he said, it was gross. Because no one had been in that building in so long. There were like little nooks and crannies of it that were kind of dusty.
As I was watching it, I couldn't tell. If it was different, they did an excellent job of making it look like it was the same place.
Yeah, I couldn't tell either, but Tim's description of it kind of brought me back.
8 minutes, 34 seconds, Michael's tie with the little mouth on it.
Yes.
That he uses to eat the awesome blossom. That was scripted, that he would do that. And the wardrobe designer actually had to make that tie. That is a custom-made tie. She made 7 different mouth options that she showed to Greg, and he had to pick the mouth that would go on the tie.
Oh my gosh, this is when I'm like, our jobs are crazy.
That is a crazy thing.
Hey, how was your day? Well, I had to make ties with mouth on them.
Yeah. I made 7 different mouths, and then my boss picked one.
Okay, can we get to one of my favorite scenes, which is 9 minutes, 7 seconds, the baby back ribs?
Yes.
All right, I was so excited to talk to Tim about this. Now, a lot of you guys wrote in and said, was that improvised? Was it scripted? And here's what Tim said. Tim said the beginning of that song, when Michael starts off singing, was in the script. And in the script, that he was supposed to join in at the end.
Okay.
Baby back ribs, right at the end. And he said when they started filming it, Steve started to sing, and it just kind of wasn't working when Tim joined in. So Tim started doing the other part, just kind of improvised that. I want my baby back ribs.
Yeah.
And then it was like lightning bolt.
Off to the races.
We got it. And he said one of his favorite moments in the bloopers, and I went and watched it, is he goes to do his I want my baby back, and Steve just improvises, no, you come in later. And he said, oh yeah, right. Like, and it's so funny. It's a great little moment.
I watched those deleted scenes as well. So good.
So good.
And Melora's right. Melora could not hold it together.
I mean, can you blame her?
No.
They were so funny.
And they really wanted to hold that 3-shot. They really wanted her to be the anchor of the scene. So they couldn't carve it up. They couldn't have all these singles or anything. So anytime she laughed,
they had to start again.
They did. You can also tell that those guys are having so much fun singing together.
They're having a blast.
The week after this scene, Steve was going to shoot, to host Saturday Night Live. And so when I was there that day, I remember Tim giving him like some little, all the insider intro on what it would be like.
Well, I actually said to Tim, I was like, Tim, you and Steve had such great chemistry. How long have you known each other? And he said, we've actually known each other a really, really long time. So they met a long, long time ago before anything was famous. When they were really young, they were all at Second City in Chicago. And they also did Improv Olympic. And then Tim was cast on SNL with Nancy Carell and Dave Kempner.
Oh my gosh.
Right? But he said, honestly, when they became really, really tight and got to know each other, is the summer when he had off from Saturday Night Live, all of those guys went and did a Second City tour in DC. And they were there for the summer. And he said that was so much fun. He said they would do their show, and after the show, they would all stay to an improv set. And he said it's some of the best improv he's ever been a part of.
Could you imagine if you could go back in time and buy a ticket to that show?
I would have loved it.
There are people who got to see that.
Yeah, and Tim said, I was like, who was in the cast? And he said it was Steve and Nancy, John Glazer, Adam McKay, Teresa Mulligan, who I know is hilarious. And they just had the best time.
Well, some of the most fun we ever had, Angela, off camera on our show was when we would get to hang out with the cast of Saturday Night Live. Because remember, they're an NBC show, we're an NBC show. So we would often have to do press with them. We would go to New York. They would fly the cast of the office to New York, and we would spend an entire day doing press conferences, and then in the evenings they would do a little party for all of the actors on the NBC shows, and it would be the cast of The Office and the cast of Saturday Night Live, and we would just crack up and have dance parties. Those are some of my most fun memories, and I even remember being there and pinching myself and thinking, remember this, remember all of this.
Yes, I remember. One of the things I remember is that you and I going to watch Saturday Night Live, and we got there and we were sort of hanging out with everyone, before they're kind of getting ready. So we just said hi quickly. We went to our seats, and then afterwards we went back in their dressing rooms and hung out like another half hour. Then we went to this like after party that they have after every taping. That was really cool. And then Chris Cornell was like, guys, do you want to go to the after party?
The after party.
And I was like, wait, isn't this the after party? He goes, no, the after party. And then we went to the after party, and it was like in this bar, Jenna, that was like a forest.
Yeah, I remember.
Trees. And you and I think I just had on like a denim dress, like out of the Gap. And like everyone was dressed so cool looking. And I turned to you and I was like, it is 3 in the morning.
Oh, I think the sun was coming up when we finally called it a night.
I remember going up to Chris Brown and being like, so I think we're done. He's like, all right, guys. They were still there.
Crazy.
We left and they were still there.
Those are some of my favorite memories. And I'm so glad we did that stuff because we are kind of the people who don't normally stay out late.
No, we don't.
But we went for it. And there were 2 casts that we hung out with a ton in our heyday of The Office, I would say. And one of those was SNL and the other was Mad Men.
Yes.
Mad Men, that show was coming up at the same time that we were, and I would hang out with the cast of Mad Men a lot. Also, same thing, we would have to go to these press junkets, and the stars of all the shows would be in their various conference rooms speaking to the press, but then they'd have some like big buffet lunch for all of us, and I would chit-chat with all the Mad Men people.
The other cast that I ended up talking to quite a bit, who I really thought was fantastic, was Community.
Oh, yes,
yeah,
that's right.
Everyone in that show was just so cool and fun. I loved when we got partnered with them, to do press.
Well, bringing us back to the episode, you know that scene where they're eating the ribs?
Yeah.
Okay, I found out a really interesting little tidbit. I listened to the DVD commentary. That's actually Paul and Greg making the slurping sounds.
Oh, no.
They recorded slurping sounds in the editing room to lay on top of that scene to just make it even grosser for Melora's reaction.
So funny. That is so funny. It just makes me love our show because I felt like we were just like this little engine that could, this little team, we need 2 people to make slurping sounds.
Oh, that happened all the time.
All the time.
You have some more stuff about Tim, though. What do you want to say?
Well, I just asked him, if he, had heard of The Office and how he came to get the job, and he said that he was a humongous fan of the BBC version, and he said that when he got the call about the show, that it was not a hit, right? It was kind of early on. It was sort of like, what is this show about? And he said in inner comedy circles, people were like, the show's really funny. So he knew it was funny, but it was the world didn't really know about this show yet. And he was kind of busy, and he was like, I don't know, guys, I don't know that I can do it. And so he initially said no.
Oh, he turned it down?
Yes. And then they called back, and Tim said his theatrical manager's assistant was like, Tim, this show is so hilarious. And he was like, all right, I'll do it. And he said he's so glad he did. Of course, he had the best time with Steve. And Tim is right now on a show on ABC called School. It's on Wednesday at 8:30 p.m., so check it out. Thanks, Tim.
So now, Angela, I think we should go back into the office and talk a little bit about threat level midnight.
Oh, yes.
Everyone in the office goes into the conference room, they divide up the parts, and they start reading Threat Level Midnight. I think this is a great example of what a table read is like.
Yeah.
This is what we would do every week on The Office. Tuesdays or Wednesdays at lunch, we would all go into this conference room. They would hand out the next week's script, and we would read it out loud.
Yeah, and usually the director was the narrator. They would read all the stage direction. And on Threat Level Midnight, Jim is the narrator. You guys all read it. And he casts Oscar as Golden Face. But when Threat Level Midnight is actually made, Jim is Golden Face.
Yes, that's right.
A little catch there.
One of my favorite things in this is the fact that Michael's bumbling assistant clearly used to be named Dwight. So that talking head that Pam gives where she explains the typo and all of that, the first time we shot this episode, that explanation did not exist. And so that was a reshoot.
I actually like that talking head because it helped it make sense for me. Because Samuel L. Chang was actually Dwight.
That's right.
Well, here's the cast that we see in Threat Level Midnight at the table read. Now, it's more fleshed out and things have changed once it's an actual movie, and we see that in season 7. Phyllis is Catherine Zeta-Jones. Dwight is Michael Scarn. Oscar is Golden Face. Ryan is Samuel L. Chang. And that's the only people that are cast in what we see. Everyone else is sort of sitting around, but those are the ones that are called out.
Well, I had a big fan question here. A lot of people asked if Threat Level Midnight was a fully written script. It was written, they did write quite a bit so that we would have something to work with. But as you see in the show, it's an unfinished script. So it was not a fully written script. They also wanted to know if we read from the script or if it was improvised. I was going to say that I thought we read from the script. I found an interview with Brian Baumgartner where he said we improvised it, and BJ backed that up, that we were sitting around for about 5 to 10 minutes, and we were just throwing out anything at all, which seems almost impossible to me, but there's 2 people in the cast who say that's how it was. I remember it differently.
Even Phyllis, when she said, I have 2 things to say. First thing is I love you.
No. So I should say some of it was scripted, but we did also improvise some.
Okay.
So it was both. And that happened a lot when we were shooting. They would leave the cameras rolling, and then we would throw stuff out there. And some of the improvisations stayed in.
I love that. But you can definitely tell the beginning of the scene was scripted, getting you into it.
Yes, that's true.
Back at Chili's, guys, let's have a little bit of an adult beverage time code count.
Oh, dear.
So at 7 minutes, 59 seconds, Jan orders a vodka tonic. We never see this one.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. At 8 minutes, 35 seconds, they all have margaritas. So is Jan on her second drink? At 13 minutes, 44 seconds, Michael and Christian are having beers. Jan looks like she's having a water with lime. I can't tell. It's in a tall glass.
Maybe that's finally her vodka tonic.
I don't know. That's our adult beverage count for those of you who love the background stuff like me.
Angela, I'm ready to take us on a date to the roof. Pam and Jim's roof date.
I have so many questions. I have so many technical questions.
Okay.
I have some just, fan of the office questions.
What do you want to know?
How did you get up the roof?
Okay, so the ladder that you see in the episode really leads up to the roof.
You really climbed that little fire escape looking ladder?
John and I did not, but that is how the crew got up there.
Okay.
John and I, for I guess safety reasons and insurance reasons, we got into a harness.
Okay.
And then they lifted us up to the roof.
Like in a forklift kind of thing?
Yeah, in some sort of weird platformy forklift, which seemed scarier and more dangerous than if I'd just been allowed to use the ladder. And we shot on the actual roof of the Dunder Mifflin building.
Climb the ladder.
Same. I asked to climb the ladder, but we went up and down on the platform forklift.
Okay.
I have a fan question about the roof.
Okay.
James K asked, was it cold on the roof?
It looked cold.
It wasn't? Angela, shooting the scene is one of my fondest memories of all time on the show. Because the only people on the roof were me, John, Greg Daniels, Holly Garcia, our first AD, and our camera operator and DP, Randall Eisen. It was a warm summer evening,
But like a beautiful summer night.
warm breeze. It was, I can't explain it, but this little group of us up on the roof, it hit me while I was up there. I'm on a TV show. I'm living my dream. this is amazing.
Right. I'm sure it felt really magical. Just a magical moment.
Completely magical. We had really gelled as a group at this point. You know, we were really in it all together. We all loved the show so much. We loved being at work so much. It was just really, really special. And the grilled cheese sandwiches tasted so good. It was great. I have another fan question. Donna asked, was anyone hurt by the fireworks? That looked kind of dangerous. So I saw Brian Baumgartner recently, and I asked him about the fireworks. He said, Jenna, it was insane. There was no stunt coordinator for these fireworks. He said because they had to get the shot of us from so far away, they really left the two of them out in the middle of this parking lot field, which alone looked very dry. Yeah, well, you know, fireworks are illegal in LA. They had a hard time even getting fireworks for this scene.
They were breaking the law?
I'm not sure. I know BJ said once in an article that there was a rule about how big the fireworks could be. They weren't allowed to shoot anything up in the air because LA is very dry.
That's right. I think I do know that. So you can do the thing that's on the ground.
Yeah.
But that's it.
Yes.
So there were like the sparkler thing on the ground.
Yes. And Brian said that they couldn't hear anything. They could barely hear action or cut. They just were out there playing these fireworks, but at a certain point he heard someone shout, "Hop over them! Kick them!" Like stuff like that.
Greg.
It was probably Greg screaming. But Brian said they were just, it felt very real, and I think that was part of it about what made that night so magical was that it was really like we were watching those guys around with fireworks. Because you were. Yes. Yes. And after this, when we come down from the roof, you know, Jim and Pam, they leave the office and they're listening on the headphones.
Oh, at 14 minutes, 34 seconds, I have a note card that says, old tech alert.
What?
Because it's an iPod.
Yes.
It's an iPod, and you guys have like the little headphones where you each take a little ear. It's so cute.
Well, Matt Hurt asked, what, if anything, were you and John listening to when you shot the swaying dancing scene?
Okay, that's one of my questions too, Matt. So what was it?
Okay, the song you hear in the episode is a song called Sing by Travis. But John and I were actually listening to an Interpol song.
Which song? I don't remember. But you know it was Interpol.
Yes, I remember that. And I think that was John's actual iPod, and that he suggested that song, that we listen to the song.
Oh, Jam fans are going to love that.
Yeah, and that was also lovely. Same warm summer evening. It was awesome. So we talked to Melora a little bit about the next scene, which is Michael and Jan in the parking lot.
That's at 15 minutes, 21 seconds. It is the big smooch.
Yes, the big smooch.
All right, so I feel like there's just this brilliant moment, and I don't know if it was written or if Steve improvised this. It just shows how over the moon giddy Michael is that he and Jan just kissed, and that she said, "Let's get out of here." He's so giddy, and I wrote down the scene because I thought it was so adorable. It's at 15 minutes, 21 seconds. Jan is sort of like all of a sudden camera aware, right?
Yeah.
She says,
She's looking for the camera. Is this getting caught on tape?
Yeah.
She doesn't find the camera, but she wonders.
Right. And so she said, "Let's go." And Michael goes, "What?" And she goes, "Let's go." And he says, "Where are we going?" "Oh, okay, doesn't matter. Going to the go-go."
Going to the go-go.
Going to the go-go. I thought that was so cute. He's just so excited. I thought it was adorable.
All right, so it's the next morning now. The Dunder Mifflin film crew enters the office. Do they have a key? Did you notice that?
Dwight is sleeping on the couch. Maybe it's not even locked.
I know. Maybe he never locked the door that night.
Why is Dwight in blue underwear?
Well, there
and his tank top under like a foil, like a FEMA foil blanket.
Well, I'll tell you, there was a very big meeting about what underwear he would wear.
Of course there was.
Yes. Would it be boxers? Would it be briefs? What color? This is what they decided.
Of course there's a huge meeting about Dwight's underwear. Of course.
Yeah, I know.
And they decided on those blue, kind of like tighty whities.
Yeah, they're, I guess,
They were
very
baggy.
slouchy.
Very baggy.
Oh, you know,
He loved every second.
What about the scene where he runs into the window? Angela sees Jane.
That's right. So obviously the camera crew busts Jan, right?
Yeah.
She's so busted. But there are two Dunder Mifflin employees who also now know. Angela, who's arrived early in the parking lot, and Dwight, who's peeping down from the window.
Yeah.
And Jan sees Dwight. I'm assuming she sees Angela as she drives by. But I love that Dwight and
I
Angela.
think she totally clocks you.
Oh yeah, I do too. But I love that Dwight and Angela go on to have their secret relationship. Totally bust Jan.
I love that it's Angela in the parking lot because I feel like the very last person who you want to see during your walk of shame is
Exactly.
All right, so Michael arrives into the office with his delicious secret. He's so giddy. I felt like Melora described that so well, how sweet and innocent and happy he is that
He's so excited.
So good.
He really is like, I'm not going to talk about it, right?
No,
He's
I'm
like,
not going to speak about
gentlemen don't kiss and tell, and neither do I, ha ha ha. You know,
Yes.
and then the next thing we know, he's like, we'll have to disclose, we'll have to write a letter.
it. Yeah, that's so true.
About our relationship. You just, oh man.
In that talking head, I love the camera work in that. It's a very, very slow push in on Michael's face, and you can just feel the camera putting all this pressure on Michael to tell the truth. How long does he last? He lasts like 14 seconds. And then he's like, all right, fine. We went back and we
to our hotel.
Yeah, we
made out
a little.
I held her and she talked to me about her divorce.
Oh my gosh. That phone call with Jan where he goes under the desk, Greg directed that. Greg told Steve, why don't you take this phone call under the desk to avoid the camera crew? And he said it was great because they were able to edit together all of Steve's improvisation because you can't see his mouth.
Oh, so smart.
Yeah, because Steve was improvising a lot of that phone call and the things that, he was saying back to Jan. Then we have Jim and Pam. Their first fight. They have that hiccup at the dojo, but this is different.
They have little moments. I mean, he got his feelings really hurt when you suggested he try to go for that job at the other branch. And then there was the dojo, and now there's this.
Well, this one doesn't get resolved at the end of this episode. Jim suggests to Pam that maybe they had their first date, that you could say this was their first date. And I want to say something. I understand why Pam bristles at this.
Well, let me just take a minute. First of all, Pam lies to Roy, bold-faced lies to Roy, and says, I have to stay at work. And he's like, are you kidding me right now? She's like, no, I have to work. So already, she has probably, within her moral compass, stepped over a line. I think for Jim, now look, guys, I'm a huge Jim and Pam fan, and I wanted them together from the beginning. But I would think, as a guy, I was talking to my husband about this, and he goes, it's kind of a move Jim's doing. He knows she has a fiance.
Yeah.
But he makes a grilled cheese sandwich, takes her up on the roof. He knows this is his moment. He's going for it. Ultimately, they end up together, so it's great. But that kind of breaks guy code of what you do with someone else's fiance.
Well, and then I think for him to call it out so clearly out in the open, I think Pam is willing to pretend like none of that is happening and they're just friends while it's happening. But for you to just look at her and say, hey, you were kind of unfaithful last night, was very shocking for her, and she had to shut that down. She had to be like, I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. You're just my friend, and we were hanging out after work, so I don't know what you thought that was, but uncool.
Right.
That was her way of trying to get her boundary back, and also just being defensive, knowing that she did something she shouldn't have, I think.
Well, I think whenever, there's a moment when Angela catches her with Pam Pong, then Meredith catches the shirt coming up, right? And then this moment when he calls it out, all of those moments are when Pam gets a mirror held up to her behavior, and it makes her uncomfortable because she knows the right thing to do is say, Roy, I'm in love with you, and we should break up. Yeah, but she's got all of these layers like you do in a relationship, and feelings probably of guilt and obligation, and all of that all wrapped up into it, so she doesn't know how to make that break.
Yeah.
And I think this is one of those moments where Vera is all that, and she feels bad, and she bristles.
And then it all ends with that final look between Michael and Jim, the little shrug.
What are you gonna do? The two lonely guys.
Well, guys, that was the client.
That's the client. Thank you so much, Laura Hardin and Tim Meadows, for making this episode that much more special.
And I want to say thank you to Brian Baumgartner and Phil Shea and Ray Daniels, all of whom I reached out to for this episode. Thanks, guys, for your help.
Thanks, everybody. All right, we'll see you next week. We're going to be chunking performance review your way.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Hey, I'm proud of us for pulling it back together. We were really on the edge at the beginning of this.
I got a little giddy. I was a little punchy, so thanks for sticking it out. That's what she said.
Good ending.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer.
And our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of the show and our bonus episodes candy bag, go to StitcherPremium.com.
For a free 1 month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Gangsta. Look at this.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. That's us.
Happy New Year!
Yes, this is our first episode that we recorded after our 2-week Christmas and holiday break.
We are back, guys.
What? I didn't have an end to that sentence.
I didn't. I was going to say we're back. We're freezing our butts off.
It's cold in here, and I just had to wait, felt like almost a full 10 minutes for Angela to lay all the cards on the desk. It is such a tedious process.
Did you say allow all her cards on the desk?
I said lay out all. Lay out all.
Lay out all? Is that St. Louis?
Oh, you're just mad because of waffle ball and chunk it.
Hey, you know what? People in Texas say chunk it. Here I was being like all self-conscious because you said, no, it's chunk it. Then I'm talking to my mom over the holidays. We're talking about going through at the garage and she goes, just chunk it. It's a Texas thing, lady.
It is. I will admit it because I came home that day and I was telling my husband Lee, who grew up in Texas, all about the chunk it thing and how much it made me laugh. And he said to me, Jenna, I moved to Texas in middle school and I had that same conversation. Someone said, just chunk it. And I said, what? Chunk it? He's like, they say it, they do it. It's like pop and soda.
Thank you.
Right?
Thank you. And I guess,
sorry, Texas.
Don't be sorry. Just chunk it. And I guess in St. Louis, they say, I'm going to lie on the table.
No. Lay out all your cards.
Lay out all your cards.
Shall we begin?
Let's begin.
All right. Performance review, season 2, episode 8, written by Larry Wilmore and directed by Paul Feig. I'm going to give you a summary. In this episode, Michael is supposed to be conducting performance reviews of his staff, but instead he calls everyone into his office one by one to help him decipher a voicemail from Jan. Because if you remember in the previous episode, he and Jan
Yeah, they smooshed in the parking lot, maybe played some grabby games back at her place.
Yeah. And he is convinced now that they are boyfriend and girlfriend, even though it's clear that Jan has said this is a one-time thing, please make something of it. Michael is determined to read between the lines. Also in this episode, Pam and Jim prank Dwight by convincing him that it is Friday instead of Thursday. The end of the summary. It's done.
Jenna, that was a fantastic summary.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you so much. All right, you want fast fact number 1?
I do.
Fast fact number 1, I said this is written by Larry Wilmore. You guys, I hope you remember, he played Mr. Brown in our Diversity Day episode.
Yes, Larry was a writer and producer and an amazing performer.
Yes, and we are going to speak with Larry today. Larry is so great. I have such fond memories of working with him. You know, he created the Bernie Mac show. He has been a correspondent on The Daily Show. We've talked a little bit about this. Super talented guy. I'm really excited to talk to him because he's so smart and funny. I think that was one of the things about our writers' friends, how freaking smart they were. Really smart. I think people underestimate how smart you have to be a great writer. Yeah, like they really go hand in hand. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder, have we wasted all these minds? Should they be off making scientific discoveries? Because some of them were just like the most brilliant people I've ever met, and they're just sitting writing great jokes. But then without them, we wouldn't have the fitness school. Fast fact number 2, I was really sick in this episode. You were so sick. Do you remember that? Not only do I remember that you were sick, but I wrote down a quote that I read online. It says, where did you read this? On Wikipedia, okay. on the Office Performance Review Wikipedia. It says, Jenna Fisher came down with a cold. Instead of postponing, however, Fisher memorized and performed all her lines, resulting in fellow cast member Angela Kinsey calling her a trooper. You were in this episode because you were really, really sick. That's one thing I think you guys, I don't know if you guys know this, but when you're on a set and you get sick, you don't go home. No. They literally prop you up because so many people, like 300 people, their whole day revolves around that day's filming. Yeah. And so they can't shut down the filming just because you don't feel good. Yeah, so a doctor will show up, give you a shot, and you stay at work. Oh yeah, I mean, I've seen them tape people. They're like, oh, have you stopped vomiting for 30 minutes? Let's get you on set and see what we can grab. Oh yeah, like that happens. So I was really sick. This was my first time ever having to perform this ill. I took tons of Sudafed. I had a sinus infection. You were a little loopy. I was super loopy. Here's what's crazy. At the end of the week, Greg Daniels called my manager about my performance in this episode. And my manager called me. I get this message, Jenna, please call me. Greg Daniels has called about your performance in this week's episode, and I want to speak with you about it. Shiitake mushrooms. I thought I was being fired. Yeah. I thought, oh my gosh, this is it. That's it. I don't know why. As an actor, especially in the early days and on early shows, I always felt like I was fired. Oh, me and Brian and Oscar were always like, accounting's totally replaceable. You can be fired at any time. Well, that's not true. But yes, you have this feeling like I'm failing constantly. Yeah. So my manager says, Jenna, we got this phone call. She got all my agents on the phone too, which you're like, oh my gosh. They only do that if it's great news or really bad news. Yeah. So like, and she's like, we received it. Because he wanted all of us to know how outstanding you were, that it was some of your best work, and to please say whatever it is you did to prepare for this episode, keep it up. And I should have been. I was like, I don't know what to do with this compliment. Clearly, I'm a fantastic actress on Sudafed. Well, okay. Okay, should I move on to fast fact number 3? Yes. All right, fast fact number 3 is also a belated fast fact. I realized I missed something a couple of episodes back in the fight, which applies to all the episodes moving forward, talking about cold opens. Oh, do you want to tell folks what a cold open is? Yes. So in a script, scripts usually have like a 3-act structure where you tell the story, right? And like a little mini 3-act. Yeah. Well, we started doing this thing that we call the cold open, and it's before the credits, and it's a little joke or almost like a standalone moment that might apply later to the episode, but also might not. It's just like it's a little moment. So that was something that our show did. We had these little cold opens, and then we're also going to start adding tags. Ooh, tags are fun. Tags were at the end, at the very end. We would come back from a commercial break, and you'd get like a 7-second tag. They were very short. Really short. Another little joke. Yeah, they were always really short, like maybe just 1 page, 3 lines, just something really tiny. Yeah. In this episode, we have a cold open that is one of our most famous cold opens, the fitness orb. Yes. Which is so great. And we had a ton of fan questions about this. Probably our most frequently asked comment about this episode for sure. Definitely. For example, Fernanda Fuentes and Derek Ford both asked, how many times did you have to film the cold open with Dwight's fitness ball? And David Nicholas asked, how many fitness orbs did you go through before it popped just right? Well, everyone, it was not enough.
Oh,
Jenna, you look really excited. Are you sitting on some info? I'm sitting on some info. I traded messages with Phil Shea.
Phil Shea,
Prop Master. Yes, he told me all about the fitness orbs. So first of all, he bought 17 fitness orbs. Yes, and he practiced with John using 3 of them.
Phil Shea, 7 of them.
John, like,
Yes, Phil Shea is talk about a trooper. Phil Shea.
he's amazing. So the idea was that John would stick the scissors into the fitness orb and it would deflate very slowly. And the camera would be in front of Dwight's desk and you would just see him very slowly melt to the floor as Jim very smugly looks on. Yes, that was what was in the script. So they practiced 3 times. It worked perfectly. And they had 14 left for the scene. And Phil said to John, as long as you don't hit the seam of the ball with the scissors, which would be like a 1 in a million chance that you could do it, the ball will slowly deflate and it will work as planned. So
It's also very hard to see the seam.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, you would have to hit it just right.
yes, it would be basically impossible to do. So they did 13 takes and it worked just right and everyone was happy and they were about to move on. And Phil said, I have 1 more ball.
Yeah.
So Paul Feig said, oh, what the heck, let's just do 1 more.
And in all the 13 takes, you guys, Rain as White slowly sunk to the ground.
Yeah, right? And it was perfect. So they have an extra ball. Let's just do 1 more. Let's do it. On that last take, John hit the seam by accident. And you can see the shock on Rain's face when it exploded and he fell to the floor. We were all completely shocked. We were like, oh my God. And you can totally see John break. You see his shoulders, and he very quickly, oh, he's such a pro. He turns his back and his face dives out of this. Yeah, he just like leaves.
Phyllis was really surprised too.
I swear you can hear somebody saying, what? Like either John or Rain is like, what is happening? And they were going to cut that out. They were like, oh my gosh, we're so sorry, Rain, are you all right? We were laughing so hard. And when they went in to edit the episode, they put in what was scripted. They put in the slow deflate. And it was Larry Wilmore, the writer,
Yes.
who said, you have to put the blooper one in. You have to put the fast pop in.
Yeah, he fought for that.
He fought for that, and he was right. That is an amazing moment. That is an example of it just a perfect moment. And now I think we should take a little break, and we'll come back with our interview with Larry.
Yes, we're going to come back and talk to Larry Wilmore, writer of this episode. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all 3. Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then pine mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
1 breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this this year, we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right. And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths. I like that. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies. All right, Sam, let's give Larry a call. Yeah, let's call him up.
Hey,
Hi, Larry.
it's so nice to hear you again.
Oh my gosh, same. We're so happy this worked out.
Congrats on the podcast. What a great idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're loving it.
I mean, Larry, we're just two Chad BFFs that talk about our favorite job ever.
From the beginning.
Okay, well, Larry, thank you so much for joining us. Do you know you are our first writer as a guest?
Wow.
And so one of the questions we're asking everyone that comes on is, how did it come about that you became part of The Office?
God, I have so many fond memories of that time. Mine is a bit more complicated, I guess, than everybody else. I had just started dealing with NBC at the time. I just done a Bernie Mac show. And I knew Greg from before. I had done a show called BJ's, and he was on King and we used to see each other all the time. And Greg was a buddy of mine, and he had never done a camera show before. NBC wanted to know if I was post on that while I was developing. Just to be another voice in there. Of course, I thought it was great because I had actually seen The Office years before when I went to England to do this sitcom seminar type thing or whatever, and people were screening their sitcoms, and I was screening the pilot of the next show. And Ashton Tallis, who was the producer on the original Office, was screening the comic relief episode, I think, of The Office, the one where the red nose is out. And I'd never seen The Office before, and it was great, of course, and we were all like congratulating each other afterwards. And I remember he came to me and said, Larry, can you promise me one thing? I said, sure. He said, please don't let them take this to America and ruin it. I go, of course not. I said, if it ever goes to America, I won't have anything to do with it. Because I'm working on the American version of The Office. And it's funny, in the beginning, this is something, I don't know if you guys, how much you realized in the beginning of what was going on, that there was a lot of negativity in showbiz about our show. We were kind of sequestered from it, because remember we were shooting in that old warehouse in mid-LA, that first 5 episodes,
Oh, yeah.
and people thought we were going to ruin The Office. Like, I was talking to writers around town, and they were real snotty about it. They said, so what are you working on? I said, oh, I'm working on The Office. Oh, okay. I'm like, what? It's good, guys. It's going to be good. And Greg, as you guys know, so brilliant. I feel Greg's philosophy just write it as if we're going to go off the air, so writers go forward, especially with Pam and Jim and all that kind of stuff, and just have as much fun as possible. So there was such a great feeling in the writers room that we could just do whatever we wanted. We might be off the air, man, we'll just go for it.
That's such a good insight because I felt that way too. I felt like we were making the show in a bubble or making it for our own amusement sometimes. Do you remember our table reads in the beginning? We weren't around a table. We would just sit on the set. We'd all pull up our desk chairs. We'd sit in a circle. And then during our hiatus, I did a guest star and I went in for the table read. And it was like a big deal. There was a big table and everyone sat around it. You had like a little placard with your name and like your lines had been highlighted and there was network people there. And I just remember that first season of The Office, we really were just sort of like on our own, it felt like.
Yeah, there was a little engine that could.
What was it like in the writer's room?
The way the writers room was in the Office, especially in the early days, was whatever idea we had to go in a little index card and slap on the wall. After a while, we had all these ideas that we could slap on the wall. It was just really funny how these ideas would happen. And in many instances, the way we created episodes, we put like 2 or three cards together, and that would be an episode, you know. And that's how I just generally generated us just making each other laugh. And whoever came up with the idea didn't necessarily write the show, by the way. It was very democratic in that way. Greg would just hand it out to whoever, and you would just write that episode. So everybody had a hand in all the episodes. You know, even though we each went out and wrote a draft, we all contributed to the episode before it went out, of course, when it came back in. You know, and that was my one regret. But in the second season, I came up with that Halloween episode idea, and I really wanted to write that one. I was like, I was kind of salty that I didn't write, but you know, you didn't care, you got over it, it was still fun. But that idea just from me thinking it would be very funny if Michael had to fire somebody while they were in costume. It just came from that simple joke, you know, like they would fire somebody during Halloween.
And you're right.
You know, episodes just start from just a simple joke like that, and it would expand out to an episode.
We so enjoyed your performance in Diversity Day. I mean, we knew you as a writer, we knew you as our, you know, our writer producer, but then when you got to perform, you were so fantastic. And then I had just such a new appreciation for it. I remember thinking you were amazing when we were filming it, but then watching it, you were so perfect as Mr. Brown.
Oh, thank you. Well, so nice to meet him. I had a relationship with him as well. He's running the Time with Greg Mac show, and I knew he had very well Tim Fox directed. And at the time, I was kind of going through a transition in my career. My evil plan had always been to create a show for myself. I was starting my career before as well, as a stand-up and an actor and all that kind of stuff. And I started writing and producing television because I felt like Hollywood couldn't find me better for me to create a space for myself. The type of comedy that I do was just a little different. And I really enjoyed writing when I started doing it. After the whole Greg Mac show stuff, I thought, well, now maybe time to start thinking about this other gear. And when I was on The Office, I remember reading, I think I read that part of the table, but I didn't have an intention of saying it, just because I was real busy. And I really believe that, you know, we should hire actors, give actors a shot to do this. Even though Greg was a lot of the show, he really wanted the writers to do it too, which is really fantastic. And, you know, people like Mindy and DJ, even Paul Ebert. So, by the way, I had hired on the Greg Mac show. I had no idea Paul was that good of an actor. I would have hired him on my show. And he was so great. And it gave it such an interesting feel, you know, to have writers being a part of it and to have, you know, people who were in the background, like Angela, some of the admins you guys started doing in the life. The way you guys brought those characters to life is not really a lot of material in the beginning. It was fantastic, you know, just even the look you guys gave and all that stuff really gave you a kind of feel to it, you know. But in the beginning, I really didn't want to play that part. And Ken kind of talked me into it. You know, just I just wasn't thinking about it. But, yeah, we should be bringing in actors. But then I realized that's kind of what we're doing on the show. We're all kind of like get into this thing. So once I embraced it, I just ended up just having a lot of fun. And by the way, I saved some of the outtakes from it. And Steve Carell was so hilarious. Do you remember when he was doing the whole Chris Rock thing? It was just so funny. I was just crying laughing. We probably didn't even do that episode today, you know, because it's so inappropriate. Someone was already going.
Do people approach you and call you Mr. Brown?
All the time. It's crazy. People think, like, I have all these different, I guess, identities to people. Like, some people know me from the 90s, from the Daily Show. Some people just know me from The Office and from that world, you know, and from other things that I do. But it's amazing. And they don't say Larry Wilmore, they say Mr. Brown. And that's it. That's who I am in their mind. It's not going to change. But I consider it an honor. I think, how many times, guys, you play a part where I was on the screen for what? A minute and a half, 2 minutes? And people remember that years later, the character's name? I mean, that's an honor to do that.
So the biggest thing people want to know about this episode, Angela, you went through the questions.
It's about the suggestion box. They all want to know what was written, what was improvised. I know I got one line improvised in there that made it in, but they were wondering, like, what were ones that didn't get read? Like, you guys must have pitched all kinds of things for that suggestion box.
Not as much as people think. I think pretty much my first draft made it through, I think, to the floor on that level. The way that when I wrote that, remember the old Johnny Carson show where he tried to play McMahon, and Johnny would do this co-Karnak where he would read something and then repeat it. The bird from a camel. It was the bird from a camel, yeah. You know, he would do this thing and it was something. And I thought it was very funny to look at like that show and repeat these things. Like, that's kind of how I do it. But you know, the way that instructions was very careful to lead, you know, to the way that, you know. So I don't remember this being a lot in the suggestion, but my recollection of it was that those things were chosen very carefully to go down certain paths, you know, rather than having a lot of things that were
That makes total sense to me. Total sense. And also, if you think about it like that, when you watch it, there are camera movements that are very deliberate. You know, because you're panning to the people that have something to say.
Very level of things that feel like, by the way, of course, it's very talented cast, and your guys did it, but it's great. But the opposite, we were lucky enough to do that. We also created moments that look very real and that sort of thing. That was kind of the magic of the shows. We have both of those elements of the show. And so that thing, you know, I remember very carefully writing that scene because I knew the rhythm was important in it, but to me, you know, so I think that's why I wanted to rewrite it. It had a certain rhythm to it, but it was not the kind of keep intact.
Well, I think something you were mentioning that people often don't realize how written The Office is, that people think it's mostly improvised, which it's not. It's mostly scripted. But you guys would even script some of those looks. You would, in the script, it would say camera pans to catch Angela looking judgy by her desk. Like, you started to write in those moments.
Yeah, and it is that combination of things. It's the combination of us seeing what you guys were doing and then writing towards it. So it's the push and pull of that, you know. Especially like that's why those first 5 episodes are so important because all of the things, you know, you guys are doing, we noticed all of those things. Because remember, during those early days, I think all the writers noticed that the whole time. You know? I think we're all there, you know, watching them, you know, and just learning, you know, from what you guys are doing and trying to write towards it and that kind of stuff to help develop it and everything. So,
it did feel like a real creative collaboration. I always felt that way, and it's something
it really was.
I miss when we go to other shows now and working on them. It's like
I
really
know,
notice
it's insane, you know, and kudos to Greg Daniels, you know, who just wanted to do it differently, you know, wanted to do this collaborative process, you know, with the writers and performers, and no one felt threatened by it. And look, think about Steve Carell, who started the show, he never felt threatened by any of this stuff, you know, and just was so collaborative and funny and just loved for other people to shine. Because we didn't just love it, you know, that can be the opposite, you know.
Yes.
You know, who's this person getting all these laughs, you know, why am I not getting these laughs? The show had something else that was really special. And you remember Steve Merchant was also the co-creator of the show with Richie Ray. And they would come by sometimes, and I remember talking to Steve about it, what he felt the show was. And from Steve Merchant always said that for him, the show was a romantic comedy. And it was his idea the show was really about you and Pam. You know, Jim and John was the show to him, Jim and Pam. And to have that as part of our show, guys, it gave us this great, gorgeous center that was always something great to go to. It really made, like, the harsh humor or the outrageous humor, it gave it a center that was special. Because we really wanted to root for these people. We hadn't quite seen something like that. And that was, and I never forgot that. I was like, wow, you know, sometimes in our minds we're thinking of funny jokes and outrageous things. Yeah, diversity things, all those things are funny. But when you have that romantic story inside of it, man, just raised it to that next level. To me, it's really amazing, especially in those early years, you know, when we didn't know what was going to happen with them, you know, what's going on here, this guy used hard work, this family was doing, you know, all those questions. Even when we didn't quite answer them, they were always lurking in there. And things like that really enrich your story, you know, it really makes me joy to write things like that. Even to this day, I'm still trying to figure out a romantic comedy to do on television. I think it's kind of underserved, you know.
Larry, thank you so much for coming to be on our podcast. I know you're super busy. You have a ton in development. You're producing so many things.
You know, one of my goals always has been representation, trying to present stuff on television, whether it's people we don't get a chance to see or stories we don't get a chance to see, always as much as possible. So
Black on mine.
And you have a podcast.
Yes, there's more Black on the Air. People can catch on the Ringer Network.
Thank you so much for coming on. This is amazing.
Thanks for having me, guys. I've made big fans of both of you. Congrats on all your great success. So you guys have to come on my podcast now that I get yours.
Okay, deal. It's a date.
Okay, you got it.
All right.
Sounds great.
All right, Larry, thank you so much. Thank you, Larry. We love you. Aw, that was so great. He's so smart and funny. Why do I get so emotional every time we just hear the voices of them? They were amazing. All right, well, we're going to take a break so I can be emotional. I'll pull myself together and we'll be back to break down the episode. Larry is fantastic. That was great. That was so fun to We're so lucky. We're so lucky. All right, should we get into the episode? Let's get into performance review. I know we covered a little bit of the stunt aspect of the fitness orb, but we have not discussed the other elements of the photo, the romance.
That Dwight gave at 50 seconds?
Yes.
When Jim is like, we're not having sex. He's like, what is that talking about?
I think you're right. All right, so in the first scene, Oscar is walking out of Michael's office. He's just completed his performance review, and Michael calls Pam into his office. I think you can tell in my talking head there that I'm very sick. I don't know, I think I sound very nasally.
I mean, if you can't tell, you're literally like, here's the performance review. Yeah.
So in that office, when Michael makes Pam listen to the voicemail from Jan, that was my sickest day. That was the day I was most sick. And I think you can see me a little bit nodding off. Like, not nodding off. I think you can see me drifting from the Sudafed. Like, I'm a little, like...
Your eyes are a little glassy.
A little dilated.
You're a little glassy, but it has one of my favorite scenes. Jenna, it made me laugh so hard. You and Steve were so great. And I just love that he's like, trustworthy.
Wait, can we read what else I put out? Yeah, here, do it.
All right. I'll be Michael and you be yourself, okay?
All right.
Pam, you're trustworthy. Thank you. And a woman.
It made me laugh so hard. I know, she just knows where that's going, and it's not good news. So we had a fan question about this from Luke J. Was the scene with you talking to Michael about Jan's voicemails improvised? No, it wasn't. But here's an interesting fact. We weren't listening to a recording. That was actually Laura, who plays Jan, on the phone, saying that voicemail in the exact same way over and over again.
Yeah, and
I hit that button.
You would hit that button and she would be cute to say it. I think she was right in the conference room. I
Yeah.
think she was right around the corner.
She was on set talking through the phone.
And I feel like our second AD would cue her whenever Michael hit the button. She might kind of even have seen him, actually, depending where she was standing. That was so funny.
So good. And there's deleted scenes, and if you look at it, there's one deleted scene where Steve keeps pressing the button like 12 times, and she just had to keep saying,
I guess I missed you.
I guess I missed you. I guess I missed you. I guess I missed you.
Until she starts laughing.
Because it was like insane. Okay, at 2 minutes and 51 seconds, there's a flashback to the exterior of the Chili's, and you get a wide shot of that Chili's from the previous episode that we talked about, and you see them kissing outside. I really scrutinized this shot of the Chili's.
I want to hear it.
Remember in the last episode we said, was this the same Chili's that we shot in Dundee's?
Oh, yeah, you were obsessed with that.
Now I think it was not.
Really?
Based on the exterior, this is this shot is different than any shot we got in the client. This is a wide shot, and I think it was like a different parking lot and a different exterior than the one that Pam comes out of the Dundee's screaming.
All right, I'm gonna have to go back and look at that. Way to go, lady.
Also, maybe no one cares, but
we all care. I have a card from 5 minutes. Is that jumping too far ahead for you?
Who knows?
Okay, who knows? I don't write time codes. I have a card from 5 minutes, 5 seconds. It's just me commenting, you guys, as a fan. I just thought John's reaction when he as Jim realizes that Dwight thinks it's the wrong date. His performance in that little moment is so brilliant because it's really letting you in on if he's figuring something out.
Yeah.
And it's subtle and it's perfect. John, you crushed it.
Yeah, those are the ways that John just like He's amazing.
He's so good. John, you're so good. I'm just like, I've always been a fan, and I think I'm just becoming a bigger fan as I rewatch.
Here's something about that same scene. I don't know if you noticed that in the background, over John's shoulder, Michael's door is closed. Here's a little tidbit. When you see scenes between Jim and Dwight and Michael's door is closed, that meant that Steve didn't have to sit in there.
Oh, good for Steve.
Yeah, he would get a break from having to do the background work because when the door was open, you could see him at his desk, but when the door is closed, you can't. Guess what? None of the rest of us had doors. Nope. None of the rest of us had doors.
Unless you're in the annex.
So Steve got out of the background for that couple of hours that we shot that scene.
I have a card for 7 minutes, 50 seconds. You guys, it's a scene in accounting. So here's the thing. When Brian and Oscar and I got to have a scene that was solely in accounting, we would get so excited. And like we would come up with all of these bits, and they would always be like, "Guys, we don't have time for all of that." We used to joke, like I would say, like, "Guys, it's not our show. It's not called The Accountants." So we were really excited. But when I was watching this, I thought, "Oh my God, Kevin is such a gossip."
Oh yes,
So gossipy.
but he's being so gross. And then of course, what the heck does my comment mean when I say office references for nobody's business? What's happening between Dwight's look and that line? Keeping something together here.
Something's happening.
I want to talk about Stanley's meeting with Michael.
Oh gosh, you know what?
Leslie David Baker is so brilliant in this scene.
I actually wanted to call Leslie. Dang it. Okay, Leslie, we're gonna call you. You've got to come in. I wrote on a card. Just read what I wrote.
On the ghetto. Well, that was a fan question. Drew Spire asked about Stanley saying on the ghetto instead of in the ghetto. Was this intentional? It was not improvised. It was written. Paul Lieberstein wrote the line on the ghetto, and there was a debate in the writers' room about which was funnier, for Stanley to say in the ghetto or on the ghetto. On the ghetto won. Leslie David Baker delivered it perfectly. I just love how he is working Michael so hard in this season.
I loved watching Pam work Michael and then Stanley and be like, oh my gosh, they're all doing it. They're all giving him relationship advice to get a good performance review.
Yes, well, that's what you have to do. I also love the scene in the kitchen with Jim and Pam, where it's a really quick scene where Pam's just walking to the bathroom and they just quickly download each other on the day. Oh, by the way, Dwight thinks it's Friday instead of Thursday, and then Pam says her little tidbit to Jim and they move on. That totally reminded me of me and my husband. Yeah, sometimes that's all you get. You just, between packing lunches and doing laundry and pick up and drop off and all the things that keep the house running, you'll get like 2 sentences out before someone needs something from you.
And sometimes it's like a big reveal. It's like you walk by and you're like, they definitely hooked up. It's like, oh yeah, Dwight thinks it's Friday. Oh great. You're like,
yes, big news,
but you don't have a ton of time.
Exactly, and I feel like Lee and I download one another sometimes, with stuff like that, big stuff.
Scenes like that make our show so special, I think, because they don't feel like a scene. You really feel like you're just watching someone live their life.
Yeah.
I think it's super unique to our show.
Like you're just capturing a moment in time. And I also think it's such a great way to write the romance between Jim and Pam. Like, I think that's intimacy, right? Like, that's why it made me think of me and my husband, because they have to grab this moment of intimacy
wherever
on
they
the
can.
fly, yeah. And so it really makes them feel like a couple, because you can do that with someone you're really close with.
Yep.
You can download big info in 2 seconds.
Yo Khan. I feel like that. Yo Khan. I have a card. 9 minutes, 2 seconds. Kelly's hair is
What?
Kelly Kapoor.
Hold on.
Her hair is in a bun or a updo this whole episode.
What is happening?
I don't know.
Oh, yes, I have that too. Michael tells everybody about the suggestion box meeting, and Kelly's hair is back up in a twist with a paisley shirt. But I did think that Mindy Mindy was acting more Mindy-ish. Yes. So her performance is evolved even though her hair is fussy.
Her hair is fussy, but she's becoming more like Mindy.
Angela, I have to go back though.
Oh, what?
We have to discuss your youth beauty pageant.
Oh, yes. Okay.
And your love of being judged. Jake Peters asked, what was Angela's talent when she was on the pageant circuit? Angela, what do you think her talent?
I mean, there was a photo of me twirling a baton. I don't know if it ever made it in an episode.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah. So I don't know if I was a baton twirler. You know what? If I got to pick what Angela's beauty pageant talent would be, it would be that she would play the crystal glasses. She would have a table of glasses and she'd play like maybe like some old gospel tune.
I feel like either that or the bells.
Oh, the bells
with the
and she'd have gloves on.
Yes.
Yes.
You think? Okay, I have something. At 9 minutes 16 seconds, there's another scene between Jim and Dwight at their desks. This is when Jim is on the phone, and you can see that Michael's door is open and Steve's in the background.
What
We did not get out of that one.
I like it. I like how like I would track like who was sitting with Oscar in his booth at the Dundies.
Yeah.
This is like Steve's door's open, Steve's door's closed.
This is gonna be my thing.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be like,
You're in charge of the door, lady.
I'm okay, great. Okay, I'll be door. I'm on door.
Core door. Oh, you don't watch Game of Thrones.
I don't. What is it? What door?
Core door.
Door? Whore?
No.
Like a
Is it
like
Hodor? Oh, sorry. That's a bit wrong.
Hodor?
It's Hodor.
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 Oh, wow.
It's sort of the same. What happens? I mean, all that's coming to mind for me is prostitution.
No.
Door.
Don't listen to my southern accent. Hodor. It's Hodor.
Even so, Hodor?
Jenna, it's
What
not
happens
about
with the door? Just tell me.
Well, it's not about prostitutes, okay?
Well, what is it?
It's a person. Hodor is a person.
Oh, it's not a door?
No, but a door is involved later. I don't want to ruin it for you. It's my hope that someday you'll watch Game
I'm
of
never
Thrones.
going to watch it, Angela. I'm
Come
sorry
on.
to tell you.
Hodor.
It's not my genre.
What?
Fantasy is not my genre.
So you don't like Lord of the Rings?
I've never seen it.
I'm out. I'm out.
She's leaving. She took off her headphones. No, you know this about me.
I mean, I sort of knew it, but come on. Lord of the Rings?
It's just, you know what it is? I'm not a fan of having to learn all new rules about different new planets or mythical creatures and their powers.
Hold up.
What?
I can't even, I almost can't say this out loud.
What? What?
Do you not like Star Wars? No!
I'm afraid to speak right now.
No! Jenna, are you kidding? You don't like Star Wars?
I have not ever
What?
seen
No.
the Star Wars movies.
No!
Except I think as a child I saw The Empire Strikes Back.
Oh my God.
I have an appreciation for Star Wars as a cultural phenomenon.
Oh my God, you sound like you're a politician. Oh my God.
When I was a child, I went to Star Wars and I fell asleep during it. And then as an adult, I thought, what is wrong with me? I need to see Star Wars.
And then you were like, oh, I have to learn rules about a new planet.
No, I fell asleep again.
Oh my God.
And then I thought, that's a sign. I mean, in multiple generations of myself, or like in different decades. Here's the thing though, I was obsessed with Princess Leia. Like, as a kid, I wore the buns and I did the lightsaber fighting.
You didn't know why?
No, I don't know any of the thing. I don't know where Chewbacca is from. But then likewise, I love your baby Yoda. You have a knitted baby Yoda
I do.
in your she shed office, and I love it. I want one. But so I guess I'm attracted to parts of Star Wars, but not the actual story or any of the rules.
Wow.
I'm afraid that I've said this. I'm afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm afraid to have admitted this. This feels like a little bit like I'm telling a secret.
It is. No. It's, you know
But listen, we went to Disneyland and we rode that Millennium Falcon ride, I loved the whole Disneyland Star Wars world. Like, I didn't want to leave. It was amazing. It was so well done. And then, like, the ride blew my mind. Like, I've seen so much of the imagery from the movie that I was giddy.
I think, Jenna, that in 2020, I think you need to revisit the Star Wars.
No,
I think you have to. Maybe, okay,
Angela,
The Mandalorian. It's so
what is
good.
that?
It's on Disney Plus. It's, oh God, it's got Baby Yoda in it.
Please don't make me watch all these fantasy shows.
What if I thought, like,
This would be like if I said to you, Angela, in 2020, I'm going to make you watch all my favorite horror movies.
no, I didn't hate horror movies.
See?
I
I
like
love
being
horror
scared.
movies, and I love, in particular, survivalist horror movies.
Oh, I hate those. Okay, fine. You can keep your survivalist movies, and I'll keep Star Wars. Although I do feel like there might be a night
Listen
sometime.
to me. Will you come to my house with me this year and watch my annual viewing of The Edge? And in exchange, I'll watch something of your fantasy stuff.
Yes, but if I have to watch a man fight a bear, like the bear's eating him and he's fighting him off, I'm gonna need a glass of wine.
You can have a glass
It's
of
gonna
wine.
stress me the hell out.
Well, Angela, what one man has done, another can do.
Oh my God, there it is. Okay, fine. I have spoken. Yes, Mandalorian. Yes.
I don't know what that
I know.
Let's get back to the episode. If anyone is still willing to listen to me after that confession, the scene with Jan and Michael greeting one another where he accidentally touches her boob.
Yes.
I know, do you remember on the day, we rehearsed that scene because it was a little tricky. There was a big camera movement of Michael watching the door, waiting for Jan, and then he comes out of his office. So it was a little complicated. We had to really rehearse that with the cameras. And during the rehearsal, Steve accidentally touched her boob. Yes, and we all laughed so hard.
Melora was cracking up. Melora said, "You have to do that in the take." And Steve was like, "No." She's like, "No, it was so funny and awkward. You have to."
And so then that became a bit in the scene. Then they had to try to do it where it still looked like an accident, which is a really hard thing to do, actually.
Yeah, because he was
to recreate that.
I think Steve was just trying to pat her shoulder.
Yes.
And missed.
She sort of moved a little bit, and he accidentally patted her boob.
Yeah, she turned into him as he went to pat her shoulder.
So funny. So funny. That was a complete accident, that bit. That just happened on the fly. I also want to say that then when Jan goes into Michael's office, I love that the cameras are outside of the office during this scene between Michael and Jan. So Paul Feig talked about his decision to keep the cameras outside the office for these scenes. He thought that Michael might want Jan alone so that he could ask her about the relationship. And so
and Jan would not want the cameras there anyway.
No, probably not. And so they had to get it as a spy shot. But then later, after the suggestion box meeting, you'll notice that the camera is inside the room with them. And Paul said that his logic was that in Michael's mind, if he let the cameras in the office with him, maybe Jan couldn't yell at him as much for what happened in the conference room.
Oh, yeah.
So Michael would be able to use the camera as a buffer,
as protection.
I just love the thoughtfulness that goes into the planning of where the camera is or where the camera isn't. I mean, that's just, Paul is so smart.
He's so smart. Well, I loved the line that Jan had when she said, "Please don't smell me." Oh, that smells sexy.
Oh, God, don't smell me, Michael. That reminds me so much of Pam's line, "Please don't put garbage in me."
Me too. It reminded me of the same thing. Hey guys, just a little fun background thing to catch. There is a British flag on Michael's desk. You see it throughout the episode whenever you go into his office. I like to think it's a little nod to our BBC roots.
It must be,
right?
I think so.
Yeah.
They would do stuff like that.
I don't know. So I don't know if you guys noticed it, but I noticed it right away. In the conference room, 12 minutes, 26 seconds. You're opening up the suggestion box.
We had a fan question from Real Brand B16. What was the hardest scene for you to film for this episode? This one.
We laughed so much.
So hard. I laughed so hard at every one of Steve's reactions.
Everything was, and also like Rain is White, like repeating all the ridiculous things.
So good. Also, I think in this scene there's some Toby sass.
Oh, I wrote.
Did you
Major Toby sass. Okay, so wait. First of all, can we just briefly talk about how many cards are in the suggestion box?
Yes, please.
There are 6.
Okay.
Number 1, what should we do to prepare for Y2K?
Amazing.
Number 2, we need better outreach for employees fighting depression. Okay, that was Tom. Number 3, you need to do something about your VO. This is if we have major total status.
Yes.
Because he's like, Michael, I'm confused about you. He's like, I mean, first of all, I can't believe Michael didn't kick him out.
Yeah.
Right?
I think he only didn't kick him out because Jan was there.
Yes, good call. Also, can we all just take a minute to witness the fact that Creed, schooled Michael in the difference between inferring and implying?
Yes.
Like, what, Creed?
I love when Creed suddenly lays down real wisdom.
Yeah.
Yeah. He mostly says gibberish, and then you're like, take note.
Inferring and implying are 2 different things. What? Number 4, you need to do something about your coffee breath, which is clearly my character's card.
Yes.
Number 5, a piece of gum. Number 6, don't sleep with your boss.
Yes. Yeah. I personally never came back from gum. When he opens up the piece of gum and Steve's reaction to the gum.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever got it together after that because it was so amazing. Also, watch Mindy at 15 minutes, 10 seconds. She puts her hand over her mouth, but her eyes get really wide. Like it's a total giveaway. She's laughing.
That's what Mindy does when she laughs. She covers her mouth with her hand.
Yes.
That's her tell.
All right, so now we're going to move out to the stairwell and the scene where Dwight is pumping himself up for his performance review
To the song Wild Side by Motley Crue.
Yes. So that is the stairwell to the writers' offices. The bottom of the stairs is the hallway where our editors would sit. That's where the editing bays were. And upstairs was the writers. And Rain has said in interviews that this was one of his favorite scenes to film. And I happened to be over in the writers' room that day that they were filming it, and I sat at the top of the stairs and I watched
You
him film the
did?
scene. Yes. And it was so great. And a lot of the stuff that he is saying there was improvised.
Yes, also people were like, did he improvise playing the air guitar? That's all Rain.
That's all Rain. And there was something funny about that. So usually when you have music in a scene, they don't actually play the music on set. In fact, there'll be like a big dance scene or a club scene, like let's say you're shooting a wedding. They'll play a few seconds of the music so that you can get the beat, and then they turn it off and you have to dance with no music and say your dialogue, and then they add the music later in editing. And that's so they can get your dialogue clean and so that they can cut between different takes, and you don't want this song in the background. Well, for this scene, they actually played the music on the boombox, and it made for a bit of a challenge in the editing room. But Greg felt like it provided so much to Rain's performance, for him to have that music blaring. And also, it's documentary, so you wouldn't have this like clean track of the music playing later.
Although we did a cafe disco, we all had to dance.
I remember that.
Yeah.
And Michael saw it in the little Michael Scott Paper Company thing. All right, so now we move into Michael's office, and Dwight is going to give his pitch for why he deserves a raise.
Okay, this scene happens at around 17 minutes, 14 seconds. I just have to tell you guys, I did a lot of scenes with Wayne Wilson, and here's something you have to know about him. The man loves a prop. He loves a prop, guys. Oh my gosh. So it was no surprise to me when he held up that binder. I have a feeling him and Phil Shea talked a lot about that binder and what would go in it, but Rain loves a prop.
Well, you can see at 18 minutes, 12 seconds, speaking of props, there is a sign. And it never gets referred to in the scene because it got deleted. Dwight has made a sign of himself where he breaks down his name.
I wrote it all down.
I did too. Okay, say it.
Let's take turns. You do the first one. Well, let's go back and forth.
Okay.
Dwight's acronym for his name:
Determined,
worker,
intense,
good worker,
hard worker,
terrific.
I have to advise people to go back and watch the deleted scenes from this because there is a whole scene where he explains this. He explains it to Jim at their desks, and then he makes suggestions for what Jim's acronym could be.
He does?
Yes, and it's really good. And then they also show like the scene from Michael's office, so it's good stuff.
It is interesting to me that the two characters that were the most excited about their performance review were Dwight and Angela. I mean, Dwight put so much effort into his, and then all Michael said was he's adequate. And then my character is like, I love to be judged. I think I hold up even to the most severe scrutiny. I'm so excited for this. And then he just slams the door in my face and says, you're satisfactory.
Oh, I know, it's so
know.
sad that two people who really wanted a performance review don't get it.
So around 18 minutes, Jan is fed up. She's like, you know what? I need a minute. I'm going to step out, collect my thoughts. And she goes into the hallway, and we see the sign for the building. And here's what's in the building that we see. W.B. Jones Heating and Air. That's in Office 110. Available 1,400.
It's available space.
And then the number is 120. What? Then we have Dunder Mifflin Inc., Suite 200. And then we have Vance Refrigeration, Suite 210.
So here's something that's interesting. We haven't done that episode where we meet all the people in the business park yet, but they had to make that prop.
Yeah.
So I want to ask, that would actually be set deck. I want to ask Michael Gallenberg, did he just randomly make up that JB? Whatever,
WB.
The WB, and did he make up Vance Refrigeration?
W.B. Jones. I mean, Vance Refrigeration is put there so far before we ever deal with it. I wonder, like, what that was. Who came up with that?
Yeah, we need to talk to Michael about all of those little things because they will come to figure so prominently in upcoming episodes.
Oh my gosh.
Bob Vance.
Vance Refrigeration.
Then we have the scene with Jim and Pam in the break room.
Yes, they're talking about Michael and Jan. And Pam says, how do you come back from that? And Jim so clearly takes it to heart because he's thinking, how would they come back? If Pam and Pam worked out and it didn't work out, how would they come back? How would he come back from that? It's so clear to me what he's thinking. It's like, yeah, you know, I don't know how you do come back from that, especially if you work together. And Pam goes, no, I mean, how do you come back from hooking up with Michael?
Right.
And he's like, oh, yeah, Michael. But you see the whole time, I feel like Jim sort of went deep, and I feel like Pam kind of stayed surface.
Yeah, I don't think Pam's thinking any of that stuff at all. She's really thinking, Jan hooked up with Michael.
Yeah, Michael.
Yeah, she's not thinking office romances.
But it's just a little moment for me that kind of broke my heart. And it's kind of like what Larry is talking about, that at the heart it's a romantic comedy, you know? And Jim is thinking about Pam, and so when he realizes Pam hasn't even clocked that, you know,
yeah,
that he's thinking about them in a way that she's not even thinking about him.
Jan then says she is heading back to New York, and there's this big scene where Michael chases her to the elevator.
Oh, Jenna, before we get into that scene, I
Yes.
just have one little comment about something in the background.
What is it?
At 19 minutes, 8 seconds, you guys, as Jan is leaving the building and Michael's chasing after her, you really get a great look at the Dunder Mifflin sign.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the thing. You probably think that sign is like made of something hard and sturdy, right? Doesn't it look like,
Yeah.
like plastic or something? Yeah, composite. It's foam board.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Like almost like a craft project.
it's almost like a poster you would make for your kid's third grade project. I remember we would have scenes where we'd have to line up and come in and out of the office, and we'd be stuck back there in that little corner on camera. You could just push on it. It was just like foam board.
Well, I used to remember being worried for it because it did feel very precarious. Like if your elbow might go right through it.
I remember one time Oscar was leaning on it. I was like, Oscar, the D is getting like all like bent and stuff. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just saying that sign, guys, you know, it's Hollywood Smoke and Mirrors. It's just foam board. You could have made it for your third grade project. I love that too.
I think that's a good tidbit.
It's a good tidbit. I would sometimes walk past it and just push on the lever. What?
Like devious.
I could know it felt
Was that like your character just getting out a little tension?
I don't know. Sometimes I walk past it and go,
So Jan gives this big speech at the elevator, which is amazing.
it's amazing.
Melora is amazing. And it cuts back and forth between them at the elevator and all of us in the office. We had a fan question from Molly Smiley Face. when Jan is leaving and her and Michael are arguing, could you guys actually hear it, or did you just act like you could? We could hear them.
We could hear them.
They had a camera on us, and we could hear them, and it was as much fun to listen to as you would imagine in real life. It would be fun to listen to that.
Oh yeah, we had a camera on us the whole time. They did their scene. And so I think what people don't realize too is the space from reception to that elevator wasn't very far.
No.
It really wasn't. So we were in fairly close proximity. It just doesn't look like it the way we would always film.
And also the walls aren't really real thick walls.
Yeah.
You can hear.
Yeah, they're just
Very
drywall.
easily.
Yeah.
And also the elevator is obviously not a real elevator. It is a box with a door with like a guy with a pulley.
The cable thing, yeah, he would like pull the doors open and shut.
And he would have to try to time it to look real. But something I love in this scene is that the timing of Michael saying, so what you're saying is that like that's his takeaway from that speech is that she doesn't find him unattractive, and she just goes, and then the doors close.
Perfect.
I mean, amazing.
And then this is, a little background tidbit that I love. At 19 minutes 14 seconds, while Melora, as Jan is having this speech, we see the door to Advanced Refrigeration.
There it is.
There it is. That's where they are. They're right on the other side, so you can see that Phyllis and her fella weren't very far apart.
I wonder where did they meet?
Or did they know each other before?
They'll have a lot of questions. We learn about that romance in this episode. All right, so here we go. We talked about cold opens. This episode has a tag.
A tag.
The little tidbit at the end. It's the next day. Where is Dwight? If you rewatch this is one long tracking shot, which is just a great shot. It's kind of amazing how we timed it out. You see everybody working, and then when we go to the window, you see Dwight down at the window getting out of his car. It's really terrific. The prank worked. He doesn't get to work until like noon or something.
Yeah, he comes barreling out of his car, all frantic. And of course, you see the really cute Jim and Pam that they do a little like actors bow to each other. Like, well done.
Yes, yes. And that is performance review.
That's performance review. We would love to thank Larry Wilmore for coming on today and you guys for tuning in. And we will be back next week
with email surveillance.
And guess who's going to be in the booth with us? Ken Jong.
Yes. And Angela, this is going to be a big episode for you.
Oh, yeah.
It is. Dwight and Angela is born officially.
Bumpin' Birkenstocks.
Woo. All right. We'll see you then. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer.
And our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bradley.
For ad-free versions of the show and our bonus episodes candy bag, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE. I'm Jenna Fisher.
I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Welcome, everybody, to the email surveillance episode of Office Ladies.
Howdy!
It is Season 2, Episode 9, written by Jen Salata, directed by Paul Feig, and we have a special guest in the studio with us today. He played Bill, one of the members of Michael Scott's improv class.
It is our friend Ken Jong!
Hey guys! Thank you so much for having me.
We are so excited you are here. You are our second in studio guest.
Yes.
You and Creed Bratton, Ken.
That is privileged company, so I'm very, very excited to be here. So seriously, thank you, guys. Congrats on the success of your podcast. I listen to it. It's awesome. So thank you.
Thanks, Ken. And this is Ken's day off. And I mean, you're a busy person. I can't even get into the Masked Singer and what it means to my children and how much we have to talk about it. That's a whole other subject.
Sure.
But you're a busy guy, and we appreciate you coming in on your day off.
Yes.
Thank you.
Before we get into this episode, you two have known each other for a very long time. When did you guys become friends? You did a movie together.
I think really can crystallize our friendship. What's your 40th birthday? Was it your 40th birthday?
It was my 40th birthday.
Your 40th birthday. Okay. So
He's twisting in his chair
he
right
literally
now.
is about to fall
I
out of
don't
the chair.
know this story.
Okay, so Ken had done The Office, but we didn't work together that day. Our paths never crossed.
Right.
And then years later, we're on hiatus from The Office, and I am going to be playing this role on a movie called Furry Vengeance. Brooke Shields was in it. Brendan Fraser. I'm such a huge Brendan Fraser fan. Oh my gosh, we were filming in the middle of nowhere, Massachusetts. Day one, so I think we were 2 doors apart on our floor.
Yeah. I think we're across from each other.
We're across the hall. We're across the hall at the Radisson. I come out of my room. Ken comes out, and I'm like, "Hey, you picked the Radisson too." We're like,
We're only 2 actors.
Yeah, only 2 actors in the Radisson with the crew.
Yeah.
So we just would hang out all the time. We were always in the shuttle together. We became pretty fast friends right away.
Very fast.
And that first week was Ken's 40th birthday, and here he is away from his family. We
Yeah.
were a little sad about it, and we didn't have a car. Because we were on location. We had the day off. Our day off happened to be his birthday together, him and I. I said, you know what? I'm going to take you out for your birthday. And from the Radisson, we were sort of up on a hill, and you could see down the hill, down a big steep hill in this parking lot, was a PF Chang's. And I said, Ken, I'm taking you to PF Chang's for your birthday.
Amazing.
I don't know why we didn't want to get a cab, but
I know why.
Why?
You walked it?
We walked it, and it wasn't like it was connected in the parking lot. At one point, we had to crawl a little bit through a grassy median thing. Remember, it was the parking lot was separated by a little bit of a grassy knoll. Anyway, we walked down this parking lot. We go into PF Chang's at 11 a.m. There's no one there. We're the first people there. We ate so much and drank a ton of beer, and we were both really buzzed. And now we have to walk up this hill, and we're tipsy, and we're like, oh my god, this hill sucks on the way back. And Ken was like, what did you do to me? My 40th birthday.
Okay, you just decided mid-walk, hey, I should just exercise. And you're walking around the parking lot like you're doing laps.
I said, pump your arms, Ken.
We're literally speed walking, drunk, at a Radisson parking lot. Just remember, you're just,
I was like,
there's
Ken,
a hill.
pump your arms. Pump your arms. We gotta get a workout.
And I was just crying, laughing.
You were crying, laughing so hard. You were like, what are we doing? And you're trying to be.
Pump.
Okay, I'm taking us off topic. All right. Focus. Jenna, how about a summary?
In this episode, Michael gains access to everyone's emails and discovers that Jim is hosting a barbecue. Everyone except Michael has been invited. Michael fumes, but Jim holds firm. After attending his weekly improvisation class, Michael crashes the barbecue after all, and Pam suspects Dwight and Angela might be compulsive.
Dun dun dun.
Yes, this is a big episode.
This is a big episode.
All right, fast fact number 1. We always start with fast facts, Ken.
Well, that's Jenna. Jenna loves a fast fact. Okay, so don't mess with them.
You like my fast fact?
I like them too, but it's like you coined the phrase fast fact.
Did I not?
Joel McHale's flipping you off.
Bad Joel.
Do our listeners need some context?
Bad Joel. This is Joe McHale, my nemesis.
Okay, so we're in one recording booth, and the glass window is facing his.
We can see him through the glass. He can see us, and he is being offensive
and aggressive. He gave us the bird, and then he mooned us. Now he's coming in.
No.
Now he's coming in.
Lock it. I am here with friends, all right? I'm here with people who I love and adore. This is just My favorite Parks and Rec episode.
This is The Office, Joel. This is not. No, this is The Office.
How dare you?
This is a show that started it all.
And as much as Angela and Jenna are best friends, you and I, if we had a show, we would call ourselves community enemies because I didn't like you. I never liked you for 6 seasons. I was over 100 episodes. We barely tolerated each other, and the antipathy has only grown in the last 4 years. That is true. And here's the thing. When we saved Ken's career,
Stop talking about saving my career. Stop it.
Have you ever listened?
Stop it.
Has he talked about
Just
how many?
knock it off.
When you look at his
Knock it off.
When you look at his filmography,
Stop it.
Hangover, stop it. Hangover 2.
How dare you?
Hangover 3.
How about, I'm sorry, but you're leaving Furry Vengeance.
That's the movie Angela and I did together right before Community.
We sat on,
You're saying this on mic.
Look, I'm here as a humble day player talking about how I was Bill on email surveillance.
I want to go on record and say I really think Community Enemies is a great podcast.
Be a good companion.
That just happened.
That
Will you
just
please
happened.
do a rewatch of Community with Joel and call it Community Enemies?
And just give each other
Yeah.
for like an hour.
That is.
Speaking of, I'm a really big fan of Community, and I remember that we would meet up at all the NBC events because we were on air at the same time, and you had such a funny group of people, and I loved the show, and I would be interested in hearing some behind-the-scenes banter about that.
Yeah, no, it was huge because I think the first 2 episodes, I think we followed The Office just to survive on the air on NBC because I mean, The Office, Thursday nights NBC was the flagship show, and so when we found out that it would air after The Office, we were always, that was like the anchor for us. And that it's funny how you think certain shows like The Office has helped other shows, and then get on the air, stay on the air, and then give actors like myself and unfortunately Joel, a career. And that's been, I'm grateful for mine, but the fans should be regretting Joel. And you can quote me on that.
We will. We're gonna use that as our promo for this episode. All right. So before we were so interrupted.
I know. Before Joel McHale came in, and he trashed our desk. He
literally
dumped over a cup of pins. He moved our
beverages
coffee and our tea.
Yeah.
And
I know. I was gonna discuss my fast facts.
Yes.
Fast fact number 1. This is the first episode from writer Jen Salata.
I love Jen Salata.
Now, she will go on to write fan favorites such as Beach Games and Benihana Christmas and many more. She also directed several episodes, but this was her first episode as a writer, and we love Jen. One of my favorite memories of Jen, I think more than any other writer, is that she would giggle. She would get behind the monitor, and her shoulders would shake. It's not that it was easy to make her laugh, it was that she was ready to laugh. She was ready to love what you were doing. Mindy was like that too, I have to say. I just loved her energy on set.
I think that helps with the actors, right? Like just give the performers more confidence,
Yeah. And Jen is the type of person that she's so earnest and sincere that when she does laugh, it's like her whole body gives into it. It's just a sweet, wonderful thing to witness.
It really is. It really is. All right, fast fact number 2.
Do it.
See, they're fast and they're fast.
Oh my God, I'm like so like Joe McHale.
That's right. All right, we have 2 big guest stars for this episode. The first is Omi Vadia, who plays the IT specialist Sadiq. Now, he is also the star of this Bollywood movie called 3 Idiots. It was a huge smash hit. Like, just gigantic star from this movie. And then he was also in our episode. And our other guest star, Ken Jong, who is in the room with us now.
Well, Ken, I did not know you when you got the part in The Office. We met years later.
Right,
Can you tell us a little bit about how you got the part?
I used to be a doctor. I used to be a physician. But I really, I was auditioning just during after work, and then Allison Jones just took a liking to me, and she got me an audition for The Office, and it was keep in mind, I really had no screen credits, and she brought me straight into producers. I still remember it vividly. It was in '05, and I had read in front of Jen Salata and Paul Feig, the director of the episode. And I was a huge fan of Paul's from Freaks and Geeks, so I was already just geeking out. And The Office, and I'm not saying it because they're my friends, and because this is The Office, ladies. It was my favorite show on TV. So, and I just a huge BBC Office fan. So I just knew the show inside out. And so it was really one of the first times, maybe the first time ever, I was brought in for a producer's meeting, with the director of the room. And it's funny now because a lot of people, and rightly so, attribute my acting as very over the top and very like on Community, very, very just pushing it out. And it's very, very ironic. Like, really, I think my breakthrough role was playing something very understated and with just maybe 2 lines, and I would basically whisper every line and improvise the look to camera, even if it wasn't scripted.
Nice.
And I still remember where I go like, and I just look straight down the barrel, and Paul Feig and Jen laughed so hard at this. It wasn't scripted.
Nice.
And I still remember where I go like, and I just looked straight down the barrel, and Paul Feig and Jen laughed so hard at this tiny movement,
That little choice.
And I still remember, like, Paul could not stop laughing. And whenever I see Paul, we still talk about it. And it's still, it's one of those things in an actor's life where sometimes, like, I've forgotten years of working on Community with Joel, but I remember every single minute of my maybe 3 hours on The Office. It's just really, it's one of those things, and I'm sure you have that too in your careers, of you just remember your first time, and you just know if it's not a watershed event, it's maybe your favorite event, and that's kind of what The Office means to me.
Oh, I love that.
Wow.
That's such a wonderful thing to share. I love that.
Very, very cool.
Well, I have some fan questions, if you don't mind answering, about your time in the scene. Jason P. asked, once you started shooting the scenes, how much of the improv was actually improv?
That's a great question. To my memory, I remember we shot it a few times as scripted, just so we have it. And then to see Steve Carell, and actually I believe Dean Ryan was also in that episode, was a Second City, colleague.
I knew Dee Ryan from Improv Olympic and had performed with her in the Armando Diaz show. I knew Dee, and Wyatt Snack was in that scene.
Wyatt Snack, biggest star, Joe Nunez, who I've known.
And then also Michael Naughton, who led the improv scene, who played Chris. I had done a sketch comedy show with him like years ago. Yes. Okay, wait. So, was there improv?
After a couple of things where he was in the script, he was FBI agent Michael Starr. Like, as soon as the end, when we sit down for the post-mortem of the scene, Steve goes, I'm sorry, but she was denying me in this whole scene. She was negating me this entire scene. That was not in the script. And they kept arguing back. And she goes, you know what? At least I'm not Jim Carrey all this. And he goes, thank you. And they just had this
I love that.
back and forth exchange for literally 2 minutes. And then she storms out of the room, out of the class, and as if it was scripted. As soon as she had her back turned, Michael Scarn had the gun to the back where, boom! And I was like, this is like my first big guest star moment or co-star moment. I'm like, I've just never seen this level of genius in my life on the set. It was this improv on top of an improv, and that right there, I'll just.
I have another fan question. This is a weird one, but I have to say I noticed as well. Hannah Benson said, I did notice. Literally everyone in the improv scene has pit stains. Were they not allowed to have air conditioning? Was it real hot?
Really hot. I mean,
When you guys raise your hands, everyone has a pit stain.
Steve has a huge one when he raises
The women,
I know.
even the women who usually sweat less.
Ken is like laughing so hard.
I don't remember any of that.
Well, guys, you
I
can go
just-
back and look at the episode. When everyone in the improv class raises their hand, it is Sweat City.
It is a sweaty day.
Anna Benson and Angela and I all noticed that you don't have a memory of it
No.
being terribly warm in the
No, we shot that in the fall, and I just remember it was cold. I just remember it was cold. I had to wear. Actually, the wardrobe that I had on the show, that was for my own clothes.
I believe that.
Yeah.
I wore my own clothes in the pilot.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
We were shoestring budget at this time.
Yeah, I had my own. I had a ski jacket on. That was my own jacket that I wore to set. I mean, everyone. I was such a greenhorn, just not knowing anything. I had even gelled my own hair.
You did your
You
own
came
hair.
I
ready.
came
You
ready.
showed up dressed
I
and
came
ready to
ready like
shoot.
Tootsie, you know. It was like I had everything ready. Like it was. I was so green. I was so green. I had no idea.
What was it like doing that scene with Steve?
To this day, it's just something I'll never forget because he was coming out the 40-year-old virgin, and I literally just watched him in the movie theater, the previous month, and so I'm sharing a scene with the biggest star in comedy. He really is a role model to me because he really is just a professional, elegant, classy actor who he has no weakness in his game, and either on or off screen. So he's just someone that I just really look up to.
That was so beautifully
No,
said.
it really was. I mean,
He's a role model to me too, because it kind of what you're talking about, like you now in life, you are Steve Carell to other young actors who get paired with you. And I always remember, I look back on how Steve treated people, and I think that's how I want to be. If I'm ever in a position where I'm the Steve Carell of a moment, like not Steve Carell, but within a moment, I want to behave like he did. I want to be generous and thoughtful and giving and warm and inviting of this actor who's brand new to the system.
I remember talking to him. I had a short-lived sitcom on ABC for a couple of years that I created and wrote, and I'd run into Steve somewhere, and I asked him for advice, and he had said, you can't go wrong with just leading by example. Just, hey, if you're not going to act difficult, nobody's going to act difficult. That's what I remember. And it was, and I remember thinking about that when, like you said, I had a moment, and I remember thinking to myself, if I work hard, everyone.
Ken, thank you so much.
Thank you for
coming
having
in.
Really, thank you. Cheers to you guys. Congrats on this. And
so generous of you to give us your time.
The Office was my favorite guest star appearance ever. It's just it really just helped jumpstart my career. So thank you.
Well, listen, we were not on Community, neither of us, but when you and Joel do Community Enemies, come on.
You guys will be
Jen and I
will just come in and
you'll be giving us notes.
We'll
hey,
storm your room.
You'll storm the room, give us notes. Hey, maybe a little bit of friendship could show up in this episode.
I'm just going to come in and flip off Joel and dump his pins on his lap.
Done.
We're the anti-office. Joel. This is all class, fun, dignity, and then me and Joel.
You get your intro can be, we're gonna give each week we're gonna watch an episode of Community, and we're gonna give you all the behind the scenes info and trivia that only two people who hate one another tell you.
And really,
we're gonna tell you all the fights, all of the,
and do a deep dive,
all of the tension,
do a deep dive critiquing each other's performance,
and performance and lot in life,
and like personal choice,
like
not just
physical
professional
attacks.
Yeah, physical attacks.
I know. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. We're going to take a break, and then we'll be back to break down the rest of this episode. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Please don't
Yes,
be
you
about
guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it.
shepherd's
You
pie.
know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
Please
What?
don't say
It was so
shepherd's pie.
delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies.
Okay, we're back.
We are back. Thank you, Ken Jong.
And not thank you, Joel McHale.
Not thank you, Joel McHale. If you're tracking, and maybe you are, I hope you are, that we did not do our third fast fact. We did not. And it's a special fast fact. It's special because Angela and I both found our journals.
We found our journals that we wrote in after each episode, sometimes during an episode. Yeah, you guys, I have journaled for so long. I found, in setting up my she shed, 12 journals.
Oh my gosh.
I had so much to say.
I've been journaling since I could write. I mean, I have journals about my crushes in second grade.
I found a journal from college that is who is this person? I'll tell you what, she was real hung up on a certain fella for a while.
In this journal entry, I wrote about this exact episode of The Office. Here's what I wrote. Here's a gem. It rained for 3 days while we were shooting this episode. It takes 5 days to shoot an episode, and for 3 of the 5 days, it rained. Like downpour heavy rains, apparently.
Torrential rain.
I noted that our AD Richard had to wear a parka. He's the person who would knock on our trailer doors and get us to come from our trailers across the parking lot onto the stages.
It was a little bit of a walk, you guys, and this parking lot would flood. There'd be huge puddles of
Yes.
water.
And I guess it really caused a problem for hair, makeup, and wardrobe because we would get ready outside in our trailers, and then by the time we got to set, we were drenched. And I wrote all about it in my journal. I said that we had umbrellas. We each got an umbrella with our name on it. Remember that? Yeah, they would give a little sticker so that it kept track.
I have to share with you that I often would misplace my umbrella, and I would just take someone else's.
Angela!
And then I would hear Richard on the radio being like, has anyone seen John's umbrella? Anyone? I'd be like, it might be in my trailer.
I also noted, speaking of John, that John's birthday was the week that we shot this episode. He turned 26.
26?
Yeah.
Oh my Lord, that's so young.
I know.
Oh.
He and BJ and Mindy were all the youngsters.
Oh, no,
Because the rest of us were all in our 30s and beyond, but they were still in their 20s.
Wowzers. Okay, so I also wrote in my journal. Now, I wrote about some things that happened at Jem's party and a few other places in the episode. I'm going to save those, Jenna.
Okay.
But I will tell you one thing I wrote about. Jenna, we carpooled to work this week.
When we were shooting this episode?
Yes, I wrote that we had to go on location. We were very excited because Jim's party, his barbecue, happened at his apartment, and we got to drive to location. And I wrote that you and I carpooled, and we had the best time. I was like, we chatted, we sang songs, and we solved the world's problems. That's what I wrote.
I do not remember that.
I don't remember it either, but we clearly had a great time.
I love that you wrote that down because I'm sure we did do that because we lived really close.
We lived really close, and we were probably so excited that we had a commute. Like, we had to drive far. And I said it was a little bit of a drive, but the thing that really cracked me up is I said we sang our hearts out and we solved the world's problems.
We probably did.
What did we sing, Jenna? What did we sing? I'd love to know.
I wish I knew. Sounds so Scranton.
Oh, I hope we sang Sounds of Scranton.
All right, so let's get into this episode now. We're going to start breaking it down. It starts with the cold open.
Yes. So Sadiq is coming to fix an IT problem, right? And Michael looks out his window. He sees him coming. He panics. Because probably Michael has some growing immaturities too about how he perceives others. That's how I'm going to say it.
That's a good way to put it.
He has some maturing to do. So anyway, he freaks out. He wants to turn off the lights and have everyone hide. Do you remember how we couldn't get it coordinated, Jenna? Like we couldn't turn off the lights at the right time.
Yes, people should know that in this scene when Michael runs over to shut off the light switches, those light switches do not actually operate the lights. The lights are controlled by a grid and a guy who's in charge of them. And so what they would do is they would have someone on a radio who would see when Steve hit the light switch, and then they would radio go. And then the light switch guy would actually turn off the lights. But it didn't always work. So sometimes Steve would hit the switch and the lights would just stay on. Or sometimes they would anticipate too quickly and the lights would go off before he hit the switch.
Again, this is one of those moments where I'm like, thank God we didn't have to do any car chases or explosions. That's so true. It seemed like the light switch was really tricky for us. I have to ask you one thing. Okay, so Sadiq from IT is coming to help Michael, right? I just have to say this, Jenna, at 1 minute, 26 seconds. This actually, I thought about this for days after watching this episode. Michael says he tried to install the software himself, but it was password protected. Sadiq says that just means you have to enter your password. Does this mean that Sadiq didn't even have to come there? If Michael had just entered 1, 2, 3, 4, that was on the Post-it note, had he just entered that, the software would have installed?
I think that's what that means.
So that is so, if you put that in perspective, Sadiq is probably like, this idiot. All he had to do was enter the password I put on a Post-it note and taped to his desktop.
It also feels like something that could have been solved with a phone call.
Yes.
He definitely did not need to come into the office and be subjected to Michael's cold open.
No. Oh my gosh.
So at 1 minute 46 seconds, Dwight surprises Michael outside of his office, right? He's demanding to know why the IT guy is there. And of course, Michael doesn't want to tell him because it's going to be revealed that he's there to install software so that Michael can spy on everybody's emails. Well, I want you to look at the background of this scene. As Steve's coming out the door, he quickly shuts the door behind him. That's because Omi was not there on that day of filming.
So he had to quickly shut the door.
Yeah, Steve has to shimmy out and then shut the door behind him so that you won't see that the office is actually empty.
Oh, look at you with your little behind-the-scenes nugget.
Yes.
All right, in 2 minutes, 14 seconds, Dwight lists off what could possibly happen to Michael so that he might take over the office.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Here are the things that could happen.
Okay.
Number 1, brain aneurysm. Number 2, getting hit by a car, a bus, or a train. Number 3, poisoned, fall down a well, step on a mine. These are Dwight just thought this out, you guys. This is what could happen, and he'd have to do an immediate takeover.
And Michael has that great line where he says, you know what, Dwight, if I step on a mine in Scranton, Pennsylvania, you can have my job.
He's so annoyed.
Yeah. So the next big scene is kind of in the bullpen when Oscar confronts Michael about spying on everyone's emails. He does it in front of everyone.
I loved it whenever Oscar confronted Michael in front of everyone, and he does this throughout the series, and it's just some of my favorite moments of the show.
He is able to take Michael to task like no one else. I think Stanley also does this from time to time, but Stanley is usually more under his breath, right? Like he's a little more to the side about it.
Yeah.
In this scene, Steve does this never-ending robot bit. Oscar's trying to get a word out, and Steve just keeps doing the robot thing. I remember shooting that. So in the script, that was not supposed to go on for that long. That was supposed to just be like a quick little thing, but Steve really dragged it out. And that was an example, I think, of some of his just brilliant comedic timing.
I honestly think that Steve would drag things out like that to see when he could get all of us to break.
And we would break. He did break in that.
He was a little sadistic that way. He'd be like, oh, you haven't broken yet? How about this? Yeah, how about this? Kinsey, I see you going. Like, just keep going until we fell apart.
Well, right after this, then, we have the little aside. Well, the erasing begins, right? The erasing begins. And Dwight says to Angela, if you have any sensitive emails, they need to be deleted immediately. Pam overhears. She calls Jim over. She suspects that they might be a couple. This is the first moment where we call out that Dwight and Angela might be together.
Well, the first moment that anyone in the office has any idea, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fan question from Kelsey McGrath. Angela, when did Angela and Rain find out that they were love interests?
I mean, I'm not sure if Rain had any heads up before I did, but I found out at the table read.
Really?
Yeah, when we sat down to read the script, and Oscar...
So no one warned you beforehand?
No one warned me beforehand. I had no idea, and when we sat down at the table read, and we read that their Birkenstocks were muffin,
yeah,
right? I was like, ah!
Well, I remember there was an audible gasp in the room when we read that. There were times when we would do these table reads where people would be legitimately surprised by plot twists, and this was definitely one of them.
This, when we found out Oscar was gay.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I mean, when we found out Jim and Pam were going to have a baby.
Yes.
I mean, there were these big moments, but I did not know. And I remember being like, oh my God. And I definitely don't think a lot of the cast members knew, because there were real reactions there.
Yes.
I know we're going back a little bit, but I love that Kevin says he has to delete
a lot.
Gross, Kevin. What's going on over there?
Pam has a talking head next.
Oh wait, can I say one thing? Jenna, just to go back to Jim and Pam's conversation about Dwight and Angela.
Yeah.
This happens at 4 minutes, 45 seconds. I want you guys to rewatch this scene. Pam is so grossed out, and so is Jim, at the idea of Dwight and Angela. They're like, ugh. I'm just like, come on. What's wrong with that? Two people falling in love. Pam was like, I can't.
We are a little over the top
so
about it.
Grossed out by it. I was like, geez.
Well, Pam then goes and has a talking head where she says directly to the documentary film crew, if you see anything, let me know.
Oh yeah, she's like all chummy with the documentary crew.
She full on invites them to help. I think this is the first time we see this moment where someone in the show speaks directly to the character of the documentarian,
right?
Who we never see,
right?
But yeah,
I think that Pam and Jim probably are the two people that engage with them the most. I mean, Michael, because he's a showboat, you know, but it's like Pam knows them. That's what it felt like in that moment.
Yeah, like they're kind of friends or something.
Yeah.
All right, so something else in Pam's talking head. At 4 minutes, 57 seconds, I'm tracking the mail cart now.
She is, you guys. She's become obsessed with the mail cart.
I'm tracking Casual Fridays and the mail cart, and I want you all to know that Meredith comes over to the mail cart behind me during my talking head. Thank you.
I'm applauding Jonah's mail cart tracking.
The mail cart got used.
And then at 5 minutes, 12 seconds, there's just this interaction between Pam and Dwight that I love. I actually love Pam and Dwight scenes. They're some of my favorite.
Yeah.
You're often so, just exasperated by him. And it's one of my favorite things you do as Pam. She comes up to him. Pam's on the case. She's very excited. Detective Pam. She's like, Dwight, so my friend is kind of, into these two girls. Dwight's like, nice. And your face is like, oh, good. At 5 minutes, 41 seconds, we find out that Dwight, as a volunteer sheriff, goes through everyone's medical records. So That's great.
Gross.
Gross, Dwight.
Oh my gosh.
All right, Jenna, I have a thing that I track. You know, it's called Old Tech.
Oh yeah, what's your old tech track? Guys, I think we should just call this the We Tracked It episode.
We tracked it.
We're on the case.
We're on the case. Much like Pam, we're on the case. I love me some old tech, and at 5 minutes 57 seconds, you see the Evite. And you see it's like so outdated looking. If you go to the Evite now, it's like it looks like the old Evites of that day and age.
Yes. This is the scene where Michael is discovering the Evite. And he learns that Jim is having a barbecue at his house and he is not invited.
He's not invited. He sees the list of people who are invited. And he is sort of looking around. He's using his mouse, right?
Yeah.
And it all is so old looking.
Super old graphic. Yeah. So next, Detective Pam walks up to Angela at the vending machine.
Oh, you guys, this is like some of my favorite stuff. I also wrote about this in my journal. I wrote, you guys, Jenna and I have a scene together. We're so excited.
We did get so excited when we had scenes together.
We were horrible because then we would just laugh and be idiots once we were in the scene.
And they would take forever and people would get like really tired of us. It's true.
But we were really excited about this scene.
I asked Angela if she's bringing anyone to the party and Angela says no. But then Angela buys an extra candy bar.
Yeah. 2 Baby Ruth bars.
Evidence. Dun dun dun. Fan question. Michael and Kristen Mulligan want to know, why did you choose Baby Ruth for you and Dwight? Did you, Angela, the person, get to choose what the candy would be, or was it scripted?
Usually Phil Shea, our props guy, would give us a few options, and there were options that had been cleared because for legal reasons you have to make sure you can use logos and things like that. So they probably gave us a few options. I actually love Baby Ruth bars, so I guess I won. I'm sure I was like, "Ooh, Baby Ruth bar," and thank goodness I guess Rain agreed because he had to eat one too.
No kidding.
Yeah. So I think that's probably how it went down. I want to point out though, you guys, one of the things I love in this scene is that as Pam goes to pick something from the vending machine, I swat her hand away, and I'm like, excuse me. I love it whenever my character would just swat someone away. It's so dismissive. It just made me laugh.
Pam was probably going to buy some of her chips.
Her gross, smelly chips.
Okay, also, Angela, in this scene, at 6 minutes, 47 seconds, there is a really great shot as you're bending down to get the snacks of your ponytail. I know it sounded like I was going to say something else. It's your ponytail. There's a great shot of your ponytail.
Family show, lady.
I know.
Yes, you've got like hair wrapped around my own hair.
Yeah,
So
describe it.
Okay, this is a classic Kim Ferry thing where even the ponytails were amazing. She would pull my hair back in this sort of severe ponytail, but then she would leave a big chunk of it out, and she would wrap it around the ponytail holder so it looks like my own hair is holding up the ponytail.
It's very polished looking.
I know!
And it's very Angela Martin to do this.
It's very Angela Martin to do it, but I used to joke with Kim. I would be like, how early does Angela get up to do these elaborate braids? And also, is she an octopus? Like, how does she get back there? Does she have like a mirror behind her head? Like, what does her bathroom look like? How does she do this?
I have done that ponytail to myself because I thought it was so genius. It is not that difficult to pull off.
Really?
And it looks really good.
Well, I am crap with my own hair, so you might have to give me a tutorial.
Well, guys, you should check it out if you're looking to spruce up your ponytail. 6 minutes, 47 seconds.
Fancy pony.
Great ponytail. Well, you know the scene in the kitchen where Steve, as Michael, is eating a cup of noodles? And he's confronting the group. He's trying to get us to feel guilty and or invite him to this party that he's not been invited to. John and I had a massive laughing fit during this lunch scene. So much so, you can see I'm eating some yogurt, so much so that I snorted the yogurt up into my nose, which is probably painful. It was a little burny, which then caused John to laugh so hard that he was crying. And it was just the two of us. The two of us were having a moment where we could not get it together.
You couldn't get it back.
We couldn't.
I
don't know how they had any useful takes.
I want you to know, I went and watched the season 2 bloopers.
Okay.
You guys, they're on YouTube, and it's really worth it.
Can you see us using it?
There's bloopers of this scene, and it is hilarious. I was cracking up watching you guys, and also Brian does break in one of them too, but it's mostly you and John breaking. But the bloopers, the outtakes from this are fantastic.
Oh my gosh, I have to watch those because that was just my memory. I just remembered when I saw the scene how much John and I couldn't stop laughing.
Okay, well look up season 2, The Office bloopers on YouTube because it's really funny.
Also, did you notice that there was a communion plate of Doritos on the table?
On a paper plate?
What's the story there?
I don't know.
Someone bought Doritos, put a paper plate in the middle of the table, and then put the Doritos on the plate for us all to eat. I eat some. John eats some. What is that?
I think you guys should share some Doritos. I don't think it's that complicated.
Have you ever done that in an office, like when you're eating lunch with people? You're like, hey guys, who wants to split some Doritos?
Oh my gosh, Oscar and I shared snacks all the time, Jenna. We would get a bag of chips and we'd share, and we would get little paper cups and like split snacks into paper cups. We also, like at least once a week, would share a Coke. I can't tell you how many times I would walk over to my desk and Oscar would be like, there's half a Coke for you. I'm like, thanks, and some chips.
I think that I'm a person who always wants a full Coke and a full bag of chips, so I have not experienced this thing you're talking about.
Well, Oscar,
this sharing of snacks.
Oscar Nunez and I shared snacks and sodas every single week.
That is adorable. That is adorable.
In fact, sometimes, I know I'm like going on and on about this, sometimes one of us would get the Coke and start it, but the other wouldn't be ready, so we'd be like, I put the half Coke in the fridge for you. Like, okay. So we'd sort of hide it in the back.
This is absolutely adorable. Meanwhile, I'm just over at my desk chugging my full Coke.
Your full soda. I have a question for you about this scene.
Okay.
At 7 minutes, 48 seconds, Pam says the professors would go to the parties, and Michael goes, yeah, they were the most fun. Jenna, how did you get through that line? I know you said
I didn't.
A lot, but like
I didn't get through any line in that scene.
That line would be so hard for me to say because it's coming off of him being so ridiculous.
Also, the whole time he's eating those dang noodles. So I just, it was, I have to go back. I want to watch the deleted. What is it?
The bloopers. You got to watch the bloopers. At 8 minutes, 2 seconds, you guys, we find out what Jim thinks are the 3 ingredients for a great party. Number 1, 3 cases of imported beer. Number 2, karaoke machine. Number 3, do not invite Michael.
Yeah.
I mean, he's probably not wrong.
All right, at 8 minutes, 25 seconds, the camera crew helps Pam. The camera rushes over to her desk and indicates that she should look over to Dwight, who she discovers is eating a baby Ruth bar, the one that Angela bought.
That's right. I have that you are in cahoots.
In cahoots.
Pam and the cameraman are in cahoots.
So first, Pam takes the step of talking directly to the camera crew, and now the camera crew has gotten involved. It's a big deal. I'm surprised that we did this so early in the series. When I was watching this, we're not that far in for us to be involving the crew like this. People should know that our camera operator was Randall Einhorn. He's also our DP. He went on to direct a bunch of episodes. And I had a really special relationship with Randall, and I remember filming the scene with him. He was really performing for me. He would come over and he'd have a big smile on his face and a twinkle in his eye, and he would motion over. He would give me a little thumbs up. So all this interaction was happening. I felt like we were really performing together, and he was playing the character of the camera person. So I just have really fond memories of working with Randall in general. When Pam would have really emotional scenes, sometimes I would look at him and he would be teared up.
No, he's got a big heart, and he wears it on his sleeve, and we all got really attached to Randall. And I just think of him as sort of this very charming, blue-eyed Terminator.
Yeah,
that's what because you guys, you only ever see one of his eyeballs, because the other eyeball is looking through
the little
the
eyepiece.
Yeah. So you see this one blue eye emoting emotion, and you're like, aw, you're like the friendly Terminator.
A friendly Terminator.
At 9 minutes, 29 seconds, you guys, oh, Jim, you just break my heart all the time. But he's trying to be sly. He's trying to do that thing where he figures out is Roy going to come. But he's trying to play it cool. So he's like, yeah, I just need a head count.
Yeah, is Roy going to be there tonight?
Yeah, you know why? It's just because I need to know how many burgers to make.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the subtext,
it's
right?
It's nothing else.
It's not because I love you and I want you to be in my apartment without your fiance.
Yeah.
Wait, is he? Yeah, he's still your fiance.
He is. I know. It's hard to remember, right? Fan question from Juan Martinez. Was Roy really unable to attend the party, or did Pam ditch him so she could hang out with Jim? I don't think she ditched him, and I don't think she lied to him.
Yeah.
I think Pam was just as excited that Roy couldn't attend as Jim is.
Yeah, I think Roy probably has some dude hangout. He's kind of a dude, right?
Yeah.
He probably has his thing. And also,
Roy wouldn't want to go.
I was going to say, the last thing Roy wants to do is hang out with any of the Dunder Mifflin employees.
Yeah.
He's sort of over it. They have to do enough of that probably for him. So I'm happy to sit this one out. And he was like, oh my God. And so was Jim.
I'm like totally making this up. But maybe Pam waited kind of till the last minute to tell Roy about the party so that it would be less likely that he could attend. Like, I could see her maybe doing that.
And I can see her downplaying it. It's this thing I have to go to. Everyone's going.
Yes. 100%.
It's going to be lame. You know what? If you don't want to go, you don't have to.
It's fine. I'll go because I feel like I have to, but I don't want you to have to
totally
change your plan.
I totally get it. If you don't want to go, it's okay.
This is 100% how that went down, I believe. Yes. All right, so now everyone's trying to get out of the office, and they're trying to avoid Michael because they all know he's not invited. So people are making up excuses to not hang out with him that night. And Angela, you have a great one. You say charity bake drives.
Oh yeah, I'm sure my character's like horrible at lying. Horrible.
Well, a lot of people wrote in to ask if our excuses were scripted or improvised. Angela, was yours scripted or improvised?
Mine is a combo. So my scripted line was charity bake drive, and then Michael's scripted line was liar, and then Steve improvised, you are a liar, and then I improvised, no I'm not, as I left. And I didn't even look back, and it stayed in, and I think it's great because that's exactly how my character, I think, would have responded.
Yes.
I just love that Dwight says he has soccer and clarinet practice. Yes. And you know what? I feel like sometimes, I mean, you know, we have young children, and sometimes when they're bad at lying, they just sort of list what their activities are. So I sort of feel like Dwight probably growing up had clarinet and soccer practice, and he just went to default.
Also, as Dwight leaves, he says, see you Monday, Michael. Casual Friday tracker coming at you.
No one's dressed casual.
No, it's clearly a Friday because he says see you Monday. None of us are dressed casually, even though we're going to a barbecue after work.
Well, people are going to change clothes. Don't you think they're going to go home and freshen up? I don't want to listen, it's still not Casual Friday. I get it.
We still set up in a previous episode that we have Casual Fridays, and yet here it is, a Friday, and none of us are dressed casually.
No, you're right.
I'm going to stay on this. Okay?
I think you stay on it.
Don't worry, everybody. I'm on it. I'm on the mail cart. I'm on Casual Friday, and we will continue to track Mindy's hair. Don't anyone lose sleep over it. We're on it.
Oh, I am, as you know, obsessed with Mindy's hair. I'm obsessed. I have one thing to say before we go to the party.
Yeah.
And again, this was like the Sadiq moment in the cold open for me. It's something I thought probably way too much about. Wouldn't Jim have known that Michael saw the emails? This is the day he gets access to everyone's emails. Jim clearly sent it to everyone's work email.
Yeah.
Wouldn't he have known? He knows Michael knows, right?
Well, he knows Michael knows, by the way, Michael is behaving. But you're saying as soon as he got access to the emails, the first thought Jim would have would be, oh no.
The Evite's there. The Evite's sitting in everyone's email. He's going to know.
Well, similarly, how did we get all the way to the day of the party before Dwight thinks to mention the party to Michael? There's that scene where Dwight starts bringing up the party and Jim shushes him. He's like, shh, no, don't say anything. You're telling me, I mean, when did he send out the Evite? At least a week ago. In that whole week, he didn't have to, the shush on Dwight.
No, that didn't bump me as much because I feel like, I don't know. I feel like Listen, guys, this isn't all dudes, but I know from my experience with fellas, they probably aren't going to think about the party till the day of. You know, they're not like, it's not like Dwight was like thinking about this party every day. He's got, you know, he's busy. He's busy. He's managing a secret relationship with Angela. Yeah, he's tracking yeast infections in Scranton.
Yeah, he's got a lot going on.
He's got a lot going on.
All right, fair enough. All right, guys, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to a party, a barbecue at Jim's house. We're going to tell you all about it. Are you ready? You want to lay this out? You want to lay them out? I don't want to rush you.
She's back. She got some food, and the sass is back. You guys, before we went to break, Jenna was getting a little lightheaded because she's really hungry.
Yeah, so if you notice a tonal shift in this last part of the podcast, it's because we took an actual break during our break, and we ate a full lunch.
Jenna and I eat lunch together, and it kind of reminds me of how we had lunch every day. Instead of the office.
No,
I love it so much.
I was just talking to Lee last night where I said, well, he asked me a question. He was watching the episode with me, and he said, what's it like for you to watch these episodes again? Does it bring you back? And I said, it's a flood of memories that come back to me. And the most prevalent is how much we laughed together as a cast. And I said, and now I do this podcast with Angela, and we laugh the same way. We do the podcast, we edit the podcast, and we eat lunch the same way, and now I'm tearing up because we just had one of our lunches.
Yeah, that lunch in particular, Jenna,
was a good one,
and it really reminded me. We navigated 9 years of our lives. A lot happened to both of us, and we shared a lot at lunch. And some days it was just little tiny things, and some days we had huge heart to heart. Jenna and I just now had a really big heart to heart.
Those lunches were like, sometimes they're like a therapy session. They're better than a therapy session because it's your BFF.
It's your BFF.
That's right. All right. We're back, guys. We're full of food.
Okay.
And I'm going to start with a fan question.
Do it.
How about that? From Rob Fish. Okay. He says, whose house was used for Jim's barbecue? Because that's right. We're going to this barbecue at Jim's house. So for the house, we shot in a real neighborhood in Northern California. It wasn't a set. And we had to have really unusual shooting hours because it was a night shoot. And there was really nighttime outside of the windows. So we usually would shoot from like 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. when we were shooting at Thunder Mifflin. But here we were really shooting more in the evening. And now if they were shooting into the house, it didn't matter what was outside. They could black out the windows. But for all those shots outside, it was really night. And some nights we stayed past 10 p.m. And do you remember we'd get a little bit tired? Yeah, I'd get a little loopy as of 9 p.m. And this was the first time where we shot offset, like really offset since the Dundies. And we always had a lot of fun to do that.
Yeah, and also, I remember there wasn't really like a place between scenes for you to go.
No, and I don't remember our trailers being there.
No, I think they couldn't park them in the neighborhood. They were far away, so they would shuttle us in. And so in between scenes, we just really all hung out.
Kind of
in that little living room, kind of.
Totally. This leads me to a fan question by Rufio. He said, when you had to go to the bathroom, did you use the actual bathroom in the house, or did you go off set? I don't remember, but because a lot of times you shoot in houses and they'll tape the toilet closed and put a little sign on it and it says do not use, and you have to go outside. They have like those porta potty things outside,
or they'll rent the house next door and that becomes a holding area for everyone.
Yeah, and maybe you can pee in the holding house.
I peed in John and Jim's house.
Oh no! Well, I don't remember the toilet being taped shut.
I remember them saying that I could go, and I quickly there was like a hall bathroom or something.
Well, sometimes they would let cast members use the bathrooms in the house, but then they would have porta potties for the crew, which I always thought was kind of lousy.
Well, I know one time it was explained to me by an AD because I was like, well, wait, where's the bathroom everyone's using? And she said to me that they could not afford for us to go too far away.
Oh, that makes sense.
And so they often would have a bathroom for the actors a little bit closer.
Yeah.
Just purely because of timing.
Yeah.
So just know know that, so you don't
So I
feel
don't
as
feel so
bad.
guilty.
Yeah.
But it's true, like you said, our actual trailers were probably a 15-minute van ride away. So they had to create a way for us to go to the bathroom. All right, so when we all get to the party, Jim takes everyone on a tour of his house.
Before we go on the tour,
Tell me.
there is something that I just love little things like this. Did you notice everyone's party attire?
Wait, yes, I have that here too. Can we talk about everyone's casual clothes?
Yes.
Meredith is dressed like a biker gal with like a smoky eye.
I have a whole card just for Meredith.
Okay.
Okay, she has a denim vest. She has a black V-neck. She has a little bit of midriff.
Yeah.
Her hair is half up, half down. She has some very dark, smoky eyeliner and jeans. She looks a little bit like she's ready to go party.
It is such a striking difference, I thought, of the difference between everybody's casual outfit and their work outfit. The most striking is Meredith, for sure. Like, because she wears like corduroy jumpers.
Oh, yeah. She
to the office. She dresses kind of like a Raggedy Ann doll.
She looks like she's in a potato sack and her hair down, but clearly Party Meredith comes to play.
She does. What about Kevin's hat?
His black, is it like a fedora hat?
What is that called? But it's not a fedora, but it's like a, right?
He looks like an old-timey like gangster, like a 1920s movie, right?
And he wears it all the time when he's in his band. This is clearly, casually, Kevin has his hat, his go-to look.
And Kevin's fiance's there too.
Yes, a lot of people asked, who's the blonde woman at the party? Who's the blonde woman at the party? It's Stacy. Stacy is Kevin's fiance. And also, you notice Stanley's wife is there as well. She's the brunette woman sitting on the couch next to Stanley.
Yes.
All right. What about the fact that Phyllis is still dressing purple? She only wears plum, purple,
very
lavender.
What about the fact that Dwight has on Birkenstocks and says his keeps an extra pair in his car?
That's interesting. They look very new. I noticed it's an important thing that we establish the shoes that both you and Dwight are wearing this episode. Later on, you're going to be at the barbecue with Jim, and you're going to complain about getting sap on your shoe.
I just have so much to complain about. I don't sap. I'm a vegetarian.
But the whole reason they had to write the line that you stepped in sap is so that we can pan down to your shoes, because making sure we know which shoes you guys are each wearing is going to become very important later.
It is. Paul Feig said, "Are you ready to bump some Birkenstocks?"
Hey, bumping Birkenstocks. That's right. All right, so I want to talk about Jim taking everyone on the tour of his house.
Okay.
He's so excited. Pam has arrived. She doesn't even have her coat off, and he's ready to take her on this tour. And as they're walking down the hallway, first of all, just a side note, as they're walking down the hallway, Jim has a painted circular saw hanging on his wall.
That's popular. I mean, my mom has a painted circular saw. My grandfather was really into that. And we have a few saws that are painted.
Well, I have seen the long saws painted, sort of like a long landscape, but I have so many questions about that. Is that popular on the East Coast? Because, being from Missouri and spending a lot of time in Lake Ozark, I've seen plenty of painted saws. But I just wasn't sure where Jim in Scranton, Pennsylvania got the idea.
Maybe it was a hand-me-down from a family member, because I was given a painted circular saw.
Okay.
And I had it in my hallway. Okay. And I hung it myself. I sort of balanced it on two nails.
Yeah.
And I had a friend who kind of clumping through my hallway, and it fell off.
Oh dear.
And they were like, "Are you trying to kill me?" Because I didn't do a great job hanging it, but there you go. So yeah,
I thought it was very interesting. So you can check that out. People who like things in the background.
Yeah.
So anyway, as they're walking up the steps after they've passed by the saw, Ryan asks if Katie is coming. And this is when we learn that Jim and Katie aren't dating anymore.
He said I haven't talked to her in a while.
I know, but fan question from Christina Velladata. Ryan asks about Katie. Jim says he hasn't talked to her in a while, so it sounds like they've broken up, but then she's on Booze Cruise.
Well, I think they're on again, off again, because then Ryan in the same conversation says, "Do you mind if I ask her out?" And Jim goes, "Maybe we won't talk about that right here," right? He says something like that.
Right.
So he kind of skirts around the issue.
Yeah.
To me, that answer is no, Ryan. Like, don't call her. Like, he didn't say, "Sure, man, go ahead."
Well, when I heard him say that, I interpreted that as being him trying to just protect Katie.
He might have.
Not like I have such strong feelings for her that I don't want you to call her, but more like, I
read it as like, yeah, I don't really know what's going on there, and I don't really want to talk about it in front of Pam, but I certainly don't want you asking about.
Okay, I find that. Okay. All right, so also here's another fan question, this time from Latamania, who we have heard from before, and by the way, I did look at Latamania's Insta page, and she does amazing fan art of the office. So I'm just going to give a shout out. Guys, go check out Latamania for some amazing office fan art.
How do you spell that?
It's LADA.
Okay, we'll check it out.
Okay. She asked, why does Jim have two of the same poster in his place? This was such a good find. Okay, so around 13 minutes, 14 seconds after the circular stop, they pass by just a pretty generic looking kind of framed poster picture on the wall. When they get up to Jim's bedroom, the same picture is hanging above one of his bookshelves. Clearly, as we've mentioned, we were on a budget and we ran out of decor.
I think they just moved it when they
moved it. I think they moved it, which I think is very
There might have been something on the wall they needed to cover.
Okay, so at this point in the show, we cut from the party back to
the improv class.
Yes, and we're going to see Michael in the improv class for the first time. It's real. He wasn't lying. He really has to go to the improv class. And this is when you find out that Michael just gets out a gun and shoots everybody in every scene he does. It's brilliant. He's the worst. He's the worst person to improvise with. And he thinks he's hilarious. And the scene when the teacher says, "Michael, I want you to be is so great.
I tried to reach out to Michael Naughton. I did a sketch show years ago called Balls Out. Amazing. And he's such a funny guy.
And he played the teacher, right?
He played the teacher because he performs at the ground like you there in Los Angeles.
He's also done tons of episodes of Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Oh yeah,
you might recognize him.
He's a hilarious actor, but he's currently main stage company in ground stuff.
I wonder if people at home understand the genius satire of this improv class. Like as an improviser, were you just dying when you were watching this?
I wanted to be in the improv class. I know it wouldn't track for my character, but I was like, oh, and I knew a bunch of those people, and they're such funny people.
So now we go back to the party for those I have so much to say about this because the preparation that went into any scene with Jimmy, it would bring production to a halt. It really would. They were so concerned about getting these scenes right. When Jim and I would have to get in a fight, or if we had to have these moments up on the roof, and we would spend so much time on these. So it's true, as a cast member, when we would see that there was a big little scene, we'd be like, oh God, are you before it or after it? Oh no. I feel like Phyllis would bring in all of her bills to pay. She'd be like, I need something to buckle with. Yeah, for a while. Because they were gonna just really indulge.
Once I became a mom, I didn't mind it when I saw you guys had a big scene. That means I'm gonna go visit my daughter at preschool.
Yeah, you'd be like, can I come back?
I have a 3-hour break.
Well, just know that it was always so important to us to get it right. And I remember having long conversations about this scene. So the words that are written in this scene are of no importance. We discussed that what was important was that everything we're not seeing, the subtext of the scene. This is all about Pam being in Jim's bedroom and sitting on his bed. We had to make sure that we very naturally found a way for Pam to sit on his bed, and she couldn't just walk in the room and sit on the bed. So she had to start by sitting on his night table. And then we had to put the yearbook in exactly the right place so that when she went to grab it, she would most naturally then see his bed. And as I was watching this, it brought me back to all of those moments early on in dating and in college or whatever. You walk into that person's bedroom for the first time. You've thought about it. You've thought about it. Where do they sleep? What is that? This is their most intimate room in their house. And just notice, like, you notice as soon as Pam sits down, John starts shifting in his messaging, and he looks at her and he immediately looks away. Like, the fact that she's just sat on the bed is almost too much for him. Not only is this not just the love that he has for her, but now she's in this place where she's sitting across the room. But as he's probably and here's what I love about it. And I think that this is why people are offended Jim and Pam and why they respond to them so well. Is because a lot of times in movies and television shows, when people quote unquote fall in love or you have a couple that's gonna fall in love, it seems to paint a lot of sex, right? Like they meet at a bar and then they burst through the door ripping each other's clothes off. That never happens, really, right? Like, that's not really real. Jim and Pam, this moment of them just being in this bedroom, not kissing, not touching, not talking about this stolen moment, is more romantic and sexy than that burst through the door ripping each other's clothes off behind it. Well, the stakes are so high, and that's real life. When you really like someone, it's like you feel your heart beating out of your chest. The first time you see a person you wondered about, their space, where they live. Well, I wrote to break up this beautiful moment, please. When Pam was looking at Jim's photograph sitting on his bed, Jim gazes lovingly at her. In this moment, I can see my character's purse on the bed. What? My character always carried this little black clutch, you know, and it's there on the bed like a toy. That's what I love too. It's like, yeah, it's that thing you go into someone's house when you're in college, even in your 20s, starting out, you're like, oh, you know, you go to a party, there's that one guest room where you throw your coat on the bed. You throw your coat. Yes, some coats in my purse. I thought it was such a nice touch. I love that. A little black clutch. That's my purse, Angela Martin's purse. That's a great detail. Well, I remember in addition to the scene, they spent a lot of time planning Jim's bedroom because it was going to be very revealing. And so our set decorator, Michael Gallagher, he's our set designer, he was in charge of decorating this room under the direction of Paul Feig and Greg Daniels and Jen Slaughter, who wrote the episode. Dan questioned Ricky Cadden, or Cadden, and Zach McCutcheon both wrote in separately how much of the stuff in Jim's room was actually John Krasinski's. None, except fan question from Lulu, Katrina, Michael Kemper, and many others. Was that really John Krasinski's yearbook photo? Yes. Not his yearbook. They made a fake yearbook page where they superimposed his actual yearbook photo. But there's a lot of interesting stuff in that room. All right, background folks, there's a lot of wonderful little nuggets in Jim's room. I'm sure you noticed. I know I'm probably going to miss some, but here are some. He has a guitar. Of course he does. Okay, of course he does, but why of course? I don't know. Have we ever seen him play a guitar? I don't know, but I feel like all the guys that I thought were cool in my 20s had a guitar. Well, I get that. They really even played. Well, a fan, Kelsey BZ7, pointed out that in a later episode, you know, when Jim is playing Second Life, his avatar has a guitar slung over his shoulder. So there's something in Jim that either wishes he played guitar or thought it was cool to play, but we never see him play it, right? No. Correct us, guys, if we're wrong. I don't think we ever see Jim bust out a guitar. And he never takes the stage with Scranton. No. There's a lava lamp. There's the favor poster. On his bulletin board, I want you to know, we hadn't even released an episode yet. A fan wrote into me and said, look at
Jim's bulletin board. Is that a voodoo doll of Roy?
Yes, he has a doll hanging by a noose in what looks like a warehouse shirt.
This is crazy.
Yeah. And we had another fan write in, Alston Brown, who said, was Jim the Scranton Strangler? This was perhaps evidence. Yes. What is that? Now listen, I reached out to Michael Gallagher to ask him about that. And
He's on vacation.
He's on vacation.
Well, we'll have to get it as a follow-up question.
We will, because I would love to find out who put that on the board.
Yeah, well, we'll have to put that in our candy bag.
Yeah.
Also, there's like some kind of sketch of a motorcycle. It looks like a printout. Like, what is Jim's starting to sound a little bit like a cliche. He has a guitar. He has maybe a motorcycle he wants. Who knows? There's also looks like a card. It says son, maybe his parents. Aww. I know. Did you see that? It's so sweet. There's some photos. There's a little like plaque that says "Making Sense." Okay. What? There's a penguin on his desk. I do love when you pan across over the amp, you see the CD player. These are the tech moments that kind of date us. And then he does take work home a little bit because there's a ton of things on his desk.
That's good stuff.
And I'm sure there's more I missed, so you guys write in.
So now we go back downstairs to the party. The party's going. Everyone's having beer. Now, Oni, who played the IT guy, who's also at the party, he gave an interview where he said that we were drinking real beer.
I don't remember that. And I wrote it on a card, Jenna. I did not drink real beer.
I didn't either. Well, I hate beer. So I had a beer bottle filled with water. I don't remember that either.
Yeah, I don't remember any real beer.
No. That feels like it would be unusual for our group.
Yeah.
We weren't that kind of group.
I had water. I know that.
Okay.
In my beer.
All right.
And that's why I said, well, Jesus, I'm sort of trying to justify it, I guess. But mine was water.
Yeah.
He did also say in the interview that they were playing the Xbox 360 and it had games that hadn't been released yet.
I remember that. The guys were so excited.
They were so excited. That I do remember. But the beer, I don't remember.
Okay, did you notice in the kitchen scene with Kelly, Oscar, and Stanley, where they're talking about paper? I can see it.
Kelly's hair is half up, half down.
But she's still in a paisley top.
But she is more Mindy. She's like...
Oh, she's 100% Mindy.
She's now fully Mindy, but
she is.
Her wardrobe hasn't caught up.
Okay, I feel like at this point, her hair has become unfussed. It's, we're not doing that anymore, but now I kind of want to start tracking her wardrobe.
Okay, Jenna.
Okay, because I feel like the hair has come down now enough times. I want to see when the wardrobe changes.
There is also a scene during the party that I love because it's just one of these things I love about our show. It is a runner. I love a runner that carries over multiple episodes for many years. And Kevin calls Ryan Fire Guy.
Yes.
And I just love that. It's stuck.
I like that too. So when the karaoke machine gets going, Phyllis is singing karaoke. It was so sweet. Phyllis was so charming. Do you remember filming that?
I do. And I wrote about it in my journal.
You really journaled hard on this episode.
This is a big journal episode for me.
No.
Okay, I wrote this. Oh my gosh, when Phyllis had to do the karaoke scene, we were all losing it. We started laughing so hard. First of all, she had to sing White Snake's Here I Go Again. And she had never even heard of White Snake.
Oh my gosh.
The production staff got her a copy of the song and she walked around for days listening to it and practicing. She was so cute and she was really nervous, but I thought she was brilliant.
That is amazing. I love this image of Phyllis walking around listening to Whitesnake. Incidentally, that album was the first record album I ever bought, like actual record album as a teenager was Whitesnake.
My first tape cassette I ever bought was REO Speedwagon.
Oh, from a friend. Heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend you've been messing around. Okay, we can't pay for that. Also, no one wants to hear that.
Also, no one wants to hear that. But imagine sweet, adorable Phyllis walking around.
Here I go again on my own
with like a headset.
Do you remember that music video? Oh, that Tawny was her name.
Hood of the car.
Redheaded lady, just crazy.
She did the splits
on a car. in a dress. Yeah. Okay. You know what? No judgment. Feel yourself. Do it.
Now, tell me, when do you go outside with Dwight?
There's a moment where I slip outside, no one notices, and then if you're watching the scene inside, I'm in it on the couch. Yeah, right?
Well, when Michael crashes the party, you're inside, right?
I'm inside. Yeah, that's right. And then all of a sudden, as the party gets going, you don't see me or Dwight.
Well, this is what's a little curious for me, because Michael crashes the party, and you're inside, and then he starts singing
Islands in the Stream,
a duet. Jim saves him, which is very charming. And then I just need to point out, by the way, Steve starts to harmonize like real well.
I know.
It's really pretty great. But I also want to point out that when he crashes the party, Jim and Tam are always sitting next to each other. They are. We're on some chairs, then we're on the couch together. We are making sure to maximize this party for like maximum next to each other time.
You're sitting next to each other. The other thing I noticed throughout the party is that Jim's roommate and his girlfriend are all over each other.
They're constantly making out.
They're making out, or she's sitting on his lap, or she has a leg like over his leg.
And to say, those two people did not know each other before they started filming. And I mean, what is that job? How do you get, I mean, I would feel so shy if that was my job. I was like, hi, nice to meet you. I guess we're just gonna
hang on to each other all day
for tonight while we shoot this thing. Back to the scene. Steve and John, as Jim and Michael, are harmonizing Islands in the Stream. And in the background, we go over their shoulder and we slowly push in on Angela's feet and Dwight's feet bumping the Birkenstocks.
All right, let's break down this scene for a second. I have to tell you some behind the scenes.
Okay, I have some fan questions as well.
Well, ask.
Perhaps they'll leave you in.
Maybe they're part of my note cards.
Well, this is not a fan question. This is a me question. What are you in? Is it a shed? Is it a doghouse? It seems too small to be a shed and too large to be a doghouse. What is it?
It looks like a giant dollhouse that people would buy for their little girl. There was like a ramp of steps that went up to it.
Okay.
It looked like someone had bought this for their little girl to play in, like a fancy dollhouse.
Yeah. Well, Angela, I have a fan question now. A-Town and Nat Attack and Brooklyn Jade all want to know, was that really Rain and Angela making out, or were they just random stunt people wearing the same shoes? And if it was them, did they talk? How did they make it not weird? I mean, yeah, I think we all just want to know. How did that go down?
All right, okay, so yeah, of course it's weird. It's totally weird. It was Rain and I. We did not kiss, guys. We did not make out. In fact, it was really cold out in that dollhouse, so I had on a big coat. I had hand warmers, but they did want to see our Birkenstocks above them. It was a little tricky because we had to time it out perfectly, and we tried different positions of our feet. Here's the thing. Ray Wilson is 6'3". I am 5'1". So my feet did not hang out of the dollhouse.
Oh my gosh! If your bodies were positioned so that you could actually be kissing one another, we would never see your feet.
No. So we tried our feet in a few different positions so the camera could see them both. We were laying side by side, kind of flipping our feet back and forth.
Okay.
Paul's feet was like, guys kind of look like you're doing a sad breaststroke swim.
Okay.
He was like, I don't know what you're doing. It looks like you're swimming. So he was like, all right, how do I say this? This is somewhat awkward, Angela, but I think you need to lay on your back and straddle my hands. I was like, what? And he said, yeah. He said, I'd love to see your little feet wrap around his calves and rub back and forth. So in order for me to do this, you guys, my face was in his chest. For you to see my feet,
were you like suffocating?
Kind of.
I'm imagining. Like, how are you breathing?
Rain was also doing sort of like this painful kind of plank move,
so that he didn't crush me.
He didn't crush me, so I could breathe. And then I was like, how do I wrap my feet around his calf? That's kind of awkward. You know why?
Your ankles don't bend that way.
Your shins don't bend that way. So I was doing this weird on action
Rain would roll over on top of me, do his weird plank move, and one take, it kind of took a long time, he started to shake a little. All I will say is, Rain, you're a very strong guy, but planking does take a toll on people, take after take. We did a bunch of takes. Also, my feet were like in this weird position, so we did this every take, and in between takes, we would roll on our backs side by side. We had some really deep conversations. It was just one of those surreal moments where we were doing the most ridiculously silly thing. And then in between, we talked about like our lives. I feel like this is the moment where I really became friends with Rain, because we talked about where we grew up and our childhoods and like what we believed in, and just really had this really huge heart to heart in between this plank straddle, foot rubbing of the calf. I did write about this in my journal as well. Okay. And I just said that I was really glad they weren't rolling sound out there. We weren't mic'd, because I was giggling so much whenever we had to rub feet.
Aw. So that kind of is the end of the episode. That ends the episode. There's a little tag where we go back to the improv class. It's a little bit of a flashback. I think that they just love this monologue, this talking head that Steve gives so much that they had to include it at the end of the episode. But I don't know if you remember this, Angela, that last night when we shot, we stayed till after midnight. It was a really late night, and I also wrote this in my journal. I said Steve ordered pizzas for the cast and crew, and we all had like a little bitty, like kind of, I guess, mini party after party.
He ordered Baroni's pizza.
Yeah, his favorite. His favorite was so good, and that was really cool. I love that we kept journals. That they're women in our 30s journaling.
We were 80 when we were 30. We're almost to our appropriate age.
I think so. All right, guys, thank you so much. We cannot wait. Next week is the Christmas episode, the first Christmas episode, and we have a lot to say.
Yankee Swap. Thank you so much, Kim Jong. Joel McHale, not so much. And we'll see you next week.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer.
And our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of the show and our bonus episodes Candy Bag, go to StitcherPremium.com.
For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Two other drives in this game. It's getting close.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hi, everyone.
Ho, ho, ho.
This is a big episode.
It's the Christmas episode.
It's the Christmas episode. The very first Christmas episode of The Office, Season 2, Episode 10. You know, it's not, we call it the Christmas episode.
Yeah, we do.
Or Christmas episode, but it is technically called Christmas Party.
What?
Yeah, that's the name of this episode.
I don't
Christmas
believe
Party.
you. I don't believe you. No, kidding. We did. We call it the Christmas episode.
We call it the Christmas episode. Yeah, even though there were many more, this is the Christmas episode. I have so much to say. I have 12 typed pages today. 12.
It's like you're holding like a mini phone book.
I feel like I'm holding a one-act play or something. It's very large. And when I came in today, I will share that I refused to speak today. One, because I said I was saving it for the mic. And I'm saving it for the mic.
She did. I tried to make small talk with her. She's like, I'm saving it for the mic. I was like, okay, lady, you do you. I just gonna tell you, I liked your hair.
You got little pigtails today that are real cute.
I have plaits.
What are plaits?
That's what they say in the UK. It's like, look at your plaits.
Oh yeah, they also call bangs fringe.
I know, I like it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed my side of the table.
Totally filled with note cards.
By my side of the table, you guys, I've made a buffet of note cards. Like, I actually have to be aware, like Sam was saying, to stay from the microphone because I have so many cards. I'm gonna have to slide back and forth.
Yeah,
down my buffet of cards.
You love a buffet.
I love a buffet,
even
baby.
if it's note card.
Give me that Vegas buffet.
All right, Christmas Party, written by Mike Shore and directed by Charles McDougall. Here's a synopsis. It's Christmas at Dunder Mifflin. Today is the day of the office holiday party. The group originally plans to have a secret Santa gift exchange, but when Michael doesn't like his gift, he turns it into a Yankee swap. This causes a multitude of confusion and hurt feelings, and Michael's solution is then to go out and buy booze, which is against company rules, and to try to get the party back on track. 15 bottles of vodka. That'll do it. Fast fact number 1, as I've already said, it's our very first Christmas episode, but we filmed it nowhere near Christmas. No, you never do, because you have to stay ahead. So you're always, it's like Christmas in July kind of thing. Well, we had a fan question from Sarah McGreen. Did U.S. cast members ever have Christmas parties or do a Yankee swap? And if so, what was the best, funniest gift someone brought? A lot of people also asked if we exchanged gifts as a cast. Not at the holidays. We would do what's called a wrap gift, which happens at the end of the season. And we would usually finish filming our seasons in April? Yeah. And then the cast would get together and we'd pool our money and we would buy the crew. Every member of the crew would get a gift from the cast. And then sometimes cast members would give each other wrap gifts, little individual gifts. Yeah. I did host a Yankee Swap Christmas party, and I did it every year for a few years. And I actually want to bring it back. I took a few years off because just, life, kids, and, stuff like that. Yeah. But I hosted a Yankee Swap party every year. And yes, you did. And it was a big party, and everyone would come, and it got so rowdy. Yeah. My favorite person to have at a Yankee Swap party, is Oscar Newman. I was going to say Oscar. He makes up chants. Like I remember one of the gifts was like a really lusciously thick fake ponytail that you I took that home. Yeah, I took a fake ponytail. Started chants like ponytail, pony. I mean, they're not really creative chants, but you'd be surprised how much they catch on. I remember one year Lee brought a small hand axe. That thing was super hot trade. Yes, I want to put it out there, guys. If you're going to a Yankee swap, consider bringing a small axe. Didn't the next year Lee brought a brand new water hose? A garden hose. That was also a hot item. Really popular. Just like practical household items that maybe you need but you haven't been buying yourself. Well, the next Yankee Swap party I have, I'm actually going to include the kids because those were adult. Oh, yeah. And I want to do a family Yankee Swap. Okay. And invite. The kids are such at the age where they're really getting into it. Oh, we went to one last year. But I want you to know, Jennifer, all the people that used to come. So at the end of the night, there would be these crap gifts that people would not want. And a friend of mine would, unbeknownst to me, hide them around my house. And I would find them months later. Because he really hid them. Yeah, up, sort of on a top shelf by, the spare batteries would be, a weird porcelain clown. Yeah. And Zach Woods brought this gift, and he said, Angela, I am the failure of Yankee Swap, because he brought a Egyptian, the King Tut thing. It was a King Tut miniature sarcophagus. Yeah, that opened up and you could put things inside it. I fought for that. I thought it was really great. I loved that. Well, it got traded a bunch and he was like, I don't think anyone likes it. I was like, Zach, you're wrong. I know I'm talking a lot about my Yankee Swap party, guys, but I was really inspired. Well, this is a side note about Zach Woods. You guys, he played Gabe in later seasons. Yes. He became a good friend of ours. When my son was born, he did the same thing. He gave me a gift and he said, I'm so sorry, I'm not good at buying gifts for children. I don't have kids yet. I don't know. And it was this amazing astronaut costume that we still have today and use for dress up. I think he's better at buying gifts than me. I think you are, Zach. Just FYI. All right. Fast fact number 2. This episode was directed by Charles McDougall. Oh, guys, do we have stories about Charles McDougall? I mean, first of all, he was British. Yes, he's British. I'm bringing out the accent, guys. I did my spin bike, and now I'm speaking like a Brit. He had directed, before us, the HBO series Rome, which, if anyone saw it, is about the Roman Empire and the killing of Julius Caesar. It is epic. It's also brutal. It's brutal. They shot in multiple
there was chariots and horses and people getting impaled.
Yes, and so he went from that to our quiet little Dunder Mifflin office, a little Christmas party. You guys, the directors that had directed us prior to him were Ken Quapis, who might be the quietest human on the planet. Correct. He says, when he wants to start a scene, he just says, and when he gives a note, he'll say, Jenna, you know what? No, just go ahead. That's Ken Quapis. Yeah. You all heard Paul Feig. Paul Feig is like, hey gang, how's it going? Hey, we're gonna have fun today. Okay, action. Yeah. Charles McDougall rolls in. We're all sitting at our desks quietly, about to start the first scene. And he goes, wait, brace yourself. He goes, actors, action! Yes! I thought Phyllis peed herself a little. I tinkled. I mean, I was terrified. I jumped straight up. He was like, and we were like, what's happening? What's happening? Is Tom Cruise busting through the ceiling? Any minute? I'm telling you, that first day, the first moment of every scene, we all looked like deer in headlights. We would flinch, and then we would go in the scene. But then, you guys, we just grew to love this guy. He would say things like, we'd be working on a scene, and he'd be like, all right, let's go again. Actors, nearly there. Nearly there. And then he one time said, all right, everyone, that was good for cameras. Actors, better this time? Yeah. We're like, oh, okay. And then as we try to be better this time, as we got into the episode more and the party started, he would walk up to me and be like, Angela, remember, you're really pissed. You're really pissed now. And he sort of, and I'm going to get into it. It's on like 4 or 5 note cards. And he sort of highlighted the level of, I called it Angela's pissed offness. Yeah. And it had it was like building to a crescendo. And so towards the end, he would just yell before a big take in the party. He'd be like, all right, everyone, happy, Angela pissed, and action. Yes. It was amazing. I just think it's so interesting that he went from filming all these chariots to filming people in a circle. Yeah, sitting in a circle. What was that like for him? On desk chairs. Yes. Okay, fast fact number 3. Bob Vance Refrigeration. We meet Phyllis's boyfriend. Yes, her new boyfriend. He works across the hall. He's played by Bobby Ray Schaefer. He went on to do 24 episodes of The Office, including our finale. So here's a little tidbit. Mike Schur, our writer, said that the way that Bob Vance always introduces himself as Bob Vance Refrigeration is based on a friend of his, actor Hayes MacArthur, who he says for years would introduce himself as Hayes MacArthur, Chicago, Illinois. Hayes MacArthur, Chicago, Illinois. You guys, you might know Hayes. He would later go on to star with Rashida Jones on Angie Tribeca, which was created by Steve and Nancy Carell. Small world. But I feel comfortable sharing that story about Hayes because I know him as well, and Mike said it on the DVD commentary. So he shared that with us on set, but since he put it out there, I was like, well, Mike, you already said it, so I'm going to share it here. Yeah, well, you know what? I think that some people do that. I mean, I know in my hometown, I'm from a very small town in Texas, and there are people in my town that no one ever says just their first name. I don't know why, but my mom's really good friend, her first name is Sue, and her last name is Dean. But everyone in the town calls her Sue Dean. Oh, yeah. Hi, Sue Dean. How are you, Sue Dean? It'd be like, Jenna Fisher. How are you, Jenna Fisher? I'm good, Jenna Fisher. I mean, so there are some people whose names you just do that. Yeah. Well, we had some fans write in and ask, why does he always say Bob Vance Refrigeration? It was inspired by one of Mike's friends. I love it. Many people, before we go to break, wrote in to tell us that Mindy's hair is down. I've maybe not received so many in this episode. No, it's down. No, it's partially up. Oh, well, Jennifer Danette said that Mindy's hair is down. Jennifer Danette, I'm going to send you a screen grab. Maybe she means down because it's not in the French twist. It's not the French twist, but she has had a few. It's half up, half down. She's had a few half up, half downs, but I would say there's more down than up. Jennifer, there's more down than up. That's what she said. Well, I hope she doesn't say that. Well, I would hope there's more up than down. All right, let's go to break. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three. Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jenna and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie. I made it. Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then mashed potatoes. I know it very well. It's a family favorite. Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before. It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life. One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. All right, so let's dive in here. We've got the cold open. In the very first few seconds, Pam is stuffing the Christmas envelopes, the Christmas photo. Yeah, right? She's doing the Christmas card mass mailing. The Christmas card. I did this at 1-800-Dennis. Oh, you did the 1-800-Dennis company Christmas card mailing? I did. I volunteered, and you got to hop off the phone so you didn't have to talk to people about like their rotten teeth. Yeah, and I would go in the mailroom, and they'd be playing Christmas music, and I'd have a cup of tea, and I would just stuff envelopes all day, and I was so happy. Oh, yeah. I did many mass mailings as an administrative assistant. I'd have to bind things, copy on both sides, collate, bind, and mail. I am very happy doing this. Okay, but the photo was our cast photo that we took, our Christmas photo. It was not our Christmas photo. What? Oh, yeah, it was. Listen, I maybe got a little too obsessed with it, but I thought I recognized it. It was. Me too. It's our season 1 publicity photo from the pilot. You're right, because I'm sitting in the front. Oh, yeah, my gosh. And we're not wearing any Christmas stuff. Oh, Jenna, good catch. I totally just thought it was our Christmas picture. Well, we had a fan question from Izuki. Did anyone keep a copy of the holiday card we have stuffing into the envelopes at the beginning? Well, I don't have a copy of the card, but I have a copy of that picture hanging in my office. And I examined it against the card that Pam is putting into the envelope. Well, remember, in the pilot, Henriette because she was a woman. They photoshopped Kate's head onto Henriette's body. The picture and stuffing into the envelope. I really want that card. Yeah, because I can see it. Henriette's hand on her hip in the sweater that's hanging in my office. But Kate's face. Way to go, Jenna. So far, we've covered 1 second of the episode. That happens in the first 1 to 3 seconds. The next thing that happens is that Michael and Dwight enter the tree. And it's really way too big. It's way too big. It goes through the ceiling. I feel like this is a little nod to Christmas Vacation. Yes, you know, with Chevy Chase and that enormous tree. Yes.
How about
do you
Celeste?
remember when we were on set, about 3 or 4 times when they pushed it up, the ceiling tile actually fell down and would fall on Steve's head. And then they'd have to brush him off with a little brush. There was little pieces of white, sort of like particle-looking stuff all over the ground. Yeah, the ceiling kept busting apart. Yeah. I loved that Kevin cuts the top of the Christmas tree with a paper trimmer. Yeah. I just thought that was such a nice touch. Well, it makes sense. It's what we have. It's what we would have. Yeah. Okay, I did kind of an Angela thing. What's that? I drink rosé during the day. I did not, but I did. I wrote down everybody's Christmas outfit. I love this. So did I. You did? Okay, let's do it. Okay. All right. I noticed that Michael has a Christmas tie. Yes, he does. It has Santa on it and some snowmen. Go. Christmas tie, Kevin. Yes, snowman, wintry scene. All right. you and I both only have a Christmas pin and Christmas earrings. You have Christmas ornament earrings. I have Christmas stocking earrings. And we both have a version of a Santa Claus pin. We're dressed kind of similar. Very similarly. What's that about? I don't know, but Phyllis has a full Christmas blouse and vest. I love her Christmas vest. My sister's a school teacher, and she does that. Like at Christmas time, she wears all these Christmas sweaters and vests. You know I love this stuff. I've got all of it. My mom, back in St. Louis, Missouri, every year she goes to the local art fairs and craft fairs, and she sends me Christmas hoodies, Christmas vests, Christmas pajamas, Christmas everything. I mean, those earrings could have been yours, because you've come to my house at Christmas, and you always have on Christmas too. I'll tell you I know. I mean, that is, I know. I go all out. You go all out. Oh, Oscar has a Christmas tie. Oscar has a Christmas tie. Stanley has a red tie, so I guess that's his attempt. Very Stanley. That's as far as he would go. I'm actually surprised he went that far. For Stanley. I know. Also, Meredith has a crazy Christmas sweater. Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, if it were me, I would be Meredith or Phyllis showing up to your party. Full outfit. I know. I've seen how you come to my party. I love it. All right. Okay. So in this scene that's coming up, Jim reveals that he got Pam in Secret Santa. He does. Can I listen? Jim fans, you're probably not going to like me for saying this, but at 2 minutes, 2 seconds, in his talking head, he says he wants, he got Pam for Secret Santa, and he said because Pam wants a teapot so she could make tea at her desk. Yeah, and I wrote WTF. Who makes tea at their desk? She would go in the kitchen. What is she going to do? Go to the kitchen, put the hot water in the teapot, carry it back to her desk, pour herself a cup of tea at her desk? She's going to carry that teapot from the kitchen. What part of this is confusing you? I think it's ridiculous. Okay, here's her other option. Okay, yeah. She goes into the kitchen. Yeah. Oh, I see the breakdown. I see how your brain is tracking it and why it doesn't make sense. And also because I know you, and you just put the tea bag right into the cup, which is a totally acceptable way to make a steep. Let it sink on in there. You leave it in your pot. That's right. I said that the scene could be called something else. What could it be called? Instead of what's inside the teapot, it could be called Jim's got it back. Oh, because he saved 2 sauce packets from a few years ago. Yeah, that's someone who got it really bad. I feel like that could have been written a little differently, where Jim could have said a couple of years ago, Pam did this thing with the hot sauce, and therefore I am putting a packet of hot sauce in there. The fact that he saved the 2 packets of hot sauce for years. Yeah. He loves you. Okay, definitely does. All right, well, I do have a lot to say about the teapot. So first of all, Phil Shea offered me a variety of teapots before we started shooting in many colors, and I picked teal. I love it. Yeah, I don't know. Well, pop color. The writers also said that picking what this gift would be, the fact that it would be a teapot, provided a major challenge because they needed a gift that could hide other gifts, that was really personal, and that would be very stressful when Dwight takes it away from Pam. It could only cost $20, and it had to be something that Dwight really wanted. And they said it was not easy. They spent a very long time because they knew plot-wise what had to happen. That Jim gives Pam a gift filled with secret treasures that Dwight also wants to have that costs under $20. It took him a very long time to come up with teapots. For that reason alone, okay, fine, Pam can make her tea. She can steal her tea at her desk. Because when Dwight puts it in his nose, I know that's later. It's so personal. It is. It's so personal. I mean, they nailed it, right? They nailed it. And now this teapot is famous. I mean, all the time, people are using this teapot idea to propose to their loved ones. I see it all the time in my Instagram. People are tagging me. It's always charming to me. It's always so sweet. It is very thoughtful. So we mentioned the things that he's putting into the teapot. Here's a fan question. Taylor Rilling said, what is the significance of the pencil that Jim puts in the teapot? Yeah, he said that the story is too long. So we have a deleted scene, and I remember shooting it. what Pam says when she picks up the pencil is she says, "Oh my gosh, this is the pencil I threw at you during mini golf." What? When did you go play? Maybe the whole office play mini golf. That seems like something Michael Scott would be like, "We're going to play mini golf and we're going to raise money for my neighbors." Yeah, whatever. That's all I can think of is that there was some office outing where they went and played mini golf, and I guess Pam got all feisty and threw a pencil at him, and he saved it. So that's where the pencil is. And then, of course, he puts a card in the box, and he says, "Because Christmas time is the time to tell people how you feel." Oh, yeah, that's so loaded. I have PPC next. Let's hit some PPC, the Party Planning Committee. You know, Mike Schur also wrote the PPC in the Alliance. I think he likes the PPC. Oh, he definitely likes the PPC in their weird sort of power struggle. He loves it. Well, in this scene, we find out that Ryan has been drafted. I can't believe that. I remember that. I can't believe that Angela Martin would recruit him, except that maybe she would help, like, someone setting up things and moving things. And, well, the Christmas party is a big one. It's a big one. Yeah, yeah. But also, I noticed that Meredith is in there. Yeah. No, it's all hands on deck. She probably has a bigger crew than just her core crew. Well, that's when Michael enters in his Santa beard. He throws down some cash because he wants a bigger, better party. And he reveals he has a digital camera and he will be taking photos. Yeah, and he's going to put them in the newsletter. Most embarrassing one wins. Yes. I want you guys to know when Steve came behind Phyllis and I, he was like, "I want people making out." And he shoved our heads together and was like, "Ah, ah, ah." That was an improv. That was improv. Yeah. Phyllis and I didn't know that was coming. He just did it in the moment. I was really proud that neither of us started laughing. I was so proud of myself because there were a few times in that scene I almost broke, and I was really fighting it. Oh, it's also in this scene, Angela, that it's revealed that Phyllis was in charge of getting the lights for the Christmas tree. And she said she got the little ones. Yeah, and you have a reaction to that? Well, that's not going to go over well later. That is not going to go over. So I did, like I said, I listened to the DVD commentary of this, and Mike was really good on the commentary at breaking down some of his goals for the episode. And his goal for the episode was that Angela would get more and more and more stressed out every scene that we see her. And I think you can track that. Like, as I was watching it again, I can totally see that. I have 5 note cards called Angela's Pissed Offness. Yes. That I'm going to start with time code soon. Before we get into all that, I do have to point out, because I was texting with Jen Berry, who did my hair for 9 years on The Office last night. This is the Angela hair braid. That is my actual hair. And she had me bend over and braid. And of course, my character would want to wear it to the Christmas party. I feel like this was her special braid. For special occasions. For special occasions. And while we're talking PPC, guys, I have to say, Pam would probably irk me too on this committee. What? I mean, at 4 minutes, 25 seconds, Angela is trying to put a tablecloth on this table. Pam is just staring at her, doing nothing, not trying to grab for the tablecloth, help her spread it out, anything. And Angela just looks at her and is just like, "Will you help me?" When I saw that scene, I found it so satisfying. It's her little bit of defiance against your just crazy controlling. Yes, just your everything that's coming at her. And, you know, I told you I go back and I read my journals, and I had written, and I also have these old blogs, and I had written in one of my old blogs that filming the scene where I don't help you put the tablecloth on was one of my favorites of the whole episode. It's such like passive aggressive defiance. I loved it. Well, Jenna, I went and found my MySpace blogs, so they're not online anymore. I don't know why, but I guess I had printed them out at some point. Smart. So now I'm going to start going to them for each episode, and I did for this one, but I'll save it for a bit because it happens later in the episode. Okay, great. Fan question from small actor in a peacoat. Who kept the camera with all of the pictures that Michael took? NBC. Yeah, they were property of NBC, and they had them up on their website for a while.
But guess what? You can still find them.
Yes.
Jenna and I were texting last night. We both found them over at officetally.com.
Yeah, so you can see all those pictures that he was really taking pictures.
Yeah, and they're really like not centered, and like people's heads are cut off. It's as if he just went around clicking away, but there's some real gems in there.
I know.
6 minutes, 54 seconds. Michael really shows what he thinks about Christmas, which is a gift should say, I love you this many dollars worth.
Yeah.
Oh, this is not going to go well.
Well, speaking of gifts, we have a scene where Toby reveals what he got Angela in Secret Santa, and it is the Jazz Baby poster.
Yeah. I have that poster, guys.
You have it? That was one of my questions from Chris Cordova. He wants to know, did you keep the baby poster?
Well, there was about 20 of them. They made a bunch. One hung by my desk for years.
Yes?
Yeah. So we got to see it every day. And I have one. It's rolled up in a little poster thingy.
Now, do you know the story behind that picture? Because I traded some text messages with Phil Shea. So Phil Shea had to make that poster. He did not buy that poster. He put out a casting call for babies.
And 2 babies were cast.
Yes.
Baby actors.
He said it was really hard to find tiny jazz instruments. He said that was really difficult. In fact, he said, Amazon didn't exist back then. You couldn't just Google baby jazz instrument. And they couldn't be fake looking, like they couldn't be like blue and pink. So he did eventually find them at a place called Hollywood Costumes. He was particularly proud of the tiny sunglasses that he found. This poster ends up coming back in conflict resolution. Like you said, it stayed up there, but then it comes back again.
It comes back again. I would like to know 2 babies that were in the poster.
Oh, guys,
Where are they today?
if you are a baby from the Baby Jazz poster, please write to us at officeladies@earwolf.com.
One thing about that Baby Jazz poster, I remember my church telling me that they thought it was really funny that we enjoy baby Christmas styles. Okay, where are we?
Well, we're talking about the gifts, and Mike Schur actually said that the gifts were incredibly hard to manage because they start off as Secret Santa, so everybody had a person that they bought a specific gift for, and then you had to track the gifts as they went around in the Yankee swap. He actually, in the script of this episode, there is a whole page where he lists the gifts, who bought who what. And he did this for Veda, our script supervisor. We haven't really talked about her, but Veda's job is to sit and watch every take that is filmed and make notes about everything that happens continuity-wise. So, really specific. So, if in a scene you take a drink of your tea on a certain line and then scratch your nose on another one, Veda writes it down so that you do it the same every time for editing purposes.
Yeah, Veda would come up to us and say, usually that note first take, the second take.
Yeah, because otherwise, when you edit it together, the pen is magically bouncing from hand to hand. So Mike was really worried about Veda in this episode, and so he made this list just for Veda, and I have it from the script.
Oh, fantastic.
Okay, so this is what everyone was intended to give, and we got a lot of fan questions about this. Like, a lot of people wrote in and said, eventually Michael's gonna get the paintball lessons from Dwight, but they're like, who did Dwight intend that to go to? So I have all the answers right here. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Dwight got Phyllis the paintball lessons and the pellets. That was his gift to Phyllis. Phyllis made Michael an oven mitt. Michael got Ryan an iPod. Ryan got Toby a book of short stories by George Saunders, who happens to be one of Mike Schur's favorite writers. Toby got Angela the baby poster. Angela bought Stanley a picture frame. Stanley got Kelly a nameplate. Kelly got Oscar a shower radio. Oscar got Creed a shamrock keychain. Creed got Jim one of his own shirts. Jim got Pam the teapot. And this is something that got cut out. Pam made Meredith a drawing of The Office.
I read about that on TV.
Yeah, and there was this big thing.
It's in the deleted scenes. This is something I have to tell you. I got a DVD player for Christmas. What? My husband got me a DVD player. So I got the CDs. He bought me the CD set, and I got a DVD player. And last night, I got to watch all the deleted scenes.
Oh, Angela, you must be so happy.
I was so happy, and there's so many.
Oh, yeah. There's so many. For the Christmas episode, you guys, there are so many great deleted scenes. I don't want to get us off topic here, but they're in the deleted scenes. Meredith opens up her painting. That is from Pam, and it's a drawing of the office. Well, there's a big backstory here. Again, with Phil, I don't do Pam's drawings. People ask me that all the time. I'm not an artist. I mean, we've talked about this, or have we? That I do cartoons. I do cartooning.
She's very good at cartooning, and I have a few that you've drawn that I've saved. I think you're fantastic.
Well, I love my little expressive cartoons, but I needed Pam and wanted Pam to be a better artist than I am. So there is a young art student that does all of Pam's drawings. They went out to a bunch of people, like 12 different
One of you guys at 22. How fast? Maybe another update. Let's go back to New York. Dallas looks like it wants to go to the east. That's right. That Chris guy looking for CD. Stumbling through a case logic binder. He finds CD, stretches that arm across the end zone. Dallas Cowboys up 21.
Well, I love my little expressive cartoons, but I needed Pam and wanted Pam to be a better artist than I am. So there is a young art student that does all of Pam's drawings. They went out to a bunch of people, like 12 different artists, to turn in samples to be the artist behind Pam, and they picked a young woman.
Now, Jenna, I read, and you can tell me if this is true, I read that the first painting that they had for this episode to give to Meredith from Pam, they had one of our set art people, who was a man, do it.
Yeah.
And when they looked at it, it looked too masculine.
Yeah.
And so then they went out to female artists.
That's true.
A little bit of a softer touch.
Yeah. And there were something like 12 different artists who all submitted their work. And I wish I knew her name. Unfortunately, I don't. But maybe I can find that out and reveal that in a future episode. And then, so finally, 2 more gifts. Meredith got Dwight some shot glasses from Cancun, and Kevin got himself a phone. Guys, around 5 minutes, 55 seconds, there is a scene where Michael is talking to Jim at Jim's desk. This is when he reveals that he got Ryan for Secret Santa. And I just want to say, you see a ton of background action. Angela, you're walking from reception. Over Steve's shoulder, you see Toby and Mindy talking.
Yeah.
They are 100% not in character.
Not in character at all. I saw that too. I was like, they're just talking about probably something in the writer's room or a story pitch, or they're just having a conversation.
Yeah, I mean, Paul is just being Paul.
Yeah.
If anyone's curious, the difference between Toby and Paul, go to 5 minutes, 55 seconds, and you can see Paul and Mindy having a conversation in the background.
Yeah, exactly.
Tree lighting!
Okay, I've been waiting for this moment. The Christmas tree lighting. This starts the beginning of everyone happy, Angela pissed. so this Christmas tree, the top of it has been hacked off by Kevin. It is covered in so much tinsel.
Yeah.
So much tinsel. It has a smattering of just blue and red ball ornaments. It's just not their best effort. And then it has the tiniest of tiny white lights, thanks to Phyllis. So Dwight makes a big deal of it. He takes the outlet, the plug, what do you call it? The plug. He takes the plug from Stanley. He wants to plug it in. He's like, just like Rockefeller Center. And everyone gathers around, and it's like, brr, brr. And Phyllis is like, sorry. And at 6 minutes and 38 seconds, you see my first pissed off face. Dang it, Phyllis.
It's also one of those moments where I feel like Angela's like,
I knew it. I couldn't trust her.
why do I fight?
Why do I even have her do anything?
Why do you have anyone do anything?
Yeah.
You can't let anyone do anything. Exactly. That Christmas tree light thing is based on a real thing from Mike Schur's life.
I know.
He said that when he and his wife got got their first tree in New York, he bought a bunch of small lights for the tree, and he wrapped them around, and when he plugged it in, you couldn't really see them. I love that. I love when writers work those little moments from their real life into the show. I thought, speaking about people who are acting like themselves instead of their characters, I thought Jim's talking head about Creed's gift is so John.
It is John.
That is John right there.
Yeah.
All the delivery, the smile, all of it. And then, of course, Creed's talking head made me laugh so hard.
Creed is very funny in this episode. I mean, everybody has some great moments, but Creed cracked me up a bunch in this episode. So now Secret Santa is starting.
Yep. And everyone is gathered around in some office chairs. And I want to say, truly, I know we were joking about Charles McDougall, but the amount of energy and movement that he uses the camera to give this scene of people sitting in a circle, I mean, it is impressive from a directorial standpoint. I think, like, I don't want to be crazy, but I think, like, film students should study this portion of the episode, because I'm imagining myself trying to film a group of people sitting in a circle doing a gift exchange, and it would not look nearly as dynamic. It's really, really impressive directing.
No, he's great. He is really great.
Okay, so we're starting the Secret Santa, and Pam opens Jim's teapot. She loves it, but Dwight moves things along so quickly that she doesn't have time to look inside or notice the cards.
Yeah, Dwight wants no chitty chat between gifts. He's like, go.
He's me coming in today.
He is.
He's like, save it for the mic.
So he's moving things along. So it's Pam, and then the next one,
we find out that Michael buys Ryan a video iPod that costs $400.
You guys, this was not product placement.
It was not. So many people wanted to know.
Yeah, we were not paid. It was just sort of a really cool topical gift at the time.
Yeah.
And they were trying to think of a gift that would sort of be a showstopper that Michael would think was very impressive, that everyone would want. So this was coincidence. We weren't paid to use it. So I read that
well, here's something. A ton of people wanted to know who kept it. At the end, nobody. We weren't allowed to keep any of the stuff. It all goes into a giant warehouse, and it gets labeled for the episode for props, because if for some reason we have to go back and reshoot something, they take it off the shelf and they bring it back in.
That's true.
I don't know what happens after it's been in the warehouse for a while, but it just goes to prop house storage.
I feel like it's still on a box labeled The Office Christmas Party.
It probably is. There was a fan question from Beard Up, Beard Down. Was the iPod sponsored by Apple? It wasn't. We said it was not. It's just a total coincidence. But there's more coincidence. So, the week after this episode aired, Apple revealed that you could now download episodes of The Office onto these video iPods. Again, this was not planned. And then The Office became the #1 downloaded show on iTunes.
Yes,
the #1 downloaded show.
I remember Rainn Wilson turned to me and said, I think we're gonna make it. I think we're gonna, this was the first moment it felt like the tide was turning for us and that we might not get canceled.
All right, so next up, Michael gets the oven mitt knitted by Phyllis.
Now everyone had a $20 limit, you guys. That's why this iPod really shakes everything up, because he spent $400.
Yes. And he has his line where he says, out in the hallway, he's holding the mitt, and he says, do you know what this says? This says, I only care about you a homemade oven mitt's worth. He is such a child.
He is such a bratty kid in this episode.
Oh my gosh. Well, we had a fan question from Chelsea, Raconza, and Amanda, and many others actually, who actually knitted the oven mitt. Well, I asked Phyllis. She does not knit in real life. Although she told me that she knitted a scarf for her mom a couple of years ago, but she said that's it. She did just one scarf.
I want you guys to know, you know how we talk about what was at everyone's desk? So at Phyllis's desk, like sitting on the floor sort of next to her desk for so many years, was a whole knitting basket. Do you remember?
I do.
It had all the yarn and the knitting needles, and it sat there as if her character would ever do anything with it, but it was established there and it sat there.
Well, Phil Shea told me he found a woman at a knitting store in Valley Village, California, and she knitted the oven mitt. Again, oven mitt knitter, if you're listening, please write us at officeladies@earwolf.com and we'll give you a shout out.
Yeah.
Knitted the famous mitt.
I thought it looked like a great oven mitt. And it had like the little
Like the Teflon
Teflon-y thingy on the
Yeah.
side. Yeah. So Ryan gets the iPod, and at 8 minutes 24 seconds is the next phase of Angela pissed offness.
Okay.
You see my face at the fact that Michael spent $400 when
yes.
the limit was 20. All of my instructions, I'm sure I sent out an email about Secret Santa and the rules. So one, Phyllis has ignored my request for bigger lights and got the tiny lights. Now two, Michael has spent $400 instead of the agreed upon $20. So we're ramping up. She's getting ticked off.
I have no doubt that you sent a very detailed email about this to everyone with a follow-up reminder.
Which is why Kevin does not come forward when he gets himself, because he would have had to tell me.
He would have. Yeah. You know what? Really do.
There's on some levels you're way more Angela than I am.
Oh yeah. I mean, I would have generated 2, 3, 4 very detailed emails about the party, the plans. If I assigned someone to do lights for the tree, and that's what I got, I feel so pissed and let down.
If people went over the $20 budget, you would have been furious.
Furious.
You would have been like, what's the point? Why even have that number?
Is Angela wrong?
No, I don't think she's wrong.
She's just, why is no one helping her?
She's a by-the-book person.
Mike is.
Follow the rules.
I agree.
So at 9 minutes, 39 seconds, she gets pissed off on a whole new level because, as you were saying, this is when Michael is really ticked off that he got the oven mitt and he switches the party. No more Secret Santa. He says, now we're doing Yankee Swap.
Yes. Yankee Swap / White Elephant / what was the other one he said?
Nasty Christmas.
Nasty Christmas.
You know, there was actually a little debate about what do you call it? And people were like, well, we call it White Elephant. Someone else was like, we call it Yankee Swap. And I feel like the writers took that and put it in the episode.
Yeah, I know it as Yankee Swap. What do you know it as?
I knew it as White Elephant.
Yeah. I think it's good they did that. They covered everybody.
They covered everybody. But when I threw my Christmas party, I called it Yankee Swap just because I loved it so much.
You know, here's something that I heard in the commentary, Angela, since we're talking about your character. I guess that you had a talking head in the fire.
I watched it because I have a DVD player now.
Where you cried.
Yes, in the deleted scenes.
Well, Mike said that the writer's room was so impressed with your performance in that talking head that they put a card on the wall that was Angela Cries, and they wanted to find an episode where you could cry a bunch, and this was it.
Mike sure told me, he said, I love to see your character cry. He said she's so pulled together that when you sort of fall apart, it's like really sort of oddly pleasing.
That was a good
Oh, I love it. I love it.
So yes, at 9 minutes 51 seconds, I have a talking head, and my character is really upset because she feels like Michael should have talked to the PVC first.
Yeah, well, they should have.
And then
He should have.
And then she breaks down. So she is really starting to spiral.
And then when we cut back to the scene, she's still sobbing. I mean, she's not sobbing, but she's still crying.
She's sullen. She's very sullen.
Okay, you know,
How we doing
this
over
famous
here?
line. Yankee Swap. Yeah, from Michael. All right, Mike, sure. That's a written line. That wasn't improvised. That Steve would say Yankee Swap. And Mike wrote in the script, in parentheses, crazy voice. And he was like, I know Steve will do something great with that. And that was Steve's take on that. Because they would do that. They would sometimes put little pieces of direction in the script for us, and then we'd have to interpret it.
Yeah.
Guys, did you notice in this episode, it is snowing outside?
I loved this touch. I love that they kept cutting to the windows and there'd be snow.
Do you remember how much fun it was to have the snow? We were so tickled.
We were
by the snow.
so excited. You guys remember we mostly just filmed inside and we never even saw outside or what was happening outside.
Yeah.
And so the fact that we had this extra element happening was so fun.
We really did film inside in a windowless warehouse. All the windows were fake. They just had backdrops behind them. Yeah. So to see actual sunshine or snow or air was really exciting to us. I have a ton of facts about the snow. I don't know if anyone else will find it interesting, but I had written all about it in one of my blogs/journals. I'm living for this. I can't wait to hear about it. All right. Oh, do you want me to give you some snow facts when we come back from the break? You should be on an empty bladder when I lay these awesome facts on you. You don't tell me or my bladder what we're doing. Well, what do you want? Do you want full bladder snow facts or empty bladder snow facts? I want empty bladder snow facts. All right, that's what I'm saying. Oh, I thought you were telling me.
So one lockdown, one championship. You can celebrate it. Fancy. Don't ever have a time.
Okay, clearly you're projecting some other thing on me because I said I thought you should empty your bladder for the snow facts she's leaving. First, you push away from the mic to eat your snack.
3 championships.
Those are high nut Cheerios. God.
4
Thank
championships.
you for letting me have my bathroom break. I want to hear all about your snow. All right. I hope this isn't anticlimactic for people, but the company that came to make the snow is called Snow Business. I love that. Snow Business. Snow Biz. I remembered that. It so tickled me. Okay, so here's how it works with fake snow. There's a guy from Snow Business. He shows up. Now, the snow that falls from the sky is different from the ground cover snow. The snow on the ground is snow. The snow that falls from the sky, I know, because it falls on my character at the end, and it is not snow. It's not snow. It's soap. Yes, you can get a choice. You can get a choice of cornstarch, plastic, or soap. And Greg watched a demonstration of all 3, and he picked soap. Well, when by accident a little piece of that might get in your mouth, it's just like soap. Because I shriek, and a piece of it went in my mouth.
6 championships.
Okay. On the ground, though, it's real snow. And they bring this machine, and I don't know exactly how it works, but it's kind of like a wood chipper, but in reverse. It looks like something out of a Dr. Seuss. It does. It really does. And it really blows snow. I guess that's what it looks like. It looks like a snow blower, but it generates snow. And then it just blows it all over the ground, all over the cars, and all that stuff. But guys, remember, this is we're shooting this in October in Los Angeles, and it's hot in October. It stays warm here. In the daytime, it's still in the mid 80s, 90s. But it was night, and so we had a little bit of time with it. I mean, it was still warm out. Yeah, it was probably in the high 60s. Yeah, that sounds about right. All right, yes, we were very excited to have snow. And Jenna, where did you like my snow facts? I was a little vulnerable about them now because we set them up so much when there's a break and in my head about it. I like your snow facts. Snow business. That's cute. I think snow business is really cute. All right, let's go back to the gift exchange. This is when Kelly gets Angela's poster. But Angela, you do get to take it back. Okay, here's the thing. I wrote in my MySpace blog around this moment, and I wrote that it was one of the hardest things for us to get through as a cast. That the first time Mindy unrolls the poster and looks at it, we all see it. Every person lost it because it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. We had not seen it. It was an actual surprise to us while we were filming, and we all lost it. I had that. In fact, it was particularly hard on Ray for some reason, and that in one take he broke 3 times because he could not get through it. I can't believe that Mindy was tasked with having to unroll that poster. How did we ever get a shot of her not laughing? I don't know, but we were cracking up. There's a little detail in that scene that made me laugh when I rewatched it, which is how you just very subtly swat the oven mitt away on your way to getting the poster. That was all me. Thank you very much. I loved it. It was such a good detail. I loved it. Well, in tracking the oven mitt, Meredith eventually takes the oven mitt. But, Michael has to then call her a sucker and say that he wanted her to take it. And it was reverse psychology when he said he wanted to keep it.
I love that he decided that he needed to break down reverse psychology to all of us. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's a pretty cool thing. Like, Michael, you're such an idiot.
Do you remember how Phyllis cried during that scene?
Yeah, she stayed in like sort of that sad place.
She cried for like a half hour, and in between takes of that, where she had to be crying, she didn't want any of us to talk to her. And Kate and I tried to go up and give her a hug. She didn't want it. Like, she was in this like actor zone. It's so hard to do. It's so hard to do. I know exactly where she was, but I just really worried for her, because when you see Phyllis cry, it is,
you don't want to see Phyllis cry.
You don't want to
break
see her cry.
part of you. Yes. I mean, she did. She had to stay sad, and it is really hard, especially sitting in this circle with people cracking up about a baby sister. Yeah, but you've got to stay sad.
yes,
It's hard.
He's got it
that
down.
really is very difficult.
Well, here's the thing. Michael just gets progressively meaner. You know, he calls Meredith a sucker, and then Dwight, you know, he opens the paintball, and he's like, oh, you know, how is this better than an iPod? And this moment kind of broke my heart too. Dwight gets 50%. You know, wait, I have an Angela pissed offness moment.
Oh, okay, go.
At 13 minutes 58 seconds, look at my face. I wrote it in all caps. So Michael has just called Meredith a sucker because she got the lame, you know, oven mitt, and Phyllis storms out. Okay? She is completely heartbroken now. And the party is falling apart, and the look on my face is just sheer in like rage.
Now, are we at the top of your rage now?
No.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, I know we've still got the parking lot, but
No, oh no, there's a moment coming, and you'll know it. It's there's a 1-2 punch coming at the end for my anger. But yeah, all right. So people are making trades, and feelings are getting hurt.
yeah.
And Pam does not go back and gets teapot. She gets the iPod.
She does. When it's Pam's turn to pick again, she picks the iPod instead of the teapot, and Jim is so hurt.
He's so hurt, and I watched this and I was like, come on, Pam. But then, Pam doesn't know what all is in the teapot. She doesn't, and that's what sort of justified it for me. She's just like, this is an iPod.
This iPod has completely hijacked this whole fun party and gift exchange, because everybody who's sitting in the seat is just thinking about trying to get this iPod. And so is Pam. Unfortunately, I think she kind of forgot about the teapot. So it was her time to pick. She was just like, iPod.
But she also doesn't know what's in the teapot.
She doesn't.
She doesn't know how high the stakes are for Jim.
No.
She doesn't. I think it's kind of an innocent moment, honestly. And Michael has ruined all of this because the gifts were specific for people. I mean, Ryan gets a placard that says Kelly.
Yeah.
He gets a desk, whatever, nameplate.
Yeah.
But these were not meant to be Yankee Swap gifts.
They were not. They were meant for certain people. Well, at this point, the party has completely broken down, and Michael goes to the liquor store. Now, I want to point out a few things.
I know what you're going to point out, because, lady, I have the DVDs now. So go.
Do you know what I'm going to say?
Is it about the attendant at the liquor store?
I have one thing to say about him, but I just thought I wanted to point out that it's also snowing outside the window of the liquor store.
Yeah.
They made it snow there, too. I don't know. Nice detail.
Nice touch.
Good continuity. Veda was on it.
Well, I read that our writers found out in Pennsylvania that if you work at a liquor store, you have to wear a tie.
Yes!
And so that was part of this character description, is that he had to have on a tie.
Isn't that great?
And I thought the actor, his name is Ryan Munn, did a fantastic job. He just really takes in all of that vodka.
15 bottles.
15 bottles.
Craziness. Okay, so then we go back to the party.
Michael brings all this vodka back into the party, and at 16:10 minutes, this is the next phase of Angela's spiral.
Oh, say it.
So Michael has vodka, and she's like, "What are you doing? There's no alcohol at the party." Angela speaks up and Toby speaks up. No one else cares. But now she's like,
Toby speaks up? I missed that.
yeah, Toby's like, Michael, we really shouldn't have. And he goes, just shut it, Toby. It's a party.
But then later, I feel like Toby brings Todd Packer a drink.
Well, no, it's all like all bets are off. And you know, you have to remember that Michael told the party planning committee that he wanted this Christmas party to be like, and I quote, a Playboy Mansion party.
Yeah,
that was his hope.
that's his goal.
That's his goal. So, but yeah, Angela is now super tipped because now there's alcohol.
I'm surprised her whole head didn't explode.
Well, it's about to, because the next two are what set it into motion.
Oh boy. Well, now we have the scene where Jim is trying to get the teapot back from Dwight. Jim offers to trade him the shamrock keychain, and he says, come on, it'll be good luck. And that's when Dwight has his line, a real man makes his own luck. Billy Zane, Titanic. And Angela, you made the entire cast t-shirts with that quote on them, and I still have mine.
Oh my gosh, you do?
I do. It's a gray long sleeve t-shirt.
Yes,
and it's
black writing.
Just a quote across it.
Yeah, so I had a friend at the time who had a t-shirt press. She had a small business, and I loved this line so much. I thought it was hilarious. Of all people for Dwight to quote, it would be Billy Zane.
Well, people were asking if we gave each other gifts. That was a gift. You gave that out. I think you actually gave that out at Christmas that year.
I did, and you gave everyone an ornament.
Yes, I got that cast photo, and I had it printed on an ornament for everyone.
Yeah.
Aw. The idea that Dwight wants to keep the teapot in order to wash out his nasal passages with green tea is based on something that Greg Daniels has actually done.
Like with a neti pot?
Yeah, I mean, but I've never put green tea in a neti pot.
I haven't either.
I've only used the saline solution that is recommended.
But I could see Greg reading about it, yeah, giving it a try. But Rain, the way Rain was in that scene, and he like shoved that teapot into his nostril.
Yeah.
And just John's face as Jim is just like, are you kidding me? That's who gets my teapot. Like, it's so perfect. He's so bummed.
Now, when I watched this with Lee said he wondered how Dwight didn't find the note in the box, or how Dwight didn't open up the teapot.
I thought of all of those things. I thought Dwight now has the cassette and the sauce packet. I mean, so you have to sort of suspend belief, I guess, at that moment that he took those out and just shoved them aside, like, what's this crap? And just sort of shoved them aside in the box.
Well, also, I don't think Jim is trying to get the teapot back for Pam. I think he's just trying to get the teapot back for himself. He's just going to keep it now. That's what I think the motivation is there. Because Pam is over, up at the desk with Roy looking through her new iPod.
I think Jim just wants to get it back because I think there's things inside it that are embarrassing.
Yes, exactly. But he's going to trade the keychain and he's just going to take that teapot home now. So Pam is up at reception and she's showing Roy her new iPod. He's now at the party. He wasn't there for Yankee Swap. But he's all excited because now he doesn't have to buy it for Pam for Christmas. He was going to buy her this iPod, he tells her, and now he doesn't have to. He's just going to get her a sweater. Thanks, Roy.
Now the party is like 15 bottles of vodka in. Todd Packer has showed up.
Oh, yeah.
It's getting crazy. And
everyone's doing shots. Angela's fuming.
I am fuming, but the icing on the cake of my pissed offness is about to happen.
Oh, say it.
Michael shouts to the whole bullpen. He says, oh my gosh, yes, Ryan, the king of the party planning.
Oh,
thank you to Ryan for this awesome party. And the camera pans to me, and I am livid. Ryan, the temp, the king of the party planning committee? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Oh, that's it. She is pissed.
Oh, no. And it's only going to get worse. That's not even still the worst thing that's happened to Angela.
Nope. I had a headache by the end of this episode.
You must have. You were just scowling and pushing anger out of your temples this whole episode. When Todd Packer shows up and he has that line, what's up, my nerds? Okay, nerds. That was an improv, sort of. In the script, what was written was, what's up, nerds? And he just gave it that extra special touch of "What's up, my nerds?"
I know. Well, that's also Dave Keckner. I mean, I think even the line when he's like, "Packer need a drinky."
Yeah,
The line was probably like, he was getting me a drink.
yeah.
You know?
He brought so much to that role. It was amazing. Well, you know when he has to lay down on the desk and get the silly string on him, like when he passes out? I remember shooting that. He had to lay there forever. So he laid down on those desks, which were not comfortable, right? And then they silly stringed his head. And then we had all these scenes where that's what he's doing. Well, if he got up, all the stuff that he was decorated in would have fallen off. It would have been impossible to recreate. So he had to just lay there, even when we were on a break.
Even when we were on a break. And he was such a trooper. Talk about a trooper. And I wrote in my MySpace blog that Kate and I, because Kate and I knew Dave from improv days. We'd all like done improv shows together. That Kate and I walked over and talked to him while he had to lay on the and we just sort of like caught up, and that it was so fun to see him. But I want you guys to know, if you're wondering what Todd Packer looks like at 20 minutes, 19 seconds, to really paint a picture here.
Yeah.
He's laying on his back, kind of across a desk area partition, right in the middle of the room. He has blue silly string on his head, Christmas lights around his torso, a Christmas garland around his torso, Dwight's desk nameplate on his stomach, and there's like a red empty Solo cup kind of just like in his like the crook of his arm.
You
And
know,
he had to lay like that with all those things on top of him.
he passes out so quickly. You have to imagine he showed up already half drunk.
You know he did.
You know he did.
You know he did.
Okay, guys, so now we have the scene where Pam reveals to Jim that she got her teapot back. She trades Dwight the iPod for the teapot, and now she's going to look inside and find all the items. And it's very charming and sweet, and she is so delighted. But in this moment, Jim secretly steals the note back and puts it in his pocket.
I know. He lost his courage.
He did. Now, when we reached out to fans to ask them what they wanted to know about the Christmas episode, I would say that about 80% of the comments and emails we received were along the lines of what is in the teapot note. Because as you know, in this episode, Pam does not read it, it is not revealed. But then, in season 9, there's a scene where Jim has the documentary film crew put together footage of their romance. And he shows it to Pam, and Pam sees that there was a note that Jim steals back, and then he hands it to her, and she reads it.
How brilliant is that? And you know who that is? That's Greg Daniels. Yeah, because he was such a master at beautiful callback moments. I love that.
Well, from the time that Jim stole the note, it drove people crazy. They always wanted to know what had been written in the note. Would Pam ever get the note? For years and years, will he ever give her the note? Around the time of the wedding, people wanted him to give it to her as a wedding gift. Greg saved it till the end. I'm going to say something that I've never said before. I also feel like I'm maybe going to cry.
What? Wait.
What?
Are you gonna say what was in the note? Are you gonna say what was in the note?
Sort of.
Because I don't know what was on that card. None of us do.
I'm the only one who knows, and John knows.
Oh my gosh, lady.
In that episode in season 9, I believe Greg suggested to John that he write a personal message from himself to me